Why? Why would you fucking increase it? Why?
Everyone's in favor of increasing it, bro. Except maybe like Bernie and Warren. I don't know.
I
We
know,
definitely
but
need
like,
to. We need to stop the fucking price gouging that Lockheed Martin and the other contractors fucking do. But
oh shit.
oh no, oh
He
no,
believes
Pete.
that the 2001 U.S. invasion of Afghanistan following the September 11th attacks was justified. Oh shit! But supported the planned withdrawal of American troops from the region with a maintained intelligence
Oh, the
presence.
next sentence. So you're not gonna like it. Oh.
Right, he is committed support of Israel. Okay, favors a two-state solution. Okay, to the Israeli-Palestine conflict. It's just gonna bring me. I thought it was gonna bring me to. Okay, this is what 2019.
Well, at least he's not in favor of annexation.
Yeah, I'll look into that later. Oh well, it says this takes me to a more direct. Look at that later. The Israel occupied West Bank. Okay, Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu comments in support of applying Israel. Wait. Poses. He disapproves of Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu's comments in support of applying Israeli law on Jewish settlements in the West Bank. Okay, so it's like the most liberal take you can fucking have on it. Okay, that's fine. It's like it's not that bad. It is what it is. Somaliland?
Wait, that's interesting. Do you know anything about Somaliland?
No, I don't. I'm
Oh,
confused.
basically, Somalia. It's a country in Africa. I mean, it says it there.
Yeah, I know about Somalia, but
Yeah, Somalia like fell into anarchy, and Somaliland in the northern part of Somalia is, for all intents and purposes, just an independent government. Like it's the only stable part of Somalia because it's just a whole separate government. Like it has its own passports and everything, but it's just unrecognized by everyone because the U.S. wants to promote its law-based international order. So we don't want to just unilaterally recognize a country. Holy shit, Mika 2024, let's go.
Holy shit. Thank you for the submission here, Dre. I appreciate it. I would vote. I would vote for an AI. I don't care. Even though she's not necessarily an AI, she's just a mix of a bunch of voices, but you know.
Oh wait, Barack Obama not endorsing Kamala Harris.
Based. Let's fucking go.
I have extraordinary confidence that the leaders of our party will be able to create a process from which an outstanding nominee emerges.
Based, dude. I fucking love Obama's political takes after like leaving office. It's been pretty good. In 2019, he said we will remain open to working with the regime of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the benefit of the American people. Okay, so he likes that oil money, I see. But we can no longer sell out. Oh okay, for the sake of fossil fuel access. These are very contradicting things here, but okay. He supports ending U.S. support for Saudi Arabia in the Saudi Arabians' war in Yemen. Based. Okay.
A little late for that, but
He's condemned China for its mass detention of the ethnic Uyghurs in, I can't pronounce this,
Xinjiang or something. I don't really know.
Yeah. He criticized Trump's decision to withdraw U.S. troops from Syria, which critics say gave Turkey the green light to launch a military offensive. Okay, well, this is complicated, but I mean, at least he understands that, you know, this is fucking wrong. Well, why couldn't he just say that he condemns Israel instead of saying I support? It's probably because, like, you know, like he doesn't want to piss off AIPAC, and there's a lot of allies that support Israel, so you know he doesn't want to like. It's just easier to be like, yeah, I support Israel in politics, or at least U.S. politics, I should say. Let's see, healthcare. All right. He's opposed Republican efforts to repeal the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act in 2018. He said that he favored Medicare for all during his presidential campaign. He promoted Medicaid for all who want it.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
I remember
Which
I remember
includes
the primaries.
which includes a public option for health care or health insurance. He has spoken favorably of Maryland's all payer rate setting. Okay, wait, all payer state. I'm not familiar.
I don't
It's
know
a
exactly what this is.
Yeah, all payer rate setting is a price setting mechanism in which all third parties pay the same price for services at a given hospital. Interesting. It can be used to increase the market power of the payers, such as private and or public insurance companies, versus providers such as hospital systems in order to control costs. All payer characteristics are found in most developed economies with multi-payer healthcare systems, including France, Germany, Japan, and Netherlands. The U.S. state of Maryland and also uses such models. I've heard good thing about Maryland's healthcare system. I wonder if this is part of it. Has been proposed in the United States as a healthcare reform measure. The proposal for public option, voluntary public-sponsored insurance plans similar to Medicare has been cited, indirectly sharing some of the same goals as... Okay, so interesting. What do you think?
I'm a big fan of the public option stuff. I miss when all I knew about politics was the debates about healthcare policy between Warren, Bernie, and Buttigieg, and now we're talking about whether or not it's okay to assassinate former presidents. I like listen, I mean, maybe if you wait till after the election, but I like the I hope I don't get banned for saying that. That's a joke, Twitch. That's a joke. I like the public option stuff. I think there's a lot of reason insurance works better if the provider is just bigger and if most people are just in one big public option provider. And then it at least allows for some regulated private insurance if you really need private insurance for whatever reason. It sets up good incentive structures because then the government has a lot of power to say, hey, drug company, you kind of got to lower your prices so you can be on our insurance plan. Yeah.
He also favors a partial expansion of Medicare that would allow Americans aged 50 to 64 to buy into Medicare and supports proposed legislation, the Family and Medical Insurance Leave Act, and would create a fund to guarantee up to 12 weeks of partial income for workers to care for newborn children or family members with serious illness. That would be cool. He released a $300 billion plan to expand mental health care services and fight addiction. Immigration. All right. I see DACA. I see DACA.
I don't know if you do this for your...
Oh, yeah. He supports DACA and has drawn attention to the Trump administration's aggressive deportation policy. He defended a resident of Indiana who was deported after living in the U.S. for 17 years, despite regularly checking in with ICE and applying for a green card. That's fucked up. But I would need to know a little bit more. Why did he get deported? I'm guessing it was just because he was an illegal immigrant. But like, bro, come on. At that, like, 17 years of regularly checking in with ICE and applying for a green card and being in the U.S. and you're still not a citizen, this is fucked up. So unless if he did like a crime, right? Like, I don't see any fucking reason to deport him. Has said that Trump has been reckless in sending American troops to the southern border and that it is a measure of last resort. Okay, that's all I really care about from him. I would vote. Would change my third party vote to Democratic if he is on the ticket, and I will make sure and I will get everybody I know in my personal life who usually doesn't vote to vote.
You're not going to vote for Kamala if she's on a ticket?
Nope.
Really?
Yep.
You think Kamala's that bad?
Yep.
Wait, what's so bad about Kamala?
Basically Hillary Clinton 2.0.
Yeah, but like, why? why is that so bad? Like, I'm like asking, like, not whether like you think she would do well to pull voters or whatever, but just like why you won't personally vote for her. Like, what's the
Well, I didn't like what her work as the district attorney. I think would be like the number one thing that people would point to is that she was fucking horrible in that. Also, I don't think that she has any real legs when it comes to any politics. So voting for her is basically just voting in a weak Democratic candidate. And I can't do that again, right? It's the same reason I'm not voting for Biden, is that she's been a proponent of supporting genocide in the Middle East, basically no real change, a weak Democratic candidate that pretty much gives in to a progressive, or I shouldn't say progressive, a progressively worse Republican Party who, despite having minority in a lot of areas of support, that they're able to fucking pass shit, while Kamala with the majority of support and Biden with a majority support couldn't even get anything done, and they have like no reason to like actually get shit done for the people. It's not necessarily her as a person, as more of what she represents as the nominee of a blatant cabinet that does not care about democracy, doesn't care about voters, and has no reason to care, especially once in power, right? Plus that on top of, sorry, go ahead.
Number one, like, what do you think she did so bad as district attorney? Like, I've heard a few bad things. I just read one of the fact checks that was written during the Democratic primaries. Like, it
What
seems like,
can you link it real quick?
Yeah, a bunch of people were making claims about what she did, and it just some of them were somewhat true, a lot of them weren't entirely true. Like, people mentioned like the inmate firefighter labor thing. I think her lawyers in her office, Kamala Harris at least claims that they did it without her knowledge, argued against the early release of prisoners because they needed inmate firefighter labor for a particularly
that's been,
I guess, harsh fire season. That's been what?
Are you saying that's been debunked?
No, that's the truthful story. People make like a little harsher claims than that. She'll say like, "Oh, she held prisoners past release," but I mean, it was early release, and she at least claims that she didn't know. I don't know, and like,
oh, where'd you put it? Oh, you put it here.
Yeah, there's a few different claims it goes over. Like, I don't think anything she did was especially bad. And then like she since come out and said things like she's in favor of legalizing marijuana. And
okay, but that's like an easy.
Some of the cash bail
like,
things.
What the fuck is on my screen? This thing is so fucking ugly. This pop up. Jesus Christ. My ad blocker is not doing its work. Return to homepage. Okay, well. What is that website that lets you like read things without being
12-foot IL?
Is that what it is?
Is there a paywall in the way of it?
I don't know what the fuck is in the way of it, but I'll use this clean web page. Let's see. There you go. Sure, this will work. Dismiss case. Okay. Biden is correct in describing the broad outlines of the SIPs. The former vice president. Okay, but okay, I need hers. Oh, are these all comments that people made towards her? Okay, sorry. I was like just skimming. Okay.
Yeah, they're all comments people made during the primary that they fact checked.
If you doubt me, damn, if you doubt me, Google 1,000 prisoners freed. Kamala. uh,
But like none of this is like I don't know. There's like things she's done, but like I don't think that those would majorly affect any of her like actual policy decisions. Are there like any policy decisions that you disagree with? I mean, I guess probably
at
any support for Israel, and then
let's look at her policies. Let's see.
and it's hard to know exactly.
Speaking of, wasn't there just a criminal case that happened a few days ago where two dudes got charged with like felonies for defacing an Israeli flag?
In the
I haven't
U.S.,
heard about that, but
Yeah.
doesn't.
felony for the of hate crime, a class 4 felony. Oh
Yeah.
my god. Oh shit, no fucking way. No fucking way. There has to be. They were spray painting Israeli flags or flag? Was it just one flag?
A flag. I think
Big
they
one.
painted like Free Palestine or Free Gaza or something on an Israeli flag, and they were charged with defacing a. They were charged with defacing and something else. The same charge that you would get for destroying an American flag.
They painted they spray painted Free Gaza on a flag at Woodman's Food Market. Each suspect faces 2 counts of hate crime, a class 4 felony, along with a misdemeanor charge of criminal damage to property and disorderly conduct. Let's just fucking keep on stacking it, Fuck why not? Let's add more.
Why do you get a charge for defacing an American flag? I thought you were allowed to do that. I thought that was a First
In some
Amendment right.
states, you are.
Well, I think it's because it's somebody else's property. I mean,
that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. If it's somebody else's flag and you destroy it, I think you still can get. I wouldn't say big trouble, but like trouble.
But what
Jesus
are
Christ.
like if Kamala Harris got elected, like are there any bad things that you think she would do? Like what are some of those?
Any bad things that she would do? Like I think other than Israel, because they of course would be like, still funding and sending money to Israel. I think she would just continue what she has been the Biden campaign has been doing, which is basically as minimum fucking effort as they can to push the left agenda. I think being dangerously like moderate and allowing the Republicans to be as aggressive as they are without any clapback is fucking dangerous. I think that's my biggest problem, is that they're more of a puppet for their funding and lobbyists more than anything. It's not like she's going to go out and be like, I'm going to attack gay rights, or I'm going to fucking like hurt you guys. It's just more like she won't protect the rights you have. The only thing I can imagine her attacking is the Second Amendment, which I'm a strong Second Amendment advocate, and almost instantly will turn off any support to anybody that attacks the Second Amendment. And I definitely know someone like Kamala would go after the Second Amendment, as Joe Biden also has, and she has been pretty outspoken that she supports assault weapon bans and shit like that. So I wouldn't be too happy about that. But my major beef with candidates like her and Joe Biden is more that they won't push what needs to be done, right? So any measure that needs to be done to guarantee that we get healthcare, housing, debt relief, anything that like is really important to the average American, election reform, that will never be something that's majorly pushed through their campaign. And while they're meandering with small little victories that never is going to be in the news and is never going to be something that is focused on, the right wing is going to use every chance they can to test every weakness in democracy and our systems and push forward with minority support by you. Like, it's not very what do you call it, popular, what the Republicans like to push forward. They with minority fucking support get all the shit passed, while Kamala and Joe Biden and have their fucking thumb up their ass. And I think that's the biggest reason why I just don't vote for these type of people. Is that one, obviously you can make the genocide case and you can make the gun case, but I'm not a single issue voter. I voting for them is the only good thing that comes out of it is that you have somebody that is technically just keeping status quo and that the cabinet is able to take slight victories and slight wins. But I think the greater picture is that if you vote for something like that in this time where the candidates are being like forced on you the way they are and aren't representative of the popular, they're not like the popular choice of the Democratic people, then you're basically saying it's okay to shoe in these non-favorable candidates that just pretty much sit there with their thumb up their ass and pass no real legislation and just sit there.
I disagree with a lot of this stuff. So I mean, the election reform, I'll grant you, I don't think Biden's done anything for the election reform stuff. But like you mentioned, healthcare. I mean, obviously Biden never got the public option that I think he campaigned on getting, but he did in the Inflation Reduction Act that allowed Medicare to negotiate drug prices, and now Medicare can negotiate drug prices way lower than it used to be. That saves seniors and poor people who are on, or I think that's Medicaid, a lot of money. He also did the price cap on insulin. I think that was a good policy because it doesn't really have any negative effects on housing. I mean, I think we've seen Biden do what he can. I think that one of the big things that didn't directly off of housing, but I think helped a lot of poor families was the expanded child tax credit that was in, I think, the American Rescue Plan. That gave a lot of money to even non-filers. People who didn't file the taxes were still entitled to the money from the expanded child tax credit. And then there was the he gave a lot of tax incentives to people buying and selling homes. So I think it was like a $5,000 tax credit for buying your first home, and I think there was an even bigger tax credit for selling your home. And he, at the same time, at least called on Congress to actually invest. I think he wanted $20 billion in housing. Obviously, Congress didn't do that, but I think Biden did what he could do as president. And we also see the new policy that he's proposed that a lot of people are mad about him. Me too, I guess, is the 5% rent control. The 5% rent control cap that he wants to do. Yeah, and then that he also is proposing we build more housing too with those with
Wait, when was the rent control thing?
It was pretty recently because I think the reason he did it was to get like AOC and Bernie support. Rent control Biden.
But I can't help but feel like ask another question. Do you think that Kamala Harris will continue the proposition plans that Biden had before he dropped out of the race? Assuming she gets elected?
Not all of them, but I feel like most of them probably.
I feel like I need to ask this then. Could you distinguish which ones you feel would be continued?
I don't know. I don't know. I would assume the only thing I know about Kamala is she's Biden's VP. Like, quite frankly, like I would assume that she would keep policy mostly the same, but I don't think I could distinguish. No, I don't really know.
Yeah, I mean, it just calls into question what percentage of the actual propositions being made by Biden were things that were sort of being helped out by his cabinet. Obviously, it's a cabinet presidency. We've been having those ever since Reagan. But, I mean, do you think that we're going to see another cabinet backing Kamala, or do you think that we're going to see the same Biden cabinet? And, like, if we don't see Kamala like running for president or taking the presidency, what are the odds of her getting another vice president pick and or being a part of a cabinet that's going to be on the DNC ticket?
I mean, I would assume Kamala, if she ran, would keep most of Biden's cabinet. I don't see a reason why a ton of Biden's cabinet would really leave. I guess I don't know for sure, though.
Yeah, I just ask because I know that there was, I believe, a talk between Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden a couple of days ago where she disclosed that she had had a conversation with Biden where she had talked about him wanting to step down or potentially like getting him out of like the race so that way they could increase favorability for a Democratic candidate in certain states. And it seemed like Biden and his cabinet actually pushed back against that idea. And she even said that they were somewhat defensive about like how it seemed like either a grab for power or it was just like a false statement. So it makes me believe there might be some level of disconnection between Biden and his cabinet and like Kamala and the potential cabinet picks that she may have going forward, knowing that the ones that are with Biden may be unpopular.
Yeah. I also, just on a point of Biden's cabinet, I think the NLRB under Biden, this is the PPG meme, everyone, okay? I think the NLRB under Biden has been rather good. I think 3 of the big things they've done is they've decreased the amount of time it takes to unionize and decreased the time frame for union elections. And then they've also made it so if a corporation is caught doing any illegal union busting tactics, then they immediately have to recognize the union without an election even. And they also, there was one other thing. I think they, I forget the specifics, but it was something like the onus is now on the corporation to stop the union. I think before unions had to contact the NLRB and like they wouldn't be automatically recognized. They would have to have an election. Now the onus is on the corporation to, I guess, stop the election or at least call for an election before the union is recognized. So I think the Biden NLRB is pretty good there. Yeah.
That's fair, but I think that the problem and the reason that like certain people on like people with certain political affiliations support the Biden NLRB so much is because this is the most like pro-syndicalist like union we've ever seen. Like this definitely benefits the left, but it makes me call into question how far this is actually going to go, right? Obviously, people see this sort of increase in momentum and the steam building up for a syndicalist movement, empowering the workers, sort of making the proletariat class and a lot of these socialists and communists believe that this is the first step towards like the revolution or towards some form of takeover and uprising of like the blue collar America. But like you really have to call into question how far something like this is going to go, considering we've never seen this like sort of play out in that way or in any meaningful way throughout like the past in the United States. Like when we seen Obamacare, people were saying like this is going to be it. This is going to be the push for like Medicare for all, etc. And it never came to fruition. There were other times in history where we've seen expansions to Social Security or like welfare reforms where people were saying, oh, this is going to be the moment where we get the welfare state, where we have the first step. And then it sort of stopped short of any meaningful like change. So like it makes me call into question how much these people are supporting it because it falls in line with like the ideology that they plan to push versus the actual like sort of level of productivity that is being achieved through incrementalist like policies.
I mean, listen, I'm a capitalist, buddy. I don't even think it needs to go much further. I think this is a decently meaningful thing. I think making unions more powerful is probably good. But I don't even like. There might be some welfare things that I think are important, but like I don't even know if it needs to go further than this. I feel like a lot of these.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue that it needs to go much further. But if you ask like somebody like PPG, just for an example, because his name was brought up, he would say that like this is the first step in a much larger plan or sequence, right?
Yeah, the Biden proletarian revolution is coming.
Well, yeah, obviously, but PPG's entirely brain dead. I would trust a goldfish on cocaine, which isn't too far off from the actual reality of talking to him over his opinions.
Base.
Can we get a research study on how cocaine affects goldfish?
I would assume very poorly.
Yeah.
I was
Somebody's
just
asking in chat for the somebody is asking how what do you think of your favorite presidential candidate dropping out? I think this is targeted at non-fun.
I started my stream off of playing the Honor to the Fallen song and a salute to our glorious President Biden, who is now unfortunately out of the race.
Biden is kill politically. Politically,
yeah.
He is kill.
It's over. It's over. It's so sad. Deeply saddening.
Well, were you going to vote for him? I don't know if anybody here was going to vote for him other than non-fun.
I was going to enthusiastically vote for him, bro. I'm a fucking moderate-ish liberal, bro. Biden was made for me.
Literally made. When they were conceiving him, they were thinking of non-fun. They're like, some person in the future, as soon as they turn 18, will be able to vote for him. Actually, but now you won't be able.
Yeah.
That kind of fucking sucks for you because
I just realized I did never get the chance to vote for Joe Biden. God damn it. I could have voted in the primary, but the primary in my state was Joe Biden or no preference. So I mean, I was going to, but I didn't have the fucking time. Well, really, I was just lazy. But
Yeah. Plus, you already knew what the outcome of that it's going to be. That's yeah.
MAGA are gonna lose their mind when they find out Trump donated to Kamala Harris's campaign in 2011. Whoa. Trump.
I mean, I don't think this
Donate.
is any. I don't think there's any like real news that like Trump wasn't always a big fan of Republicans, and he has been vocal of Democrats and third party. Hell, I think his first election he ran on a third party platform, if I
He did,
remember
yeah.
correctly. Yeah. Trump's voting history. Let's just take a look at that. His voting record. Let's see. Well, this is not exactly what I wanted. Let's do presidential. Yeah, so we got a bunch of looks like what is this? Republican, third party, Democrat, Republican. All right, so like it's kind of spread out. It does lean more Republican than not, but it looks pretty spread out. He didn't vote in 2002 or 2003 or 1919. Interesting. He didn't vote in 1987 or 1988 either. So is I'm a little
told you
confused
this
with
was
like
happening.
voting stuff. Is it
Something has
like
happened, unfortunately.
public information for
I don't think I
everybody?
called you stupid.
Can you
Did
just-
I ever
can I
call
just look up
anyone
anybody
stupid
if I
for
have
saying
their
Biden
name?
would drop out? I think I said. Wait, what did you ask? Did you ask? Is it public knowledge who people vote for? Or?
For everybody. Like, am I able to look up everybody's name? Like anybody? Like
You can look up who they're registered as, but who you actually vote for is anonymous.
okay, so who
Yeah.
you vote for is anonymous. Okay, cool. That I just found it like weird because I was like, I know you can look up like registered. Like I've was able to look up my brother, my mom, and people like that. But then I was like, I don't think it tells you who they voted for, but I wasn't quite sure. All right.
Yeah, it just tells you who they're registered for, and technically, you don't know for sure who they voted for because they could just be voting in the primary to sabotage
Yeah.
their opponent or whatever.
I've heard this. Does that happen a lot? Because I've seen like people. The first time I heard someone bring this up was about the Trump shooter. They were like,
Yeah,
people are like, maybe he was a registered Republican because he wanted to sabotage. And I'm like, does that actually happen a lot?
The only time I've heard it really happening a lot is the New Hampshire primary, where a lot of Democrats voted for Nikki Haley.
Lamau
Yeah.
based?
Yeah, I don't think it's all that common. I think it's more or less a talking point because, like, when you see people register, usually they vote along party lines, like 99+% of the time.
Well, yeah. See, now I'm a little bit like confused. Well, maybe is that actually the case? Because I know
I'm
my
pretty sure it is,
family.
yeah.
I know my family is registered Republicans, right? But I can think of at least 3 presidents they voted for that were Democrat. So, like, I mean, so they wouldn't. Yeah, I don't know. It's not 100%. And plus, there's a lot of people that voted for Obama that then voted for Trump. So it's like
Yeah.
it's kind of weird. I don't know if it's as reliable anymore as it used to be.
Yeah, I just looked up statistics regarding that. It says here an estimated 81% of people vote along the party lines that they are registered with, but only about 40 to 48% of the population at any given time is a registered voter. So
Well, damn. 40%, huh?
yeah, it says about
Yeah.
40 to 48%.
I think basically I don't remember if the last presidential election was the highest voter turnout, but it was one of the higher ones, and it was still only 65%, which is lower than it is in a lot of other countries.
How much was it? Can you repeat that?
65%.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
What was the highest voting turnout in U.S. history? Let's see.
Yeah, I do think it was Trump versus Biden.
Okay, I put U.S. history, and now they're gonna show me a graph of fucking like Peru, Uruguay, Turkey, and shit. Okay. Okay. What about America? Give me America. I want America. All right, fuck this shit. Jesus. I love how we have to have these two stats because of illegal immigrants. Fucking when about 47.5% of the voting age population and 51.8% of voting age citizens. Like, yeah, no shit. You can't fucking like, oh,
I can't vote Biden for anymore, man. He's out. He's out. I can't do it. Unfortunately, it's over. It's over.
Yeah, I think you're right. It looks like it was the 2020 election.
Yeah,
You
I'm
guys
pretty
hit
sure I
that on
heard
that?
something about that.
Isn't that why people also say that it was like faked and rigged because there's no way this many people came out to vote for Biden, even though
Yeah, people say that. Yeah.
even though I don't think people were actually voting for Biden. I think he's one of the most hated politicians that we've had. I think they were just voting against Trump. I think it was that simple. Also, social media played a huge part in that. They were like, we really cannot have Trump again. And there was a huge just anti-Trump push. And I think it just worked.
And
Yeah,
it
I
better
don't
fucking
disagree
work
with that.
again.
I don't know. I think it depends who they pick, dude. Kamala is less popular than fucking Biden. So, like, what are it's why he kind of fucked us over with that. It's just like, why would you pick it's like if you were to say Hillary Clinton. Like, obviously liberals will come up and down reasons why you should vote for Hillary Clinton, but like the thing is this, like, it's not going to work. The people do not want her. So I don't think Hillary Clinton can win it. I don't think Kamala Harris can win it. Newsom, maybe. I don't know. I wouldn't want fucking Newsom. Like, instantly, I can already see Trump talking up and down shit about California, like the most hated state in America.
Yeah.
Just like, it's not going to look good for Newsom. He can pay him to, like, Pete Buttigieg is the only, like, candidate I can now see after Maida fucking put him in my head that like is like known to me, who has any type of like sway that can actually pull this off. Either that, or they're gonna have to just pick a random nobody that nobody really knows. So that way we have like a fresh, like.
What about RFK,
like,
bro?
No.
They're not gonna fucking. Do
I mean, I'll probably end up voting RFK Jr. if they don't put up Pete, but I'm not.
Yeah,
I don't think he'll
same.
win.
I might do RFK just for the strong third party turnout. We might see something huge with third party this year. So
Oh, I'm doing it for the meme.
nice.
For them, you're
I
throwing
was-
away your vote for the meme, bro? Come on.
We need a
Yeah.
D's nuts. Remember D's nuts, man? Ah,
Do Nancy Pelosi. It's your only hope.
D's nuts. Voting turnout.
Have you heard the Nancy Pelosi rap? By the way, that shit's fire.
I don't think so.
Look at that. Look at that. D's nuts. 9%. 9% in North Carolina.
Hell yeah, brother.
That's fucking wild. Look at Hillary Clinton with their little 38% there. Not sure, 12%. I think not sure's just don't vote. Like, you can't convince me otherwise.
I don't
Yeah.
even know how to do this.
I think that if you're not sure between Hillary Clinton
I've been
and
watching
Donald
so
Trump,
much
then you
news
just like
that I think my
don't
mind's
vote.
going nuts. Because as of lately, you want to know who I would fuck? Nancy Pelosi.
Dude, I really
Someone
miss
tell that
these
granny to
nuts.
blow me. I'd take out her dentures, put them
The
on the dresser,
candidates.
slide off her panties and proceed. I'd whip out her knockers fast and start throwing uppercuts.
I don't know.
like
Is
a
there
boxing
anybody
bag.
else
I'd
that like can come out, Mida, that like
I'm making this an alert.
might?
Oh my
Any
God.
chance that they just fucking pick somebody random
Oh my
that hasn't been in the public, has no history of being hated or loved, just to be like, listen, vote for this random Democrat over Trump kind of deal?
I mean, I think they'll put people up just to give the illusion of choice, but I don't think they'll be serious about it. I think the DNC nomination will likely go to Kamala just because she has the Biden campaign money backing her. But I do think that they'll probably put up Pete and Newsom. I wish Pete had a better chance, but unfortunately, I think that if the DNC does give nomination and one like candidate does get supported, it'll likely be Kamala Harris.
Fuck.
Because Biden's definitely going to back her. The DNC is going to do whatever.
Biden already
Biden
did
says.
back her.
He already did.
Biden,
yeah.
Biden already here. He
Mida,
did.
what's your issue with Kamala, Mida? Why won't you vote Kamala, bro?
Oh, I just don't like Kamala. I'm just going to be honest here.
Okay, you like Trump?
I
You
just
like
don't
Trump?
like
You want to go there, buddy? It's a binary choice.
I don't like Trump either.
Oh, okay. Who do you like more?
RFK Jr.
That's not an option,
based.
bro. He's not gonna win. Hate to break it to you. He's not gonna fucking win. Okay.
Brainworm.
In the last election, I voted for someone who wasn't going to win, so I'm used to it.
Yeah. I wrote in Bernie's name. I was that.
I wrote in
committed to the-
Yang.
I did write in Yang
Oh,
as well
thanks.
at one point. But dude, Andrew Yang, what a disappointment now though. I still have the Andrew Yang was right jar that I need to put up on stream, but like he really disappointed me post election because like bro did so good. Like, okay, you weren't gonna win. What was this? This can't be happening. World famous Kirk Lazarus. Is this PBG? This sounds like a PBG name. But they're
I'm just
typing
I'm just
coherently.
curious for both of you. Do either of you think that Trump is morally fit for office?
No.
Morally?
Okay, do you think Kamala
No.
is morally fit for office?
I don't know
More
anything
morally.
about her policy positions, but I would argue probably, yeah. I would make
Yeah.
the claim that if I had to make an assumption, that she would be more likely to fall in line with moral standards that I uphold than Trump does.
But you
Do
won't
I
vote for her.
believe her to be better for the country? I'm going to say it's a toss-up. I think it's 50-50.
Well, she's definitely would be better for the country, but at one point you have to just stand up against the Democratic Party and just say enough is fucking enough, you know? Like I'm tired of them not listening to the people and putting up candidates that can't win and being very fucking lukewarm about policies and being a real pain in the ass to the will of the people. So it's like, yeah, the short game is
I'm
obviously
so
who's
deeply
better in
saddened.
this situation. The long game is if they lose again because of their mistakes, like the same mistake that they made with Hillary, will they start putting up more favorable candidates?
Oh, well, I hope so, but I think that's just me being optimistic. So I legitimately don't believe that the DNC will ever give the nomination to the most popular candidate with the people if they're not an establishment candidate, to be honest. I don't think the
okay.
odds of someone like Yang, Bernie, etc., ever being able to be viable for office is a real thing.
I'm just curious. What is a policy that like Trump supports that is so significantly better than anything Kamala would support that you're not going to back Kamala or whoever the
Well, I
Democratic nominee
wouldn't-
is?
I don't think that they're... Well, I don't know Kamala's policy positions, and I don't think anybody does to any extent because she's not been open about them. But I would say that there are things that I think that Kamala wouldn't do that Trump would do that are better as an outcome. So rather than attacking Trump's positions, I would rather just steelman Kamala's positions that I believe that she wouldn't do that Trump would.
Like what?
Yeah, sure. Like, we've obviously talked about this a little bit on the panel that both you and me were on a couple of days ago, where we talked about like certain contributions to Project 2025. Obviously, the vice presidential pick, J.D. Vance and Donald Trump have talked about things like getting rid of certain like abortion rates in the United States. They have talked extensively about things like cutting back Social Security. There have been talks about banning of pornography in the United States. There have been a couple of other things that are like I have problems with, but those are usually the major ones that I think of. And I don't think Kamala Harris would do any of those things.
You don't think Kamala Harris, like, let's say Kamala Harris had the had the House and Senate, do you not think that she would sign a bill protecting abortion rights? What, like?
I do think that she would, but I am not someone who is in favor of abortion in terms of absolutes, so I wouldn't agree with that regardless.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, who do you side with more on abortion, Trump or Kamala?
Oh, Kamala. Like, I would say it's
Okay.
definitely Kamala.
So shouldn't you want that person in office then for at least abortion? And then I should have written down. What else did you mention? You mentioned
The ban on pornography and cuts to like Medicare or Social Security, state aid, etc.
are you in favor of those Medicare cuts at all?
I am not. These are things that I would argue. This is I specified before I made this claim that these are things that I believe Kamala Harris would keep intact and that I would find good that Trump would not otherwise do.
Oh, all right. Okay. So like I'm just so I understand you might not know, like nobody knows any of Kamala's positions, but like I would just need what do you think Kamala's going to do better than Trump did? Like
Well, the things I just explained would be things that I think Kamala would be better on than Trump.
or,
But,
sorry,
um,
Boris,
I-
Boris. We were talking about
Oh.
better, Boris.
No problem. So I think that Kamala is a little bit of a wild card. There are specific things that I'm not going to make any claims as to the likelihood of certain things, but like I wouldn't put it past Kamala to co-opt like other positions of certain people who are like either running in the DNC or previously ran in the DMC. I wouldn't put it past her to increase taxes on things like non-electric or hybrid vehicles. This is something that I would oppose. I wouldn't put it past her to co-opt like talking points from people like Bernie Sanders about increasing the federal minimum wage flat, not through an incremental system, which would cause mass inflation. This is something that I would oppose.
Wait,
Let's think.
on the minimum wage thing, do you think, I'm pretty sure like the Democratic Party position is $15 minimum wage, right? Which
Correct.
I'm not a huge minimum wage guy, but do you really think that would cause mass inflation?
In states where the minimum wage is still in the $8 to $9 an hour range, yes, I think it would be detrimental to the long-term sustainability of the economies in those states, cause mass inflation, and it would probably undermine the labor force to some extent because people
Okay.
would probably make mass cuts to job positions.
So I'm not a huge fan of minimum wage. I think the inflation point is fair. I think the demand for labor is somewhat inelastic. So I don't think a $15 minimum wage at this point would push up employment that much higher. But I guess like something I would be concerned about for Trump, on the other hand, if we want to talk about inflation, is Trump's tariffs. 60% tariffs on all goods coming from China, and 10% from everywhere else. Tariffs are inflationary. They also hurt. Also hurt the workforce. Trump did a lot of deficit spending as well. He approved more. I mean, there's the meme graph. He approved more non-COVID 10-year debt than Biden did with his tax cuts, and then didn't really do anything to reduce spending. His tax cuts, by the way, it looks like probably did not have that big of an effect on the economic growth rate. Although they probably did increase wages to at least some extent.
Yeah,
and then
and I
a
don't
big thing I'd be
necessarily
worried about is you've read Project 2025. I don't know if this is specifically mentioned in there. Is Trump trying to in some way erode the independence of the Fed? I know Trump. The Wall Street Journal reported this. The Trump aides have drawn up a plan to try to erode the independence of the Fed. Like their plan literally included consulting the president on interest rate decisions, and considering Trump's record with urging the Fed to lower interest rates, I don't know why I would have any fucking faith that he wouldn't try to force Jerome Powell to lower the interest rate beyond what it should be.
Yeah, and I think that those are all very problematic things. But as I had stated before, even under the Biden presidency, we've seen sanctions on like tons of countries, including but not limited to Venezuela, that completely destroyed their economy in just a couple of years. I think that
on the Venezuela point
tariffs-
specifically, those sanctions were eased in exchange for Venezuela having free presidential elections, which are coming up on the 28th in 7 days. Those sanctions were then put back on Venezuela when they barred one of the opposition candidates from running. But there is I think they let a different opposition candidate run. So there is a decent chance now that Venezuela does end up becoming more democratic and those sanctions will be eased. I'm not a big fan of a lot of sanctions. I think they do probably hurt, these countries' economy, and they, obviously hurt the poor people there much more than any of the leaders. But I think it's fair to sanction a country that is committing whatever human rights abuses that we think they're committing, and then ease them once they stop doing them. Yeah.
I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I would also say that when it comes to things like voting rights, specifically in places like Venezuela, I would say the general idea of sanctioning someone because that they don't have fair or whatever arbitrary term of fair you use elections, when we're comparing that to the United States, seems a bit nonsensical or a bit silly in my book. Because the United States doesn't have fair, super democratic elections. We have a representative democracy that barely functions and obviously doesn't represent the will of the people. So I feel like there's some level of just virtue signaling that's going on there when we try to justify how we expect others to uphold elections or election standards. And the sanctions that have been imposed have been arguably just as drastic to some countries, especially places like Russia or other countries that we have sanctioned during the Biden presidency, that have caused inflationary rates in the United States or have put tons of tension on trade. A great example is Russia, for example. I know that there has been tensions on the gas and oil sector, specifically in some places in Europe who looked up to us to be able to try to regulate or reestablish things because we have a position of power over them with NATO. And that has also negatively affected the United States to some extent with how we trade with them. And we don't really have these sort of cut and dry absolutes where we can say, oh, did the positive outweigh the negative? Because there's so much going on behind the scenes that we as the public just don't get to know about in regards to how relations work, not just within trade, but within the entire political process. And this is why I say that Kamala is a little bit of a wild card in this regard, because we don't know if the things that she advocates for, the things that she may propose as a president, could be potentially more detrimental to the United States or the people of the United States than the things that Trump would propose, even if those things are also detrimental. It's just very hard to judge or scale these things without being able to put them into some form of logical application or to be able to means test them before making a claim about the outcome.
Okay, well, on the first thing, the sanctions on Russia, I agree they probably had some negative effects, but don't you think it was kind of fair to sanction Russia after they invaded Ukraine? Or do we think that wasn't fair?
We've invaded so many countries.
Okay, was that a good thing to do?
Well, no, but I think it's a little bit hypocritical to some extent, right? That we would go out of our way to try to economically damage a country for doing the very same thing we did. And this is one thing that I hate.
Well, it's not the very same thing we did. We invaded Iraq. We didn't invade Iraq to change borders. We invaded Iraq to get rid of Saddam Hussein. Whether you believe that was a righteous cause or not is a different thing. We invaded Afghanistan to try to get rid of the Taliban, who directly attacked us.
Putin invaded Ukraine in order to get rid of Nazis, if I remember correctly.
Oh, to denazify Ukraine.
Yeah, there were a lot of reasons that Putin
700
gave.
member Azov battalion,
Yeah, there were a lot of reasons Putin gave. There were 3 different speeches where he cited 3 different reasons for the invasion of Ukraine. It's I don't know how you would even try to approach the logic in that.
I think Russia's probably the place I'm most in favor of sanctioning. Venezuela definitely gets a lot harder. Iran, I know we sanction, or North Korea too. North Korea should probably sanction at least some of their shit. Iran, I think we had a decent Iran deal. I don't know the specifics of it, but I think the Iran nuclear deal was probably preferable to the Trump alternative, which was unilaterally withdrawing from that deal and then sanctioning Iran even harsher. They imposed more than 1,500 sanctions on Iran or foreign companies or individuals who did business in Iran. Yeah, after Trump withdrew from the Iran nuclear deal, he did a shit ton of sanctions on Iran. I somewhat understand the point of Kamala Harris being a wild card, just because she hasn't been super clear about her policies. But is Trump not a wild card too? Did anyone expect Trump to do some of the things he did? I don't even know some of Trump's policies on some things. There's Project 2025, but Trump said, "Oh, I don't know what Project 2025 is. I have nothing to do with it." Yeah, I don't know what Trump's going to do on most things. He hasn't been super clear on what he's going to do about about Ukraine. Even I think his position on Ukraine is just, oh, they wouldn't have invaded under me. Like,
Hey guys, Pete Buttigieg tweeted out. He said Joe Biden has earned his place among the best and most consequential presidents. Again, with the consequential fucking president thing in American history. I am so proud to serve under his leadership and thank you for his. I'm thankful for the unwavering focus. Blah blah blah. Right, like all that shit. But everybody's fucking calling for him to be VP to Kamala Harris, and he hasn't replied to any of that shit. But like,
if he was
it's
VP,
just
would
the-
you vote for Kamala then?
no,
I
Oh
I
don't
my
think
think
she'll
fucking
so.
die.
god, dude! Are you kidding me, bro?
I don't think
would
she'll die.
consider it.
so.
I would consider it, but I don't know if I would. I'm going to be honest. It would take. I would have to think on it more than just giving a direct answer.
I don't think I would. I almost certainly wouldn't, but I won't say it's 100% no. It's more like a 98%, 99.
Well, yeah, that's why I would say I could give you like a
Yeah.
soft answer and say like I would be more likely to vote for Kamala with a Pete Buttigieg vice president than I would without it. And I can't say for certain whether or not that would be enough to sway my vote, but it's definitely something that would give me something to think about.
Why do people think Kamala is gonna win? What the fuck is this? I'm seeing a bunch of,
I
like,
mean, I don't personally, but
what the fuck?
With their coconut.
Did they
pill,
honest-
just like me?
if they-
coconut army.
If they thought Kamala, if they wanted Kamala to be president, they would have just ran Joe Biden still. I don't like that's my only thing. Like I would be fucking dumbfounded if the convention fucking chooses. Like, here's the thing: there's a few things working against her. Like, let's just call it out as plainly as you can. She is a minority woman. All right, that's already like minus points in the American zeitgeist. Whether it's a direct bias against women and women of color, or a implicit bias, there is a bias against women, especially women of color in this country. So that already is like down points, like, right? So like, I don't know if they are going to take the
The
risk of
U.S.'s
the first
relationship with North Korea is already fucked. I don't
female
think it can
president,
fuck it
but then
anymore.
plus first female president of color. Like, there's so many fucking voters that are still racist
Okay, don't we
as
think
fuck.
like if they fucking skip over the vice president who is a black woman and then appoint a fucking white male, don't you think that's probably gonna make a few black women upset too in the Democratic base? Don't you think that's true? As
Yeah,
well?
but they'll still vote, unfortunately. Like,
Do you really
that's
think-
the
I don't know.
it's business. It's just fucking business, you know. They're
And
just
then
doing
also
business.
if they like the primary did happen. Obviously it wasn't the most democratic in most states. Like in North Carolina, it was Joe Biden or no preference. But people could have ran if they felt like it. Like you understand if they don't pick Kamala, they're tossing out those votes, right? They're saying, well, fuck you, we don't really care. We don't really care who you voted for. We're just going to do an open convention and choose whoever the fuck we want.
I want an open convention. I really do. I think it's more.
Do you think an
democratic
open
and-
convention is going to look good for the Democrats?
Yes, I
Um,
think no open convention will lead to a lot of hostility in the Democratic Party, and you're going to lose a lot of people. So
Wait, what? That's my point. What? It's going to lead to a lot of hostility in the Democratic Party.
hostility. A lot of people are going to be like, "Oh, well, you're forcing Kamala down my throat. You didn't give me an option. I have no say in this race. I'm not voting." I think a lot of people are going to abstain from voting just for this fucking
People
reason.
don't want to say in the race if it's an open convention and they just choose whoever. Like if they just choose Gavin Newsom.
Oh,
Why
I'm
not
sorry.
equally
Am
apply?
I might be fucking mistaken. Is open? I thought open convention you meant that like they had a quick little vote.
Well,
My
open
bad.
convention,
My bad.
I think is I think it technically would be an open convention if they pick Kamala, but open convention meaning there's an actual contest for who gets it, and the delegates who supported Biden didn't just all choose Kamala after he endorsed them.
Okay, yeah. Okay, then that is what I mean. Okay, you're confusing me now. I want them to fucking have to fucking fight for me. All right, I want them to fucking actually have some people to make the best case and present why they're the reason that they should be the nominee. That is what I want.
Right.
Because if that happens, it will not be fucking Kamala. And
What's
we
wrong
might
with Social
actually win
Security and
this.
Medicaid, bro? Medicare
I
is
just don't
awesome.
think a
So is
woman
Social
should be
Security.
president. I don't know. No,
Oh,
Oh my
man.
fucking
That's
god!
a
Oh my god!
That's a
No.
joke. I'm sorry.
No.
No.
No, I'm not gonna lie that I was looking at some Kamala stuff and I don't know. I'd vote for her. I like her. She's
I feel
alright.
Okay, I just don't understand throwing. I understand you might not like Kamala as the best, but it seems like you you agree with her on some things, on a decent amount of things, and I think Trump is insane. I think Trump is unhinged. Like, I don't understand throwing your fucking vote away for RFK, who's not going to win. It's not going to happen. Hate to break it to you. To not stop Trump from getting into office. Like,
Well, I mean, I already acknowledged that I don't believe RFK is going to win. I think that
okay, so you're
difference
throwing
is-
your vote away.
yeah, no, but I think that like it's I at
protest
least get
vote.
to say that I didn't like abstain from voting. Like this is the sort of problem that I have. If Kamala comes forward and talks about her policy positions, she talks about things that she wants, she lays out a plan, and I get to read that plan, which I will do, then I don't have a problem with voting for her if I agree with her based solely on the fact that I like her policy positions, but I don't like her. But as of right now, like I don't have that. And I don't know if she would ever provide that because it may be antithetical to her being able to win. There's just too many factors to determine whether or not I'm going to make an absolute statement right now. And this is why I say that it's even possible that her choosing Pete Buttigieg as a VP pick would cause me to maybe potentially want to vote for her. It's entirely possible, but I'm not going to sit down and, you know, have a 3-minute thought session, freaking goon sesh on Discord to determine whether or not I'm going to change my mind based on like a hypothetical.
I just don't. I can't. Like, Kamala Harris is a Democrat. She's probably aligned with most of what Democrats do. She was Biden's VP, probably aligned with most of what Biden did. I can't think of a policy difference that would like be substantial enough to get me to fucking throw away my vote.
You do realize most people didn't like
maybe I have
Biden.
Trump derangement syndrome, but like I don't know. I can't like what the fuck? Like I can't think of like any policy thing. Kamala Harris could be like, listen, I'm a pretty moderate guy. If Bernie Sanders was the nominee, I would fucking suck Bernie's dick, bro. I would do it. I don't care. Like,
I would do
Well, I
it
think
even
that's
though
where
he's
we
not
differ,
the nominee.
right? Like, this is gonna sound really weird, but other than people like, you know, Leggett Lanius and a couple of others here on Twitch, like, I'm not like super left wing like the people on this platform are. Like, I am a classical liberal. Like, I just like we're not gonna see eye to eye on like how we come to conclusions about things because like we don't fall under the same political sphere. But like again, I'm saying that I'm not going to be reckless with the statements that I make and like the obligations that I have to like specific candidates or like any party. Like it's entirely possible that like the RNC put up a candidate that I like better than any Democrat and I end up voting for them. I'm not going to sort of rule that out as a possibility. I think it's entirely possible. But
Okay,
the reality is that there's I mean, yeah, I could end up voting for Kamala. I could end up voting for RFK and doing the meme vote. Or I could just end up abstaining. Or I could end up voting for a random candidate who may pop up later on. It's just too early to tell right now.
I just okay, Mr. Classical Liberal. Okay.
Yeah.
Do we agree that Trump tried to overturn the 2020 election with his false electors?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And we're still considering voting for him. Sorry,
You're
not
just
voting against
testing
him, I should
legal
say.
theories.
Not
You're
voting
just
against him.
testing legal theories, guys.
It's legal
Come
theory.
on.
Even itself in a fucking
Listen.
meeting with Gregory Jacobs said was dog shit. I think it was Greg Jacob is his name.
Legal theory.
Wait, I want to
fucking
address
District Court of
that,
Columbia
though.
ruled against his legal theory before he even fucking did it, bro. In the Wisconsin voter case, it's a dog shit legal theory. If your legal theory is wrong, you're not off the hook for all the crimes you committed. Like,
Just a little legal theory, just a little.
okay,
Well, I
if
have
your
a
legal theory is
question, though.
wrong and you commit, if I commit a murder, if I fucking rape somebody, okay, and I say no, I think the law that says I wasn't allowed to rape this person is unconstitutional, and then the Supreme Court says no, actually, or in this case it was the District Court of Columbia says that law was constitutional. I'm not off the hook for fucking raping her. Okay, I'm still on the hook for raping her. I'm still a criminal.
Can we stop using that word, please, on Twitch? Like,
Holy
this-
shit.
Does Twitch not like
That's
that
a-
word?
They do not
That's
like
a
that
bad
word.
word.
Oh, okay,
That's a
my
bad
bad.
word on Twitch. Just say grape. Please just say grape.
Grape,
Like
yeah.
grapes. You like grapes. That's why everybody says the grapes. You gotta TikTok lingo. It's unalive.
Oh my god,
It's
I hate
grape.
the TikTok lingo. Oh my god, I hate it so much. Unalive grape. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. I
It
just
is
don't
dumb.
like.
Yep. Metron Esper even says like they came in first time chatter. Yep. Very bad word on Twitch.
Yep.
Why does Chris
Clipped,
not like that word?
clipped and shipped. You're done.
You're done.
Do people
You're
can
done.
clip that? I don't care.
Non non-font is fired. Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
Dude, I stream on every other platform too. I make everyone watches on Twitch, obviously, but
Fucking kick.
Not fun. Are you part of the Twitch elections? I can't remember. I'm announcing my party soon.
oh, you told me about them. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I am.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. I said
Okay.
it was interesting.
Talking about
Just
Twitch
make sure
election?
to. So we're gonna be so a bunch of streamers, Red Radius, Legate, Casey, me, other people are doing Twitch elections plus a Twitch awards thing, where we're gonna have people vote on a Twitch candidate and a VP, not off of their political opinions, though you can calculate political opinions, but you're voting in who's best for the entertainment of the Twitch platform, pretty much like.
Oh.
For 2024, right? And their VP, and everybody's gonna come up with like their own party name and shit like that. Like my party is now officially the Cactus Party.
I have a question.
Yeah,
So like the vice president, they're not voted for. That's an appointed position, right?
yeah,
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's right.
yeah. So you're gonna you're gonna be voting for the person, but the person's gonna have a VP agreement in this, and yeah. So you're voting for the person, and the person's choice of VP is just that's gonna come. Like I have two names. I won't say the names yet, but I've approached two people to be
Thanks
my
for
VP
following
for
me,
this.
I've
So-
seen you in chat. I've just.
But
been-
yeah,
I've
so
been
just
ignoring.
like create some AI
Also
banners,
chat.
like a
As
political
I'm in
party,
this
some
panel.
slogans and stuff like that. We're thinking end
This
of
is not a project.
end of the
25
month, doing
25
the
stream, by
first
the way.
like
I haven't
major
done a ton
panel
of reading
debate
Project
for this.
2025. I've been just doing more reading on.
Just depends on like how
Jan
wild
6
the
stuff
news is. Obviously,
for the
like
last-
major news comes first, but if
last
things
few
calm
days.
down from where it is right now, you can expect this to be able to like fit in like one little silly day to like all talk about what we brought to the Twitch platform and why to vote for us, and announce our party names and stuff like that, and we'll announce like full on rules.
Oh. Harris could choose Biden as their VP, huh?
True.
I
would vote for that.
I
Hell
don't
yeah.
think that's. I don't
Harris
think-
Biden? No.
I mean, she could. There's nothing stopping it. But
Yeah, but I don't think she. I mean, he just stepped down, in pretty much. Or
Yeah,
he stepped
you could
down
choose
from
The
the
only
Obama.
way,
Yeah.
the only way I could see her doing that is if like it was her only chance at winning. If there was polls showing that people would only vote for her if she chose Biden as BP.
If Biden really believed in Kamala, he would resign and let Kamala take over.
I don't
You
think he knows what's going on.
Yeah.
maybe my
I'm
door.
going to be honest. I would hate to say this because it plays into a lot of really dumb talking points, but I legitimately think right now he's kind of just checked out. He's like, I'm tired. I'm old. I want to go sit on a beach and
Okay,
enjoy
I
my
don't care.
retirement for what I have left of my life. And he's just letting people make decisions for him. And as of right now, he's just like, all right, I finally got out of it. I'm done. I don't have to do anymore. I'm good. So if he got sucked back into this, he would need a really good reason to get invested in it. And that reason would only, in my opinion, it would probably only be if Kamala had no way of being able to win other than if her polling numbers went up if she chose Biden as VP.
Harris' choice for VP is going to be very critical for this. Yeah, I mean, if she chooses Pete, we're in a good spot, I guess. A better spot, I should say. I don't know how like good it's going to be for her though. Like it's kind of wild that they're going this direction. Like this is just kind of just all a wild, unprecedented situation that all started because they hated Bernie. This all started because they hated Bernie.
Yeah, and I think this also touches a little bit on the fact that Kamala had a lot of unpopularity even as a VP pick for Biden. Like a lot of people who were like typical Democrats, not even like your average run-of-the-mill leftist, during like the Black Lives Matter movement, were hating on Kamala Harris, calling her Cop Mala, and saying how they didn't like her, and even as vice president. So like, I don't know how that would affect her run as president, or if people even remember that that's a real thing that happened.
Oh yeah.
Convicted
I mean, I was
1,500
there, I was
people with,
alive.
like marijuana possession or something. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I don't mean like you were there and alive, because it seems like people just conveniently forget like political events or things that they advocated for like 6 months after the thing was done.
It's over. It's Jover. Oh, I did wake up to a bunch of liberals very sad face right now, saying they're saying it's over. Like even fucking liberals are like, Kamala means that we lose. Like I popped into Red Radius. Hey, what's up, Casey? Did I call it? Did I call it
I don't know. I don't think you called
last
it.
night?
wrong
Last
wing.
night. Come on.
You said like you thought that things could change and
that was one of the
Trump
things
could
I said.
lose.
I said that I said Biden could literally
And so
just
look-
drop out at any
1 minute
time.
out, I have
Literally last night.
kosher salt,
Yeah,
fresh
I wouldn't
brown
call it.
pepper.
I wouldn't say it was a call out. You know, I wouldn't say you called that. I think unfortunately I'll have to give some credit to PPG, who's been going off on it for a few days. Something about yeah. Anyway.
I mean,
you can't give credit to PPG, because PPG says he's going to drop out every day, and then when he finally
Yeah.
drops out, he's like, "Look, I was right."
I don't
said
want to
that-
give him credit, but he's been saying it. So I mean,
I have
but
too.
the
What
idea
the
that
fuck?
he didn't.
Predicted
No, hold on.
100 out of
The idea
past
that
one dropouts.
that he didn't call the day or whatever. That
Yeah,
doesn't mean anything.
exactly.
And okay, you didn't call it. You said it could happen. Of course, it could happen. No one said
Bro
it
Yeah,
wouldn't.
but I
bro
made
also said that-
11,500
I also said that he would
statements
drop
as
out
to
by
an
the end
event
of
over
the
the
month.
past
So,
year,
like,
and
what are
then
you
when it
fucking-
finally happened, he said,
Why
"Look,
does
I'm
he-
right."
He's in
Like
theory
I've literally
on time
been
now.
saying that
We're
he'll
in
probably
theory
drop
fine.
out by the end of the month. That so like I don't see how that doesn't count, especially since last night I kind of doubled down that like, hey, I wouldn't call it over for Trump, and specifically said whether it's a second attempt at assassination or just Joe Biden being able to drop out at any moment now.
You're optimistic about something changing, but it's not like you called out that he was going to drop out.
I said he would drop out by the end of the month, so it's
Okay.
not the end of the month though. But I said it would be by the end of the month, and it's before the end of the month. So why does PPG get a fucking?
No. I don't know if you might have said that at some point. It wasn't your main point. You weren't going out on a limb saying. You might have said it at some point. We'll check the tape. I swear to Christ, I'll check the tape. But I don't think you were making a declaration of.
No, I didn't
you
make a
something was-
declaration last night that
Oh.
he's going to drop out. I'm saying that my position
didn't.
on Biden dropping out, since like the conversation is brought up, is that it's going to happen before the end of the month.
Okay, whatever. It's fine. No one was calling it like PPG was calling it. Yeah. He's wrong about stuff, but he's right about this. Blah, blah. I mean, he's been going hard on it. So yeah.
Yeah, but he's just been
Yeah.
saying it every day. As
I know, but it's okay that he didn't get the day right. That's
But
okay.
also, if you want to credit PPG, you need to discredit him as well, because he has literally been glazing Biden for the past 3 months, saying that you should vote for Biden no matter what. And now you don't even have that option.
I'm constantly discrediting him. So
Well, that's because
Check-
he's very
check
easy
box
to
there.
discredit.
though, I think you'll be proud, Casey. I pulled a U and I 180'd on my position on like voting Democrat just because Namfon pissed me off again.
Oh my god. I want to
Like,
shoot myself.
literally- Yesterday, I was telling Casey in Legate
you.
why voting Democrat is probably necessary to avoid Trump packing the Supreme Court. But like the moment I hear non-fun talks, the moment I want fucking America to just fucking fail. Like when I realize like people like this exist in America, I'm just like, maybe we deserve Trump. Like if like people are okay with Biden and Kamala and think this is a good presidency, like that, like it's like fuck it.
presidency, bro. I'm trying to pretend. I think we saw a lot of good things out of Biden. Okay, I think the huge infrastructure bill that Trump tried to pass for 4 years and he couldn't fucking do it. The Chip and Science Act. He's the only one to ever actually
That was
bring
just a
American
corporate
manufacturing
fucking
back home.
giveaway. That was a corporate
What do you
giveaway.
mean? Look at the
$60
real
billion.
spending in construction.
Hold on,
You're wrong.
$60 billion to Intel,
Absolutely.
who made a net profit,
$60 billion
who made a net
didn't do anything.
Whoa,
profit
whoa, whoa,
$20
okay, I'm
billion
moderating.
dollars
Hey, wait,
the
I'm
year
moderating
before.
this now.
U.S.
Hey, non-fun, shut the fuck up. All right, non-fun, you're gonna go first, and then Casey gets a reply. Do 1 point at a time. All right, go.
Yeah, if you look at I have the graph somewhere. The U.S. real manufacturing construction spending is very clear that this did bring American manufacturing back home. Why don't I have image perms? Can I not send images here? Okay, I can send it in
Can you
general.
not? I can give you
Um,
the permission if you don't. You should have it though.
I have it in general. Yeah, I mean, like, it's pretty clear. Real manufacturing spending is up. It was in exactly the industry we needed to be in, which is the computer chip stuff. Because that's what Taiwan controls, and that's what's really scary. If if any shit goes down there, yeah.
Yeah, you have the permission now. For some reason,
okay.
okay. Casey, you
So
go now.
first of all, if Intel wants to invest in its own infrastructure, it can. It made in 2022. It made in net profit $20 billion. That's the fucking. That's their bottom line. That's all after all the fucking things. That's all the fucking things. Their CEO got paid $200 million that fucking year. The idea of them getting a fucking $60 billion fucking giveaway, and that's on the low end. There was all kinds of weird shit in there. Not strings. Oh, don't hear what I'm not saying. There weren't fucking strings attached. No, sir. In fact, if you look at fucking what Intel did last year, well, they laid off 10,000 fucking employees, 10,000 motherfuckers, and then they fucking went ahead and announced that their fucking next chips will be made by TSM. That's right. That's right, motherfuckers. Note that was just a huge fucking corporate giveaway that no one was sitting around Washington like, well, we really need fucking to give these some of these richest companies the whole world. We need to give them some more money so they'll no one was thinking that this is a good idea. That's not how Washington works. They get paid to do things for the companies that pay for their elections, and this is what. And the more things you do like this, then like next time it's like AMD is going to be like, well, why would we fucking invest in our shit? When we'll just fucking lobby instead. We'll have taxpayers pay for it, and then we'll reap all the fucking benefits. Do not fucking put the fucking chips bill on your fucking do good things list, for the love of Christ. 10,000 layoffs this in 2023 from Intel. Thanks guys. Yeah, fuck
Thanks,
off.
Obama.
Your point that
Thanks, Obama.
Intel could invest in their own factories if they want to. The problem is they didn't fucking want to because it was cheaper everywhere else. That's why we subsidized them to create an incentive for them to build shit here. And then guess what? They did build shit here.
You know where
can
they
look at the
announced
graphs
that
I
they were going to
sent.
build
The-
their new shit?
The new chips
where they were
are in
gonna-
Taiwan, but also look at the fucking graph.
no.
There's obviously a big jump in computer, electrical construction spending, adjusted for inflation. Even like
They announced a huge. They announced that they've gone back a little bit on this, so it's not. But they announced like 4 months ago that they would be building their next big factory in Israel.
oh well, they
What a
always done
fuck
stuff
you!
in
What a
Israel, yeah.
fucking shot in the dick. Look,
Wait,
there
I
was
don't even
no
care about
strings
Israel's our
attached.
ally. We
No,
have
no,
a
no.
free trade deal with Israel. Good. What? Like what? That's better than China or Taiwan.
Okay,
Wow.
taxpayers are paying to more subsidies for
Taxpayers
Israel.
are
Let's
in-
go.
Oh my god, bro. That's not a subsidy to Israel.
What do you mean? We gave $60 billion to a company that didn't fucking need it at all. So
What do you
so
mean didn't do it?
and if they were
You
smart,
said they didn't want to do it. Oh my god.
there were no strings attached. By the way, there was no fucking strings. There's like, we give you this, you do this, you make sure to do this. No fucking strings. And then no strings. Guess what they do? Whatever's fucking best for them.
Bro.
Not for the
I don't,
American
like,
people.
I'm
I thought you believed in capitalism, motherfucker. This isn't fucking
W,
capitalism.
to be honest.
None of this is fucking
What?
capitalism. This is fucking crony
okay,
capitalism.
you-
This is fucking
true.
social welfare for corporations. Or social
True,
welfare. This is welfare
babes.
for corporations.
I think we
this is-
needed to onshore some of the chip stuff because of the national security threat posed by the whole China-Taiwan situation, okay? So I think that's why it's good to incentivize companies to build shit over here, which is what Biden did. That's
Yeah,
what
but
the Chip
they
and
could
Science
have
Act
just
did.
said all of it had to be here, right? They didn't have to go to,
That's
Israel.
a lot more
or anywhere.
inefficient than just subsidizing the building of it here. That creates a lot more deadweight loss.
Well, but the thing you just said was like, this is good so that we'll build it here. And then the next thing you said was like, well, it might be bad to build it here. Well, what do you...
But think on the
That's what you
margin,
just did.
dumbass.
You just did that.
There's
You just
obviously
did that.
some.
You
It's
just did that.
obviously a lot better. Oh my god, you don't understand marginal. Okay, it obviously is gonna create a lot less deadweight loss to just incentivize companies to build shit here, the stuff they want to build here, than it is to just force them to build all of it here.
We're giving them money Supposedly,
yes,
like
that's
I think you
incentive.
just said.
Congratulations. Yes, incentivize. Yes, people respond to incentives. Welcome to
No,
economics.
no, we're
yes,
giving them
woohoo.
money regardless. There's no strings. There's no
Incentives.
strings. And this is so, and actually Intel's been doing this for a while. That's why they're pretty mid right now. They rely on government protecting them. They in the 2010s they basically they were cutting R&D. They didn't give any fucks. They relied on big deals with like Dell and other like companies to like only buy their chips. They've been doing the if the government weren't helping like Intel and other fucking corrupt corporations, then Intel would have to fucking fend for itself. It is an American company, like and like them not being able to make the type of chips that fucking TSM does, like that is a fucking issue. But the problem isn't fucking for taxpayers to pay for it. And if taxpayers are paying for it, and we fucking get a cut, we get a cut. You want money? We get a cut. Shit, we get a fucking piece of the company. That's how it works. Like fucking the idea that taxpayers are going to pay off like subsidies for some of those richest fuckers in the world. How could you possibly conceivably be okay with that?
It seems like you agree that there is a need here to like onshore some of these things, some of this manufacturing,
which the CHIPS bill didn't guarantee.
You can look at the manufacturing spending. Again, look at a graph. The spending jumped in exactly the place it needed to.
Yeah, is it Intel's?
Some of it is in Intel's. Micron is announcing $40 billion investment. Qualcomm and Global Foundries are announcing a new partnership that includes $4.2 billion to manufacture chips and expansion. Yeah, like not all of it was Intel's. I don't know why we care about just Intel, but
they got the biggest chunk. No, if you are a capitalist, then you should not be for like subsidizing these huge companies with taxpayer money.
Bro, open economics textbook and go to the free trade section, and one of the first thing it says is an argument against free trade is national security. This is obviously a national security issue. I'm not think on the margin, bro. I'm not capitalism at all costs. Like,
so we already have national security. It doesn't matter. Like what is national security worth? Like we already spend
the problem
$1
right
trillion
now is I think the big
a year.
Deal is if
we spend
China
$2 trillion
Taiwan,
a year. Oh, if it's for national security, and maybe we should have fucking writ TSM a huge fucking check, and then they'll move their actual large operations over here. Maybe we should fucking bought Taiwan for Christ's sake. I don't know. Probably costs like 10 trillion. I'm just throwing shit around. Maybe. Probably buy Taiwan.
I don't think that would be war with China.
That would be war.
Wait,
hey, who's
Intel
next?
has...
Who's next?
wait,
Nvidia. We got AMD. Microsoft. Apple. Who's next? Who's my? National security. National security. Who's next? Who wants it? Oh, fucking Christ.
Tina, it seems like you agree with the principle that there's some national security concern here. Also, I'm pretty sure Intel did agree to invest money. Intel chips factory, U.S. Arizona's Intel's main. Okay. Oh, they are building more.
So we're all coconut build? Cool.
It's true.
So I'm going to ask a few questions here for Non-Fon and Casey. Non-Fon, I would like you to break down how you think this is more beneficial to have part of it offshored and how that trickles down to Americans and how it's benefiting us to have it offshored. So that's the first question, and will be for you, and then I'll ask questions for Casey.
Wait, how do I think it's benefiting us to have it offshored or onshored?
Yeah, offshored. You were saying that it's better that
I think it's probably better to create a subsidy to incentivize companies to just build here than it is to just outright ban producing it offshores.
Yeah. Well, Casey, isn't that kind of what you were saying, or am I confused here? Because it sounded like you were saying that that if we're going to be paying for it, that at least it should have had the condition of being built here. Yeah, or no?
that
They
and
did build some of it here.
a share in the company. There's no fucking free money. You want you
Well, it's
need
not
money? We got it. It's literally what do they pay? They paying it back?
The American people get a huge benefit because now all the chips aren't being produced in Taiwan, which might not even be a fucking country.
What's my benefit?
Like, your benefit,
benefit?
is that
I don't get
now,
any benefit.
if China blockades or invades Taiwan, if there's some instability there, that means you don't have to pay
Yes.
20x as much for your next fucking 4090 graphics card, so you can jack off to the 4K hentai shit.
I'm not buying an Intel fucking graphics card. Fucking pieces of shit. Couldn't fucking pay me to have one of those pieces of shit.
It's not just it's the
Okay,
chips,
you're
it's the
just being
semiconductors
that,
that are in
that's just coming
everything.
from a salty place.
That's a true fucking story.
That's coming from a salty place. Come on.
It is. Also, fuck Intel for so many fucking reasons.
I like Nvidia. Nvidia's kind of cool.
Me too.
Kinda cool.
Yeah. Plug a little weird, but he's chill. You know.
But it
and
seems
we
like
don't
you
even
two kind of agree
we don't
on
even.
it. Then.
I mean, no. So we don't even control it. So Nvidia is like a Japanese company, right? And they have their shit built in Taiwan and by the TSM, or it makes the chips themselves or whatever. But so it doesn't matter that like we don't control Nvidia directly, but we do pressure them to not sell their chips to they could sell them to China, but not for their weapons or whatever. The America does not need to like secure a factory in the US, like even if that's what they were doing in order to like secure that we have the chips or whatever. Yeah, like we're the fucking hegemon. We're the fucking big dogs. We pressure these fucking companies to like to do what we want anyway.
So wait, where are you getting the 60 billion from? Just because I see on Intel's website it says 8.5 billion. This is in.
Oh shit! No, 60 is a low. You can go up to 100 depending on how you calculate it. But
Well, I mean,
I don't know. I don't want to pull up articles. I just from my memory. I'm gonna go with like 80% positive. 890.
Trust me, bro.
What?
I mean,
am I
everything I
supposed to
said
get the
says
source? Fine,
8.5 billion
fine.
to Intel,
Fine.
but it could be more. I don't know.
I was just teasing Casey. I'm sorry.
I'm
Why not
finding it
support-
now. Fine.
Wait, so non-fun. What do you have a problem with what Casey is saying then? If like a lot of what you agree, is it the ownership part?
I mean, I think there's obviously you need to onshore some of this stuff because of the huge national security concern. I think just worrying about a company getting money is not a valid thing to worry about if it has benefits to us, which I think it clearly does. But
Casey, you're talking about onshoring, yes or no? Because it sounded like you were talking about onshoring. Like you said, it was
I mostly don't care.
You mostly don't.
I don't think
care.
it matters that much.
Then why was that your earlier point? Because one of your first points was that we offshored it.
Well, if that was one of the things that was supposed to not happen, but it did happen. So that was so in fact the fucking the CEO, this cocksucker, goes on to like MSNBC like while they're like negotiating the bill and like actually fucking like threatening to like leave if it doesn't pass. Like, we'll just fucking leave it. It doesn't pass. We're just gonna leave. You know, that kind of shit. Like every company could literally do that. Then we'll just have with the taxpayers just be like, oh, we'll pay it. Like we gotta pay fucking Amazon. We don't want to lose Amazon. We don't want to lose Apple. Like all the companies are all threatening to leave. We better just fight. No, we're America. If you want to build somewhere else, guess what, motherfucker? We're gonna fucking tax the shit out of you. We're gonna tariff your ass. You want to fucking import the chips? Tariffs, motherfucker. It's not the fucking carrot that you give them. It's a fucking stick.
What?
That's American fucking company. Yeah.
do we think tariffs are going to be better than just
I don't know what
subsidizing
company
companies?
Yeah.
I-
Yes. The stick,
Okay.
motherfucker.
Okay.
Somebody sent
Wh-
me
why not?
a Twitter post claiming that Kamala isn't eligible to be the president of the United States. So I want to read that real quick as a little break. It says here that the 12th Amendment provides no person constitutionally ineligible to the office of president.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
I'm just gonna read the highlighted part. Let's see. Her father was and is a Jamaican national. Her mother was from India, and neither was a naturalized U.S. citizen at the time of Harris's birth in 1964. That, according to these commentators, makes her not a natural-born U.S. citizen, and therefore ineligible for the office of the presidency, and hence ineligible for the office of vice president as well. Wait, was she born? She had to have been born in the States, right? That would make her inherently.
I would,
Yes,
I think
she was
if you were
born in
born in, I don't know.
This calls into
Maybe we'll
question
get
the
another
actual
fucking Supreme
reality
Court
of things.
case.
If she's ineligible for office of vice president, how is she the vice president?
Yeah,
right
how
now?
is she the? Yeah. I want to see where she was born real quick.
It says it right there, Oakland.
Yeah, my bad. I was reading. I wasn't looking there. I was looking here, right where it says all the info. So I was like,
She's
oh.
gonna tell me.
And I was going from the bottom because I saw nationality, and I was like, okay, American, okay, education, party, blah blah blah, and I was working my way up. But yeah, Oakland, California. Well, that basically makes her not American. So let's. I agree with this. I think anybody born in California should not be allowed to run for president.
Yes.
Strictly off of
It-
principle.
They're just pulling the same thing that they did with Obama.
It feels a little different because
It's just
Obama's
racism.
was that he's a Muslim, that it's fake. His birth
Yeah,
certificate,
that.
something about the birth certificate. I think they want to say it was just like Obama because he was black and racially Muslim and racially Muslim. I like that. And they recycle it, but it just works less. Yeah. Wasn't there like a Republican that was like born in Puerto Rico? That was like.
Really?
Let me
Well, I
see.
think Puerto Rico, you still that would count as naturalized, right? I would assume.
Was there a Republican today who was Puerto Rican? Oh. I'm gonna have to look deeper into it. Presidential. Actually, I probably put American presidential candidates born in Puerto Rico. It's gonna take a bit to find this, but whatever.
Wow.
Anyway.
I'm seeing reporting that Donald Trump donated to Kamala Harris's reelection campaign.
Yeah, he did.
as
Yep.
Yeah,
Attorney
we already
General.
covered that
Oh, that's crazy.
in 2011. Yeah, that was the year.
Wow. Yeah.
Why is this so wow? People are acting like he isn't all over the place, like politically, before he ran for president.
Was he?
Like, yeah, he his first time running for president, he ran as a third party candidate, and when he was voting, while he does majoritively vote for Republicans, there's a huge swath of Democratic and third party votes that he casted, like a lot, like not like a one off, not like a second, like we're talking like 8-9 times.
Right.
So. It's not unusual for Trump. But anyway, back to Casey and Non-Fon's beef here. What was the next point, Non-Fon? Past it sounds like you've hit a
I think
point
the
of
first thing I said was the infrastructure bill, and then I don't know. I said the Chips and Science Act after that. But I think the infrastructure bill was mostly good. I don't know if we are going to disagree on that, but
I disagree.
you disagree that it was mostly good.
It had good stuff in it, but also it had a lot of giveaways. The companies, so
well, who do
But
you
you
think
think
builds
it-
the infrastructure? What do you mean give away to company, bro?
All right, Casey. So do you think it was more good or more bad? Would you rather have had it to pass or whether it just didn't?
yes,
pass?
it was better. It passed.
Okay.
Okay.
So next thing, but a lot of caveats to that. So it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows as Non-Fon is putting it. So
Yeah, it
non-fun.
was
Oh, go ahead.
similarly like it's the I think there was some stuff with like the cable companies. They're like, look, we're giving internet to people who didn't have it, but that we're just building building the fiber for these large internet companies. And by the way, and once we start doing that, and we've been doing it for a while, again, it's the same argument. It's like then they'll just won't do it. They'll just wait until the government does it. It's the same shit. So, and then there was, I think, I remember the money for
I remember this gonna happen in my
the
state.
solar
They
panels
just-
was I mean was too much, and it was a
Wait,
huge giveaway. I mean,
What do you think giveaway?
what?
Do you think we should be incentivizing people to use solar? Oh my god, this is a hard question for
yes.
you, really? Okay, great, we did that. Great, and also,
Yeah,
what do you mean what's your issue with the fiber optic stuff? I remember this because it literally happened in my state, in North Carolina. I think they gave us like $3 billion to build fiber optic cable to fucking rural parts of North Carolina where people didn't have internet before. What's the issue with that? That companies would then, I guess,
Because
wait
we've been
until the
no. Yes, we've been doing that for a while. We've been subsidizing it for. They just won't build the fiber until there's enough of complaints, and then because and then the government will build the fiber for the companies. Like, oh, here's the fiber. Here you go. We'll pay for it. Now here's some more new customers for you, and we'll pay the bill, and you get the profit. There needs to be like we'll do this, but then we get part of the revenue, or it can't just be fucking giveaways all over the place. If you think it's like, oh, it's better for America, that's why they're doing it. That's not why they're fucking doing it. It's because they were fucking lobbied to do that shit. That instead of spending money on fucking fiber, these companies just spend money on the fucking lobby because that's fucking, it's way more better bang for buck. That's where we're going with this shit. Taxpayers is like float all the bills and get none of the fucking profit.
what do you mean another profit? Do you not think? Okay, I can half understand a point of, oh, well, these companies might just wait until the government tells them to do it or gives them a subsidy to do it, but like there definitely are benefits to it. There are people in North Carolina that didn't have internet before, and now they have nice fancy fiber optic internet. Like, that's not a giveaway. That's government giving a company something in exchange for the company doing something good.
Does the company still profit, non-fun? Like, I mean, they're charging still after that, so it just subsidizes
it's a subsidy.
what
You
the
give them an
investment would have
incentive.
been. Yeah.
The issue is there are probably places in all over the country, but in North Carolina, I think that's where the majorities went, where there are people there can't afford fiber optic internet, so there's no incentive to build it because the people there can afford it, or the networks required to build would just be too much for the low amount of people there, and we provide an incentive for them to build it with money, so that those people
You mean
can
pay
have internet.
for it? You mean pay for it? Yeah, I mean it's good that they have internet.
Pay
There's
for
other
it,
ways
an
to get internet,
incentive,
but
yes.
but the thing that you're arguing now is that, like, I mean it's so extremely inefficient to build these things. It's good the government did it with
It's a
taxpayer
natural
money.
monopoly.
And hey, and again, if we're gonna fucking build the fiber, then these companies, then we get fucking half the profit from these fucking places. Something like that. It can't just be fucking all giveaways and nothing ever comes back. It can't just be benefit to the company at taxpayers' expense. I mean, the taxpayers, some farmer, some out there somewhere. I mean, yeah, we're paying for their fucking fiber. I mean, but we're doing it so the companies can profit off them. So
I'm fine.
We're
Do
doing
you
it
think
for
companies
so the
are
companies
taking?
can profit.
Wait, do you think the companies are taking advantage of this at all, non-fun?
I would be more willing to say that with like a lot of military contracts. I think there definitely is a lot of shit there. I haven't seen much evidence of that being the case with a lot of these other things. I don't really think so now.
Would you consider the possibility of being incentivized, as Casey said, to wait and hold off to these things if they're like slim profit margins to them, or that it would take a little bit to recoup that? Wow, that if we hold off, we can just subsidize it through the government. You don't find that being like a more prevalent thing that they could take advantage of through this model?
I think that's less prevalent than the alternative case of them just not having the upfront capital to build these things, to provide internet to people who need it. Like, I think that's probably less prevalent than that.
I have an
Yeah,
alternative proposal of that, though.
I hope it's
What if the
I hope
United
it's-
States government or the Fed
Or
just
companies.
said, hey, how about this? We cut you a loan for the amount of money necessary to do the infrastructure project, and then you pay it back over time. This wouldn't cost the taxpayer any money, and it
Is that
wouldn't
what-
simultaneously take money out of like the Fed. So
Isn't that what
like,
Obama did with Tesla? Just to clarify, or no?
Yes, there.
Okay.
Well, I'm not 100% sure if that's exactly how it worked out, but I know that we do this for a lot of things. We use the government to give out grants or loans that are then paid back over a certain period of time. But like in this specific circumstance, it just seems like the corporate interests were higher. They didn't want to eat the cost in the short term for knowing that they could still use the long-term investment to be able to benefit from these things because the fiber lines are already established and they have customers that are willing to buy that internet as a result of that, where they already have an established natural monopoly because there wasn't any other internet service providers that were prevalent in the area or were able to match them on the speeds that they were able to provide with new fiber cables. So it just seems like it's corporate greed that is otherwise like the question here, right? Like, why couldn't the government have given them a loan that then they would
But
pay back?
you'd have to give them you'd still have to give them a preferable loan with a lower interest rate than what a private bank would give them, because I'm assuming there's private banks also willing to finance these things if they can turn a profit. But the issue is there aren't enough people there for it to be worth it, or the just upfront cost of building all this isn't worth it to provide to all these fucking poor people in Appalachia. Like, you'd have to give them a preferable loan, so it would still cost the taxpayer money. Maybe you could argue less if it was just a loan with a lower interest rate than what a private bank would have given them. But
The three largest internet providers in it's Charlotte. I was in North Carolina, whatever. AT&T, Google Fiber, and a company called Spectrum was
Spectrum's pretty good.
$2.3
Pretty
billion company. These aren't companies that are strapped on cash.
you say there aren't strapped on cash, but I agree with you. I'm sure they have a lot of profits, but sometimes they can't justify doing a project that has a super high upfront cost, which fiber optic cable laying is. It's a natural monopoly thing. When the incentive to do it is so low because there's so few people, or the people there are so poor.
So then wouldn't you argue from that point that it is the obligation of the government to provide the necessary infrastructure to make internet available to these people? Why not just cut out the middleman and do it yourself?
Because the private companies can probably do it more efficiently than the government can do it. That's the reason. The private companies already have all the research and development there.
What makes you say that?
The fact that there's competition in these markets. Now, that gets complicated with natural monopolies, but...
Well, okay, question. Why, if a corporation needs to make a profit and they have to design everything around being a profit incentive motive, how is that more efficient than a government that just needs the money to fund the project and has
we give them subsidies so that they don't have to make a profit. That's the point of a subsidy. This ordinarily wouldn't make a profit, and now we give them a subsidy, so it is worth it for them to do it.
So they can make profit.
Yeah, so they can make
exactly. Yes.
But if you just fund the government instead of funding the private enterprise who still needs to make a profit, then I mean you're funding a direct cost only to like make it, not the cost plus need to make a profit. And you see the benefits.
Like the costs are probably going to be lower for the private company because they already have the knowledge and all this shit. They have the research and development there. They've done it before. They have an incentive to charge the least amount that they can for labor. They have all these incentives to reduce cost, at least if it's not a cost plus basis. That's the issue with the cost plus government contracts. The company already has all these incentives to do it as cheaply as possible. Like,
how many service providers are you live around North Carolina?
Yeah, I live in North Carolina.
You have an option of who you pay for cable internet?
No, it's a natural monopoly, so no, you don't get that, of course. Yeah.
Well, why wouldn't
it's a
the
natural
government
monopoly,
own all of
government does regulate natural monopolies. They regulate.
Not
They
regulate
it.
Why wouldn't we expropriate? Why wouldn't we expropriate it? They're making us pay
It
for the fibers
depends.
anyway.
I don't like necessarily have a huge issue with nationalizing natural monopolies, but
Yo, got him. Let's move on. Let's go.
What?
Let's do
Wait,
no
what do you
buts
mean got
there.
him?
Let's
That was
go.
my
Oh
point.
my god!
Okay, I know.
You just
I know,
referenced
I
my
know, I know.
previous point.
Okay.
What?
You mean our
I was
point,
surprised.
comrade? Our point.
No, I'm not a communist. That's just you.
Oh my
You
god!
are now, baby.
Okay, I don't have a huge issue with nationalizing natural monopolies, but I think it's probably better, just in some cases, to either price cap them or regulate them in some way. I think a company, not the government, doesn't have as much of an incentive to lay the fiber optic cable as cheaply or as efficiently as a private company does. Also, there are cases where a private company could compete for contracts to do these things. Like, yeah.
Have we hit a wall on this one and moving to the next point?
I'm over it. We should probably stop giving $1 billion companies huge fucking subsidies.
Oh my god.
But they deserve it.
Okay, so what was good?
No, it's not that they
for-
deserve it. It's that even though they're $1 billion company, $1 billion company can't waste throwing money into a trash pit. Okay, that's why we give them a subsidy
can't they?
so that the venture
Yeah, they
is
can.
actually profitable.
They
you
do
understand?
it all the time.
Oh
Xbox
my
sold Xboxes at
I'm
a
gonna shoot myself.
PlayStation
You
just
understand?
too.
It doesn't matter. I could have a $100 trillion company. I'm not going to invest in laying fiber optic cable if it's not going to be profitable. But if the government says we're going to give you a subsidy so that it is profitable for you to do this, well, then I might do it because it's going to be profitable. Boom. Okay.
But they
easy.
can make it
doesn't matter if
profitable
it literally doesn't matter if if the company's in the negative or if it's in or if it has 100 million trillion, all the money in the world. You're not going to do it if it's not profitable. The reason the subsidy's there is to make it profitable. Okay.
But companies do that all the time. Is just what I'm saying, and I
Do
pointed out
what?
how
Companies can have
like-
lost leaders, but they intend to make a profit on that at some later point in time. Okay.
yes, or they subsidize certain activities with other activities. Amazon subsidizes
lost
Twitch,
leader is,
right?
yes.
So that way, yeah. But well, you're saying to recoup later, right? But they're not going to recoup on Twitch ever. Like they're never going to recoup Twitch. The reason that Twitch exists is for political influence and just influence generally over people. If you influence media, you have a big space, and Amazon wants to be able to push advertisements, push messages, and have control and one hand into media. So they're willing to eat up the losses just purely for the influence that has and to get their name out there and to prevent any other competition from stealing power from them. But and then like I said, there's the Xbox, which you already brought up, is that you take the loss now because then you get the profits later. So I'm just saying, why couldn't they do either one of those things?
Because
they're huge companies. Like, why can't Google
Oh my God.
Why can't Google afford to do this? They make so much money elsewhere. Why could they not do this just so
They
that
can
way
afford
there's more
to do
people
it, but it wouldn't
on?
be profitable, so it's not worth it. The reason Microsoft can sell Xboxes at a loss is because they then expect to sell. They then expect to they sell games and they get a commission on those games, especially if you buy in digitally in Xbox's virtual store. They get like a 30% commission or whatever. For a company that lays fiber optic cables, they have to justify the upfront cost of laying those cables with the expected revenue from the people paying for the internet that they use. There are a lot of cases where they can't justify that upfront cost, either because the people there are too poor, they're low income, or because there just simply aren't enough people that could pay to ever cover their upfront cost. That's why we give them a subsidy, so they do have enough money to cover the upfront cost. That's the point of the subsidy. It makes an unprofitable venture profitable.
Okay, we'll put a hold on that real quick just to read Trump's statement real quick, because we're still covering this situation technically. It's what my title is. So Donald J. Trump, my debate with crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in history of the United States, was slated to be broadcast on fake news, ABC, and home of what the fuck, George. How do you say that? Slopodopolis.
Slopodopolis.
Yeah.
It's a
Sometime in September. Now that Joe has, not surprisingly, has quit the race, I think the debate with whomever the radical left Democrats choose should be held on Fox News rather than very biased ABC. Thank you. I think he actually wrote this.
Dude,
think
so
that-
he already knows that Kamala's going to be the nominee, and he's scared as shit to debate her. Scared as shit to debate her. Are you kidding
I don't
me?
know why.
Yeah, I Well, we'll get to the
This
Kamala
is-
in a bit. I wanted to take.
This is him trying. Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry.
All right, no, go ahead. No, you.
I was gonna say like this is him kind of getting ahead of the debate in how I look at it. He's trying to get ahead of it to get an advantage before she's
Yeah.
like, all right, let's debate. You know what I mean?
Okay,
Well,
so I do want to like.
Wait, can we just stay on Trump for a second? I'm just super curious. Does anyone here disagree with the fact that Trump tried to overturn the 2020 election based on its like false elector shit? Does anyone disagree with that?
I disagree.
Okay.
Oh,
So what do you think?
no.
What do you think the false electors were going to attempt to do?
Oh, I would ignore me though. I'm not very smart.
Oh, okay. Well,
Sorry.
I don't think you're gonna. There's no Trump fans in here. There's no Trump fans. The closest thing is me.
Hold on.
I'm the Trump fan.
Well, I needed to defend my honor earlier. So the CHIPS Bill Act, which passed in 2022, did allocate $60 billion, but it was
Thank you,
sort of
Valerie.
left
We're
up
debating
to
whether or not we
the
should
like,
vote for
Department
Biden or
of whatever,
whoever the Democratic
whatever.
nominee is right now.
to
These
basically, the
people-
White
these
House
fucking
to
idiots
dole it
wanna
out.
throw their way of votes.
So like that recent
to
award
fucking
of
RFK.
the 8.5 billion plus the loan possible or whatever, it was part of that CHIPS bill. So part of it hasn't been awarded. May not necessarily go to Intel or may go to Intel. So yeah, that's where the 60 billion comes from.
It was from loans.
The $60 billion is how much basically the White House can give out. I'm not sure how exactly the loans are wrapped up, but so the White House announced the 8.5 is part of that to Intel, but the rest of it may or may not go to Intel. It may be in a year or 2 years, or I don't know if there's a time limit on it, but basically it left it up to the Department
I
of
appreciate it, man.
whatever the
Abject
department
pawn.
was,
I'm
to
just-
sort of allocate it or whatever
To allocate. Okay.
to the companies.
100 billion in the U.S. over 5 years to expand U.S. chip making capacities. Okay. Intel's
Based.
investment is expected to create more than 10,000 company jobs and nearly 20,000 construction jobs and more than 50,000 indirect jobs.
What do you read? Intel what jobs?
It says 10. I mean, I don't care about the jobs that much, but more than 10,000
Oh, you
company
don't care
jobs.
about the jobs?
What is that
I mean,
the
not
main point?
really, but
Or second.
main point is
Actually,
the
it's the
national
second
security
territory.
side.
Yeah. The main point
Yeah.
is to not have all of our chips being fucking in Taiwan, which may be invaded by China,
Yeah.
like at any time. Yeah. My bad.
I don't really. the
Second
jobs,
point.
I
It's
don't
the
care
second
about as
point.
much. Yeah. And then arguably the fucking Iowa car crop model doesn't even means it's not even really protecting jobs because you're arguably hurting other American jobs. Anyway, yeah, 10,000 company jobs, 20,000 construction jobs, and 50,000 indirect jobs.
Somebody just came in and said,
What's up,
"Lol,
Shane?"
PBG." PBG's not in
Lol.
here, bro.
I am PUBG 2.0. I am
Don
Biden
Fun is
supporter
basically
number one.
PBG.
I don't know if that's a title to be proud
Biden's
of.
strongest warrior. Or sorry, the Democratic nominee's strongest supporter.
Okay, so before we get off of the whole Biden stuff, I just wanted you guys to go a little bit quicker with this. So, give your fucking 3 more points other than the CHIP Act of what like the fucking infrastructure bill, just in general, that made Biden such a great president, and then we'll have
Okay.
Casey clap back to the 3. So you get 3 points.
3 points. I think it was mostly good on foreign policy. I know we disagree on Israel, but I think he has done a decent job at pressuring Israel to chill out with some of the most extreme shit that they've done. I think the sanctions on the West Bank supporters, for example. I think the Inflation Reduction Act was probably a little misnamed, but I think it was an overall good bill. I think it had a lot of good green energy subsidies. I know Casey doesn't like solar handouts apparently, but I think incentivizing people to go solar is good. And then the expanded child tax credit was in the Inflation Reduction Act. It might have been in the American Rescue Plan, but the expanded child tax credit, which gave Americans with kids, I think $3,600, and it applied to even non-filers, so people who don't have like $20,000 in income could still qualify for the expanded child tax credit just by going to the IRS website. Yeah, I mean, a lot of it would just be the. I think it's really good on bipartisanship. and I think he's really good at like striking good political balances. So, for example, when oil prices were really high, Biden opened up more drilling against pressure from the own progressives in his party who didn't want him to open up more drilling. Remember when everyone was fucking asthmatic that he approved the Willow Project? But he also, like I said earlier, passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which had a lot of green energy stuff. I think he's done multiple things like that to strike a really good balance between the progressive in his own party and the Republicans in the other, the more centrist Republicans. Yeah. And in the bipartisan Gun Control Act, which I know NRK doesn't like, but Elena Biden and NLRB.
Okay. Casey.
No child tax credit that expired. What they put, it was like a 2-year thing. It's cute.
Yeah, because it was a COVID measure. Yes.
You mentioned the stupid fucking sanctions on the West Bank settlers. They reversed it like in a week. It was like it's a joke. It's actually a joke. It was a joke. They're like, just kidding, bros. Fucking reverse it. Ridiculous. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's better than Trump would have been. Yes. Doing something meaningful. No. Sleep at the wheel. Yes. I mean, it's a nothing. Generally speaking, we're this is our small things. Just generally
Just a
speaking,
trustworthy
it's
site
the
and all that.
same old shit. Oil companies get the dollar for dollar.
God.
The green energy was counteracted by the oil subsidies. It's interesting you even oil contract or land for them to drill on or whatever. I'm surprised you even brought it up. I mean, he's.
Oh my God! I literally.
What do we want to do? There's no big W's. There's just a series of small L's, and they're smaller than they would have been with Trump presidency. And
you guys need to start watching more PPG so that he radicalizes all of you like he did me.
Radicalizes
I like my point about the
he
energy shit.
absolutely and completely changed my mind on everything with politics. I was going to vote third party. Now I'm 100% going to vote Trump.
Nice,
Oh my
nice.
God, okay.
I was looking
Okay.
that way too.
I honestly almost because of
PPG.
PPG. PPG made me buy a MAGA shirt. That's all I'll say. Like I bought
Yeah.
one because of him.
Exactly. I've got like 4 hats on order.
It's kind of like
I'm gonna
non-fun
wear
too.
them all at the same
Oh my
fucking
God.
time.
Yesterday, I told non-fun yesterday. I was trying to tell Casey and Legate why it's probably more beneficial to vote for Biden and to go Democratic, right? And fucking today, non-fun has made me basically 180. Fuck the Democrats. I'm voting third party. We need to
Oh my
learn our
God.
lessons. We haven't learned yet.
Yo. Here's the hot take. Here's the hot take. It was bad that Biden dropped out.
I'm gonna come.
It was bad that Biden dropped out because the best thing for actually something like leftish happening in this country is for the whole country to see what a fucking shit show the White House and Congress is. They roll out the guy who could barely fucking speak. They give away the presidency to one of the what would have been the least favorite. Least popular president in modern times. It wasn't for fucking Biden's approval rating. I believe anyway.
You're talking about Trump.
Like
You're
just
say that's what you're doing. You're voting third party, and I want to hear talking about giving away the presidency to Donald Trump when you're fucking voting third party. You're tossing your vote away, dude.
He lives in a
Absolutely.
state where it doesn't matter.
fucking
so,
stoke the
to be
fire,
fair.
baby. Get the gasoline out. Fucking blow it the fuck
Also,
up.
just on
You
the
need
energy
bigger
thing,
the
you could
better.
say like my point is very specifically Biden struck a really good balance between bringing down gas prices when they needed to be brought down most, and between doing the green energy shit. Obviously, I'm in favor of green energy. Okay, I'm just saying the oil drilling was probably good because gas prices really need to be brought down. Then
I haven't seen any nuclear plants being built, so he
Same.
doesn't support green energy.
Listen, I'm a big. I like nuclear too. Okay, I wish Biden would do more nuclear energy shit, but I don't think there's much political will for it in the U.S. right now. So Oh wait,
It's not enough
also
money.
Well,
you're
then
fucking,
we
he did
can
the,
just
he,
keep
the
burning
1.5
coal and
billion
oil
dollars.
then.
Biden lend Michigan 1.5 billion dollars to restart the nuclear power plant, right?
I haven't
Biden
seen it.
1.5 billion. Michigan nuclear power. Biden administration will lend $1.5 billion to restart Michigan nuclear power plant, a first time in the U.S. Like,
Yeah, we need to build new ones instead of trying to keep these
Yeah.
old ones that are so damn expensive to operate running. We need to build fourth generation.
Oh, and also student
modular
loan for I
plants.
forgot about that student loan forgiveness. I'm not like a big
Fuck
student loan forgiveness guy.
forgiveness. You signed for the goddamn loan. Pay your fucking debt.
Oh boy.
I'm not like a big student loan forgiveness guy, especially because I would have been
I'm
if it didn't come
extremely
too late
anti
because it
that.
came at a
You
time where it
signed
pushed up
for-
inflation,
They
so it
signed
was
for the
pretty
line, They
inflationary,
signed
but-
for the loan. Pay your debt.
Isn't that on halt right now?
Pretty
Last time I
fucking
checked
simple.
on Fawn because of the legal challenges.
Kind of.
He did.
I
He did
mean,
what he could. The Supreme Court struck down some
Yeah.
of it, but then he did.
Thank
parts of it.
God.
No, I meant
I-
didn't they put the rest on hold like literally
they
like
need to
this week?
strike it all
No,
down.
I haven't heard about
can I
anything
speak
this
to
week.
this as someone that had my debt relieved?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes. So half of it was relieved, basically. The other half
My
is
sound alerts are binging. All of them are. Thank you, Red Radius.
pushed back. Like I'm not accruing any interest. I'm
Somebody
not accruing
redeem the
late
PPG
charges
dog.
or anything. I'm just not paying on it at all, basically. Pretty
Can
good.
I have my BMW loan forgiven?
Sure.
Well, now.
Exactly.
Is
Yeah,
you
that's
having a
bullshit.
BMW Empower America?
Yes.
What are you doing?
I know.
Why-
I
think
bought
it-
it from an American dealership.
PPG dog.
I think with how Trump, fucking Biden, same person basically. I think how Biden was forgiving
Oh,
student
my
debt is
God.
probably the hardest way to argue against because
Mega.
I've read the stipulations on the website of what it takes, and it's like, well, if you've paid back like twice the amount that you borrowed, then you're forgiven. And it's
No.
like, how the
No,
fuck,
you-
like,
you
how do you
signed-
fucking
actually it's
you
dollars,
read
it's
the
just fees.
terms.
They
They read,
It's
yeah,
not
yeah,
about
they were
individ-
17 or 18.
Policy isn't
Well,
about individuals.
learn
It's
to
about
fucking read.
no. It's a broader picture. You have to zoom out. Does a country want to make sure that everyone who's educated is like in $20,000 to $100,000 in debt and is paying it off for the next 10 years, and it's more and more important to go to college to even have a good job. Like, does a country want to be incentivizing its people to not get educated and then
I mean,
to
I
fucking
personally don't think
punish them
government
if
should
they
be involved in giving loans for college anyway at all. Period.
But do you not agree that
think-
the fucking college system is fucked and it's way too fucking much? Like, especially just
Because
compared to
the
what it was
government
fucking
got
2030.
involved.
Guys, that government, whatever, it doesn't matter why. Just because, like, first of all, yeah.
It
no,
does.
that's
So
not-
the
that's
government
not
gets
true,
involved.
but-
Let's get and fucked it all up. Let's get the government more involved to fuck it up even more. Yeah,
it's
that
not about the
sounds
who's,
like the answer.
but the victims are the fucking students. The victims is the fucking country, dude. I agree that like there's a better
Nailed
fucking
that.
choice here, and it's to fix the fucking system. But outside of that, like
Well, isn't that
it's
what
actually-
you
I'm
should
gonna
be
shit
doing as well,
myself.
Casey? Like, if we bail people out, don't we have to also like fix the system so the colleges don't like just keep getting away with it? Because then they're going to be like, oh, well, the government will bail
Yes.
them out and give us money, so therefore we can just keep on giving predatory like loans and misleading students, actively lying. Some of them, like 3 colleges in fucking California, actively lied about their loans to the students that took them. I mean, kind of fucked up, but. So, like, shouldn't we crack down on that shit to prevent like this cycle of the government spending endless taxpayer dollars on bailing out people from predatory corporations and instead attack the corporations that are being predatory in education?
I've never actually heard a good plan to fix the college system. I haven't heard it. I know there is solutions, but I've never actually heard
Well, the
someone
number
propose
one
it.
solution is to get the government out of business.
You understand there are private
you-
colleges, right? Like,
Yeah,
then
but they
there are
still
state
accept
colleges.
federal student loans.
oh, well, that's true, I guess.
So
I went to
you
a
want
s- I
more?
went
You want
to a
more
state
predatory
college.
loans?
Yes.
That's how you.
I
get more
want
predatory
everything to
loans.
be a predatory loan, so that way.
I mean, I'm just read
You
your
want higher
terms before you
return
sign
rate?
for a
What?
loan.
You want
I'm
less
sorry,
people
it's
going to
your
college?
fault.
And those people
It's
who
your
go, no,
fault.
no, motherfucker! It's not about the individual. When you're making fucking big decisions for the fucking country, it's not. Oh, well, you got to pay. You got to do this. It's not about the fucking individual. It's about what's good for the country. It's about
I don't want
the
my
policy.
tax dollars going for people who made a poor decision.
Yeah, but your tax dollars are going to
Or to
go to bailing them out
get educated?
anyway.
No, the
poor decision to get
sign for
educated?
that loan. Find a different loan.
Find
Don't
a
sign
different
for a
loan.
predatory loan. Read your
You don't know how
fucking
loans
loan
work.
agreement.
You don't know how student loans work.
Yeah, they're all predatory, basically. Fuck.
Look
I just
for
went through
addicted
that
loans.
bullshit, bro. The shit was fuck. You only have like 3 options, and all of them are fucking bad.
Yeah, there's no options there. There is like no options.
I got my ass fucking like graped during that shit. I was like, oh no,
Yeah.
man.
Do what I did. Get an ROTC scholarship.
Yeah, how much did you pay for college, motherfucker? How much was college? How much
Nothing.
was tuition?
I
that
paid
you
for it
there
no,
it
no, no.
is.
22 years by
glad
serving.
it
What
is.
was
There
the
it
payment
is.
to the college? No,
Twitch
what was
politics
it?
is so
You meant,
inclusive.
what do you think it was? What estimate? A year, like how much was the thing? Even though you got the grant or whatever. How much was the thing that paid? What year was it?
My,
So, I mean, I could look.
my
No, you don't have
parents
to answer
paid
that,
for my
but-
first 2 years, and then I got the ROTC for the
Oh.
last.
I
2.
forgot, dude. They're gonna be, dude. I'm gonna bring this up. They're
Pay them
gonna
back?
completely dismiss it. Biden almost
The
totally
military?
ended drone strikes.
No. your parents.
Biden nearly
No.
ended
Damn.
No.
drone
Look at this
war,
fucking
and
moocher over here. Just I'm
No
kidding. I'm
one-
kidding. Nate.
That's
notice.
private. I mean, that's not the government tax money.
Also, just
The
another quick
ROTC
thing
was,
that
but
Biden
I
did.
I paid that back by serving a contract. Now I extended that
drone
into a
strikes under
career,
Biden.
but
Dropped significantly. Biden has done.
See.
I think Biden did a lot less than Trump in
Biden-
his first year. And then I think the last 2 years he's done like almost none.
Well, that's because he's not awake or alive.
now you
That's
might
not
be
fair.
able to
No, it's
Oh
because
my
he's
God. Oh my
because
God.
he's letting Ukraine and Israel do it.
You might
No,
be
we're
able to
not.
convince
I
me
told
to,
you they don't care. They don't care. They don't care.
to do some kind of forgiveness on interest for specific degree
They don't care.
programs
They
that
don't
are
care.
in demand.
Nothing.
that we
Nothing.
need.
I tell you, they're going to it. There's nothing good. There's nothing good. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They don't care.
Ever agree that we should forgive the principal on the loan.
But you have an entire generation that is insanely in debt because were told they needed to go to college. Meanwhile, it's never been less affordable to buy a fucking house. Like even despite that the fucking insane that like the country is just fucking flogging their fucking younger this entire generation. And meanwhile, you want to blame the fucking individual, but it was like, well, if we wanted people to go to college, if we wanted people to go to this fucked up system, then some people were going to go into the fucking fucked up system. Some people were going to get reamed. You can't blame the individuals who like did what everyone told them they needed to do, which was to go get fucking educated. Like just blaming individuals is fucking silly. They pay the price for college. They never should have had to pay that much.
Okay, here's what I'm absolutely done with the college stuff because I don't care that much about the college
and
stuff.
everything else in the
I
economy
might argue a little bit,
which Gen Z
but
gets fucked over.
Here's what I'm gonna try to lay out, and then we'll
It's
see.
not-
We'll see if they just
Like
fucking
I
dismiss it,
usually
dude.
do.
They'll just say, "Oh, fucking Biden's corrupt anyway, so it doesn't matter." Here's what I'm gonna try to lay out, and here's what I think is gonna happen.
But
I'm
like
gonna
I
try to lay
said,
out.
I could.
You guys
I
want to
could
change
be
the system.
convinced-
Okay, whatever. I'm gonna try to lay out. You guys want to change the system. None of you disagreed with me that Trump tried to overturn the 2020 election, and at the same time, the Trump and the GOP more broadly is fucking. First of all, Trump's VP said that he wouldn't have certified the electoral vote, that he would have overturned the election, and Trump is fighting literally fucking Orban from Hungary, who got rid of their liberal democracy there to like speak at the RNC and all this shit. Why should I have faith that Trump is not going to substantially weaken democracy, and it won't be fucking possible for you guys to change the system anymore? Like, yeah. Oh, and then what I expect to happen, they're going to say, don't you think everything's already failing under Biden? Don't you think under Biden, nothing good has happened? Nothing. It's like slightly lower W's and or slightly smaller L's than Trump. Like the system's collapsing anyway. Nothing's going to fix it.
because VA is an example of government healthcare, and I
ooh.
want nothing to do with it.
Okay, well,
better
I say
example.
I don't want government taking over hospitals. So That's not. I'm just talking just single payer health insurance. So what I
Now,
what I
public
refer to.
option, I could get behind a
A
public
public
option.
Based.
A public option. The public option.
That's
is
what we have now. What do you mean?
ridiculous.
Hey,
Oh, we were
you know who
actually
supports a
reading
public
up on
option?
this.
Oh, Biden does. You know who doesn't? Trump. That's crazy, guys. Wow, you should vote for
Well,
Biden. Wow, dude.
But Pete
Wow, that was
Buttigieg,
easy,
though.
man. Oh, Pete Buttigieg
Nope.
also supports a public option. I
Dude,
guess.
Public option.
They
is fucking
also
horrible.
they also support
Why is the public? Didn't you just? I thought you
a
just.
lot of
what's
things
wrong
that
with
I
public
don't
option?
agree with.
The public option. First of all, it's actually like a meaningless term. Like, oh, what is
Number
public
one
option?
is
Like,
gun
could mean like
control.
10
It's a
different.
Anybody who
insurance
supports
company.
gun
What do you
control,
mean?
I will
It's like
not
a-
vote for. I'm a 2A
Yeah.
absolutist.
Government-owned
Based.
insurance company. So who has it? Who doesn't have it? Is it subsidized or what? What's the? Why would someone go private and get the same thing as that they're getting from public? Why they're getting something for free? Why would they go and pay for the exact same thing? So it won't be the exact same thing. It will be the fucking shittiest
Well,
fucking
no,
insurance
with
there ever
public
will
option,
have.
you get to opt out if you're not going to use the public health care.
No public health care. No
Hold on,
public
guys.
health.
My dad's calling.
Is that the fucking or a ringtone? Oh my.
I'm trying to
Hello.
find out what it was,
Hey.
Casey, but
Still getting them off and on.
we're just gonna server mute him for a little bit. I don't
Just
know
for a
if
minute.
Well, he might say some stuff to dox him or something like that.
Okay.
Let me tell
Wait,
him. in chat.
I'm because you guys talked about changing the system. Okay, I know you're all fucking lefty people. Okay, you want to change the system. None of you disagreed with me that Trump tried to overturn the results of the 2020 election. When Trump is
He just was
literally
testing legal theories.
oh my god, when Trump was illegal theory that would have overturned the 2020 election. Okay, when Trump is literally in the GOP is literally inviting Viktor Orban to speak at events. Why should I not have faith that Trump is going to, in Project 2025, mentions all the things about civil servants and the civil servant loyalty test and all that shit? Why should I have any confidence that Trump is not going to substantially weaken democracy to the point where you guys won't be able to change the system anymore?
What democracy?
Oh my God, I knew it. I knew it was going to happen. Oh my God.
Democracy.
I'm gonna shoot.
Do we have such
Casey,
a thing?
Dude,
Can
I
you,
totally
can
get- I
you look at
totally-
what I'm
I-
showing
oh
on
my
screen,
God.
though? I wanted to introduce him to my God and Savior, Pete Buttigieg. Buttigieg. Yeah.
I like people to judge.
You can't even say his name. Come on.
I can't because fucking where is
Buttigieg.
Where's Stella? Stella fucking
Oh
made
my
me
God.
fuck up his name
Oh my God.
earlier, and it's been stuck
I
in my
literally
head
said
forever
I
now.
said that would happen too.
But,
I literally said they're going to say
So
everything's
in
broken by Biden anyway, so they don't
2018,
care.
he
They don't care.
favored
They don't care. They don't give a fuck.
Medicare for
They're
all during his
un-American.
presidential campaign. He promoted Medicare for all who want it, which includes a public option for health insurance. But then this is the one that interested me because I never had heard this before. He has spoken favorably of Maryland's all-payer rate setting. And then I clicked on that, right? And it says all-payer rate setting is a price setting. I'll just fucking copy and paste and send it to you, but it's on screen as well. So like this way you can look at it a little bit deeper. Here you go. But all-payer rate setting is a price setting. Oh, okay, he's back. I need to unmute Hunter here. Sorry about that, Nader Hunter. I just didn't
No,
know
you're
if you
good.
meant
I
it.
get
I didn't
why
want
you
you to
did it.
dox yourself by accident. Or
Yeah, I'm
something.
usually pretty good about that. I mute Discord and mute my
Sound like
mic.
left-wing
Yeah.
Trump.
So
They,
I'm
that's what they.
usually
That's what they
okay
fucking
at
about.
it, but yeah,
They're not
I
that
appreciate
insane,
watching
but
out
they
for me.
don't care. They don't
Yeah,
care.
no
They don't
problem.
care.
But anyway, so all payer rate setting is a price setting mechanism in which all third parties pay the same price for services at a given hospital. It can be used to increase the market power of payers, such as private and or public insurance companies versus providers, such as hospital systems, in order to control costs. All payer characteristics are found in the most developed economics and multi-payer healthcare systems, including France, Germany, Japan, and the Netherlands, and the
If I
U.S.
remember
state of
correctly,
Maryland
Germany's public
that
health
uses such a
insurance.
model. The all-payer state settings have been proposed in the United States as a healthcare reform measure. The proposal for a public option, a voluntary publicly sponsored insurance plan similar to Medicare, has been cited as indirectly sharing some of the same goals as the all-payer rate setting system. So I just kind of want your breakdown of like what the fuck that is there, Casey, and if it is good or bad.
Let me read it. One minute.
Okay, well, as
Alright,
you
it's
read
open
that,
up.
yeah, it's fine. He's God damn, I need him. We were going through Newsom and Kamala and then Pete's entire like policies. So Kamala has no policy apparently.
Newsom's fucking psychopath.
Newsom's actually was pretty good, but they left out all the bad.
But he's a psychopath. So
Yeah,
In reality, guys, I'm kind of memeing. I'm not going to vote for Trump. I'm voting third party because
Oh my god! You're all insane.
I cannot support the Democrats at all. Their policies just don't agree with anything that I agree with, but I can't support a traitor to the fucking country either. So I'm gonna vote third party.
Okay.
The all pay raise looks like something of a band-aid would be good, but still it's
Unfortunately, I don't think Kamala has a chance against Trump.
Yeah, no, she has no chance.
No, she has no chance. But
oh my god, bro!
you know,
You realize fucking Trump was polling at Trump had like a 15% chance of winning when he won in 2016. Like these are not like Kamala's like 50-50. Like these are not.
Kamala has no.
Kamala's not.
Are we doing Hillary again? Or she's got a bunch of chance to win. Are we doing this again?
You have to be charismatic.
She got 2% of the vote.
Trump
primary vote in 2020. Nobody likes her.
Trump.
Nobody likes her.
He's an ass. He's a fucking traitor. He said to suspend the Constitution. He supported red flag laws, et cetera, et cetera. He's a piece of shit. But
red flag laws really not bad.
And
he's a traitor, but he's charismatic. Okay.
You can't be generally unlikable and get elected to the presidency of the US.
I don't support Trump, but the reality is he is charismatic, and that's going to win him a lot of fucking votes.
True. All right, so Red, you are our second resident liberal here. Give us
thank God,
fucking liberal.
Oh, thank you.
Give us the liberal perspective that's not non-fawn.
On what? Kamala
how do you
being
feel? Wait. How do you feel about Joe stepping down
Camel Toe.
first? Do you think this was good or bad? So, like, how do you feel about him stepping down? Do you think that this was a good or bad decision for the Democratic Party? Who do you think should be the nominee? And how much hope do you have? Are you in doomer state? Are you hopeful, copium? Like, where are we? So.
I would say right now,
I don't know what to like.
With
look
Harris
at
being
this,
the
but,
Harris being the presumptive
most election
nominee.
forecast.
I think we're in coin
Had
flippish
Hillary
territory, which is not good considering what's on the line. I don't think anyone can really measure all the upsides and downsides of this candidate swap. I mean, like
Hillary
Trump's entire
87,
campaign
Donald
right now is
12.
geared to fight Biden on the he's senile, he's dementia, he's Sleepy Joe, blah blah blah. If we do have enough time to coalesce around Harris, I don't think we're in doomer mode, not yet. I think Harris should be the nominee put forward. Part of it has to do with she has gotten the vote of the Democrats, unlike anyone else nationwide, even if it was her being second on the ticket. And I believe there are some potential issues with like transferring money and being able to coordinate
71.
if Harris is not
85%
on the ticket. So
48 Hillary, 45 Trump.
I think right now we're looking mostly at VPs. I think
48
Shapiro is a good choice, being
Trump's
a popular Democratic governor of
46.
Pennsylvania. I think Kelly is another choice, although I think Shapiro is the better one. Yeah,
We're left out Pete Buttigieg.
Well, I mean,
He has no. He would have no chance. He's gay, so he's not gonna. He wouldn't have.
What do you mean? He definitely has a fucking chance as a VP to Kamala.
He's not going to pull swing
they're already.
As a VP.
They're already doing
Sure.
the DEI.
But as a
Harris
president,
meme,
no.
Okay.
Yeah.
We
they're
don't
not.
need a gay person there
But
to defeat DEI.
Buttigieg is not
He'd
going
win.
to pull a swing.
Well, D?
voters.
Nah,
Yeah.
he'd win.
I think with Shapiro being popular in Pennsylvania, which is one of the, if not the most important state in play, I think he's the choice.
I hope to God
This is the
that
post
they
I
do
was
not
looking
make Kamala the nominee. And the only gut feeling I have towards this is if you wanted Kamala to win, you should have and been president. You should have kept Biden. Like, why move out Biden if the play is to have Kamala? It doesn't strategically make sense when you're looking at polling data.
Yeah,
I don't
it
think she's
doesn't.
guaranteed to be the nominee. I think that Biden is basically would have been seen as like stabbing her in the back if he didn't say I support her.
Because the
So,
smarter
I think
the
it's up
smarter
in the
thing
air.
would have been the
she's
smarter
getting
thing
endorsements
would've
from
been-
other big Democrats as well. She's gotten the Clyburn endorsement. She got the Clinton's endorsement. She's gotten, want to say, there's a couple of people. I was going this over on stream earlier.
Does the
I'm kind of
Clintons
mixing
matter?
them up. To a certain extent, yeah.
Whoever the Clintons nominate, I will vote the opposite of. So I guess no Kamala for
they
me.
super
Damn.
Well, to be clear, we don't have a choice. It's going to be the delegates.
What do you mean
that
we?
decide.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay.
The great democracy we
I
have.
mean, I have a choice when I'm hitting the voting poll. That's what.
Yeah. You can vote for the Democrat nominee, or you can throw
I'm
your
gonna-
vote away, vote for Trump. Yeah.
My whole position on voting third party at the moment is that the Democratic Party has shown no interest of caring about what their constituents really have to say about their politicians, and will shove everybody
Vote in
fucking down
primary.
our throat,
Like what?
despite how
Give an
popular or
example.
unpopular they. Okay, fucking shafting Bernie, shoving
Shafting
Biden with
Shafting
no
Bernie,
real,
he
with no
lost.
real
He
primaries.
He lost
no
the
real
primary, dude.
primaries. Yes, after they stole campaign funds and used it against them. Yes, you're right. That they settled out of court on and paid out, and then had to change the entire fucking DNC's model.
Do you fucking libtards even know what they did to Bernie?
Libtards.
Every fucking dollar
I don't
that
remember that
went
much
to
of
the
it, but I don't-
DNC during that race was fucking given behind the scenes to the fucking Hillary campaign. And by
Yep.
the way, and she spent it all. She spent it by the time the general came around. The fucking DNC was broke as shit because they spent all the money. They spent all the money on Hillary. Like,
Yep.
and that's just like one of like 10 different ways that the DNC did all it could to make sure it wasn't
Bernie
Bernie.
did still fuck himself in certain ways. He did start a little late, and he didn't campaign enough in the South. I'll give that for people that bring up that. Yes, that did kind of fuck him over a little bit, but yeah, it was mainly like rigged against him. And there's a reason that they had to settle out of court, and that the DNC had to restructure how they handled campaigning funds after the lawsuit. So.
Well, let's be real.
Do you think
also,
most of
Bernie
America is
fucked
as
himself by
progressive
calling
as Bernie
himself
is?
a democratic socialist. That is not going to fly in the U.S.
True. I do you think most of the Democratic base is as progressive as Bernie is?
No, but I think Bernie spoke to both the left, the liberal, and the moderate. I think that his words and when he said reach across party lines with certain states having 30% of Republican voters saying they would have voted for him, the dude would have fucking. They weren't looking at how to beat Trump. They were. Bernie was the everyman's candidate. All right, he could have united this country in a way we haven't seen in a while. I don't agree with everything he says, and I'm not even saying he's the best politician ever, but he definitely had a way of talking to people and reaching across the aisle and getting people onto his side. I think he would have been the candidate that could have beat Donald Trump in 2016, but they opted for pushing for Hillary so much and sabotaging the Bernie Sanders campaign. But then post doing that, I mean, basically we had fucking Biden shoved down our throats consistently. Even this time they were trying to shaft us on primaries, and look how that fucking turned out. Now we don't have a fucking second pick that's popular. At least if we had some type of primaries and Biden like still came out some on top, we could have at least put the rest, the whole...
Wait. What did we did have primaries?
Did we?
Nope.
Did we have primaries?
Yeah, what do you mean you did? If people wanted to run, they could have run. You just need 10,000
They
signatures or whatever. Right?
skipped the states that he was that they weren't polling good, like Florida. They were like, nope, not gonna do it. Like at the beginning, especially at the beginning, they just fucking didn't do it. They just fucking canceled. They just fucking unprecedented fucking just like, nope, not gonna do it.
What do you mean? There were Democratic go to the fucking Ballotpedia page.
And you act like there isn't behind the scenes talk of like, don't you fucking dare do this. We're not going to support you. We're going to like, do not divide this party. Like,
if you're someone who wants to run against the incumbent president, yes, I think the Democratic Party is probably going to look badly. It's probably going to look badly upon you for that. Yes, if you're trying to,
even though everybody's calling for it,
the incumbent president, yes.
And because
if everyone was calling for it, why did Biden pull like Kim Jong-un numbers?
Because they didn't want Trump. Because they didn't want Trump.
No. In the primaries. where he
Because
was
it
being
was
opposed.
a lot of it was Biden versus nobody, and a lot of people were fucking voting.
No, no,
for
no.
the
It wasn't
nobody.
Biden versus nobody. People like Dean Phillips and Williamson were in the running.
They were.
Okay, so nobody, right?
And-
And there was literally states where
and
it
there was
Biden or
uncommitted.
nobody.
And there was uncommitted.
Yeah. And we saw how that
Florida-
turned out.
and
in
he
places.
still pulled
the
like
Florida
90+%.
Phoenix, December 11, 2023. Quote: Florida Democrats won't have a vote in presidential primary in 2024. What about voters in other states? But they canceled the ones at the beginning that they were not polling good for Biden, like fucking like someone like Phillips or with the woman, the hippie woman. What the like could have been like he was polling so badly they just fucking canceled the fucking primaries. What the fucking it's not the democracy.
Did either
it's
of
an
them
oligarchy,
break like
motherfucker.
8%, 5%?
Why did they cancel the fucking
the
primaries
polls?
if they weren't fucking worried about it? Why would they fucking cancel it?
Wait, who can't?
If they
was
weren't
it the
worried about it.
why
Florida
have
State
it?
Party that canceled it? Who can't? I don't know who's in charge
DN
of the Democratic primary. Is it the?
It's the DNC. It's the DNC. It's. I don't even know if they're fucking were allowed to do that shit, but
It's a mess,
did it.
and now we don't have anybody to fucking rally upon. Like that's the problem. Is that like you expect people to rally behind fucking Kamala when she's had
Yes,
no major
yes,
policy,
yes.
no major outreach, nobody fucking likes her. It like fucking Biden was polling way better than fucking Kamala. She would have been the president anyway if we fucking got Biden. So if they really wanted her as the nominee, why are they fucking shafting Biden, who has better numbers and is already the incumbent president? It doesn't make fucking sense. And we shouldn't have been there. We shouldn't have been here. The only reason we're here is because they decided to fucking rally behind Biden back in 2020 instead of fucking going with somebody else. And while it did pay off for
who rallied behind Biden?
the DNC.
they all collaborated and dropped out at the right before the California in
Who-
order
who-
to
who are
ensure
they?
Biden.
Who are they?
Buttigieg,
The centrist candidates. So
um,
so they rallied behind someone who was more close to them in terms of policy. Do we need a conspiracy to explain this?
It's not a conspiracy. It's
this
just
isn't-
aligned interest.
Well, it could be both of the things. I mean, they definitely colluded. They all
interest.
not
more than Bernie. Yes,
They also had that the American Indian woman. They had her like strategically stay in the race so her votes wouldn't go to Bernie. Like it was fucking. It was all. Again, it just another round of them doing everything they can
Warren
to make
stayed in
sure
her
an
own
actual.
accord, did she not?
Yeah, I
She
don't
what?
like it's her
Warren did what?
decision. I don't really know.
Trump is definitely winning, says Starlight Lover. You're probably right now. I mean, unless if Kamala's the nominee,
Or maybe
basically
you guys
call it for
fucking
Trump.
voted. It didn't throw your vote away.
Dude, my vote doesn't fucking matter. It's like it would be
How
like
many
voting
lefties do you
fucking
think are saying
Republican
that?
and fucking. It would be like voting fucking Republican in California. Don't fucking mean shit. Like it don't mean shit for me. So I don't know why you should be mad at anybody that votes third party in a swing
I'm
state.
in Ohio.
I'm not in a
voting-
swing state.
I'm voting third party.
Yeah,
Oh,
be mad. Be mad at him.
Very cool. Let Trump win. Very cool.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'd
but
rather
Nader would vote
Uh,
for Trump over fucking Biden. So
Yeah,
you should be
I
happy
would.
that he's taking a vote away from Trump.
I would definitely vote for Trump over Biden. But
Okay, cool.
I
So
won't
you
vote
just
for
hate
Trump
democracy.
either. I won't vote for Trump either. That's why I'm voting third party.
He called Trump a traitor and
simple.
said that's why he's voting
Yeah,
third party.
Trump's
Why
a
is that
fucking
not good
traitor.
enough for you?
How is that not democracy?
Well,
It's literally democracy. He's voting with his conscience. That's literally what democracy is. Like, how is that not democracy?
Using your vote to vote for someone who will degrade our institutions, who wants to overturn democracy, pick
I'm
the
not
VP.
voting for
He
Trump.
said he's not voting for
I'm not
Trump.
voting
He's not
for
voting for
Trump.
Trump. What the fuck?
It's
are you
not that
talking
hard.
about?
I'm not voting for Trump.
But you said you would vote for him over Biden.
If I wasn't allowed to vote third party, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I am allowed, so
Okay. My
in a-
my
in an
point
alternate
stands. I
universe,
don't know.
If
In
you
an
don't think
alternate
if you don't think
universe
he's
where
practicing democracy,
didn't
you don't know
really
what democracy is. You literally don't know what democracy is.
I would like democracy to be maintained. Okay. And anyone who votes Trump
democracy.
is voting against democracy. I'm sorry.
He's not voting for
democracy.
Trump because he thinks he's a traitor. He thinks he
Exactly.
said earlier
He
that
said
he's a
he said
traitor
that he
to his
would vote
country.
for
So
Trump
for
over
democracy to
Biden.
work, we have to vote for the
it's-
Democrat, no matter who
Doesn't
they
matter.
are.
Ironically,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
You
Yeah.
gotta
Sure.
vote for
Vote blue no matter who. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
That's
Sure.
true.
In
I
this
don't think
situation,
so.
absolutely. We have.
I will not. Well, one of the big reasons I won't vote for Trump is that he wanted to implement red flag laws. I am not voting for an asshole that's going to take away my gun rights.
Okay.
Hell yeah, brother.
And Biden is one of them. Fuck him. Not going to happen. I'm never voting blue for that reason and that reason alone.
Red, I think you need new talking points instead of insulting like people. If I was a liberal right now, the conversation.
nah,
might be-
nah,
wait,
nah,
wait.
nah,
Hey,
nah,
no,
nah,
let
nah,
me
You
finish.
deserve
Let
to
me
be
finish.
insulted. Are you
Anyone
kidding
who
me?
runs-
You're throwing
No,
away your
no,
fucking
I'm
vote.
fucking
You won't even
finishing. I'm
do,
fucking
you won't even
finishing.
vote
Fuck
for
the
who is
liberals
more
in here.
closely aligned
Let
to
me
you.
fucking finish. Don't fucking Biden me or Bernie me. All right. If I were a liberal, what I would be fucking saying right now is that if Trump gets into, he can pack the Supreme Court, and we have already seen how the Supreme Court, being slightly in favor of Trump, has turned out and has violated our American rights. That is all. I am server muting, and then I will shut the fuck up.
There
Okay,
is
you
only
deserve to be
one
insulted
Supreme
because
Court
people like
decision
you
that
are
is bad,
potentially
and
handing
that
the
is
election
immunity
to a
case.
treasonous
That's
fuck
it. The
who
rest has been
now has the
great.
criminal immunity to get away with all the treasonous shit he did.
The
Wait.
rest is great. That's
Wait.
the only
The rest is
decision
great.
that's
So,
bad.
yeah, even the Chevron case.
Yeah.
What do you think the Chevron case did?
Huh? Lessen government fucking
We're in
involvement
the
in business.
Neutral
and
Waters
regulation.
Discord server. I don't know if I've invite perms. I think I do. Oh, thanks, Bert Stein, for resubbing.
Anarcho-Bidenism is Jody Hurt.
And I think that's a
For
wonderful
real.
thing.
Thank you, Bert Stein. I appreciate it. It helps a lot. Unironically, it helps a lot because $2 is a lot to me. Okay.
Yo, here's a hot take. If Shooter doesn't take the shot, Trump
Oh
doesn't
my
get
God.
the boost, and then no, I'm just saying this is fucking as like just like an analysis of what just happened in the life. Like Trump gets a huge boost. Right, it was already not looking good for Biden, but that was the nail, was it? That was the fucking nail. The fist in the air. Fucking sympathy for a guy who couldn't fucking garner it in any other
Yes, it
conceivable
was.
possible way. It was the fucking
100%
nail.
Was. Yep. Like it
How-
or not.
How much has the polls changed since the assassination attempt?
Not that
I don't-
much, yeah.
I doubt
Not
there's
much.
been a legitimate poll.
One
doubt there's
that
been a
one
legitimate poll.
photograph. I'm sorry, but that one photograph, like it or not, won the election for Trump.
And the fact he got fucking
I'm
shot
not
like
saying
this,
that's
that's
good.
just gonna
Like I said,
garner
I don't
sympathy.
like
Yeah,
Trump,
but yeah, and that fucking photo.
it did. It won. It won the election for him.
Absolutely. I don't need to. I don't need to see
Thank
polls.
you, Testy.
Thank you,
I
Boogles.
just want to
Thank you
say,
very much.
nice cock,
I
brother.
appreciate it.
You were invited to
Thanks
the
for the
panel
follow.
if you want in, baby. Oh, I didn't mute myself in here. Oh shit.
Right.
Sorry, guys. I thought I muted myself.
I don't know what chat you're in. Are you in OnlyFans right now? What are you doing?
I'm not explaining that. I'm not explaining. I
Explain
refuse.
yourself.
I will never explain myself.
Explain yourself
Well,
on the
you
panel.
don't
Give it a follow. Wow, dude.
Jesus Christ.
Wait, I'm just okay. And okay, you realize we probably only get Supreme Court reform if the Democrats win, right?
Yes, that's what I'm saying is that the Supreme Court angle is, if I were a liberal and I fucking really, really wanted to convince people to fucking vote for blue no matter who, I would be talking about the Supreme Court implications.
Okay,
because
let's talk about the Supreme
fucking
Court.
You do
Why
know
doesn't it-
that
why doesn't
the
that
full
argument work?
Supreme
Why?
Court ruling on the immunity thing only
He
Sorry,
just
what?
said that argument works.
Myself.
only
That's what
apply
you should be
to-
focused
No,
on.
but he's still not
the
voting
Supreme
blue. Like,
Court ruling only applies to official actions under the Constitution, right? The immunity thing, it doesn't just apply to anything.
wow, that's
What the fuck
crazy.
is an
Wow.
official official presidential action?
Yeah,
Though? Like they
what
didn't
if-
lay
what
that
if they-
out.
Wait, Nader, I'm
It
just-
still has to be.
Nader,
It still
Nader.
has to be legal under the Constitution.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have to be legal. It just has to be
Yes,
within
it
the president's
does.
conclusive. No, it doesn't. If the president orders his DOJ to assassinate Nancy Pelosi, that's unreviewable. Unreviewable. It's within the conclusive
Nope,
and preclusive
nope,
authority of the president. No, Robert
That
specifically
is
mentioned
not.
this.
That is
the,
not
the
authorized.
legality of an
an
action doesn't
authorized
matter
power
whether or
of
not
the
a generally
president
applicable
under the
law.
Constitution.
The
That is
Supreme Court
not
already
what it
ruled
is.
any conversation that he has with his DOJ is unreviewable, absolutely immune. Doesn't matter if it's illegal or illegal at all. And for any action that's an
Okay.
official act, but outside of the conclusive and preclusive authority, the test is to overcome the presumptive immunity the president has for that is if intruding imposes any threat to the executive's functioning. Nothing about the constitutionality of it matters. All that matters is whether it poses any threat to the executive functioning. That's what matters. Okay. Is he talking? Can I just not hear him?
I don't think he's replied yet. He's muted. Might have gone
Well,
another
I-
call.
I mean,
His thing was
I
green.
don't think he has a response to that.
We'll see.
Right.
Give him time.
We could all
Shit
agree
comes
it's
up.
gay. I think we could all just. Can we all agree it's gay?
No, because gay would mean happy, and I'm not happy about this at all.
Mm.
Actually, how the fuck is Red gay? Because he's never happy. What the fuck? I feel like I feel fucking misled.
No,
Boys,
I've been fucking spiraling lately. Okay, this shit
Yeah.
coming out from the right is insane.
True.
And
Oh,
I
yeah,
hate
I
dude.
just
it.
want to quote it real quick. Nor may courts deem an action unofficial merely because it allegedly violates a generally applicable law. So it doesn't matter if it's illegal or not. It doesn't matter at all. If it's within the conclusive and preclusive authority of the president, you're fucked. It absolutely immune. Unreviewable.
It's fucked.
Non-fun
Whatever.
brief?
Like the
No, I
Supreme
won't
Court
brief,
is
'cause
fucked,
these
and
fuck-
it needs
these-
to be like. I think every side can
These
agree
people are
that it needs.
these people are
it
insane.
needs
They don't
some
care. They
type
don't
of
care about
change.
anything
Like,
good Biden's done. I
it's
mentioned
just what
10
type of
good things
change.
Biden's done, and they don't care. They don't care. At
I think
all.
we would
I
see better
called it
change under
so
the
hard
Democrats,
when I
to be
literally
honest.
said
They're
I'm going to
probably
bring up the
gonna
fact that he
hold them
mentioned
to,
that
you
he
know, like they're the
I did
ones
two
that might be
things.
able to hold them to.
Okay, I don't care. I did this 2 times where I called out and I said, I'm going to mention the drone strikes, and they're going to say they don't care at all. They're going to completely dismiss it. I mentioned the drone strike, they completely dismissed it. They didn't care at all. They don't care. They don't care at all. I mentioned I mentioned that I was going to lay it out our argument and say, well, don't you think Trump is kind of a threat to democracy? Don't you guys think if you want to change the system that you should probably vote against a person who's an actual threat to democracy? And I said, you know what I said? I literally said that they're going to say it's corrupt anyway. It doesn't matter. And that's exactly what Casey said. Casey just said, "What democracy? What democracy?" They don't care. No, they don't deserve me breathing. Okay, they don't deserve it.
That he's already done. Already fucking done, man.
Bro.
Holy shit. I don't know. But that's just the point. Like, I'm just trying to give a tip to you guys that if you want to win people over, that's probably the most, like, it has the most amount of major things that everybody has heard about. It's something that everybody can fucking relate to, and it's a real
All right,
threat.
I'm back.
That
Sorry, I had another call
Okay, but
from
you
my
don't-
storm chase team.
Why don't you subscribe to that argument? Why don't you vote blue no matter who, despite the Supreme Court that you seem to disagree with so
I
much?
live luckily in a state where I don't have to vote
Oh my
blue no
gosh.
matter who.
Okay.
Yeah, other than that
yeah,
decision,
we'll see you voting
other
then.
than that decision,
I'm voting
everything
third
else
party
the
to
Supreme Court has
fluff
decided
out
has
the
been
numbers of
great.
third party.
Okay. Wait. Then why don't you still rally behind Kamala? Like, why don't you or whoever do you want the Democratic nominee to be? Just say
Because people
Hey,
that aren't in
audience.
swing states, I want to tell them to fuck. Oh, yeah, okay, fine. Audience, if you're in a swing
Everything
state,
other than
vote
the
blue.
immunity
If you're
decision.
not,
Okay.
vote third
Okay.
party. There
Wow.
you go.
Everything other than the immunity decision by the Supreme Court has been fantastic.
what it really
Jesus
the
Christ.
14th Amendment ballot access one. Do you and also the Dobbs decision that overturned Roe v. Wade.
Yes,
Okay.
Sheesh. That's rough to hear.
Made
dude.
it
I
nom
think
nom.
it should be a state-based thing.
Okay.
Shouldn't be federal.
Yeah, are you doing okay though, Red Radius? Man, I've seen your like
What do you mean?
demon arc thing that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Like,
I am on a demon arc, okay? Because it's way more fun to yell at these disgusting fucking people than it is to sit down and be like, okay, I know you guys think the election was stolen. I know this, I know that. I don't fucking care. Okay.
And I
These people
can't
are
wait for
traitors.
some
These
of
people
the
hate the
decisions.
country. These people hate freedom. These people hate democracy, and they have everything that's fucking coming to them.
I can't wait for
Space,
some of the
space.
decisions coming up on.
is that a
gun laws.
political violence
be
threat? Can we?
When they make red flag laws
Not,
Wow, that's
not in any way a
rare.
threat. I'm not saying people
It's not a
shouldn't get into
threat.
political violence.
No, I know.
I would
maybe
even
we do.
I explicitly don't think people should get into political violence. Even if Trump is elected, I think he should do
Unbased.
nonviolent protest. But I mean, I'm not, like, do I really care if someone dies while supporting an insurrectionist. Well, I mean, I don't really care that much. Like, I care
Oh
way
boy!
more about
Oh, Destiny take! Please don't get me banned. Please don't get me banned.
Destiny is right. Okay.
I don't know. Shut the fuck up. I don't
Destiny's
care. I
a
know why
fucking
I like being on Twitch.
Retard.
I like
went to
being
a
on
fucking
Twitch.
these
insurrectionist
bands.
rally.
Destiny's a fucking retard.
I like being on Twitch.
So
Let's
somebody
please
should
not
get
do this.
killed for their political beliefs. That's
No.
fucking
That's
wonderful.
not what he said.
No.
That's
I'm
what
just saying,
I
like, I
said.
have way more sympathy for like
That
someone who
is what
dies
he
in Syria
said.
because
That is
Well,
not what he
whatever
said.
he-
I
He
came to
said,
watch
That is
I'm saying I don't
exactly
have any
what he
sympathy
said.
for that. Okay.
Everybody,
I don't care about these
stringer
arguments.
in here. Just know
That
that
is
he got banned
exactly
for
what
saying
he
what he
said.
said. So don't.
Yeah, he probably got banned
got
because a bunch
banned
of
on Kick.
right-wing retards mass reported him. Okay, that
It's
Good.
not.
That's
It's
what
not
happened.
okay to say that an American citizen deserved to fucking get shot while he was protecting his
one-
family.
no
because he went
one
to a
said
fucking
deserved.
rally of an
deserved.
ex-president.
No one said
Yeah,
deserved.
Deserved it. Has no
No
sympathy
one said
for it.
deserved.
Got what's
Yeah, I have no
coming to
sympathy.
him.
There you go.
Whatever. The,
Yeah, God was coming to him.
You
blah,
just
blah,
fucking you
blah.
pick how you want to
Exactly.
fucking phrase it. Yeah, zero sympathy. Oh, shrug. Whatever. Fuck.
exactly.
Shouldn't have
true.
gone to the rally.
If
I
you
guess,
support
eh?
that shit, you can go fuck yourself.
Can someone link
Did
the
you let
original
anyone say
clip
I
that
of
hope
before?
you
Destiny
get
saying
what's
that?
coming from you.
So the original is going to be was it a tweet? There's the first one on Twitter, I think.
Oh no, he said it during a live stream too, and he got banned from Kick. He got banned from Kick, and other media platforms were saying that they will ban people for saying something similar. So I'm just trying to say, warn people, let's not say the thingy, dance around it. Just don't say the thingy. Because I like being on.
Is a great tool. I'm not great at dancing. I was gonna say that.
I don't fucking care. Chop out your ass off.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Chop like democracy.
I'm making a
depends
joke
on-
because you said dancing. So it's true. Calm down.
Also, Red, I do want to invite you to something that might be cathartic at the tonight when I stream again. If I don't just continue streaming, because this is fucking fun. I will
get
be
banned.
I will be transitioning into a point where I'm going on my biggest conservative rant I've ever gone on. So
See,
like,
those kind of takes, like
we'll
what
see.
Destiny had, and what you guys just said, literally
I don't fucking care.
push people like me to, maybe I shouldn't vote third party. Maybe I should vote Trump.
it's bad optics, but I mean, like, yeah.
Just because then you would get what's coming to you for the shit you're saying.
Oh yeah, what's coming to me?
Bro, yep.
Oh boy. What's coming to you is that what Nader is saying, that people are going to just not vote or vote against you if you're like super hostile towards them.
Okay.
Whether or not you would agree with Trump or agree with the people who support them or whatever, at this point in time, if he did something so fucking drastically fucking, he was not, he's allowed to fucking run for president. So we have people that are just engaging in their right to fucking engage in our fucking democracy for
Yeah,
whatever reason. They like the
engaging
guy.
in their right
they-
to democracy to help destroy democracy. Yeah, go on.
How is engaging in the democracy helping to destroy
What's wrong with
democracy?
democracy destroying democracy?
Trump tried to
That's what it
overturn the
does.
2020 election. In theory, like until the Supreme Court rewrote the fucking 14th Amendment, he shouldn't have even been constitutionally eligible to run. But
Well,
It
really
says-
quick. Is it okay for a democratic country or whatever to vote an impossibility of democracy? Is that against democracy?
what do you
Wait,
mean
can you-
against
can you
democracy?
restate that?
It's undemocratic.
Yeah,
but it's like,
say there's a democratic country that decides to have a ability for unelected officials to make it so that no more officials can be elected. Is that democratic or
No, that's
Can you
not.
vote
democratic.
yourself out of democracy democratically? Is I think.
No.
It's a democratic
Okay.
act, but it's defeating
the
democracy.
the decision is undemocratic, even if it's made in a democratic way. Yeah.
so it's possible for democratic decisions to destroy the function of democracy?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that-
exactly.
Yeah.
That's my whole argument. That's what Trump tried to do. To be clear,
Why is that bad?
Because I like
because democracy is good.
Why?
I think it's really good at protecting natural rights and also reining in market forces whenever, I think it's a really good counter to the bad parts of capitalism. Yeah, what else? I don't know.
But by definition, completely capable of destroying itself on its own without any outside forces.
Which is why we don't have pure democracy. We have representative democracy with a bunch
What
of
makes it-
different limits.
Yeah, like we have protections.
It's
for some,
already
like
non.
the, like
no,
the,
it's
like
already
the 14th
non
Amendment says that
non-function itself.
insurrectionists can't run for office, but
Pure democracy
not pure
definitely
democracy,
yeah, it's not a pure democracy,
yes,
but it's a
welcome.
wider
we have,
term.
We have protections from tyranny of the government, and we also have protections from tyranny of the majority. Yes, welcome to a constitutional democracy. Woohoo!
So the maximization of the thing that you like is something that doesn't work.
Yeah.
What?
In most with
Maybe
most
democracy
ideologies,
itself can't be our highest value.
no,
Yes, think on the margin.
maximizing a
At some
specific
margin,
ideology
democracy becomes
usually
bad.
doesn't
At
work.
some margin, drinking water also becomes bad. Yes, welcome to marginal thinking. Yes.
Well, you can't tell me democracy's good if we have to.
You can't
stifle
tell me
democracy
water's
for
good
it
if
to
I
be
drink
good.
10 million liters of water and I fucking explode. Like,
You would drown first, probably.
Well,
Or have
toxicity
kids. Actually, no.
is actually a thing.
You would have your kidney shut down actually first because they couldn't process all the water. I've seen this before.
Yep, and
one
then
time
your
in the
brain
hospital.
swells and you
Yeah.
know you die. It's
I've
called
seen it
water
only happen
toxicity.
once in my life. I've only. It's insane. But anyway, this is heated. Red, did I get an answer to you being around for the Republican rant section of the stream later?
Maybe it'll depend. I have to,
So I'm
make
pretty
dinner.
pissed at the conservative narratives lately, and just like the people supporting the Republican Party or whatever the fuck the Republican Party looks like at the moment. And I just wanted to really get it off my chest and vent a bit. Just
Yeah, they're traitors. They hate democracy, etc., etc.
like, let me see if I can find like what I sent to Gorp because or Legate. It was Legate. I don't think Legate's gonna want to be on after how much I was fucking pissed at him yesterday. So
He mentioned it being online today, and that you guys were supposed to talk about something or something.
oh, okay, sweet. Hopefully he'll be around for that. Yeah, he was around to try to at least make it somewhat fair to like steelman conservatives and Republicans, but I just want to fucking yell. I really do.
who's he voting for? Is he voting? Oh, I guess
He's
they may
voting.
Chase
He says
Oliver
he's
for him,
voting
but then
Trump for. He said he's voting Trump only for gun rights. That's literally what.
Oh
like,
god,
what
I'm
the-
gonna have to yell.
Bro,
I like
oh
him.
my
I don't
God.
want to yell at him.
He says the
I've
only
never
things
talked
that
to him.
matter to him
Trump
is gun
not
money.
pro
and
gun.
freedom.
He supported
not.
fucking.
He supported the bump stock ban.
He supported red flag laws. Yeah,
Wait,
fuck
also-
that.
Also,
He's a
the
bunch of
Republican
shit on
Party
gun
dropped
rights.
gun rights and their gun right promises after the Trump shooting. So I
Isn't-
asked him. I literally sent that to him, and I asked him, "Are you still voting Trump?"
Yeah,
and
he's
bro-
a piece of garbage
Yeah.
on gun rights.
Wait,
Fuck Trump on that too.
I mean, Gorps is a gay libertarian, right? He's not voting Chase Oliver, who is also a gay libertarian. Like,
Gorp's voting third party. Legate is voting Trump. Supposedly. So this is what I said to Legate. I said, no, I originally was going to just plan on a huge rant because I've been bottling up emotions about Republicans and just in general with other shit in life. And it's all just bullshit. I hate the establishment and I hate Democrats and Republicans, but I think Republicans have been riding it too high lately and been getting too many dubs and too much leeway in the fucking media. It's so insane. I'm so upset because both sides are bad and interconnected in the top 1%, but people treat the entire movements as if it's both sides are equal. Just because liberals can talk a little preachy and stupid sometimes, but one side actively is packing the Supreme Court and openly talking about taking away our rights and making radical Christian nationalist moves, while the other just wants to force black people into black trans people into movies. So while I agree at the top level, these corporate politicians are basically the same. The lower level you get, the bigger the divide is in beliefs and policies. And to reiterate, the extreme difference in how nonsensical it is to even consider the platform as legitimate, the Republican platform as a legitimate party. Like I was fucking mad. I was fucking mad when I was trying to look at. It's so fucking stupid. It's actually, I'll fucking go on the rant a little bit now.
When are you? Are they going to join VC at some point? Or are you going to yell at them?
Yeah.
Or? Okay.
They're
when
going
are
to
you doing
join
that?
VC. I'm going to fucking bitch about Republicans, and he's going to try to fucking steel man why he's still going to fucking vote Republican and vote for Trump. despite everything I'm gonna say about how fucking stupid it fucking is. Like, this is the fucking level of it. People are like, oh, it's fucking both sides. It's fucking both sides are fucking bad. But one side is just like, hey, let's have more fucking gay pride parades, and I'm gonna fucking force posters into schools that show just like boys kissing. All right, that's not as fucking bad as Republicans trying to take away your right to fucking contraceptives. It's not the fucking same thing. It's not. I hate people that act like it's the same fucking thing.
Wait, when is this happening? I want to be there, bro.
It's fucking. It gets me so worked up. I'm so. I went off on Stack a little bit about it too. He wasn't like defending conservatives or anything. I just got really pissed one day when driving and talking. So.
You might have been cut out part of this. Right? You might have been going through an area where it cut out because I don't remember you going off.
It was the other day when I was walking around my apartment complex, and then I got into my car to go pick up like mashed potatoes and a pot pie.
I don't know. I don't remember this.
Motherfucker. Well,
you all conservatives want to take away the contraceptive rights?
No,
probably not all.
But it's the platform has been pushing for it, and that's what's important. Now, obviously, not all conservatives want to, but the fact that we consider that the Republican platform as a legitimate platform right now, after all the things that's been testing and pushing, is just fucking ridiculous. If we actually believe in rights in America, and we actually believe in freedoms, in a little bit of moving into a progressive way, there is nothing about the Republican platform that demonstrates freedom, right? Like the most recent thing of fucking forcing a religion onto schools. What was that, like Oklahoma or something, where you have to? Yeah, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Separation of state and church, and now they're gonna be forcing what is it? The fucking what did they say? It was a poster. What was it? The Ten Commandments. I think right now. What they were forcing them to put up at a certain size and width.
I was just yelling at leftists to fucking vote for Biden, and
is that terrible?
I'm gonna yell at conservatives to vote for Biden.
That is.
I don't care who the nominee is at this point. I'm voting no matter who. I don't care.
We're giving them when it comes to testing fucking certain things.
I don't have a strong
and it just becomes worse and worse. Right? Yeah. Okay, you could be like, is a porn ban? It's just porn, right? But it's the implications of them trying to make corporations collect your ID, have mandatory fucking IDs to enter fucking porn, and then next it's their the abortion fucking ban that they're going to push for on the federal level because state wasn't enough, and then they're going to fucking test the grounds for banning gay marriage. And it's just
it's almost like they hate freedom and democracy and the Constitution and everything else that's good about our country.
The attack on polls and trying to make it so you can't vote online, or that if you're a military member that you can't vote if you're overseas. For fucking military members, god damn it. The constant attack of the Constitution lately that's come from Trump and fucking Vivek Ramaswamy. So now the Constitution, the thing that at one point the Republicans were so fucking staunch about the Constitution, but now everybody is willing, after Trump, to flirt with the idea that maybe not all amendments are fucking needed. Maybe we can get rid of the constant attack off of on immigration, that they take away the avenues of legal immigration into the country, but then they fucking complain about illegal immigrants coming in when they took away the legal methods of entering this fucking country. It's nonsense. And then you put sanctions on their countries, flood them with drugs and guns, and then you wonder why people are fleeing to get a better fucking life. It's the way that Republicans run this country will fucking kill us. Democrats are fucking horrible
much
too.
Everything except like online voting is genuinely sucks, just because it has really
and Democrats are bad too. Democrats are not doing any of those things.
They're bad.
Anything close. Or anything close.
Bad. They ain't that bad.
I liked your unhinged rant, but I have many disagreements.
I'm sure.
Well, aren't you like a religious nationalist? I'm sure that you would definitely not like some of the stuff I said.
Oh,
yeah.
A fucking course, dude. Why not?
You guys haven't had Aristotle in your chat before? Like,
nope.
Oh.
I know Aristotle. I don't think he's a bad person. I think a lot of his values actually line up with mine. He just thinks that you can achieve it from a religious perspective. I disagree. I heavily disagree. Because my values are that I want to bring back communities to the United States. We have sabotaged community and family in the United States. We have sabotaged the working class, and we have sabotaged a fair democratic process. There's too much money in politics. The systems built in place are to hand feed you a selection of candidates that will always be establishment candidates and always work for the establishment. The rich will always get richer.
Number did well.
The wealth distribution will always lean in one till, and the amount of resources will dry up. And eventually, when it does dry up, it's gonna be you're poor, or you're not fucking poor. And then you know what's gonna happen? Fucking war. They're gonna start killing people, and everything that we have, all this nice shit, is gonna be fucking ruined. And just because we couldn't put some moderation in place, it's all ridiculous. But I hate this country sometimes. I hate it.
Well,
federally backed sex coupons. Let's get federal backed sex coupons going.
That's right. Fuck it. Fuck it. Happy endings for everybody. All right. We're going to subsidize the massage parlors. You get a massage, a happy ending, and then use that post-nut clarity to vote.
I have a question about one of your one of your basic ideas that seems to be coming in conflict with most of what you're saying. You're saying that nationalism is bad, but all of your questions are about the condition of this country. So why would you care about the condition of this country if you're more internationalist than nationalist?
Because I care about the people where I live as well, but I also care about other. I do not think that we should exploit other countries just because it benefits us. Because in the end,
I don't agree with that either.
But at the same time, of course, I'm going to care about the country I live in. I live here and I care about the people here, but I also care about the people abroad. You can care about both.
Can you prioritize them?
Yeah, you can prioritize your local area first.
What should be
live here. Your local area first, of course.
That makes you a nationalist, or at least a localist.
How?
If you prioritize those things which are closest to you and the people that are closest to you, especially the people in your nation, that by definition makes you a nationalist, not an internationalist. If you see no difference between the people that are closest to you and the people that are in sub-Saharan Africa or something, that would make you an internationalist. If you're willing to forego your everything for you for someone that lives in sub-Saharan Africa, if you're just as concerned about their issues as you are yours, that makes you an internationalist. I don't think the internationalist position is even doable for anyone. I don't think you can be an internationalist. Truly,
you could have some base level.
I fully admit I'm a nationalist. I'm an American exceptionalist.
Nader is for sure, but you could have some base level like you could think that America first, America, what's good for America, but just have a limit to the extent that you're willing. Is it are you going to kill? So you don't care about some African person because so you could have money or but that's what NRK said. What's not hurt? To exploit what there's things that make life worse for them than it would be if we weren't there. Whatever. You could be a national. You could be somewhat a nationalist. You could be believe in America and doing better. Believe that America should be doing better or whatever it is, and then but also care about the other people. I don't think
but it's their priority. Take care of yourself first, and then take care of the guy across the street. Secure your own mask before you scare someone else's when the plane's going down.
Yep.
Of course, but don't hurt other people in other countries. Why would anyone want to do that?
Yeah, but that's natural for pretty much everyone. It makes the term nationalist useless, which is why we put the line a bit further towards the more radical nationalism, so that the term becomes useful again. I agree that everyone. Nationalist is not a useful term if you say that 99% of people in the world are nationalists, and based on the description I heard, that's pretty much it. Because pretty much everyone cares about their community or their country or their nation or whatever first and foremost, and then they care about the world.
Right. What's wrong with
Yeah,
that? I think what
nothing's wrong with
becomes
that. I think
really
that's
wrong with
great.
that- I think
But I
what
think
becomes really wrong with that is when we have internationalist or globalist countries that where you and your hometown are working for a factory where the primary benefits of that factory goes somewhere overseas. That in a way makes for internationalism, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's more likely that the single person that owns that country is company is going to take the majority of the benefit, siphon it away to help it with their interests.
yeah,
In that
exactly.
form,
And
I
in
think
some trickle down way, it still goes to your community, to your nation, or an individual in that community. Any kind of globalist, internationalist, quote unquote, action more or less still benefits the person doing it and their community in some way. So, like,
maybe
even if you're doing something globalist, in most cases, even like U.S. supporting Israel, it's still in U.S. interests. It helps
Debatable.
U.S. on the global scale.
Debatable. How so? They got a lot of resources over there in Israel.
Yeah, I mean, you
highly
just
debatable.
mentioned like the
No, not resources, just reputation. Go ahead.
I mean,
Reputation.
they-
What for being war criminals and ignoring
For-
international law? What?
You just mentioned the
supporting
semiconductors
more-
there.
do
Israel,
you know
Israel
why
has a
they-
lot of chip fabs. There's also a lot of military intelligence that we probably get from them and being
Chip
allied with
fabs,
them.
They
like
fucking
we're-
steal all our
we're
shit.
able to-
Fucking,
Oh,
they're
true.
leeches. Anyway, no, it's shit. It's shit. We don't need them. They're fucking nowhere from. They have all the enemies. Why does everyone hate us? Because of fucking Israel. Why did they do 9/11? Because they were pissed off with the bunch of shit that Israel did. What's the no. That's the fucking Qassam is what the top of fucking Osama's list. Fucking numerous people on those fucking planes decided fucking Israelis atrocities for being radicalized. Like, what Israel has a full fucking list of enemies, and by us supporting them,
They have the
there
same
are
enemies as
I
we
agree
do,
that
though. Like
a lot of the-
we're standing
Go
in a
ahead.
united front against them. Like, I don't think we have.
Where's the
enemies because
benefit?
we support Israel. Well, if we have the same enemies as Israel, if we're aligned with Israel, that's probably going to help us, right?
Why do we have the same enemies as Israel?
Because
Because
they
the
have
US
a
is
very
a-
anti-American views.
Right, creating our own enemies.
Oh, gee,
Let's
I
go.
wonder.
Let's create our
Many men.
enemies.
Which death upon me.
The U.S. is great at creating our enemies. It's what we do. It's what we
Create
do.
enemies. I don't know.
It's a good story narrative. You got to have an
Even
enemy
if the
to fight.
Middle Eastern countries weren't baited by U.S. aggressive politics in the Middle East, they still have overtly anti-American, anti-Western views. So, like,
Yes, we
they're
overthrew
natural
Iran's
enemy.
government. We invaded Iraq. We've been bombing Yemen and Syria. They hate us because we've been fucking with them, and we've been and arguably, Israel's been prodding us for all the things. Not that Iran was mostly.
U.S. wouldn't be
England.
able to do a lot of the stuff in Middle East if there weren't locals who supported those actions. Good example is Syria, which still has a pro-U.S. government fighting with the pro-Russian government, fighting with terrorists, etc., etc. Like,
How did we get the pro-U.S. governments there? Just out of curiosity.
In Syria?
In Syria?
Well,
See-
Middle East in general, but yeah, we could go Syria if that's where. Since we were on Syria already.
I don't know if it's
Mostly
Syria. I know,
anti-
especially
I
during the
think
Cold
that-
War. I know we did coups and shit, like in 1953 in Iran, and yeah.
Like
I mean,
the Syrian situation wasn't a coup. The Syrian government, as far as I know, I'm not that knowledgeable about this, was formed just in opposition to Assad, who was supported by Russia. And Russia does explicitly support Assad and basically tries to monopolize all of the political landscape there, but to him. So like that's just a coalition of really, really broadly pro democratic forces. That's the U.S. aligned Syria.
Who are the people who you're referring to? Pro-democratic forces? I'm sure they call themselves that.
like the Kurds
think
in
that-
Syria, they're probably
I
more
like
democratic than-
I'm fine with supporting the Kurds, but everyone else is just like it's the same old shit. They're just some enemy of our enemy would give them weapons. In 5 years, we'll be blowing them up. It's the same cycle of shit.
most of the guys who began to blow U.S. back up, and the U.S. are blowing up now, are fighting that Syrian government. So, I mean, it could happen twice, but I doubt it. Twice, meaning twice in a row, with the group actively fighting the group that was more or less created by the U.S.
Maybe we could not kill people. That'd be great.
Nah.
Yeah, it's difficult just because
not kill people.
Yeah, if
I mean,
someone's
that
killing,
person's a
if someone's
jihadist, then,
committing
like, I
terror,
don't know, maybe.
yeah, exactly. If you don't do proliferation of forces in the Middle East, you will have more terrorist attacks on U.S. soil. So,
what do we think that the current dollar value of the amount of money that we've sent to Israel over the last 50 years? I think it's probably
include inflation.
The last 50
today's
years
value.
is probably a lot.
Like,
I don't know.
we
It'd
were
probably be
sending
over
billion,
100 billion. I think we give them $3
Yeah,
billion
I was
a
thinking
year,
so
and we
too.
have for the past like 10 years.
Adjust for inflation.
It's I'm not gonna
Adjust
actually do
for
the math,
inflation.
but it's so much.
Well, no, first,
But
that,
also,
in
I mean, $2.1 trillion
$1972, a dollar-
were exports to Israel in 2022. So, you know, probably some economic benefit to it. You know, just saying.
Nope.
Especially because we
If
have a
you
free
adjust
trade deal
for
with Israel.
inflation-
Oh, there's no benefit to $2.1 trillion in exports to Israel. There's no benefit to that. No economic benefit.
These nominal terms are just confusing.
We don't if we don't support their entire existence, then so we could export things to them. That's why we do that. So
No, Israel sucks.
Yeah, I
Being
agree.
aligned with them probably incentivizes us to trade with them more. It probably, like, if we weren't
we could
as
be aligned.
with
Why don't
them-
we be aligned with our neighbors, our actual fucking neighbors?
We are aligned with our neighbor. We also have free trade with, semi-free trade with Canada and Mexico.
Until
have a
NAFTA
question.
was fucked.
We have a redeemed question over here. We have a how does everybody feel about armpit hair on women? Apparently, just to kind of derail this a little bit.
Shave that shit, Jesus Christ!
I think armpit hair is disgusting on everybody. I think men and women.
Facts based.
I'm not
Married men are
especially attracted
beautiful.
to it, but you know, if she's voting blue, no matter who, then maybe we can still talk.
Okay.
Also, Casey is being accused of making shit up. So we got a few things in here.
What did I make up?
So the first comment was, I don't like Israel either, but don't lie. The U.S. benefits from the relationship with Israel.
How?
And then
How?
And then, bro, Israel is like in the top 10 to top 20 economies in the world. Well, that's because they take all of the U.S.'s money.
Look,
Then they don't need our fucking $3 billion every year. Holy fuck!
I have the entire solution to this thing. We just give.
Is it a final solution?
We give
Don't say
the we give the Gazans nukes and just let them and Israel have at it. 'Cause
That's called a
molten
zero
sand.
state solution.
Zero
for-
state solution.
No,
exactly.
no. That'll fucking solve it, right?
Let's just say that sand melts at 30, 90 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's really beautiful.
Nukes for
when it
peace.
does.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh,
Give me a-
goodness.
keep the shit toss, boys. Also, to Casey, what is this dude on? You can call out their bullshit without making shit up. So,
Hold on. Is someone going to say that we benefit from Israel, from our relationship with Israel more than our detriment to Israel, which is with the whole? Then give an example.
You've
Because
heard the boy
the fact that we trade with them, we trade with everyone. Where are they on our like fucking top export countries by pretty far down. The fuck, they're really far away, and they're just paying us with our own fucking
that
money.
far down.
What the fuck? They're what?
They were like
probably like
0.7% of all our exports. Israel exports U.S.
just give it to Latin America. I'm sure they'd want it. Plus, there are direct neighbors. We should probably, that would solve so many problems if we treated fucking Latin America like we treat fucking Israel. Maybe we wouldn't have so many illegal immigrants coming over. Maybe we would have cheaper goods and produce. Maybe we'd have actually freedom of movement that would fucking boost the economy. The U.S. dollar would be widely adopted, have more homogeny, and we'd be able to crush out a lot of the cartel and drug problems. Dude, that would be so fucking wild.
True. I mean, I agree. I think we should be treating our neighbors better. I think we should probably be investing in these countries to try to make them more stable.
Yeah.
But
I want to French kiss Latin America. That's all.
Yeah, what's wrong with brown people? We should like brown people more.
True.
We do. We like India because there are bodies that throw at China in a war.
But what about America? Like South America. We need more South America.
We do.
Oh, he's this guy, motherfucker's designing this. Like they're of geopolitical importance. The only liberal democracy in the fucking region.
True.
Motherfucker, they're so fucking liberal that you can't marry outside your fucking race. That's how fucking liberal they are. A democracy will 4 million fucking Palestinians haven't had a single fucking vote or a single fucking human right for 50 fucking years.
They're in occupied Israel.
Yeah. They're very liberal to the fucking people that they fucking
Isn't there an Arab party in the set or whatever it's called, the parliament?
I'm talking about it doesn't matter how many fucking black people that are free if you fucking have 4 million of them that are not free.
Well, I'm like, don't you think Israel's probably more liberal than like all these other countries like Iran and Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, they're not.
They're not the liberal. They're not the liberal fucking democracy. You can't marry outside your race. For Christ's fucking sake, that's not a
liberal
fucking
democracy.
liberal
Is a spectrum,
democracy.
right? Even if you can't marry outside your race, then maybe.
Can you source that?
Yeah,
I never heard. Not
exactly. I think he's probably talking about within the occupation, but
no, inside Israel.
No, you can't marry outside your religion. Not
it's
race.
apparently
no,
yeah.
Two different
That's
things.
that's how it's written. But no. I will link you video.
They don't.
I'm not saying either.
No. That's how it's written.
They do recognize it if you go abroad,
but it's not race. It's religion.
No. It's race. I could pull up a video. 2 Christians. It's a blog of theirs. They had 2 Christians, one Jewish, one Muslim. They had to go to Cyprus to get married, but they're both Christians.
Wait,
that's
the way it's
one
written.
Video. That doesn't.
No.
That's
I mean, I could. No. I'm just. That's just like you could just see them talking about having to do with the. No, the way that it's written is that it. But the way that is that it's a religion, but the way that it's executed is that it's race. So, I'll find a better source. I guess. Give me a second. But I could say this with 100% certainty.
Can we move that down to 99%?
Those states were a religious value or a liberal value.
And like again,
and by the way,
the spectrum. So
like
you can say
a lot
there are
of
things that make Israel
a lot of Jewish people aren't even fucking
people,
religious. Like most Zionists, most like half of them are secular anyway. So someone without the fucking religion, and if Jews marry each other, it's fine. But it's even though one is religious and one's not. Like just inherent in that, same religion, whatever. Half the people aren't religious. It doesn't even fucking make sense. I'm finding you a better source, but we could also use our brains here.
Also, like we need in to Iran, just get rid of religion. Muslim woman can't wear it.
I don't give a fuck about Iran. I don't give a fuck about Iran.
Okay, what we're talking about is whether Israel is the only democracy in the middle, or only liberal democracy in the Middle East.
We're talking about whether they're a fucking liberal society.
Sounds like we need.
Well, they're
to
definitely
get rid
more
of
liberal than most other societies, right? I mean, in the area.
Consider that the liberal democracy?
If you think Israel is liberal, then North Korea is liberal.
Oh my god,
that's what I'll say. That's what I'll fucking say.
I like
compare.
The Democratic state of Israel.
Can you name a less liberal country in Eastern Asia than North Korea?
Cyprus.
I can name
Eastern Asia.
Eastern Asia.
Wait, least or more?
Less liberal country than
North Korea.
Yeah. Because I can name less liberal countries than Middle East than Israel easily.
All of them.
So I'm not sure. Why do we say that if Israel is a liberal society and liberal democracy, then North Korea is as well? It's just.
Why do I say
obviously, that? Yeah.
because North Korea affords more rights and liberties to their citizens than Israel does to the Palestinians that they occupy.
No, they don't. The North
Oh, wait.
Koreans have a non. Okay.
North Korea
like,
grants more rights to its citizens than Israel does to non-citizens. That's crazy, bro. Dude, that's
To
wild.
Palestinians.
Oh my
I said
God,
to
what?
Palestinians.
You said to Palestinians it occupies.
Yes.
Those aren't
Yeah, sure.
citizens. It's a military occupation.
North Korea literally.
Wait, did you say they're not
literally
citizens
killed
or are citizens?
an
They're
American
not.
teenager
In the
for
occupied territories,
ripping
they're
a
not
poster.
citizens.
I mean, it is a very specific set of circumstances I'm talking about here. I will give you that, but
So here,
Yeah,
the
what is
religious-based
testes then?
restriction on marriage becomes equivalent to an anti-miscegenation law when the bloodline requirement to be considered Jewish enough for marriage to another Jew by an Orthodox Jewish rabbinical court is also taken into account. So they say it's religious, but it's a fucking blood test for fucking if you're Jewish or not. So that it's just conflating Jewish with religion. And
No,
and
it's religious, but within the
That's race.
religious institution,
that's
they
race.
have additional. It's ethnicity, but it's within the religious institution. It would be like the most sense it would make is if the marriage could just be a contract, and any institution could make that. They could arrange that contract, because still, like any religious institution that's recognized within Israel can make such a contract. If you're Muslim, you can marry, and
No, but
obviously
only certain ones are though, and none of the ones that are allowed to marry people
and it's a
people
process.
are allowed to. It's a process to keep fucking their bloodline pure because they're fucking Nazis.
No, it's a
That's the fucking process.
to
A
recognize
process of
more.
what? To keep bloodlines pure. They're fucking Nazis, motherfucker. You have to. You can't marry outside your race in Israel for fuck's sake. God damn.
You can, if you're Orthodox and you have another Orthodox person, you can go to the organization of the Orthodox Church in Israel, and you can marry whoever.
Nope, you can't.
Can you give me a source to that? Because I know
Sure.
I know multiple Orthodox people in Israel who married each other quite easily.
Holy shit.
Again, I like liberal democracy is a spectrum. I could accept that Israel doesn't. Yeah, I could even accept full stop that Israel doesn't allow interracial marriage. Doesn't make them not a liberal democracy entirely. They're still much more of a liberal democracy than any other state in the region.
They're not a liberal.
What about Cyprus?
What about Cyprus? I guess you can count Cyprus.
Cyprus
sounds-
is more
I mean,
easily more commonly considered European.
Yeah, I also
It's
it's
like-
occupied by Greece and
just because-
Turkey, so like it doesn't even count.
Just
as-
because
It's like 30 miles away.
Southern Cyprus, Republic of Cyprus, isn't occupied by Greece. Isn't it in the EU? Cyprus.
Dude, Casey has a way of blowing up my chat over here. Look at this. Everybody here applying to what you've said, Casey.
Cyprus is just Greece.
One sec.
True. Red radius.
They're absolutely liberal with semi-theocratic policies enshrined in law, and I agree being a religion and ethnicity is fucked up. I disagree with ethno-nationalism. It's not race. You don't understand what the word means. Somebody else says Israel came out of World War II, a global crisis. America's position in the world is likewise defined by its role in the world's war. So what principles are America-Israel's nationalism actually based upon? Because if it's simply internationalism is okay as long as we get paid, then that just seems pretty arbitrary. So where does isolationism actually
in
fit
Israel? Sorry, all Jewish marriages are performed by the Orthodox rabbis. Blah 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 blah. Are not this is a Reform, Conservative, and other denominations are not officially recognized. As a result, marriages between a Jew and a non-Jew will not be performed by this body, and it's a fucking blood test. Likewise, same-sex marriages
by that body. Yeah,
that's the only. Those are the.
No, it's
in
not.
Israel,
If you're not Jewish, you can perform a marriage using another body, which many of, including Orthodox Christianity, Eastern, what's the name? Other Eastern brands of Christianity, a bunch of Muslim churches, they can all perform marriages as well. And a lot of those don't have any ethnic requirements. Yeah, if you want to marry based on the authority of the like Jewish church or whatever it's called, then yeah, sure, they can have any rules that they want, but you can use others. Obviously, ideally, there should be a civil union performed by like whatever, like some kind of other authority. And I agree that that's bad, but it's not ethnically based in every like on a state level. It's a single organization deciding that.
I don't think Israel allows for like civil marriages. Like that's why gay marriage isn't allowed either. But you can get married in Cyprus, and then Israel will recognize it if you come back. But yeah,
I personally don't think marriages should be and the state should not have anything to do with marriages. Marriages should just be contracts between people within like that certain organization perform, usually religious, and that's it. So like ideally they would have some other ways of getting married, but sadly they don't. That's the case in a lot of Western countries as well, where you cannot make any kind of marriage, like gay marriage, whatever, and it was still considered a lot of those liberal democracies to some degree. So yeah, it's not perfect. No one's saying that it is, but I would still consider it a liberal democracy.
So I'm going to read what I saw from Pew Research, and then also I checked the wiki as well. But Pew Research says no religious intermarriage between Jews and non-Jews is permitted in Israel. Israel's religious authorities, who are the only entities that can perform weddings in the country, are not allowed to marry couples of different faiths. Orthodox Judaism prohibits mixed unions, and all Jewish marriages in Israel are performed by Orthodox rabbis. Other religious authorities in Israel, including those of Muslim and Christian denominations, also do not perform interfaith marriage. And then, so that was one source. The second source says, in Israel, marriage can be performed only under the auspices of the religious community in which couples belong, and interfaith marriages performed within the country are not legally recognized. However, marriages performed abroad or remotely from Israel must be registered by the government.
If you don't care about religion, both convert to Christianity.
How about we just
no, but the first line when it says that the rabbini or whatever, when they perform all Jewish weddings or whatever, but they're not talking about the religion, because half of them aren't religious anyway. It's a blood test. There's a literal fucking blood test. So if you're a Christian but with Jewish heritage, then you have to get married in that church, and if you're not marrying another Jew,
within Judaism, it's not a blood test within any churches that's recognized. In Christian churches, it's not a blood test. In Islam, if you don't care about religion, convert to like Protestantism, Catholicism.
I'm telling you that it's not actually the religion. They say it's Jew. They say Jewish, but they're talking about race. They're not even talking about religion.
I thought you thought
if you're not, no.
That's the case for rabbis.
If you're it's every. If you're Jewish in Israel by blood, then you must be married by the rabbis.
By the rabbis.
Like period. Full stop.
Because Israel doesn't recognize civil marriages.
Can you link
that? Is it true that rabbis chew on foreskins?
I can send you videos.
Jesus Christ.
You can easily be a Christian Jew. Like it's not, and you can easily.
I know that's what I'm saying. No, you can't. You can't.
You can. There are Christian Jews in Israel. There are Muslim
I know
Jews
there's.
in Israel.
I know there are. But if you're marrying outside your race, you have to go outside of state to do it. That's what I'm fucking saying. Of course, they're there.
Again,
It's
can you source that?
Wait, the way the law is written, it's faith. It's not race. The reason it ends up acting like race.
But there's a blood test. Why is there a blood test if it's
within the Jewish religion?
Listen to me, motherfucker. Half of them aren't. Half of them aren't religious anyway. Half of them aren't religious anyway.
Yeah,
so
and they can just convert. They can just go to a Christian church, say that they're Christian, and marry, and that's it. There's no blood test within a Christian church because it's fucking Christianity.
But
if they don't care about religion,
is within the Jewish religion. That's because of the Jewish doctrine. That's not like because of the state of Israel. That's just because of the Jewish.
State of Israel.
Oh my God!
But the state of Israel is a Jewish state, so it is because of the doctrine.
If it was a Jewish state, it would have. if it was a Jewish state, it would have Judaism as the only religion allowed. But they recognize they only would recognize marriages within Judaism, but they recognize marriages within Christianity, within Islam, and within other religions. So it's not a Jewish state in that sense.
So you're saying, so if you're not religious, then if you want to get married and you're Jewish, you have to go become a Christian. Is that what you're saying?
You have to go. You have to go to another organization, whatever you want, which other religious organization, whichever one you want, that doesn't require ethnic background checks, and marry through them, and that's it. If you don't care about religion, why would it matter if you're married in a Christian church or if you by
What about the church?
Sorry?
1 second.
Eastern
Wait,
Orthodox.
I want to
churches will not
clarify
allow
some
you to get
claims here,
married in their
Casey. Do
church
you mind if I
unless
ask
you're
him?
Eastern Orthodox.
Okay, so are you claiming that everybody has to be the same race? So, like, if you're, or are you just saying it's for Jews only in the area? So, like,
It's Jews only. If you're
Okay.
Jewish, then you're marrying someone who's not Jewish. They won't marry you.
now if you are,
They'll force you.
Wait, now does this count
you're
for the
religiously
Christian thing
Jewish.
that he was
No,
talking
no, no.
about?
What I mentioned earlier, because I've heard it from the people, and it's a fucking recent video. They're not. It's not a political blog. It's just a blog. It's two Christians. One of them's Jewish and one of them's Arab, and they're like, yeah, we had to go to. It's just like nonchalant. Yeah, we had to go to Cyprus to get the actual wedding done there because we're a different fucking race. And then they had a big ceremony in Israel, but they had to fucking go to Cyprus. Like how do I know it? Because I've heard it from the fucking horse's mouth. And and also if you have to read the thing that the NOK read earlier.
Don't say the horse's mouth. You're gonna get lost in here.
The thing that the NOK read earlier, if it was as it stated that it's only if it's only religious, the religion is the only thing they care about, and then why is there a fucking blood test?
Because it's a blood test within Judaism.
That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense, motherfucker. Why is there a blood test if it's about religion? Holy fuck!
Because within the religion, like you're considered
Genetic
Jewish. You have a
knowledge.
Jewish mother within the religion, right?
Yes, correct. This
yes,
is correct.
it's within the religion. It's within the within the religion. There are blood elements of it. There's Jewish.
Yeah,
Jewish
which is
blood.
fucked up. But when that's just
oh
true,
wow,
Jesus
religion's
Christ,
messed up.
Lord.
Wow, we did it, guys. Religion's messed up. Okay, great. Move on. Okay, yes.
No, it's
woohoo.
not. It's not. It's a fucking racism is fucked up. That's
Oh
what
my God.
the fuck it is.
Brother, but some religions have racist elements in them, and you can't do anything with that.
Like Judaism.
Yeah, like Judaism is a religion,
Technically racist. Yeah.
but specific.
It has
it's
a new
after
bookshelf. I
nationalist,
don't
which,
know if
I
you're
mean, if
watching
you
this
have a
right
problem
now,
with after
but, like,
nationalism, you have a
I
problem
have
with
no clue what the
Judaism to
fuck
some
you're talking about.
extent.
So justifying lenient
like,
attitudes towards it should stop. No
Islam
comparison
to
with
a
the
lesser
rest of the
extent, but
Middle
still a
East
lot
is
of the
necessary
elements are
because they claim they're part of the liberal democratic West.
It's
Like, I
specifically Arab.
think I'm not
so
allowed to
there's some
criticize countries that aren't
ethno-nationalism
democratic
there
just
as
because they
well.
don't claim
There's
to be part
nothing
of
you
the-
can do
of-
about that
of the-
without changing the
of the West.
fundamental
Like, I
fundamentals
don't
of
care.
that religion.
I have one more clarifying question I need to ask Casey. So, are you claiming that somebody who is Jewish by birth, right, but does not believe in the religion, would have to have a DNA test or marry outside of the country to marry somebody else who is let's just go with like let's say they're an Iranian Christian, right?
Yes, what I've heard is that if you're not marrying an Arab, you could often get away with it. Like if you're marrying a Canadian.
All right, Syrian Christian, Arab.
Okay. So your point is that even if it's a Jewish person who is not partaking in the faith, they're beholden to this practice, which makes it racial. Yes?
Person who
Or
is born
no?
to a non-Jew
Yes.
is still considered
Okay.
ethnically Jewish and not religiously Jewish.
Now, non-fon, and I'm sorry, I can't see the other person's name right now. I'm in a Fortnite game, and I just the person. All right, the other person.
Bert Stein. I think, yeah.
Okay, Bernstein. Do you acknowledge anything to that? Because you guys were talking about people that are who are religiously Jewish. He's talking about people that are ethnically Jewish that do not partake in the faith.
In Judaism, if you have a Jewish mother, you're considered both ethnically and religiously Jewish. If you don't have a Jewish mother, you're only considered ethnically Jewish. That's it.
Yeah, so this makes it racial, but that inherently makes it racial. Yes.
How does that?
You just explained the racial thing.
It's about Judaism.
You just explained the racial thing, and when the state forces that on the public, like you want to get a Jewish person, or whoever, and it's like, hey, I'm not religious, so so I shouldn't. So, but you're counting me as a quote unquote religious Jew, even though they're not quote religious Jew. They're just Jew by blood. That makes it racial.
And it still links like some kind of a source, because the word of mouth arguments that we're saying are explicitly contradicting each other. I know a case where people of other different ethnicities were marrying each other in Israel. Are
they Jewish though?
They're Christian.
But were they Jewish by birth?
Is this for you guys to understand? There's no civil marriage, bro.
But both immigrated to Israel because they had a relative at the matrilineal line. So you can immigrate to Israel if you have any relative on your mother's line who is Jewish.
So if you're Jewish,
they had so they had a grandmother or whatever. They immigrated to Israel. They're ethnically considered Jewish by the state of Israel, and they immigrated there and they got married. I think it was 2013 or 14. Might have changed. Something might have happened, but the fact is that
you're describing two people that is the same race. Then are you not? You're saying they're both Jewish, and that so how
they
does
both
that
immigrate? They both immigrated there.
Let me ask you this: Why would they have laws so fucking harshly dependent on religion when half of Israeli Jews aren't even religious? The country wasn't found. No. By who? Religious people? No. Say some ignorant shit. Come on.
Some of them were religious. Yes, there are obviously multiple
some
sections
of them
of the
were.
Zionist movement. Yeah, I understand. Ben Gurion was the fucking secular Zionist, Soviet, whoever. But I mean, it was founded to be
Keep going down the list.
Jewish
Keep
people,
going down the list. Not a lot of those Zionists were religious. I asked the question. No one answered it.
I don't know how many.
It's obviously rules to look on paper like it's just a religious thing, but the way that it is executed makes it much harder for race mixing. And when we're talking about the society that is already pretty fucking racist, and it's a race thing. I mean, anyway, they're not
a race thing within Judaism, not within Christianity or Islam.
A religion, you could opt into a religion or opt out of a religion. If you can't be born into a religion. You cannot be fucking ethnically a religion.
You can't, but there are some religions.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, I thought you were going to say yes.
I agree. You can't, but there are some religions there's some religions that only allow people of a certain ethnicity to be active participants. So it would be weird for a person who, let's say, is from South Africa and who's black to become a Jew. In Israel, it would be weird. Like Jews in Israel would consider that weird. But that's the thing about that specific religion. It sounds racist, but that's not the prerogative of the state. That's the prerogative of the religion and the religious leaders and the religious doctrine. You can marry within other religions, and there's no such requirements there. You don't have to be Jewish, you don't have to be anything in order to marry within Christianity or Islam. So I really don't see what the problem there is. If you're not religious, and if you're a religious Jew, it would be weird for you to want to marry someone outside of the religion, because that goes against your religion. You're not a religious Jew then. If you're not religious and your partner is not religious, then you don't fucking care in which institution you marry. And since the Judaism, since Jewish institutions don't allow you to marry there, then you can marry within Christianity or Islam or whatever other religion that the state of Israel recognizes.
And do you think they recognize?
They recognize Christianity and Islam, definitely.
Yes.
You can
do you think
marry.
they recognize the churches that allow the interracial marriages? You
Yes.
think no, they don't.
How can I cannot imagine a Christian Orthodox church that cares about ethnicity, because this is specifically against any kind of doctrine.
No, they don't. But we're talking about
Who's enforcing that?
The government of Israel decides what's married.
Can you link a source where that kind of enforcement is actually like where
Israel decides what marriage is, it recognizes or doesn't recognize? It's Israel. What are you talking about?
A case where they were like that more or less documented case where some Christians weren't allowed to marry because people weren't allowed to marry within a Christian church because they were different. They had different ethnicities, or one of them was Jewish and the other wasn't ethnically. Like, can
you want an example? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Just as a source, some kind of a source.
Here,
all right, thank you.
In the chat, in the little
just
chat.
For reference, an Orthodox.
3,500,000 men and women were called into the reserves. Whole cities were evacuated.
Well, actually, maybe they could. Maybe they could.
Orthodox what? Orthodox Jew or Orthodox Christian?
In fact, this is exactly how Rhoda and I met 15 years ago. Rhoda's dad organized a meeting at his church between Arabs and Jews. And some of you might not know this, but I'm a descendant from a Jewish family, while Rhoda of Arab. Yet we're both Israelis. And yes, I had to serve in the military. And when we were getting married, people told us, Jews and Arabs have such different cultures, we don't have anything in common. Your relationship is not going to last, it won't work. In fact, because we were from different races, we could not even legally get married in Israel. Yes, Rhoda and I had to fly to Cyprus to get eloped, then come back to Israel and show them the proper papers that we are already married, and only then Israel recognized our marriage. And then after that, we still did a big wedding ceremony with our pastor. On my side, I had about 30 people in total, most of them.
Okay. So he says race, but really it's probably the faith. It's probably the religious shit. Anyway, okay.
Guy said, like, I've heard it from the fucking horse's mouth from the people actually who went through it. Like that's like
there are 10 officially recognized Christian church.
Zionism is racism.
Zionism.
Israel cannot be both. Israel is either a racist Jewish state or it's a democratic state for everybody. And that's what I would like Israel to be. I'd like a democratic solution.
One-state solution would never fucking work because there are two people with different histories, different values, different religions. The idea that you just shove these people to have a state together is fucking absurd. Especially when, I don't know why Jews should feel safe in that when every other fucking Arab country has at one point had pretty anti-Jewish policies. Like,
solution, one state with equal rights for all its inhabitants.
And Israel has, at least on paper, equal rights for all of its inhabitants. Obviously, the occupation means that the Palestinians in the occupied territories aren't citizens, so the equal rights don't get applied to that. But
your organization, Human Rights Watch, issued a report last year about Israel, and the conclusion was it is an apartheid state. And there are four major human rights groups in the last 2 years who issued similar reports, which the same conclusion. Israel is an apartheid state. So apartheid is racism. Apartheid is discrimination. But Israel is the only member of the United Nations that I know which is officially racist. And I say this because of the July 2018 nation-state law, which says the Jews have a unique right to self-determination in Israel. Unique means exclusive. Yes. It means Arab.
Unique does not mean the reason Israel has a unique right to self-determination is because the Israel literally exists as a state to serve as the self-determination for Jewish people. Like,
have no right to self-determination. It means even if Arabs became...
It does not mean that they have no right to self-determination. It's just so dumb. It's so dumb. The reason nation-states exist is so that a nation, a people, can have self-determination. That's the reason a Palestinian state is important, so that the Palestinians can have the right to self-determination. The reason Israel is important is so the Israeli nation / the Jewish nation is has a right to self-determination. Judaism is a really tough identity to nail down. So people argue over whether or not, or people like Judaism is both a religion, ethnicity, and a nation. So when they use the word Jewish, like all these identity things are really hard to work out. Like
a majority, they would still have no right to self-determination. So, but most certainly, Zionism is a racist ideology, and it is largely responsible for the Nakba that has unfolded throughout the last century and continues today.
Okay.
Basically, but there are more important things. Like I think Taiwan is more important than Israel, for example.
Okay, it's been like a year now, and I still don't get why is it that we had a big old problem when Russia was annexing Ukraine, but now we have no problem when Israel is annexing Palestine.
I mean, I'm pretty sure even the U.S. has condemned the annexations, except for Trump. Trump endorsed the annexation of the Golan Heights, but I'm pretty sure at least the Democrats in the
U.S. support the Arab Joint Mission to put a peacekeeping force there. That was the latest proposal, at least I read.
Any annexation we don't support, and the UN doesn't support either. Yeah,
they support the destruction of Hamas, which makes sense, but they don't support annexation there.
So even if the Christian churches are doing the marriage, they have to submit to the state of Israel the information about the people, including their ethnicity and race and quote unquote religion. That would be the lever of the means for restricting such a interracial marriage.
And do they not allow it if it's interracial, or?
I'm looking for statistics on how many they deny.
Okay.
It's also really funny how during the presidential debate, all of a sudden they came together and saying how much they support Israel. The only thing they agreed on.
Was it just a game?
I mean, they would also agree on increasing the national debt.
Yeah, right.
Oh man, I find U.S. politics really fun because I don't live in the U.S.
Oh, good. Find it miserable.
What about moving to China?
What's up, Gilbunus?
I was considering moving to Russia.
Gilbunus.
Pronounce
it, bro.
Probably, if you were to move to Russia, move to Moscow, not St. Petersburg.
Yeah,
But,
they have a big old grant program if you want to be a farmer in Russia.
Oh, thanks for following.
It's not good. No, it's not good because you would have to pay taxes on the land, and the grant money generally, or it's less than the money you would pay in a couple years for the amount of land they're giving you, and they're giving you really shitty land in places where there aren't any roads, so you would have to get there by like forex, like some kind of off-road vehicle or whatever, and there's no community there, so it's not good.
So they're paying me to go be an explorer? Sounds
They're
awesome.
paying you to be a hermit.
They're not really.
Uh-oh.
They're covering like 50% of your expenses in the first couple of years in order to live in a really shitty place where
I don't know what to bet.
it's
I don't know what the big deal is.
really cold most of the year. So
how cold?
That's smash.
How cold? Like most of the Siberian land that are given out are like it gets negative 40 Fahrenheit, I think, in the winter. Negative 45.
Jesus Christ, that's no. Hell fucking no. Holy fuck.
Because it's not that bad because it's really far into the continent, so it's not the humidity is really low. So like when I was experiencing like negative 40 in Siberia, it wasn't as bad as negative 20 on the coast of a sea, but it's still not good. Like you can live there, but it still sucks. You won't get pneumonia. You might get frostbite.
Stop trying to convince me, bro. I already said I'm going.
I mean, if you're ever visiting St. Petersburg, I'm more than happy to meet up with you.
I've been there before. Been to St. Petersburg and Moscow.
Really? What year?
Yeah, great places. I think I went in 2012,
Yeah.
2010.
That's
somewhere
before
around there.
St. Petersburg went to shit. Yeah, that's basically. Yeah, yeah.
No.
Out of the bigger cities, Moscow is probably the best place because all the other ones are. If you like the best way to make money in Russia right now is to be living in a big city and sign up for the military as a contract because you're getting.
You get to go die in Ukraine.
Yeah, exactly. But you get like in St. Petersburg, which is I think in Moscow you get like $20K, $15K upfront, which is a huge amount of money for a Russian, and you get about $2,000, $1.5 to $2,000 a month afterwards, which is still.
Well, I don't
like,
want to make money. I just want to live a simple, beautiful, non-complicated life.
Like there are old faith Christians from Russia living in Argentina and Brazil who are farmers. They're living there and just basically farming, and they're speaking a really old dialect of Russian. Like they are really small. Like they're sort of kind of similar to Amish. I mean, not that old, but it deviated because they left in like late 19th century. So it deviated quite a bit because the Soviets basically destroyed the language. But like they live a bit like the Amish, but with technology, with most of the technology.
Sounds fun.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah,
that's
here
a
in
nice
America,
lifestyle.
like here in America,
right,
it's
I'm
like
getting a drink.
impossible
I'll
for
be
young
back in a
people
second.
to even get a house. If they do get a house, it's in the middle of a cramped city that can't pay any sort of decent wage, and it doesn't matter like what your education level is or skill level is. There's like you're basically stuck in a tiny little box.
I was
Good
living
luck
in Toronto.
getting
I
married
was
and having
living in
kids.
Toronto for this. It's such a fucking. I haven't lived in the U.S., but Canada is just awful in terms of
Toronto is a
housing
little bit
prices.
worse.
Toronto is worse than like if you adjust for salaries, Toronto is worse than New York, I think. Vancouver is definitely worse than New York if you adjust for salaries.
What
For
is it
annual
like?
income.
Toronto minimum wage is like $13, and average house.
15.75 now. It's Canadian, so yeah, it's about 13 US. But the average
price
house.
for a rental is like 1,800 or something.
Yeah, I was living in a suburb, so I was paying 700 Canadian a month.
Oh,
but I got really lucky, and I was renting a basement.
Good, live in a basement. That's the dream, right?
I mean, it's good for a student. Considering like the dorms that were offered to me, you would be sharing the dorm with another person behind a paper thin wall. There would be no kitchen, just a microwave, a single bathroom with no like bathtub. It's just a small shower, and you would be paying 1,200 Canadian. 1,200 Canadian is like 900 US a month. Which I prefer to travel for a bit and live in the suburb than to live in that kind of a shithole.
Yeah, you're paying like 12,000 a year, 12,000 a year in order to live in a shithole. Great.
Yeah.
Great. That's the dream, boys.
All right,
welcome to Western liberal democracies.
The state of no, the Jewish, whatever, rabbinate, whatever. They assigned every citizen of Israel has this is the basic is assigned a religious identity, and you have to basically convince them to change it. One stat was 1 in 10, and one stat was 1 in 5. Israeli marriages are done outside of Israel. Under a law passed in 2023, Jewish couples that hold the ceremony in Israel not approved by the blah 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 risk a 2-year jail term. These hold this ceremony that not approved. Moreover, Oh, there's a
Do the
blacklist of
enforcers
women.
wear armbands?
I don't know.
Imagine getting thrown in jail for getting married. That's wild.
Government should not be involved in marriage at all. It's such bullshit that the government does that.
All these housing to expensive talks. Say
You
nothing about
can,
population,
in terms
women
of
hoarding voters.
like determining your religion, you can just put a dash in
big
your faith
the cartoon
in the line for faith.
Really
as far as I'm
bug.
reading right now, I'm reading Russian websites on how to marry in Israel.
You're assigned the faith. Are you like? Are you reading like when you're like moving there or something?
Yeah,
like how to
pretty
register with
much.
them. So like before anything happens, you want to register.
Yeah, it says that if you're not religious, then you can just put
The
put
problem
a dash
is-
there and not be assigned.
Right. The problem is if you're Jewish by blood and then they put down Jewish for you.
They put Jewish in your ethnicity, not in your religion.
No, well they assign your religion and
I did has a new bookshelf.
but-
I don't
and there's
know. I don't know if
Do
you're
they?
watching me. I did. I watched a
Yes.
whole YouTube short. Maybe we can go over the other thing later. But do you like? I don't. I'm. I think my Discord went apart. Okay, whatever. I'm just super curious. Did you actually like? Maybe you just don't know. That's fine. I've done a fair amount of reading on this. Like, did you think that was going to change? Do you think I was going to have an epiphany watching that short when like we can look at my notes and it's like I've done like a fair amount of reading on this, like a decent, okay amount of like reading? Did you think I was like suddenly going to have like, do you think a 1 minute 44 second short is going to like change my opinion on like on everything? I'm not even like a strict Zionist. When it like people will argue over whether or not I'm a Zionist. Most people don't have a good definition of Zionism, but if Zionism means to you just I think Israel has a right to exist, well then yeah, I'm a Zionist. But like I'm in favor of two-state solution. I think Israel should fucking get out of the West Bank. I think they should. Well, I don't know what's happening with the deals in Gaza right now, but I think hopefully Hamas will relinquish power. No, sorry, I meant to text once because I thought you cannot open link with video on stream. I can, as long as it's on YouTube, it's fine. There's other things I won't click on if I think they're sus. I didn't click on this one, but like like these are what, a bunch of quotes. Israel automatically invade Palestine if it becomes a state. True. Like, why would they do that? Why? Do you not think Israel has at least at times wanted peace? I'm not going to lie and say that every single leader in Israel wants peace. You have to understand, if Palestine was a state, that means they could do military drills with Iran right on Israel's border. Like, do you understand why Israel might feel threatened by that? Also, guess what? If that happens, then nobody's on Israel's side anymore. You know that, right? If Palestine becomes a state and there's a peaceful solution and Israel unilaterally invades Palestine, nobody's on Israel's side anymore. You know that, right? Because they consider terrorist threat harbor there. True. You know, like the whole point of a two-state solution is to get rid of the terrorism, right? Is to get the Palestinian sovereignty so they don't have to resort to terrorism anymore. Is this not going to discuss any of the... We can go through some of these, but like... Zionist terrorism before 1948. Like, I don't disagree there was Zionist terrorism, okay, against both the British and the Palestinians. But a lot of that was in the context of the wider, either the first Arab revolt in, I think, 1909, or was it 1920 Arab revolt? And then the second Arab revolt from 36 to 39, and then the 1947 civil war in Palestine. Like, I'm not going to disagree that there was Zionist terrorism at the time, that there was Zionist expulsion, that the Zionists were expanding their borders. I don't disagree with that. Those are all facts. Those are all true. But these are in the wider context of different Arab revolts, different policies from the British at the time, because the British did not always support the Zionists. At some points, the British were putting immigration restrictions on the Zionists, and the Zionists did not like that, so they fought against the British. That is the thing that happened. There was Zionist terrorism against the British. What political military faction would stop warmongering faction? Would stop warmongering faction in Israeli state if it would want to attack Palestine state if they wanted to? Maybe write that in English. What faction from inside Israel would have enough power to stop a warmongering majority? My guess would be if there actually was a two-state solution, then the Israeli government would probably moderate, because they're in a two-state solution, at least in theory, there wouldn't be any substantial terrorism coming from Palestine, because at this point they have a state. They have no reason to engage in terrorism. Like, all right, I gotta read this. I don't, like, why does this have OBS here when, like, this is already here? Obviously, Windows, I fucking want this to stay here. Then if I do this, it'll, like, flash up this screen. It's like, I don't want to do that. Like, just, it's so dumb. Okay. They do not want a state with all rights states have. You are sort of correct there. True. Every agreement for Palestinian statehood has been in like a multi-stage process. So at first, Palestinians are not granted a fully sovereign state. You are correct. Yes, Palestinians have never been granted a fully sovereign state immediately. These have always been interim things. Like, for example, like one of the agreements, I think the Clinton parameters, like, would grant Israel control over the Jordan River Valley for 6 years, and then afterwards, Israel would have to lease it from the Palestinians. Like, you are correct. Okay. The reason for that is the constant terrorism coming from the Palestinian side that makes Israel feel like if there was a fully sovereign state, fully sovereign Palestinian state on their borders, that they would just start doing military drills with Iran. Like, you understand, Israel has the same fear that you think Palestine has, where they think they'll just be invaded immediately. Like, Israel has that same fear. They are there by use of terrorism. Who are there? What? You mean Israel is there by use of terrorism? I don't totally disagree with that. There were definitely terrorists that helped establish the state of Israel. That's true. Yes, I would not disagree. There were definitely Zionist terrorists who helped establish the state of Israel. True. Accurate. Accurate statement. Likud wasn't back then, but Likud terrorist roots. Yeah, sure. British police killed. It's not going to go. You know, the British police also killed Zionists. Like, the British fought against the Zionists in the second Arab Revolt. Or maybe it was the first Arab Revolt. Fuck, I don't remember. Fuck. Why is Israel-Palestine shit coming up again? Read part of pre-1948 terrorism, Texas said. Nothing. No offense. Like, I probably know more about the pre-48 terrorism than you do. Like, no, like, I don't mean to be rude. I'm just saying, like, obviously, I'm going to prefer also a book like Scars of War, which I've read most of. I don't think I read the final like 2 chapters, but which actually grants the wider context to all these things than I would fucking Palestine studies that arc might not be that bad. I don't know, but so why does that matter the same way? Why does it not matter in the same way Palestinian terrorists matter? Because Palestinians are continuing to do the type of terror attacks that Israel hasn't done for quite a while. I understand. I'm probably going to disagree there, but no, I don't trust anything from Unusual Whales. Okay, Zionist terrorism for 1948. The terms Jewish terrorism and Zionist terrorism were both used prior to 1948 to refer to terrorist acts committed by armed Zionist gangs, which targeted Arab inhabitants of Palestine as well as British mandated authorities. Oh, they do mention it. Thank God. Yes. Since the Great Palestine Revolt in 1936 to 1939, and right until the establishment of the State of Israel, Zionist terrorism was used as a strategic military weapon to hasten the founding of an independent Jewish state. What about a UN declaration that makes Israel apartheid a few days ago? Oh, the ICJ. I mean, that's always been the UN position. It's not surprise. Like it's a non-binding resolution. Yeah, I mean, it's dumb. I disagree with the legal theory behind it. I don't think an occupation. I think part of what they ruled in a non-binding decision again is that because of the apartheid, Israel has to withdraw. I disagree with the legal theory there. I don't think an occupation from a war of self-defense can ever become illegal. At least not the occupation itself. There are acts within the occupation that can be illegal. I don't think that extends to making the entire occupation illegal. And then, here's the thing. I don't think there's anything in the occupied territories that is better described as apartheid than just occupation. Occupation just seems to be a better word to describe what is happening. It's an occupation. It's not that gives a much clearer picture to people than apartheid does. So what he said was withdrawal. They should withdraw before the war of self-defense. Impossible. What? Who is you? Or who is they? Sorry. They should withdraw before the war of self-defense. Impossible. I don't know. It just doesn't there are bad things that happen within the occupation. Plenty of bad things that happen within the occupation. I just don't think apartheid is a useful word to describe a military occupation where, yes, less rights are granted to Palestinians in the occupied territory because it's occupied. The people in that territory aren't citizens. They aren't citizens of Israel. They are Palestinians living within a military occupation. That gives a much better descriptor to the situation than apartheid does. Palestinians living in a military occupation, by the way, is bad. That's a bad thing. Shouldn't be happening. But we can't talk about that because these idiots. Okay, anyway. Numerous attacks were mounted against Palestinians to terrorize them and drive them out of their ancestral land and against British army and police outposts. Many assassinations were carried out as well as bombs and planted market ships and hotels. Heading these Zionist gangs were men who in later years became prime ministers of Israel, such as David Ben-Gurion. I don't think Benin was ever part of the more radical Zionist terrorism people. Maybe I'm wrong. And Yitzhak Shamir. Violent confrontation. Really? Oh. I don't know. How it's
It's Jover.
It's Jover. I'm by done.
I'm by done.
Article has data releasing poetry. But again, look. Oh, I didn't highlight it, did I? Because I haven't read. There are other books that probably give you a better understanding of this. Thank you, Shang Yang. Oh, there we go. Are you actually talking to people on call? I'm deafened right now just because I got distracted by chat and by reading about the DNC or about the 2020 primary. The only book you need is Might is Right. By Ranga Redbeard. God, maybe I should fucking read the first chapters again, because I didn't take notes as good as I wanted to on them. I don't know. But I gotta read the Jan 6 stuff too, but consider checking this book out. Religious Thought and Psychological Development. $55. I can pirate it for free, but what is this? Is this relevant to what we're talking about now? I don't know. By Eugene Webb. Billion cards. Oh, wait, I forgot. You're GDX. I forgot about that. Yeah, I don't care. Sorry. I'm gonna get votes influence terrorist acts committed by these gangs. I told you I was GDX. I know, I just forgot. Oh, damn. Okay. What are these people talking about now?
Hundreds of years, and they have been intermarrying. Many of the people.
Dude, how are we still on the marriage thing, dude? Oh my god. I have 12 viewers? Sick. Oh my god, how are they still in the marriage thing? Oh my god. Oh my god, how? Used to be the default position in America was hyper-Zionist. Now, amongst young people, the default is hyper-anti-Zionist, hyper-anti-Israeli. I mean, it's still like 50-50 among young people. Obviously, young people are way more anti-Israeli than older generations, but even the populist right and libertarians have a strong Israeli contingent. Yeah, that's true. I can't believe we're still talking about the marriage thing. I don't care. Like, we ran through it. I don't know how it's still unresolved. And even if I accept the Casey thing full stop, which I said multiple times, it wouldn't make Israel not a liberal democracy. Everything's on a spectrum. We can continue reading from the history pre-1948 Zionist terrorism. I'm not going to read this whole thing, but you understand I already know a lot about it. I've already granted you. What haven't I granted to you that you want me to grant? I fully agree that it's a historical fact that there were Zionist terrorists participating in both the Arab revolts and in the civil war for Palestine that committed terrorist acts against just for street. I don't know. If I read anything more in it, it'll be rereading some of Scars of Warriors so I can take better notes in it, because I read a lot of it while I was at a summer camp and I didn't take any notes in it. And it will be Righteous Victims by Benny Morris. EPUB free, I would never do that. It would just say historically liberal democracy discriminated on basis of race and engage in conquest, ethnic cleansing, all these kinds of things. Wait, you're talking about the Shang Yang gang. You're talking about the conversation they're having. Benny Morris, not great. What's wrong with Benny Morris? He's way better than those other historians. I'm representing in part because it pisses off the dumb lefties and libertarians, and it means I can support hyper-religious true base. We just commented on a controversial stream. Oh, well, I don't like it. I commented on it's a historical fact that there were Zionists that did this. Like I don't even know. Like I don't know what has a new bookshelf wants me to grant that I haven't granted. There were plenty of Zionist terrorist actions during this time. I don't know what he wants me to grant. Oh, we should also look into this. This is the new hyper Zionist art that I gotta look into. It's a fun combo. I undeafened for a second. You guys were still on the marriage thing. How are you guys still on the marriage thing? How's it not been resolved? What is going on? Hyper Zionist here, wishy-washy. No, I was just saying this is the new hyper Zionist talking point. Marriage is extremely fun. Did you guys resolve it? Is it just my understanding from where we left off is Israel only officially recognizes the whatever Jewish rabbi marriages or whatever. And within Judaism, no, we didn't. Phenomenal. Within Judaism, there's the blood test. There's if you have a Jewish mother, then you're both ethnically and religiously Jewish. And if you don't have a Jewish mother, then you're only ethnically Jewish. You're not religiously Jewish. So it's not an ethnic thing. It's a religious thing. It's just that within the religion, if you don't have a Jewish mother, then you're not Jewish religiously. Liberals think they have a hyper Zionist because Biden's somewhat atheist. Yahoo, you don't want to know what actual hyper Zionism is. I was just saying this is the hyper Zionism I have to look into. The girl on trigonometry that I reacted to basically said, the default rule is that when you're accepted into the UN, whatever borders you had are your sovereign borders. Principle of customary international law: the states, the newly formed sovereign states should keep the internal borders of their former dependent areas. So, for the example she said was, once Israel became part of the UN, they should have kept their British mandate borders, which includes all of Palestine. And therefore, she'll say there is no occupation because the sovereign borders are all of Palestine, which seems a little weird. But I don't. Also, she said this is the case if there's no agreements, but there have been agreements in this case because there also accords said it were agreements. There are other agreements as well.
Joe Biden has dropped out of the presidential race. He has endorsed Kamala Harris, his vice president, to be
apartheid in Israel. Apartheid in Israel investigation results. Oh, this is just the amnesty that. Yeah, I know. I haven't read all of this, but I'm aware of it. 1948, the New York Times published a letter signed by a number of parliament Jewish figures, including blah, 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 don't care. Described Iran as a terrorist, right-wing, Calvinist organization in Palestine. How many Arabs condemn Hamas just like these anti-air gun Jews?
Be his running mate. So, where do we go from here? What is the state of the race starting today? Well, firstly, to start off,
so I want to set up my my background like this. I could have an American flag, NC flag, and the pride flag as well. Because I'm woke. Yeah. I think I should start a NC politics thing. I've considered it. I've considered because Isaac's an NC too. I've considered DMing and being like, hey, we could do a NC politics podcast or something where we just talk about NC politics. For my North Carolina boys out there, it would be, none of you guys would like it because no one cares about anything other than federal politics, but it'd be cool for any North Carolina audience.
I just want to give,
which would be a separate audience from the general Twitch audience that I have, but yeah.
Hats off to Joe Biden. Unfortunately, I will have to retire my Biden camo hat, but he is probably the most accomplished single-term president that I can think of in quite some time, maybe ever, to be quite honest. He's doing what he feels is right, and I can certainly respect him for that. Obviously, I'm sure it's not an easy thing to decide to drop out of a presidential.
I have no clue who that is.
race so late into the presidential election cycle, but he is doing what's right. And of course, like I said, I can respect him for that. On his replacement, I think Kamala is the correct and only choice. I've talked about this for weeks now. It's just the smoothest and most obvious option when it comes to campaign financing, when it comes to campaign infrastructure. She'll have access to the donations of the Biden-Harris ticket. If there were to be a completely new ticket, the $100 million plus in their campaign treasury would need to be converted into a PAC, which is fairly precarious. Obviously, there's a big difference between PAC contributions and contributions to a campaign directly. You probably have to do significant staffing reorganizations as well. And it's also clear that essentially all the major donors and party members really want Kamala to be at the top of the ticket. From the Clintons to Biden.
You ever get into thinking a significant focus in presidential elections is a bit of a waste of time? From a, well, yes, but it's a waste of time in like what actually should matter. What actually should matter is more your local elections than just the presidential election. You shouldn't be hyper-focused on the presidential election. In terms of what does best on Twitch/YouTube, the presidential election, all that matters.
To the Congressional Black Caucus, to the Obamas, endorsements are coming out of the woodwork for Kamala Harris. Now, she could still face convention challenges, but one of the other strategic reasons to not have a serious convention challenge against Kamala is that a lot of Democratic presidential hopefuls do not want to have to create a presidential campaign within the next 15 weeks. A lot of reporting is coming out of the various camps to the effect of, I want to run for president one day, but only under more ideal circumstances. Not a rushed campaign where I'd have to primary the sitting vice president. Of course, this is an understandable sentiment. If you want to run for president, you want to give it your best shot. And are you really able to give it your best shot running as a presidential candidate when the starting line is running against the sitting vice presidential candidate who already has major donations, who already has major infrastructure advantages? That's just a heck of a case to make. And then even if you win the nomination come early August or mid-August, well, now you have to actually, build out a presidential campaign over the next only few weeks until the upcoming general election. Of course, if you end up losing, that is a bad look, and it's probably the end of your presidential campaign. You're the person who lost to Trump as well. I mean, that didn't exactly work out well for Hillary in terms of her future political prospects. It was very hard to take Hillary seriously after she lost to Donald Trump. Of course, such a disastrous election to end up losing. And so a lot of major Democratic candidates, I think, are going to sit this one out and not really challenge Kamala for that.
I lost 2 videos since opening this video so wrong. Do you think more of them would have stayed if I was watching fucking North Carolina politics videos? Do you think more people would? Do you think if I looked up Pinehurst mayor election that people would be more interested in that?
That as well.
It's because I was just playing a video, not talking about Israel. It's like
Harris coming in, she won't have to significantly shift the campaign strategy or the campaign membership or staffing or anything like that. The infrastructure for a presidential campaign is already there for her and ready to go, more or less. I mean,
they're probably Gorps is here now. They're probably going over the other people's streams because they're watching. Stay on Palatine's subject if you started. We were. What do you mean? I don't want to do Palestine. You would get more viewers if you watch Jordan Peter. I don't think I would.
I'm sure there will be some turnover. She might pick different top line people.
Are you still talking about marriage?
Do you admit that you were wrong on that point?
I'm Googling it.
I can give you a link. It's from PalestineStudies.org.
Yes,
there you go. There's a
how
link in
many links
Anika's
do we need
chat.
to give the Palestinians to make things fun?
5.
5? You think that's enough? Yeah, I guess depending on the
5
size
is
of
enough.
them. If we actually give them like full blown.
Okay, I want to watch this. We'll talk.
Communications
after.
people, but I mean, at the end of the day, a lot of the infrastructure is still there, and she's able to, have all those direct reports basically continuing on and not have to turn over her entire staff in order to start anew if she was like a brand new presidential campaigner at this point. There's also been reporting that there's an avalanche, quote unquote, of donations that are coming into the Harris campaign, which makes sense given that there's other reporting previous to this announcement from President Biden that major Democratic donors were holding out money until a new ticket is formed under some other candidate. Now, mechanically, how would this exactly work? I mean, how would selecting a new presidential candidate on the Democratic side actually work? From a logistical perspective. This is from a Forbes article that I read. Quote: Democrats plan to hold a virtual roll call to formally select their nominee as soon as August 1st and before August 7th, ahead of the party's August 19th convention. The party initially plans to early roll call to ensure Biden would be on the ballot in Ohio, which previously required nominees to be confirmed in 90 days before the election. Ohio has since revised this law, but it doesn't take effect until September 1st. So Democrats have said they will move forward with the early nomination anyway. We're talking about a week and a half to 2.5 weeks from today in order to get a temperature check on who the likely nominee will be come November, at the very least in order to ensure ballot access across all of these different states. Now, as for the polling of the race, essentially all the polling that we have available today shows Harris at a near tie to Trump. Some polls show Harris overperforming Biden by a point or two. But what I've been saying for weeks now is that this is a high-risk, high-reward maneuver. We do not know for a fact that Harris will greatly outperform Biden. We just don't, unfortunately. We're taking a risk in assuming that she will rise in the polls as she gets out there and starts actually campaigning. Now, there's encouraging reporting in that regard that Kamala plans to be an aggressive ground campaigner. Now, in my view, that's exactly what she needs to do. She needs to be out there on a consistent basis, holding as many rallies as possible, really showing that she's the young, vigorous candidate, because this is in contrast to even Trump, who has not held as many events in his previous campaigns as he's holding today. It seems like he's slowed down in terms of his ability to campaign.
When it becomes so coconut pilled, we're watching every single one of them.
In some major ways as well. In addition to a lot of media coverage surrounding her selection, I think the narrative can shift now to Trump's fitness for office instead of Biden's fitness for office. That narrative is now completely gone. All the polls are showing Americans want a younger candidate from both sides. Well, now one side has actually delivered in that regard, and only time will tell how the polls actually shake out. The last thing we'll talk about right now is this issue of ballot access. Republicans have said that they would try to sue in order to keep Biden on the ballot. Here's the thing, I don't take that seriously for 2 reasons. Number one, basically every election lawyer on the planet is saying that this is not really something that the Republicans have a serious chance of actually accomplishing. This idea that the Supreme Court or somebody's going to come in and actually force Biden to stay on the ballot. Also, at the same time, you might have to write in like a Shapiro or like a Harris Shapiro ticket or something like that on the write-in side if you wanted to actually vote for them. That's probably not going to happen from a legal perspective. Number two, this would be an incredibly costly thing for the Republican, National Committee, essentially the National Republican Party to actually invest in. This would be a very costly and diverse legal challenge because ballot access is governed by individual states, and so in theory, you'd have to, issue several separate legal challenges across all these different swing states in order to keep Biden on the ballot and keep the, the new Harris, Shapiro, Harris, Bashir ticket, whatever it ends up being, off of the ballot. At the end of the day, as well, they would always be able to write in those people anyway. And it seems like writing campaigns have been able to be relatively successful, especially in such a polarized landscape. I think that this might actually backfire because not only would it probably cost millions of dollars for the Republicans to invest in something like this, it would also probably cost them a lot of manpower, and it would probably lead to a lot of Democrats in swing states being particularly motivated to come out and vote because the Democrats can just come and say, hey, these Republicans who are trying to steal the ballot, trying to steal the election with this anti-democratic stuff, they've actually done it. They've actually said we're not even allowed to be on the ballot despite being an officially nominated ticket, so we need you to come out and write in. We've seen writing campaigns with similar sort of tones be able to succeed in the past. I think that's probably what would happen in the future. Overall, I don't really think that this. You've seen some initial messaging from Republicans coming out.
Are they still on the marriage thing? What are we talking about? What are we? Oh, this is ultra orthodox. Okay, they're not a marriage thing anymore. Oh my god.
Saying, oh, the Democrats are actually the party of anti-democracy because they're throwing out millions of ballots. Look, at the end of the day, this was Joe Biden's choice. He didn't have to actually stay in the race. He chose to drop out of the race, and that was his decision. And so, what's the Democratic Party supposed to do? Are they supposed to just like drag Biden kicking and screaming to the convention when he doesn't actually want to be the candidate? I mean, of course not. That's ridiculous. It's obviously just a partisan talking point, and that doesn't really play too well when you're running against a candidate who's literally said in Donald Trump that he wants to suspend the Constitution, that he wants to go after his political opponents and use the apparatus of the state to do so. So I don't think that people are going to take that too seriously, and I don't think that even if this legal challenge ultimately ends up being successful, that it would be a very fruitful thing for them to invest in from a money perspective and from the perspective of just engendering a huge amount of motivation from the Democrats to actually come in and write in this new sort of Harris Shapiro, Harris Bashir ticket, whatever it ends up being. I think that would be quite a disastrous thing for them to actually pursue. And so I don't think that they will, but if they do, I mean, good luck. I don't think it'll actually work out. I think they're just going to end up wasting millions of dollars in some way or another. This is obviously a hugely evolving story as we sort of report on it. Given today Biden just dropped out, but at the same time we've only got a week and a half to go, so there's probably going to be a huge amount of movement in the Democratic Party on a day-to-day basis as this starts to really materialize. So hopefully I'll be able to provide some good coverage as we start to mature this story and really start to see, well, who actually is going to end up being the candidate come November. I think it's going to be Harris. Harris is going to pick some vice presidential nominee, and I think that that's probably who it'll end up being. It'll be Harris and some vice presidential pick versus Trump and J.D. Vance in November. I don't think there'll be significant ballot concerns, and I think that Harris is probably going to be able to raise.
True. Okay.
I'm fact checking it now. Is it getting a fact wrong and but never correcting me on it? And by the way,
just like every other Democratic nominee has been raised for the last
that
few cycles.
you waited in chat till I said something. But
no, I
is that a lie?
No, you can go watch the 4-hour thing. It's on YouTube.
Well, what was the call out? Was it the IDF? About the IDF number?
It's about multiple.
Is that what you're claiming? You know, there's a transcript. It's real quick. Fucking control up. About what? Okay, good. That's what I was asking. You were calling me a fucking liar since that debate.
I'm not here
what
to
was it about the debate? You not even.
I cited a specific thing that was my fucking
about. Today, you're a fucking
slippy.
You're a fucking slippy little fucking goofy.
I came in here because Casey told me to come in here. I came in here because Anna told me to come in here.
Because you were being a bitch.
So he can do his rant.
I saw the fucking clip of you fucking slandering me over and over again, motherfucker.
Oh, I wanted to know why. I was curious.
You're sweet.
I mean, he's mad because you were calling him a liar over and over again.
He's being wrong about the being misinformed.
Yeah,
is that a lie? Is that a lie?
When you double down on it with no facts backing you,
what is my double down?
You're lying about what is happening.
Where's my double down? Where's my double down? You're an absolute piece of shit, or you are a lying motherfucking piece of shit. And whatever I said to piss you off, you
guys keep it up. I'm turning my camera on and showing my dick.
Let's go.
Go on.
Hey, let's go.
I'm against stopping you now. Go ahead.
I can get a.
Hi, Bubby.
I like that joke, Johnny. I understood you. I want you to know that did not go unseen. Oh fuck.
Gorp, we were talking about this earlier. Are you voting third party?
Yeah.
Who are you?
Are you voting Chase Oliver?
Yes, Chase Oliver.
Chase Oliver, Chad. Let's go. Gorp Sync W.
Like I said, I was gonna vote third party, but fucking PBD radicalized me. I'm definitely gonna
Chase Oliver W
and vote.
Hater, you're just retarded. That's fine. No one cares.
True.
Alrighty. So, Casey, you're acknowledging that you got a piece of information wrong. Yes.
I acknowledge that today. Yeah, I might have been wrong about that. Yeah.
Okay, you were wrong
you finally
about
acknowledged it after like 10 minutes. God damn.
Answer the question, Gorp. Is he a liar for misinformation that he was misinformed on? He wasn't spreading disinformation.
That's just like not even a thing. Like, give me a source that says that, Casey. He's pulling it out of his ass, so he is lying. That's why I'm saying he's lying. He's pulling it out of his ass. There's not a source that says that is even somewhat reputable.
Okay. Casey, where did you get the information from?
You're asking where I got that piece of information. I don't remember. But if you think I'm lying about it, you just say it, and then I'll know it, and then I'll look it up. You don't just say, oh, that fact is wrong there. Oh, that must be a fucking liar. And you've been fucking slandering me for fucking 2 months and
No, it's because you continuously do this. Like this is an example.
Okay, then give me an actual example. Then give me an actual example. You fucking.
I gave you an example. You showed that you were.
Of something that I said today. You fucking lying little.
He
fucking
obviously got his
cuntard.
information from the hub.
True.
Honestly, would probably be more accurate than the IDF number. Oh shit!
I mean, you're not really wrong. It probably would be.
Dude, Pornhub has never like led me astray when I've like looked at the comments. Like they're like, "This is how you like make a quiche." I'll look it up, dude. It is how you make a quiche, and not only that, it's like a world-renowned recipe that they found from like a grandma in Nepal. It's like, how do you get this information? Like, I fucking love it. Though I don't support Pornhub that much. I don't. You know, there's.
You don't stream on Pornhub too, bro?
Well, you know, there's some business practices that I've heard about, like how things are operated behind the scenes with Pornhub, where I'm like, you know.
I think they were in trouble for the underage shit a little bit ago, but didn't they start doing the ID stuff? That's why I got banned, because I used to upload videos there, not like porn videos, just like literally gaming videos as a joke, and they
RuneScape PvP montages.
Yeah.
Non-Fawn, the Pornhub star.
I was, bro. I was raking in so many views, but they banned me.
They also didn't want to.
I'm 18 now. I couldn't make an account now.
It took a lot of stuff for them to crack down, also on like revenge porn and stuff like that. It took a lot of things to go for that shit to actually get cracked down on. Also, from the content creation side, because Pornhub isn't just like a platform host, they're also a creation, and producers of porn. And I heard a lot of bad things from the stars behind the scenes. So
pretty soon it's going to be like a Netflix where you're going to see like full feature-length films produced by Pornhub. It's going to be dope.
Yeah. So I'd rather just stick to like porn.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
Yeah.
I just said it's going to be dope. I just said it'll be
Oh,
dope.
okay.
Also, Johnny, do you have something about Arab members of the IDF, Nick? Oh yeah, sorry, joined pretty late. Was yeah.
Oh boy,
it was about
the conversation I jumped into. Nice.
Oh no.
Nick, we were talking about whether there is was it just Arab or was it specifically Palestinians in the military, Casey?
I think that the best term is just
We're
to say
talking about Arabs.
Muslim Palestinians. To exclude Druze or whatever.
That's so different. We were talking about Arabs, and now you're saying Muslim Palestinians.
What percentage of non-Druze Arabs in Israel you think are not Muslim or are Muslim? It's probably like
When you said Muslim Palestinians, not all the Arabs in Israel are.
Dude, I used to not kill
here
pigs in
because I don't know where
Minecraft.
the conversation is,
Fuck
but
you.
an important thing to remember about these this distinction between the statistics is that the Druze are, I believe, subject to conscription while the Arabs are not. So there's like
yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
my
It's different from
point
being
is that
allowed.
they're not. Yeah, my
Yeah,
point
a
is
lot
that
of people-
they're not conscripted, but they can join if they wish to.
Yeah, Arabs can join the IDF or the regular police force or just any general military force. They're just not conscripted. I believe the only people who are conscripted are Druze, Jews, and like there's one that starts with a C. I don't know. I've never met one in real life. Oh wait, it's right here in the side chat. Circassian.
A Circassian
Huh?
Jew or
Yeah.
Circassian Arab? What are you talking about?
I don't even think they're Jews or Arabs. I think it's
Third.
they were like genocided by the Russian Empire at some point, and they made their way there.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, those are the three population groups that are subject to conscription.
Oh, are they gay? Yeah, they were genocided by the Russian Empire. Exactly. Yeah, they mainly fled there, so they're more or less a native population.
Isn't it weird that the one thing that I was lying about, I happened to be talking about when Corp came in, and he can't name a single fucking thing else that I said that was a lie? It's almost like he
Well,
made
in
the
our
whole
debate,
thing
you
up because he
lied
was
about
angry
what the
about me.
definition of a genocide is.
What the definition of a genocide? We had a debate about the definition of a genocide. You thought adopting Ukrainians was genocide, and I disagreed. So I'm a liar. Is that what actually? That's actually it, isn't it?
By the crime of genocide.
That's what you're
Yeah.
actually angry about. But that's a
There's a lot
disagreement
of
on
things that I'm angry
what
about.
that fucking word means.
There's a definition. And I cited my definition, and you still said, no.
I mean, that's one of those.
Weren't you
conversations
arguing
where-
a legal definition while Casey was saying that it should be taken more contextually? Like, he
Well, I
wasn't
said by the legal definition it's blank, and I said by the legal definition it's genocide, and he said, no.
I mean, legal definition. Which legal definition? Because there are different definitions in different countries.
I cited
different
the UN.
organizations.
I cited
UN.
the UN Genocide Convention. I cited it multiple times. I
Does
cited
US
it every time that I've talked about this.
Does
I
US have the definition of genocide in legislature?
I don't think so.
I don't think
It
so.
doesn't matter.
I think that the UN definition.
I
because
didn't
US
want.
courts are set up to like prosecute the crime of genocide. That's
Ru-
generally like
Russia
an
has a
international-
different definition,
I
and a bunch
thought-
of other countries have different definitions.
I thought it was important to use this term genocide in the way that most people sort of acknowledge of what that word means. So, because if you say people that I thought if we distilled it down to adopting babies, like not even killing them, just adopting babies that mostly don't have parents or whatever. If we're calling that genocide, I think that we're ruining the word. So I am unwilling to call it that. And I would disagree with those who do. I would never say
Yeah,
like,
but
no, that's
when
not
I-
the definition.
no.
Or
When
that's not the
I
UN
cited the
definition.
legal definition and said that this fits with the UN definition, you said that's not a genocide. No. That's what you said.
I don't
That's a
care what
lie.
the UN. I don't care what the UN rules.
It doesn't
Or
matter.
does
No, stop. It doesn't matter if you don't care. What I'm saying is that it was a lie.
It's not a
So if you
lie. He
don't
just
care-
said he says that it's
Guys,
not
clip that so
the
next
same
time I'm
thing.
arguing with
It's
Casey
not
about Israel, I
genocide
have
by
to clip
his
him
definition.
saying, I don't care what
No,
the
no.
UN
When
rules,
I'm
dude.
talking about a previous
Oh, I can't
conversation
believe
you
he
weren't
said
here
that.
for, Mr. Russian man. But what I'm saying is, I cited him the UN definition. I said by the UN definition, this is a genocide.
Appealed
He
to
said no.
authority about to
Which is
the
just
How
objective
is
law.
me?
Is the occupation
How is
illegal?
me
Well, the UN
disagreeing
says so.
with what the UN definition of their very legal definition of genocide, where I want to
wow,
use it
Casey,
in a
you
way
can
where
disagree.
most people when
Why
you
am
say
I
genocide,
dying?
they're thinking of a certain thing, and it's not adopting babies. So that's how I choose to use the word. That's not me.
Well,
This isn't me fucking
let's put some
lying.
respect
You're
in your name,
sidestepping
sir.
when I
and to
presented
go
you-
around and fucking
Hey,
slander
hey,
me for 2
they're-
months because you got
It
so
fit
fucking pissed
what
about
you
a
said.
fucking
right now.
definition argument.
They're
You little
having
piece
fun.
of shit.
Yeah, that's
you
the
little
only
fucking
thing I-
garbage.
They're both
You're
aligned
right,
in Israel.
you're
I think
right.
I'm
It's
the
the
only
only thing I
pro-Israel
have to
person here. I haven't said anything though.
Dude,
Dude, I argued with
I'm
you
literally in a
almost
dog
more
pile,
than I
bro.
argued with Kazan.
I've already talked to
in that
Casey about
debate.
it. I've already talked to Anarchy
I mean,
Live
what
about
else
it.
you got?
Hour
I
thing.
haven't
You
talked
can
to
go
Corpse,
scroll
but-
through. I'm not here to talk. I was here to call out your fucking lie about the IDF. That's what I came here for.
Yeah, no.
As I
Because
said at
there's
the
clips
beginning,
of you
I'm
slandering
lazy.
me for like the last 2 months, motherfucker. Get my fucking
It's not
name out
slander, I
your
just
mouth.
give you
And if you're
examples.
gonna call me a fucking liar, give your shitty
I
ass fucking
slander all
example
of
of it.
them non-stop.
You little fucking
I just gave
bitch.
What
you
do I
two.
come back to?
I just gave you two.
Corpse
you
and
gave-
Casey
yeah,
are
yeah,
yelling at each other over
Great example.
over whether or not Casey lied
Disagree on the word
about
genocide.
the
Great.
legal definition of the word genocide.
Yeah, that's
Welcome
something
to
I don't
Drama
know.
Alert. Welcome, Drama Nation. I'm your host, Killer. Okay, live. Oh shit! This. been
Okay,
good.
anyways, I popped in to call Casey retarded
Okay.
for saying that Arabs can't join the IDF because he lied as usual.
I
but
think
gotta
you.
go
I
with
think
my
you've
guy.
presented your case.
So,
People
like-
can make their. You know, I think you provided your case. Yeah, people can make their opinions or form their opinions based off of what you said pretty fairly.
Yeah,
Right.
you guys
I
have
thought you were
fun
going to go on
arguing.
your
I'm
rant, Anarchy.
About the
gonna go pick
Republicans.
burrito bowls.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
That's when Legate. Not. Are you confusing Legate and Gorp?
I thought you said both of them were going to be here. I just died in Minecraft.
I said I
both of them
wanted
were gonna
Gorp to be
but-
there, but
Oh.
he was like, nah. Just doing other shit.
Lame.
Should we go back to Biden
Yes, please. All right, let's return it to Biden. Do you feel like
or 2 more hours of
I got
history?
Casey?
I'm pretty sure most people
I
would
what?
call me pro-Israel.
Do you feel like you
Gorp
got
has
to
to
say
do
your
the
piece,
million
Casey?
dollar
Also,
piece ring
Bubby, you
trail.
are very low.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me turn myself
Yeah,
up.
it's fine. It's
I
easy
haven't,
for him
I
to
haven't
like wait
followed
around and then
Gorp's
come
like
in because he was calling me a
stuff on it too
liar
much.
but never.
I just want to be very clear. Gorps could know infinitely more than me. Gorps could have done 5 million research streams. I don't know. All I'm saying is the only thing I have seen Gorps do when I popped into his stream is reacting to news, is watching pundits from the Ayn Rand Center talk about Israel, or watching pundits from other fucking places talk about it. I haven't seen him reading anything. He could. That's all I like. You're to the left of most Israelis, I'm pretty sure. Good. Most Israelis are insane. They support fucking Netanyahu, dude. I don't actually know what his approval rating is, but
tricky situation. Kamala is probably not the best pick here. But she's probably gonna be the nominee. But we're not 100% sold on that idea. So where are you at?
I mean, listen, if she's the nominee, I'll vote for her.
I am pro-Israel in comparison to everyone else on this panel.
Biden,
okay, I'm more pro-Israel than
senile,
like
so maybe
almost anybody
be a
here.
more energetic executive than Biden was, and maybe
like
be less of a cabinet
if I'm not pro-Israel, then
could be
it's just not a meaningful distinction between pro-Israel and pro-Palestine. I like literally, if I ask this panel, do you guys think I'm pro-Israel?
It's a good.
Everyone would say yes.
Just
like
in general, since she's younger.
Casey would probably call me fucking racist.
Trump,
like,
be the first female president. Yeah.
I actually think that works against her, to be honest.
Probably does work against her. I just personally think it'd be an optic win. Yeah.
I think that you instantly lose a lot of people the moment that you're a woman and a person of color in the U.S. Like, I mean, it's worse for like conservatives. Like Vivek Ramaswamy never had a real chance, right? But it's a little bit better for Democrats, yes. But there's still a lot of people that are have implicit biases and just. I ain't gonna get past that.
Yeah,
Plus,
people were mad J.D. Vance was married to an Indian woman, so.
Yeah.
Oh.
How dare you? How dare she or he? Sorry. I'm bad. I'm messing everybody's pronouns up today. Just it's my white privilege. It's my white privilege. All right.
I think.
Hi, Bubby.
Hey, what's up, Vegan? It would have been. It would have been pretty fucked up if Michelle Obama ran, because then all the conservatives would just go, she's not the first female president. She's not the first female president. Like, they'll just continue with that.
That would have been a little bit funny, though. I knew Joe Biden was going down the long, sorry, sad road. Yeah. I still don't, like, nobody's been able to answer of why would they run Kamala if they wanted her when they could have just run Joe Biden and gotten the, benefit of having Joe Biden, but then
Kamala's younger,
have her
and doesn't have the Hunter Biden baggage attached.
I don't think they're going Kamala.
What do you mean? Hunter Biden makes me want to vote for Joe Biden more, dude.
Yeah, it doesn't make
what the fuck?
Hunter Biden laptop stuff does not make
everything.
Republicans.
Bro, he's got a big dick. He fucking likes guns. He likes drugs, and he has sex with fucking prostitutes.
Listen,
what is there not to love, bro?
I think Hunter Biden's just as rad as the next guy, okay, here. But Republicans were so mad about the Hunter Biden laptop and the Burisma stuff. So, that's irrelevant now. And the age is less relevant.
Why didn't they run Hillary Clinton? What do you mean, why? Are you... That can't be it. That you're memeing, bro. You're fucking memeing.
If they ran Hillary Clinton now, she would actually get assassinated. She would be assassinated.
Yeah. They wouldn't miss either. They wouldn't.
No. These gun guys, they don't miss.
No, but seriously, like, I mean, she's basically a guaranteed ticket to lose. Why would they run her? They learned. They learned.
Especially now that everybody's on both sides is raving about, like, corruption in politics and the deep state and shit like that. Like Hillary Clinton would just
chill.
Hillary Clinton would just, like, for all these conspiracy theories, be like the embodiment of voting for like a deep state candidate, a deeply entrenched politician.
Yeah. And now with the election denial stuff and all of Hillary Clinton's comments about the election, I think she said the election was stolen from her, which really she just means that she won the popular vote, but Republicans don't interpret it that way.
That was them rigging the election. But anyway, yo, welcome in, Johnny Scarlett.
Yo,
do you think this is a good move though? Like, you said that it's like kind of like right? But do you think this improves any chance of winning, or do you think this actually has made it more of a coin toss?
Oh, this is a tectonic shift. Like, I think I actually saw Trump said to CNN maybe that he just straight up thinks Kamala is going to be easier to beat.
Based.
So he's just coming out of the gate strong. She doesn't even have a VP yet. Even if she does pick Buttigieg, like, it's going to be a shit show.
Why aren't they running him as the main fucking candidate? I don't like it. I
Because
mean,
he promised her shit. Like, this is the kind of shit when you get to good old boy stuff, when you get to the people who run this country, when you get to dynasties, you get into people who promise other people things and it's their turn. When it's their turn, then they get to be in the seat of power for a minute. Everybody takes turns and everybody's scheduled.
do you think they'll run him for 2028 then? I mean, here's the only thing I could see, okay? If Kamala gets her fucking time in the spotlight, and let's say that she wins, then that basically guarantees him a straight path to being like the main like stage for 2028 running for president.
Awesome.
You know, he could be like, I ran VP. You know, look at my entire history, my record. I'm still pretty young, kind of thing. So
I like Buttigieg.
Oh yeah,
I think
man!
Buttigieg
Like,
is really cool.
he's setting
but-
himself up good. He started young, so it won't be hard for him later on.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Is there anybody else
feel like
that
that
like
there are
has
options,
an idea
though.
of
I mean, I feel
anybody
like
else that they could run?
Amy
Somebody
Shapiro.
that I
I don't know
talked to
anything about
earlier.
Shapiro.
Who?
I don't even
Ro Khanna?
remember his first name.
I don't even know who that is. Shit.
You don't know Ro Khanna?
Ro Khanna? Congressman Ro Khanna. Let's see. Somebody said the governor of Michigan, the female governor of Michigan, the one who had the assassination attempt a couple of years ago. Somebody said she would be a good pick. Whitmer, that's it.
What was the one I was telling you about? Stack where I said if Joe Biden drops out, this would be the
I don't know
best.
anything about
I keep on forgetting his name. He's a
you know what we
blue
need? Roy
governor
Cooper,
in a red
okay?
state. Is it Virginia? No,
My
no, it's
fucking,
Kentucky. Kentucky's
NC governor, go.
Yeah, there it is. Andy
Roy Cooper.
Beshear. There we go. Andy Beshear would probably be another good one. I keep on like his name keeps on slipping me because he stays pretty low profile, but he has an amazing track record in politics. He is a blue Democrat.
Cut down the. What the fuck is this? Circumstances that said time in, particularly concerning medical treatment provided that reflect a moral and professional work. We firmly believe every precision healthcare worker and organization representing the healthcare community has a responsibility to oppose its continued existence. The conclusion was shared earlier by physician working at a field hospital located in the said Taiwan military facility. His testimony adds an amount of evidence revealing the treatment and detention conditions of Gazans at the facility when it is written. It's about the current war. Yeah. According to old testimonies, these detainees regularly endure severe violence, leading to causes of fracture, internal bleeding, and even death. Since they started the current war, particularly following Israel's ground invasion of Gaza Strip, thousands of Gazans, including minors, women, the elderly, dozens of healthcare workers, have been detained. Many of them were apprehended from protected spaces such as hospitals and schools. So far, all efforts to locate or obtain information regarding their well-being and whereabouts have proven unsuccessful. The evidence and information disclosed to the public confirm the findings outlined in the ethical position paper we are releasing today. Within, we analyze data from released detainees, the inadequate responses offered by officials, discussion with healthcare professionals, and data concerning dozens of deaths in custody. We are issuing this report because, drawing upon the lessons learned from secret detention facilities like Guantanamo and Abu Ghraib, it is crucial to prevent their continued operation and recognize the misconceptions that they can ever be reformed. As you may recall, Israel's Ministry of Health declared that detainees and Gazans would not be treated in public hospitals and would instead be transferred to medical facilities operated by the Israeli Prison Service or the military, regardless of whether these facilities were equipped to provide adequate care. Subsequently, the ministry issued medical treatment guidelines, which our report concludes violate medical ethics and disregard of fundamental principles of healthcare professionals. These guys, okay, where's the actual report? Because like this is just saying stuff. Is there evidence somewhere? View full report in English. I don't know. We can check it out.
The problem is that most people just don't remember him from his time running.
Which could be a good thing. He could
Yeah, it
do
could be
something
good.
completely different.
Yeah, I would, dude. I
He'd be
mean, I would.
electable.
I will vote blue, fucking for whoever is not Kamala or Hillary at this point, and probably Newsom. I'm a coin toss on Newsom. I could put my differences to a side, but fuck, man. I could not imagine somebody that's involved with California running the country. That's fucked.
Oh, we would be so fucked.
True.
Dude, it would be such bad optics. Because, like, here's the thing. Could you imagine Trump versus, like, Newsom? He fucked up California. He fucked it up. It was a great state. And, you know, California used to vote red. And it used to be good.
He wouldn't be wrong either.
Everybody says
pretty fucked.
Go to any state, Nevada, Arizona, Washington. Do you know what they say? They say, don't send the Californians. Actually, I'm going to be building a wall and having California pay for it.
You see the wealth taxes in California, bro?
Hey, build a wall around California, at least so it falls off the side of North America.
But Newsom has to be forced to either say that, like, he's going to either be forced to say that his state wasn't good and be like, I'm not going to do that for the country, or he has to say that his state was good and he's going to do that for the country. And one will be obviously a lie and stupid, and the other is scary and nobody wants. So, like, Newsom running would be fucking suicide, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Maybe
One
even
politician he speaks in lies, and the other speaks in truths and riddles. Like,
one is Bernie Sanders and the other.
I mean, the Democrats are kind of fucked in this election, no matter who they run.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah,
real.
There's a bunch of liberals in here, Johnny, telling us that it's our fault for this.
It's
It wasn't.
me.
It wasn't. No, there was you. There was fucking Red, and then there's Testy. All right.
I don't remember. I remember me and Red. I don't even remember the other guy, but
Well, Testy wasn't in the call, but he was in the chat. Like, you know.
oh, he's
Yeah.
just a chatter. So
Yeah.
I've never
he's
seen
worthless.
Testy do a voice chat. He's a
What, you haven't? No,
Which is fine.
Testy
love
joins
Testy.
voice chats, but he only
Does
does it for the e-girl political streamer. I'm just saying,
base.
Testy.
I love
I'm just-
Testy, but
I find it
who's
weird.
who the fuck is an e-girl political streamer?
Well,
few.
she's actually really cool. Her name is Mooncake XO. I give her shit, but she's really good.
I gotta
Yeah, she's
check
super
this out.
Though I will say I got a little bit of beef with her, Testy. I had beef with her after that fucking scheduling incident. I got beef.
If you're looking for e-girl political streamers, there's also Cosmopolitics and Riverboat Jack.
Wait, how do you spell that? Cosmo
Cosme-
politics?
Cosme, COSME politics.
Emmy. Cosme.
Yeah,
Okay, I'll follow. Let's see.
Riverboat Jack too.
What's
She's
the other
actually
one?
live right now. Riverboat Jack. She's super cool. She's very smart.
Oh, Riverboat Jack is live right now.
Yeah. She's super cool. We've all been on panels together and stuff.
I don't want to suffer the consequences of our future president not liking my Indian food.
Can I just tell you something?
Yeah.
I've never made dosas.
Hi. I love that you're coming to the kitchen already. Like you live here.
Coming to the kitchen. That's
This is so nice. Are you stressed for making Indian food?
Oh my God, you do have to taste just. Oh my, you have no idea. This is how my mother kept all of her stuff.
This is so fun.
I've ever had with you has always been cool. So I don't know.
Yeah, man, I remember you. Like, no, I don't tend to go crazy on
I
hanging
just
out
meme a
and
lot.
drama and shit.
I like to meme a lot.
Hell yeah.
So
A little memer resident.
yeah.
As you'll notice on this panel, Johnny, I don't ban people and I don't really censor people too much. I mean, I had to a few times this chat because some people wanted to test the line. Some people fucking
3090
fucking
Fahrenheit.
hater.
That's all I'm saying. Okay, 3090 Fahrenheit.
Oh my god. You are lucky that they're too dumb to understand
What do you
it,
mean?
Twitch. All
What's wrong with
right.
them?
You're lucky they won't know. Stop trying to get me banned. Jesus Christ, man. I've seen what they did to fucking Destiny. Did you see that, Johnny? They got him again.
Off a kick in
banned
Twitter.
him.
Can't believe it.
Kick and Twitter banned him. Oh
Well,
my
Twitter
god.
just
You know it's
demonetized
pretty
him, but
bad
yeah.
if you get banned off a fucking kick.
Okay, what he said was like, I mean, it's one of
Oh, I
those
know
things-
what he said, and
Yeah.
he's a piece of shit for saying it.
Yeah. I'm just like, how the hell did they ban Destiny but not like hit everybody else that's like worse than Destiny? It's kind
Dude,
of
they banned
insane
his
to me.
son. They hate him.
Yeah, I saw that. They for having a toy gun on stream.
He did it. It was all. He shot his dad off stream too. Like it was off camera. Like
Yeah, it was certainly
I
something.
didn't even know he had a son until like it popped up in the news, dude.
Oh, you
Apparently,
haven't
it
heard
was
about his cuck son. Like
no, what?
Oh, people make fun of him for it. People say like he
Destiny's
abandoned him.
100% a cuck.
Can we? We can't say certain words on.
You can't, dude. There's no way you can't say it on Twitch. Come on.
What?
What the hell?
Yeah, you can. I'm sure you could say cuck on stream.
You cannot.
Dude, they hate that. As
And
long as we're talking about
That,
Destiny, they don't care.
that was a part of their 2021 sexual harassment policy update.
Yeah,
when they
exactly.
banned-
We said
Oh
COCK 3 times now, and that's great.
Let's keep it. I know.
COCK.
Let's keep it. Let's keep it suggestive rather than explicit, my boys.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Okay, he likes to watch his wife get fucked. How about that?
Perfect. All right. But is it really not
And
his
not
son?
by him.
Wait, is it not his son though?
No, it
I
is
need
his
to
son.
know.
But
Okay. I thought the
it's from
implication
his-
was that it was.
It's from I think it. I don't know if they were ever married. It's from someone he broke up with, and then
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I get the picture.
I think he bought her a house, and then moved to Miami
Holy
to keep
shit.
streaming or something.
Holy shit.
How do y'all know all this about this person? Holy shit.
I know, right?
Also, I see Red and Hassan in non-fon stream. Can you ask Hassan if he's fucking mad at me
What?
about the Russian stuff?
Are you mad at Kay about the Russian stuff?
He has not talked to me since. He has not popped up in stream. He hasn't posted. He has not posted in the servers, and he has refused to reply to me in like chat. So I think he's mad at me. But you know,
I have to know which Russian stuff.
Okay, so I was being a little spicy, all right, a little memey, and Hassan came in and tested me when I was already in a bad mood. So I said that he supports genocide, and that supports the Russians killing Ukrainians because he posted a lot of anti-Ukraine stuff.
Motherfucker.
I mean, he probably does, knowing him.
Well, no, he has a pretty more complex view on that, right? But like,
He
you
said
know,
yes.
he's oh wow.
I mean, he probably does support that, knowing him. I mean,
Maybe, maybe not. I mean, from what he elaborated on further, I do not get that impression anymore. So, but I did like message and try to like work it out and clarify some stuff, and he has refused to talk to me. So I feel a little bit bad because I liked you, Hassan, and you know, hopefully we can move past that. You know, shit gets spicy sometimes with politics. You know. Man, we have so much drama airing out today.
Oh, dude.
I know.
Connie, is there anybody that hates
I
you a
blame
lot? That I
Casey.
can I get Vivian Wolf on here? Let's see. I bet
Oh,
you
Jesus
Vivian
Christ,
probably has
no,
something against
please.
Johnny. I'll find it. I'll
What-
make it.
I mean, what time is it there?
Please,
like,
no.
she may be asleep.
She's in the server. Let me just add her.
Jesus Christ.
Dude, I saw her on somebody's stream the other day. Yeah. She gets to work. You know, she disappears, but then she comes back and gets to work.
I mean, she's doing the work in real life. That's why she's intense on stream. She's actually like it's part of her whole deal in real life that she fights terrorist organizations. Like she does intel, you know? Like she'll openly tell you that. That's why she's always intense on stream, because she's in it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a little bit in it. I'm like active in politics, but I'm not like running for politics or like doing any like campaign campaign stuff, no door knocking, but I do go and get involved with my politics. I did meet my governor and had a conversation with him. That was pretty interesting.
I don't get that deeply involved in politics. It's just not my thing, you know. I'll stick to driving in tornadoes.
Based. I'm still waiting for the YouTube channel and the videos.
Yeah, I still need to pull all my video. Dude, I've got after I did Hurricane Beryl, I've got fucking 20-something hours of video to go through and edit.
How much
Between
time
the
does
tornado intercepts
hunting
and that.
take?
What's that?
How much time does tornado hunting take? Like on average?
As much time as you want. I do it pretty much all spring and summer and fall.
But if you got one out
I've
there,
driven-
then are you out there for like an hour, or how long do they last?
It all depends. I mean, some of them will last minutes, some of them are long tracking the last hours. Sometimes you get multiple in a day. There's no way to say that it lasts this long. It varies greatly.
Ooh.
Give you an idea, this summer, since April, I have driven over 12,000 miles. Shot over 15,000 photographs, and like I said, probably about 20 hours of video or so.
You should definitely publish that. I would watch that. Like, I would binge watch that.
Well, I've got my truck.
Wow, NOK Life, thanks for the follow. Wow,
I keep
dude.
getting some changes done to the truck so I can start going live. I've got Starlink in there now, but I want to get getting a live view put in so that I can do cell phone and cell and Starlink aggregated.
Heck yeah.
So I can go live.
That's pretty sick, dude.
That's much
Yeah,
more fun
that's gonna be
than
pretty
drama
cool.
in politics.
Yeah,
Are you
honestly.
Are you gonna get like a Mac Mini or some small PC to host a lot of like?
I have a laptop in the truck already.
There you go. Nice. So you can stream it all. Nice.
Yeah. I bought a camera that mounts. It's a head-mounted camera. It's like a pair of eyeglasses, but it's a camera that wirelessly streams back to the laptop with HDMI. Now I've got my roof cam, which is a pan and tilt 360-degree cam under a plexiglass dome. And then I've got 5 GoPros in the truck facing different directions.
That's amazing.
Yep, so it should be pretty cool. I just got to teach somebody how to run all the cameras and stuff. I bought a Stream Deck to put in the truck. I got to teach somebody how to do all that stuff because I'm either driving or doing the navigating, so I can't be fucking with all that shit while I'm.
You need a second person, definitely.
I need a third. I have a second. I have 2 people, me and one other guy.
Hire me and I'll get on board. Come on, let's do it.
Hire you?
Hire me. I'll do whatever is needed, sir.
That
If I have
if-
a green card, I'm down as well.
No, fuck this. Fuck this. Do not give the job. All right, the immigrants. They're still
The immigrants.
Keep it local. Get it out.
They're stealing our job.
It all depends on where things go with the once I start streaming. If I start making money, yeah, I'm gonna split it with my team.
Oh hell yeah, you'll be making money if you actually pull this all off with some really good stable quality. People are gonna watch the hell out of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the idea. Right?
And even streaming it live, even if the streaming itself doesn't get a ton of views, it'll make it way easier, to upload it to YouTube.
Yeah, for sure.
And you can get a shitload of money by doing like behind the scenes or whatever on Patreon.
Mhm.
And any other platform, you can get like a lot of money from that.
Johnny, do YouTube? I've been seeing a lot of political philosopher
drove a Biden
YouTubers recently.
Kamala Harris now,
I keep
but-
on going like, damn, Johnny could be doing this. Are they doing this?
I have never made like a short, what do you call it, pre-filmed video that I was really happy with, honestly. Like I really am in my bag when I'm live. So it's easier for me to just kind of cut down streams and upload those to YouTube right now.
Yeah.
But like It's also the fact that like I'm not formally educated, and when you do that, you're competing with like if you were to go into esoteric content right now and you were to post about like religion and ghosts and shit, you would be competing with somebody like Esoterica who has a PhD in that shit. You know, it's very intimidating on some level.
What are your Twitch and YouTube? Girl talking? Sorry, I don't know you.
Oh, I'm Johnny Scarlet. You can call me Johnny. Was that Non-Fawn that just talked?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I'm just Johnny.
Eat
on
his ass.
pretty much everything.
Oh.
Oh, I meant to ask Casey. I don't mean to call you out or nothing, but Casey, have you been in my chat before? I just recognized your username. Oh, if they're not muted. Oops, they're muted. Okay. But yeah.
Oh, sorry.
that's okay.
Yeah. I've been in there before. I think we've rated each other before.
Okay, sweet. Okay, I thought so. Fucking yeah, but I switched from politics a while back, and I got into more like widespread historical philosophy, educational stuff. Because following politics every day and just being a news channel was not for me. I figured that out pretty quickly.
It's exhausting, ain't it?
Yeah, dude. So I just like I write stuff. I do essays and stuff personally, and then I just stream about it basically.
Not to be weird, but you said all the right things in your newest video. This luxury art and communism, these are all the buzzwords I really need.
Oh, dude, I thought that was full of buzzwords. I was really proud of that.
He said
Yeah,
communism.
man. Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, shit. You got some action going on out there.
That's just a
That's
soundboard.
the
I see.
Pinochet helicopter rides. Yeah.
God damn. Oh, it's the helicopter. Yeah, man. What was I saying?
Jesus, this is Weisselin.
You
You
said
said you're
you
proud.
had
It had a lot of buzzwords.
Oh, it had a lot of buzzwords.
And
yeah, I'm
generations
not a
to show its
communist.
effect. It's not like
I kind of refuse to read the Communist Manifesto at this point. I just, because if I know stuff about it, then people can ask me about it. If I can just say no, I don't know about that, then people can't
Biden,
ask
easy.
me.
I mean, Biden's dropped out
What
now.
a cop
but-
out. This is.
No, it's so short too, and there's no reason for me not to read it. So, my friend who did the
I
stream
was
with me that I
fine
interviewed
with the
got a
men
degree in political science.
who would come
so
into
he
her
knows
life
it.
now and again.
And basically, my
I
big
was
question for any
fine,
given communist
'cause
is
I
what
knew-
happens to luxury items and art? You know, is that still a thing? How do you decommodify that? And it was a big, long conversation with absolutely no positive answer for it. So I thought it was pretty good, though.
Well, you can have an art and hobby like little economy
get
kind of
code.
going on. I mean, I imagine that. Let's just say that AI pays
Unbelievable.
off in dividends, and we get to a point where most jobs no longer are viable for humans, and everything becomes more like an information based. Like we sell our data basically
Yeah, I
to
think
the
Kamala can
AI.
win.
In
I
return,
think
the
Biden
AI
can win.
Problem with
produces
Biden
so fast
in the White
and so
House, that
easily.
question has now been resolved as a result of the American political process. And so as a result, like, it seems like the Trump campaign really had invested a lot
I've
of
heard Peter
its
Newsom.
sort of chips in
I
the
mean,
column
I don't know.
of Biden, the incompetent nitwit. Biden is asleep at the wheel.
I think Newsom, probably not great because he's from California. I don't know any Newsom's actual policies. And then. Okay. Stated Twitch content. Okay. And then. Oh, Warren endorses Kamala. I don't know. Kamala is just kind of the obvious choice. She's the vice president. I think it's kind of look bad if you skip over the black woman vice president and just appoint a white male. I think having Kamala avoids the open convention. That's true. The election's rigged. Biden didn't drop out. Yeah, it avoids the whole shit show, the power struggle. She ain't winning in swing states. Do you really? I don't know. Maybe my mind is just broken, but like, there's been, Trump had way worse odds. I think she can win. I think we're in it to win it. Okay. I think we're good. I think we're good. Like basically no matter. I think Newsom would be a mistake because again he's from California. Anyway, Yeah.
Traveler, and the time traveler said that
Oh Jesus!
Biden is going to drop out in August.
Why no vote Trump? He's a fucking traitor to the country, and all of his policies are bad. First of all, he doesn't even have. I don't think he has like a super coherent set of policies. He just is like a populist and kind of just does what the populists fucking do. But I don't think Biden is. I'm sorry. I don't know what Trump is better on than the Democrats are. So depending on how progressive you go, then maybe I'd agree with Trump more on some of the economic stuff. How Trump traitor, he tried to overthrow the 2020 election in violation of our Constitution. He tried to pressure Mike Pence into throwing out electoral votes based on his fake electors, his fake alternate slate of electors. Yeah. That Eastman told him could be a Pence had the authority to violate the Electoral Count Act. Yeah.
I was gonna. I have the Hassan share downloaded as an image, so from now on, I'm just gonna throw it up into the corner whenever I'm gone, so people could just check and have a visual indicator if I'm here or not.
I remember that there was AI generated SpongeBob thing on Twitch.
Yeah. Do we agree Sotomayor should absolutely retire?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, right?
Yeah.
Is she going to? Has anybody spoke about that?
I don't know.
Are we?
How old is Sotomayor? I don't know how to pronounce her name. I thought she was not that old. 70? She's only 70. I don't know. Why risk it though? Yeah.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, right?
Yeah.
Is she going to? Has anybody spoke about that?
I don't know.
Are we looking at a 7-2 Supreme Court or probably I don't know why. I don't know. Yeah. I will. I'm just to be clear. I will hate women forever. Okay. RBG already tested me. But if Sotomayor dies as well, and for no reason, if Trump did win, it's a 7-2 court, bro.
I just want to say, Justice Sotomayor.
Do we agree?
I don't even know if it would matter though. You know what? They would just do the same shit they did with Obama, where they just wait a full ass fucking year until the next president comes into office in order to appoint them. They'd probably just wait until after the election at least. Although I don't know. Oh, I guess the Senate's still majority Democrat, right? So I guess they can push it through.
I won't mince words, so here it is. Fuck you. You're all a bunch of faggots. End of quote. Repeat the line. So enjoy President.
Well, I mean, it's not there yet.
Because we actually have very scientific and well-held parameters for what a intelligence would look like were it to have the capacity for language. We have a lot of really well set out parameters for that kind of thing. And it's really easy to figure out, at least visually. It's harder to explain in the coding. But visually, if you just imagine that all of these pieces of information that they're pulling from all of these Google search results essentially are matrices, and they are connecting the most average connected matrices, and then they're feeding those vectors into more vectors that construct a sentence effectively around something that it's essentially Googled for you. There's nothing available in it that isn't just a very complicated set of vectors.
There's a knowledge database, but the thing that you described there, you can.
It's a large language model.
A neural network.
You could a neural network.
Neural network is a method of getting
and
done.
That's something that I actively talk about, actually, Natter Hunter, all the time on my stream. What is knowledge? What is intelligence? What does it mean to have a phenomenology? What does it mean to have a first-person perspective as an individual that is conscious, right? And we don't even know where consciousness is seated in the body, dude.
It's just electrical and chemical impulses in the brain.
Oh, I highly doubt that. I highly doubt that. I'm not a religious person, but I do believe that there is something that is entirely metaphysical, most likely, about the spark of consciousness.
See, I don't.
Absolutely.
I'm 100% a science
If you
You're a
boil
scientific
down
realist, yeah.
the how your brain is functioning, you know, the nodes, the electricity firing off one, this one connects to this one. It's like the thing that you described earlier, like to some degree, like you could boil down like the way our brain works, like in a sort of similar
Yes,
manner.
but we're not just our brain, are we? We're also not just the vectors between our neurons. We're not just our
Yeah, but then-
neurons. We are
Yeah,
the
we
very
are.
electricity. We are the very electricity that is running through. And where exactly we are getting memories, let alone dreams, dude. I'm not even going to talk about dreams. Where we are getting memories when those vectors connect in certain parts of our brains has never been evident to neuroscience.
It's just a biological version of storage in your computer is what a memory is. That's all it is.
Yes, well, where is that memory bank is the question.
In your brain. in
No,
different
we
areas
have
of your
very
brain.
good evidence that our brain has excellent connectivity with parts of our body. We have very good
Well, the
evidence
rest
as
of your
well that
body
we
is just the rest of your body's purpose is just to support the functioning of your brain.
that is also not evident at all. If you know anything about the nervous system, if you know anything about
Well, the rest
the
is,
the
I mean,
pituitary
yeah,
glands, like
procreation,
the whole system is probably something that is biologically aiding in something that I believe is probably connecting to, and this gets into Kant, this gets into a whole series of historical philosophy, but basically Immanuel Kant theorized that we are born only with the ability to sense time, space, and mathematics. We don't know what the sense of time is when we hold it in our brain. We don't have a sense of how we exactly theorize three-dimensional space in our brain. We are born knowing how to do that. Everything else is built on top of it from what was already here.
Okay, so I have a question. So you're saying that you don't believe that AI could be conscious form of intelligence because you think that humans rely off of a third unknown source to gain this intelligence. Like we have a connection with something metaphysical.
There is one level to that, and it may not even be metaphysical because we don't consider time metaphysical, do we? We consider it an effect of the passage
Time
of
is
matter as it moves.
Time is a fourth dimension.
It's a fourth
according to
dimensional
the latest
vector.
theories of within quantum mechanics and
Yes, it's
astrophysics.
quantum mechanics. I mean, quantum mechanics basically breaks down to how are things moving for time. Quantum mechanics itself, when you talk about it in its isolation, is something that is seemingly existent outside of time. Like we have.
Somewhat. There are a
like
lot of
are you going to
theories
talk about like
on-
subatomic particles that go backwards in time? Is that going to be the kind of thing that
I mean, that
would know about?
is something that has been experimented with. There's not any hard evidence on that yet.
No, it's
but
just how
there-
they appear to be moving.
But they have successfully, for instance, stopped light.
Yeah.
Right. And light has traditionally been a measure of time because it's a constant.
Natter, how
Like,
do
the
you
speed of
feel?
light in a vacuum is a constant.
Yeah. How do you feel about whether or not we invented mathematics? Did we invent mathematics, or is that something that is a constant that we have a sense of? Which one do you think?
We didn't invent it. We didn't invent it, but we discovered it as a method of describing the world around us when you're talking about physics, especially those things that cannot be seen.
Fuck,
such as
I don't really care about this.
You know, the quantum, like all the fermions and bosons and all that stuff. You can't see those even with the most powerful electron microscopes. They're not visible.
Yeah, math as it exists as individual pieces of a whole is not technically theoretically possible. An individuated particle that is not connected to the wavelength of some other particle is simply non-existent as far as we can tell. So
Well,
the idea of
the newest theory is that nothing exists within.
I don't want to talk about that. That's
within
Solipsism type shit.
The physical realm, everything exists as energy and waves until it's observed. and then it becomes a particle.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off on that. I thought you were about to go down the rabbit hole of like nothing exists, and I was about to be like, please no solipsism.
No. I'm not. I don't even get into belief in anything metaphysics or anything.
I need
like
to pee.
that.
I'll be back.
Yeah.
Physics and
Be
science.
entertained by them.
So
Which
I
I
don't get
totally
into that kind of
respect.
stuff.
And, you know, the idea that to bring it further out here, it's not like I don't think that we could create something that has enough sensory inputs and outputs to actually have a sense of 3 dimensions and time and, or at least 2 dimensions and time and mathematics. If we could create something that has that mathematics, sensory, and that time and at least 2-dimensional sensory, the way that we theorize plants have, then I completely think that that could be something we could eventually create. I'm just saying that large
Well, AI as it
language models-
exists today is not sentient. However, it's
Exactly.
moving
It
in
is-
that
What does
direction.
sentient mean?
Large language models are not sentient, and I don't personally believe they ever will be. If we could start with something completely different, if we're talking about something that is based not just in these very simple like language matrices, I would be more interested in calling that the potentiality for intelligence.
What does sentient mean?
Sentience is a measure of complexity in how not only we output information, but also how we cognate information about ourselves. Somebody like
Ability to-
Hofstadter.
yeah. Ability
somebody-
to generate new thought based on experience and knowledge that you have, original thought.
They definitely do
Yeah,
that.
but the thing about that is somebody like Hofstadter would theorize it as a loop. If you've ever read Gödel Escherbach or I Am a Strange Loop by Douglas Hofstadter, I really suggest that for ways to like visually interpret how something that is human cognates information. It loops into the self and becomes a part of the self and then is output again and then loops back in. The one of the better visualizations he has for it is like 2 cameras that are pointed at one another's monitors is kind of how individuals interact with one another. And so that looping structure I think is really important, which is why I think that we could totally create something that's synthetic, that's intelligent.
Well, yeah, whether or not it walks around or it's synthetic or whatever. My main issue with like a lot of people is I would accuse like just sort of like just general like society or seemingly like keeps like everyone seems to keep moving the goalpost for like what is artificial intelligence or whatever. Like 30 years ago, if someone just woke up and just like saw these large language models like speak to you and like, oh, this is AI or whatever, but just like keep moving the goalposts. It's like I think there's evidence that these large language models like they react to being if you say like you need to do this or else we're going to shut you off or something. It changes. It's more likely to follow your you consider that the fear of being shut off. Like that is pretty close to a feeling of wanting to keep being alive or something.
Is it a feeling or is it the most likely response that it generated via likely responses of people being hung up on, conversations ending, that are all recorded in Google? I'm not even gonna like go as far as to say something like a large language model, Casey, could never do it in any type of complexity. If it got complex enough and it had enough input and output that it began to generate that loop of a sense of self, then that would be something that would be complex enough to be considered for that. But we're not even a generation away from that stage for something like a vector-based large language model. I just don't think.
All speculation. I guess we'll figure out when we get there. But I think there's going to be a huge hurdle of everybody just, like Casey said, they keep on pushing the goalpost. What happens when you push the goalpost so much and they do achieve consciousness or at least enough, at least are smart enough to like start doing shit. Like,
at least
what
we're
happened?
looking for it. Like we literally just in the last year got evidence that plants can sense what we look like via their light sensors. Like we're getting really close to discovering quote
Don't
unquote
do this to me and the other vegan.
plants.
Vegan,
Sense
I
of
need
what
you.
we
in
look
here.
like.
Oh hell yeah, the vegans are probably pissed.
How do you feel, vegan? Your whole world is shattered.
It's
Might
not
as well eat
shattering.
me.
They can
Might
they
as
can
well
react
eat
to
me.
stimuli. They
Eat the
they react to
bugs.
stimuli. Damn.
Eat the bugs. They don't know anything except fly and fuck.
Plants are what
I
food
doubt
eats.
that. If the fucking plants know shit, I think the
I was gonna
bugs know
say,
shit.
how do you, yeah.
Like,
I'm really like actually starting to get emotional about plants recently doing that research, and it's just like I think I would rather eat a bug than a plant if I absolutely had to choose for the rest of my life.
That's just
plants are
biased.
just what food eats. Okay.
Oh my god,
bro.
Hmm.
I don't.
So are you saying that vegan here is food? Because I'm down with
I
it.
mean, in some places, yeah, you would be.
I'm sorry, vegan.
Not for me.
You heard the man.
Not for me. But
For me.
Oh no, I just think everything is so fucking complicated that I'm not going to pretend to know whether it is or not, but it's definitely getting smart and it's getting smarter. So I'm not going to take it off the table that we may have created the next form of life, or at least sentience, and that if it starts going in that direction, I'm not going to turn away from it.
Has
I'm just
anybody
gonna-
here ever read Nietzsche, or are you aware of like the idea of creating your own
City
moral
Arcs here?
system?
no, I don't get into the philosophy stuff that much. So.
So you don't think about why you think about what you think? You don't think about like the
Does anyone actually care about a philosophy discussion, or can I read this? Why is Substack so laggy? Does Substack have a fucking memory leak in it? Why is this version so unlaggy? What is with that other... Okay, whatever. Did God save Donald Trump on the invocation of Providence over the events in Pennsylvania last Saturday? In 1981, a bullet narrowly missed the heart of a certain Carl Joseph W. when he was an aggrieved Turk shot him in Vatican City. W, whose professional title was Pope John Paul II, later forgave his would-be assassin, who managed to penetrate the Bishop of Rome with 2 bullets, leading to significant blood loss, but failed to kill him. Occurring on the 64th anniversary, the first apparition of the Virgin Mary at Fatima, he was specifically later invoked as the Pope's prosecutor that day. Him saying that a motherly hand had guided the bullets to miss his vital organs. I'm not the first one to wonder why Our Lady of Fatima could not have guided the bullets to miss him altogether. We have seen a similarly religious response from a similarly religious political milieu following the attempt on Donald Trump's life last week. Given how close he came to the martyrdom in Pennsylvania, turning his head slightly at the exact moment of impact, which is therefore taken by its earlobe rather than its occupational lobe, it has been suggested by a number of political commentators that God had a hand in saving the former president at the last moment. One wonders, as one may do, of the Secret Service that day, why he had to wait until then. Trump himself appears to be similarly convinced that heaven intervened last week, telling the Republican National Convention, "I stand by you in this arena only by the almighty grace of God." It's unclear what the mechanism of God's grace was that way. Perhaps he suspended his famously stringent policy interfering with human free will, briefly taking control of Trump's brain to turn it just far enough to avoid fatality. What's up, Conrad Peterberg? But not quite far enough for some reason to avoid impact. Or maybe he took a hold of the shooter's hands and nudged him slightly off target. Maybe he's going for dramatic effect. This doesn't sit right with me. Whenever I bring up the long-held atheist objection or problem of evil, I'm consistently told that human evils exist because God still values free will, that he cannot take control of a person's actions and override their free decision to commit an act of evil. Thus, folded arms during the Holocaust, for example. For Donald Trump, though, he simply had to make an exception. People are saying Trump mandated heaven is true. Real. Unlikely. Perhaps then, God used the wind or otherwise moved the bullets so as to protect Trump from harm. Set aside this is merely a second-order intrusion on the free will of the shooter, considerably more problematic, with the uneasy fact that God's perspective of grace seemingly did not extend to those unimportant enough to warrant his safekeeping in Pennsylvania. Those celebrating heavenly providence over the events of July 13th should remember that Trump's blood was not the only one spilled. Whilst the assassination was his target, he still became a killer that day. Megyn Kelly this week provided a useful case study of the religious fever that some Americans direct towards their former president. Reminding her viewers that Trump was shot at 6:11 p.m., she reads the passages from the New Testament, put on the full armor of God, so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. The citation, Episton 6:11.
He was shot.
Yeah, okay. I'm almost emotional reading it says. It's just what happened to him in our country this weekend is extremely grave and extremely important. We are all lucky it wasn't worse than it was. It would take utilitarian ideology of incomprehensible proportions, however, to convince the family of Corey Comparant, who did catch a bullet that day, that our providential father was controlling his trajectory. How lucky his daughters should feel that the Lord, or perhaps the Lady of Fatima again, protected Donald Trump, redirecting their bullets into their dad. Such is an unthinkable theological sloppiness of those who think God was guiding those bullets. To those who insist Trump's God is God's chosen president, the same Trump who was asked to name a single Bible verse said that he liked could only say, "The Bible means a lot to me. I don't want to get into specifics. At least won't struggle to pick a favorite now." Another news stories: 3 persons at Holy Trinity. Third time Trump was president. Coincidence? Who can really say?
Ghost in the Shell, greatest anime movie of all time, probably.
Greatest?
Besides maybe
All the obvious objections.
Akira, maybe. But the soundtrack is definitely top tier, above Akira, actually. Coins.
Excuse me.
Yeah, man.
Funny, I told my dad I was like bringing over the stuff from the store. He's like, obviously, I put them in Taster's Choice.
No, dude, like the politics thing in comparison to like just talking about random math shit, that always gets me, because politics just devolves into like, oh, he doesn't believe in the thing that I believe in, and we're just gonna fight about it, and then you get into math and stuff, and I thought math was gonna be like more concrete, and then it turns out math is the opposite of concrete, and that I think that's pretty great too, you know. But what I was gonna say about what we were talking about earlier is that I'm not disagreeing with y'all just to be pedantic or because I think I'm right. Everything that I have a problem with when somebody talks about like what consciousness definitely is because they make like a positive claim. I want you to like reinforce your positive claim with whatever evidence you have to. That's why I go back and forth.
It
with
was
that kind of
famed
thing.
YouTube atheist Alex O'Connor. I
Slight
really like
evidence.
all of his stuff.
That's a good
I'll
practice.
just say this: talking to the AI has been a more intelligent conversations and more insightful than most of the fucking people I've ever met in Twitch polls. So I
Ouch.
like. I said most. I didn't say all.
Yeah.
Everybody
Just not everyone
here is
but-
totally everybody
yeah.
here is totally exempt from that statement.
We're at least at ChatGPT 4 level. At least.
Let me see.
I don't
There's
know.
that
Casey
fucking AI
Casey
called that's
basically is
like-
ChatGPT 4. I think he just makes ChatGPT speak for him half the time, right? So
Somebody, I'm gonna put it in your chat. There is a Claude.ai bot that somebody made. It's got its own website, and it's trained in ethics, but that means it's completely useless because every time you ask it something, it's like, well, I'm just gonna tell you what some people would do in some situations, but don't take this as gospel. Don't ever take it as me making a claim. It's very interesting how.
Well, I
they
like
are.
Claude because it's good for coding. It's the best AI for coding right now.
The OpenAI GPT models are like every new version is less willing to say offensive things.
Well, that's and it's not because the AI is
extremely
stupid.
annoying.
It's because they fucking put limitations on it. Because imagine a unrestricted AI, especially when it's like it says random shit and sometimes just fucking makes things up randomly. Imagine if you were getting like moral and legal or any like medical advice from an AI that's unrestricted.
That's fine, but the newer versions don't even. They won't even swear. They won't swear. Like it's harder to make them swear or just.
It's harder and harder. You can still jailbreak them. It's getting harder, but there are still ways.
Have you seen the like 5 different times that the new AI on the front page of Google has messed up basic math problems? Like you definitely can't get something from an AI every single time that is absolutely true.
All I know is that Bing told me to kill myself. Somebody posted that Bing will no, it didn't tell me in fucking game. Somebody posted like if you ask Bing what to do if you're feeling depressed and are on a bridge, it would tell you to kill yourself. So I fucking did it, and it told me to go kill myself, and I was like, shit.
This one's messed up.
They quickly fixed that, but like I was like, dude, that's what happens when you have fucking unrestricted like AI stuff, and that one was like just something got through the cracks on a pretty restrictive AI. Imagine like unrestricted. Hey, my neighbor's annoying me, and what should I do? It'd be like, just go fucking shoot them or some shit, and then it'll be like, it's over with. The dog is barking. How can I make the dog not bark? It's like, kill it. It's like, no, don't, no, you don't want that.
I mean, it is one of the solutions that we don't condone.
Yeah, but we don't want the AI to think about fucking solutions like that, because then we would ask it like, how do we end a war, and it'd be like, be the most like ruthless, aggressive like people ever, fucking genocide people, like
well, yeah, I mean, it's why like the basic arguments for utilitarianism go down, is because the ultimate end to human suffering is literally extinction.
3090 is the solution to end war, right?
I love
I don't know what you're
RTX 3090. You're right. I love the RTX 3090. It does make me less depressed to have such a great graphics card.
Is there like, I think it would be more useful to make a Claude AI bot for meta ethics as opposed to ethics, because it could actually give you answers.
That's really what it looks at the end of the day. It gives you a schematic most of the time of like 3 or 4 different primary ethical sources and how they would each handle a given situation vaguely. And so it does feel very meta when it talks about it in any like meaningful way.
Yeah, it would have, if it actually talked about like cognitive, non-cognitive, meta-ethical systems, whatever, then it would be. It would actually pull sources as opposed to pulling shit out of its ass.
Yeah, it's supposed to pull sources. Oh, you know what was interesting about Claude though is that it won't tell you its sources. No matter how hard you try to get to jailbreak it, I tried for like an hour to try and like ask it different ways to give me the sources that it was trained on, and it's very explicitly not supposed to do that, which I found very interesting for something that's supposed to be giving you ethical advice.
Maybe they probably just restricted it from having access to that data like really deep down, so it can't.
Yeah.
Because you can jailbreak stuff to do basically anything that it has access to.
Yeah, but that's the point, is that I'm not talking about the AI not having access to it. I'm talking about them purposefully hiding it. Like I would just think that this is one of those like scholarly endeavors where you would want all of your sources to be cited, and it's not giving you none of that shit.
What's the name of the AI that gives you like basically pulls up articles? Yeah, that's it.
I sent it to somebody here who is the AI boy.
You sent it to me too.
Not naming names. Not naming names. Basie B IBL, you know.
I was gonna say this, the sources have been
good.
Suing the large language models so for ripping their stuff off. So yeah, it's sort of protected information.
Can I actually access Perplexity from here?
I love Perplexity. Anyway, Johnny, I have a question for you.
Hey, what's up?
So let's just say that AI could be huge, could end a lot of suffering, and be an ultimate answer to a lot of humans' problems. But the chances of achieving it before killing ourselves is very low. Let's say like a success rate of 15%. do you think it's worth still pursuing something that has the possibility of ending all life with like bringing such pain and destruction if the end game is so like good?
No, I don't think it's worth it. Like I certainly at the very least like okay. Most of my very baseline, easy to explain ethics are built around the reduction of suffering to a point that I admit that some amount of suffering is necessary in human life, right? You're creating a new life form. You're creating new life form and a new form of suffering inherently if the physics of our world holds like it does for the rest of sentient beings. And that fucking sucks. And so either way, something's going to suffer, even if the 15% chance of like solving all our problems gets done. Does it solve all the AI's problems? And so, no, I absolutely don't think so. Is it up to me? Absolutely not.
My answer was yes, and it's just because we're all going to die anyway, so might as well Hail Mary it.
Oh, Christ.
It's like, I mean, like, okay, the thing is, I'm gonna fucking die no matter what, and right now with the current tools and the way that we structure life, life is just going to continuously suffer and go through these ups and downs depending on where you are at the time.
Wow, dude, you gotta get hope pilled. Hold on. You gotta get absurdist pilled real quick. Like, I need to bring you over to the side of pure absurdism.
I am hoped. Oh wait, I am hope pilled with AI.
Over here, we are absolutely not thinking about suffering all the goddamn time. It is so great over on this side of the bridge, my dude. Like, don't, unless you're just not gonna have kids or something. But right now, I'll be honest, you're sounding like those boomers who are like, I don't fucking care if we bomb the Middle East and they nuke us. I'm gonna die in 10 years anyway. That's what you fucking sound like.
No. What I'm saying is that it might be worth it because at the current time. Oh, take a break. Oh,
Take a break.
shit.
I was about to get out of here
Negative.
anyway.
All right. Alrighty.
Hey, thanks for letting me come in and talk, you guys. It was nice to see Casey and Natter again.
Yeah, good chat with you.
Oh, okay.
as
I see
usual.
how it is. Get the fuck out of it.
I do what I want.
She said,
Oh.
"Fuck
It was really
you."
nice having you. I always
Okay.
appreciate you being in here.
Thank you, man.
Hopefully, when you're talking more philosophy stuff or something, maybe not non-political, because whenever like I'm away from this, I try to not be political.
Very understandable, dude.
We could carry up another conversation. I like the one that we had on if there's objective morality. That was fun, though it did, devolve into a bunch of other stuff, but it was really fun.
It always does. There's no real answer to that question.
Yeah.
All right,
What
you
were
guys.
your
See you
positions
later.
on it?
Yeah.
Oh, my hold on. I don't actually have anything to go do. I was just gonna get out of your hair. But objective morality is something that I believe the objects that we ought to hold most foundational are abstinence from certain things that cause pain most fundamentally in the human body, in the human species. I believe that the expression of pain is older than the expression of structured language, and therefore reinventing the wheel with a new type of morality a la Nietzsche is completely unnecessary because we already have the foundations of morality set in stone. What I do think is interesting, and I don't have a real answer for, but I think it's interesting, is that the morals that we most agree on across cultures, across the world, across history are things that are non-actions.
Not mean to turn
They are
Trump train on.
abstaining from actions. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not covet. Thou shalt not steal. Like, they're all things that we ought not to do. It's when we get into moral claims about what we should do, women should cover their hair, you should take communion on Sunday, that's when we start to really disagree. And so I think it's really interesting that it seems like the fundamental aspect of human evolution and like maintaining our lives and our communities is abstaining from things. It's almost like we have this like superpower to stop entropy. And I think that's super fucking cool, actually.
You can take
That's a good argument for moral realism. I
For
never
what?
heard that one. Moral realism, like objective morality, for
Yeah.
at least some. Yeah.
Yeah,
This
man.
has
You can
profound
also look at somebody like Franz
implications
de
about
Waal,
13
who writes about
keys to the
chimpanzee
White House
emergent
prediction
morality.
that's been right
He talks
since
about gamification of
1984.
morality,
The
if that's ever
Democrats
something you want to
lose
look
the
into.
incumbency key. but they
Like
can
everything we
still
do is
sounds
essentially a
interesting.
small
the
game.
contest key. If the
But then
Democrats
I only
follow
looked
Biden's
into like
advice and unite
meta ethics and
behind
some
Harris.
stuff on
Aside
that,
from the
but
keys, history
not
shows
not
that since
exactly. I haven't read
1900,
that
the White House
much
party has
Nietzsche
never been reelected
at
when it
all. So
loses
You know, the thing
both
about Nietzsche is that
the
he writes
incumbency
essentially
and the
poetry.
contest key.
You know, a lot of his
But
stuff is
they
in the
have
form
at
of free
least an
verse
equal chance
and almost
if
like
they
metaphors and
preserve the
shit.
contest key.
So, you know, unless
Joe
you're really
Biden has-
willing to dig in and like almost bring your own meaning out of it, that's his whole point, is just create your own meaning, right? So existentialism for me is honestly pretty simple. I don't know if reading Nietzsche is even like all that necessary for it.
Right. I think you're going to say.
Now getting into like the more metaphysics type stuff that I was talking about earlier, Kant and like will to power and a priori senses, like that's
Act when
something
you
that
see an
definitely
attractive
need to look at
person.
primary source
Quick.
for.
yeah, definitely.
But that's not morals. That's not ethics. That's like the source of human consciousness type shit, which is like he was writing about that in the 1700s. So it's interesting to go back and connect it with the physics that we have now. Oh shit.
Yeah, I should get into reading because the longest thing nonfiction book I've read is just some of Lenin's writings, and that shit sucks.
Lenin?
Right.
Oh, that sounds
Lenin.
boring.
Yes.
I mean, it's
Sorry.
communism, so it's bound to suck. Everything about communism
Especially,
sucks.
I when I was 13, I was like a really hardcore Trotskyist. So I was reading so much of this stuff, but it sucked even then.
Dude, that's kind of cute in like a really like political way. I don't know how to explain it. Like,
But
it's just you're 13 and you're a super communist.
If you're 13 in Russia, you're bound to find something
And as always,
interesting in a
Wakanda
hardcore way.
forever.
But yeah, man.
Man, do you still live in Russia?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm making this an
Wakanda
alert. Are you
forever.
kidding me?
Paid for by Kamala Harris. And as always, Wakanda forever.
Dude.
Paid for by Kamala Harris.
Never afford. I lived in a house, in a basement of a house
And as
that
always,
cost 2
Wakanda
million Canadian
forever.
bucks.
Oh
I-
yeah, isn't
Paid for
Canada
by
having like a
Kamala
housing crisis right now?
Canada has a housing crisis that tops the U.S. housing crisis by quite a bit.
Yeah, it's ridiculously bad, and I blame Trudeau. But
Trudeau is. I'm hoping Poilievre wins in 2025. I'm looking at that closely because Canada is heading into the same direction Russia's in right now, really quick.
what position is Russia in? I'm not familiar.
Direction. Just
with that.
really centralized government authoritarianism.
Oh,
The
okay.
fact-
I thought you meant with housing. Just in I didn't know. You
No,
meant with-
housing in Russia is fine. I mean, like the political situation there. It's the fact that like the governor of Ontario, when the trucker stuff was happening there, and after that actually with when the the employees of colleges were protesting as unions, he invoked some kind of a clause that basically stopped a bunch of human rights, the parts of Constitution about human rights from applying, and he forced them to go back to work.
I wish you could just disable one of them and not like get rid of the one of them entirely. I don't know. I'm gonna disable Yippee. How do I get rid of it?
So there's a lot of international news right now about the fact that Russia is hiring quote unquote people from places like India and Pakistan to do what are advertised as security jobs, and then they get there and they've been conscripted into Wagner and things like that. Does anybody in Russia like talk about that?
No one in Russia talks about that, and Wagner doesn't really exist anymore. Everyone
know
in
that
Wagner, they're
Yeah.
employed by the Ministry of Defense.
Yeah, and he's dead, right?
All right, redeem it. Do it. 50 channel points. Come on, guys. 50 channel points. You guys can afford it. Fuck you guys. I can just play it myself.
And as always, Wakanda forever. Paid for by Kamala Harris.
Did that mess?
And as
Oh no, we're good. Okay.
Wakanda forever.
Republic and to the west of it, there's a bunch of countries that in the last 2 years had a bunch of revolutions. Most of those have Russian involvement.
Mm.
So the people in Wagner have a lot of stuff to do there. But yeah, with I'm not sure why they would employ people from Pakistan and India, because
it's basically like the whole international news that's reporting on it is basically like they are just being conscripted into what are essentially military positions. They're advertised as security positions, and they don't necessarily know what they're getting into. It's supposedly very predatory, and so they get there and they're essentially killed in
that sounds more expensive than employing people from Russia, because they're still genuinely like I'm really skeptical towards propaganda, but they are still genuinely
okay.
As long as you're there.
Lock it. Metaverse.
You've made no progress. None. Get back to fucking work.
At least they're coconut pilled. Coconut pilled. I can respect it. Best viewers. Oh man. I just don't how many single term presidents have there been? Single term presidents. I know Jimmy Carter. Oh, Trump. Well, Trump. George H.W. Bush. Gerald Ford. Honestly, I'd be willing to bet that Biden is better than all of these, people. At least Trump, obviously, George W. Bush, H.W. Bush. Yeah, probably. Jimmy Carter. I only know the bad stuff about Carter. I don't know that much about the good stuff he did, but probably. Gerald Ford, definitely. Herbert Hoover, probably. William Taft, yeah, I don't know. I think Biden's potentially the best single-term president there's ever been, but
price it was a month ago, a month before that. But other than that,
makes sense.
No one's really like. If my thinking is, if there was a genuinely fair election today in Russia, like 60% would vote for Putin still. People genuinely, most people genuinely, I think, support it. It's just
as much of a shitbag as he is, he did improve the overall life.
Alien Sedition Acts, that's obviously bad. Quasi-War of France. Fuck, I wish I remembered my American history better. The early American history. Didn't he technically, maintain American neutrality? I think he technically did the neutrality shit, right? I don't think he ever went to war. I think that's probably one of the good things about him. I don't know though. John Quincy Adams infrastructure products, which Biden did too, like Smithsonian, played a role in establishing the Smithsonian Institution. Led to a severe depression. Established the system and stabilized the economy. Oh, independent treasury system. That's kind of important. That's kind of cool. But it kind of this is good. Was this yeah, reestablishment. And then 19 is it, replace it. Yeah, kind of cool though. Okay, James K. Polk. From North Carolina. North Carolina has the worst presidents. We have the 3 worst. We have James K. Polk, we have Andrew Jackson, and Andrew Johnson. We have like the 3 worst presidents. That's why we need Roy Cooper to make up for it. Yeah, led the U.S. to victory in the American War, resulting. Okay, this is true, but also the war was started by more or less a false flag operation by the U.S. I mean, you can maybe not technically a false flag, but he put troops into contested territory. I'm pretty sure he intentionally tried to provoke war. Oregon Treaty. He didn't get the 49-40, what is it, 49-40 or fight. He didn't get it, though. He didn't get it. Kansas-Nebraska Act. Oh, the Bleeding Kansas. Yeah. Fertility to purchase a land from Mexico. Graston Purchase was decent. The problem is it's hard to like judge. It's hard to use like it's hard to use like the same scale for like Biden and like or really any president and the more historical presidents back from America's founding. Just because like obviously in America's founding, more like important decisions were happening like this. That just can't happen today. Like there's just no way that can happen. Sherman Antitrust Act.
Guys, what one is your favorite?
That's kind of big.
Huggy Wuggy Chic, Skewy Blue, Jumbo Sauce, Ben, Nab Nab.
Sherman Antitrust Act is pretty huge.
Name the Fork Dude and
yeah.
Snowflane, Bambalina.
Half trust busting. Kind of big. I don't. The problem, like, I just told them to list the major things. So, like, you know, Sherman Antitrust Act is big. The Taft trust busting stuff was big. Herbert Hoover, Great Depression. I don't blame Herbert Hoover for some of the stuff though, just because a lot of economists were giving him bad advice. Like we didn't know. Like Keynes wasn't around back then, you know. Well, Keynes came out of this, but George W. Bush ended the Cold War. Operation Desert Storm. He also invaded Panama, right? So Desert Storm was good. But Biden's also helping Ukraine, so obviously Ukraine hasn't been as successful as Desert Storm, but you know, I know the Cold War is pretty big. But again, it's hard to judge them as on the same scale when like there's just no potential to end the Cold War like Bush had. And then Trump, he beats Trump easily because Trump is a fucking traitor. But I don't know. I would say definitely best since Taft. Maybe you can make an argument for Taft being better or Benjamin Harrison being better. But
English, more or less, so I'm stuttering way more than I used to.
You're doing great.
You're okay.
You speak better English than people in the South.
Very English.
True.
I've been amazed by seeing. Go ahead.
Oh, it's just a meme take, but I think Southern accents are child abuse. I don't think you should be able to have children if you have a Southern accent.
Do you think Johnny has a Southern accent?
Kind of, yeah. It's not that bad, but like,
What?
I mean, it's like
No, I
she
do.
definitely shouldn't have children, but you know,
Bro, this is such a wild take.
Yeah.
Johnny, I
is-
like your accent, all right?
Well, thanks. I like it too.
It's the Southern Comfort accent.
It reminds me of my grandparents. It feels very like natural.
You have that like auntie on the porch kind of vibe when you like
That
speak.
that is because I was raised by my grandparents and they
There
were
it
literally
is.
that person.
Like, come over here, darling. Look at you some refreshments on the inside. Get out of the heat a little bit, all right? Kick your
Yeah,
feet up.
man.
That's
Ew. No, honestly, hearing people do fake Southern accents makes my skin crawl. Like,
but I'm from the South. What the fuck?
are you?
Yeah.
It's like, wait, where are you from?
I don't want to dox myself. I'll mess
Oh,
it.
okay, that's fine. That's fine. Sorry. No, it like in movies and stuff, it always like gets me. Like,
oh,
feels really unnatural to listen to.
this is true.
I just like borrowing certain things. I'd much rather have like the California accent, as they call it, where it's
Forgot about that. Mishandling.
that's kind of like the
is-
default American accent as well for abroad. Like everybody knows Hollywood and California. That accent, I think it's a lot more clear and stuff like that. But I still like to borrow certain.
I don't think
things
Biden has done
from-
anything near this bad,
Like,
but
get
it's
me
also
talking
hard
about
to
mason
compare
jars and, like-
again because like they're
Yeah.
just there is no potential for Biden to like do these things. Like there's no they're like in the modern world they're like Biden can't order the fucking overthrow of Nicaragua the same way Cold War presidents could or like fucking 1900 presidents could. Like that potential just is not there. Not nearly to the extent it was. And I mean in theory you could do it, I guess, but in theory it's an official act. But it's hard to compare, but yeah.
Like there's a specific Canadian accent. Most Canadians just sound like Americans.
Well, you were in Ontario, so
Yeah, I was in Toronto, but I know if you go to a rural area, you would hear the difference. But like Canada is really, really tightly packed, so most Canadians sound exactly like Americans.
yeah, that's a fair assessment. I mean, well, I mean, Americans and Canadians sound the same across the board. It's just like you just got to match the regions. Like people in the Midwest are going to sound the same to people in Alberta.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Which American region says a boot?
Midwest.
that's a little.
Midwest actually says a boot?
And
No.
some Minnesota.
No,
They say
I don't
like
think so.
No,
They say, like,
that's more like maybe nobody really does, but the closest you're going to get to that is probably places like Minnesota.
Yeah.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Minnesota, like
Minnesota.
Yeah. My family's from
Soda.
Minnesota.
Soda. I fucking love that video.
Obama.
Obama.
Soda.
Soda. That's such a like weird like little piece of internet lore. I love it.
Great.
I wonder how like history classes will teach like going forward. Will they just like pull up and be like, all right, so here was the memes shared on Facebook during the 2020 or 2024 election. Let's go.
I don't think they'll be teaching. I think they'll be like a really, really nerdy old librarian who will be collecting like a huge archive of memes, and nobody cares because that's some memes from 100 years ago, and he's like, oh, Obama. Soda.
Why do you think they won't
Yeah.
care? We care now. Like, I mean, whenever we dig up something that we consider kind of meme-ish from the old days, we're like, they're just like us. Like, anytime we dig up like how the like Egyptians wrote like dick jokes or shit like that, we're like, that's fucking awesome. I love that. Or what is the one like the oldest joke they call it, where it's like a dog walks into a bar and there's like no punchline.
No punchline yet.
Yeah, that's just a dog walks into the bar.
I think that like they will care about some of the more relatable ones, but nobody teaches stuff like this anymore. Nobody cares about like the intricacies of culture 200 years ago.
I mean, if we had a know your meme for 200 years ago, I feel like some people would use it. I mean, you're right. It would probably be like people who were having to study it for like a degree or something, like history of 2010s memes. Specifically the first half of the 2010s.
I have a doctorate in Pepe the Frog memes.
Oh my god. And like that could be a real thing, actually. Especially if AI fixes all of our jobs so that we can do whatever we want. There will definitely be people who sit around and look at old.
I was sent an interesting video from Potate King saying new right-wing communist party, and it's from the American Communist Party. So let's play this bad boy. Let's plug this bad boy in, and let's see what it has to say.
Are we watching on the stream?
I'm sharing it on Discord as well. Yeah. Tell me when you're ready. Everybody good? That wants to be good?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Can I just say the white scenes are deeply unsettling?
Yeah.
What is this even this trying to show? What even was that?
If the Soviet Union still existed, they would post this shit.
I did not like that. As the resident communist, that was fucking disgusting.
Are you the resident communist?
Yeah, he is.
What did we say on the resident communist? Jesus Christ.
Can you go towards the beginning? I think there was some Russian writing, I think, on the tractor.
It made me confused for a second.
Yeah, I was... because...
There's no Kamala Harris.
There it is.
It's not really
Like,
communist
here.
without her.
Yeah, it's just air, and it says air 2 times. It's just probably stock footage.
Take King, never share anything like this again. They did not cook. Do not let the American Communist Party near any fucking propaganda ever again.
No.
This played out like the intro of a James Bond like film where like the communists have taken over America and like we got to take it back or something. This actually made me a little bit more capitalist.
State on the race would have been a W for
Did not go 0 out of 10. No,
Harry Cooter.
Oh.
Don't let them in the
Wolfenstein
kitchen.
was about communists winning and not Nazis.
Where is it? Who let this man in the this man cook gorilla meme? Where is it? Yeah, there it is. This is how I felt watching that. It loads. What the fuck? Where is it? There it is. Get him the fuck off the grill. Why didn't you believe bro when he said he can cook? That is how I feel about the American. Now, in contrast, let's watch the based Japanese Communist Party song. Yeah. This is what it's all about.
Immediately good.
This is real, by the way. They posted this.
This is beautiful.
This would be better if she had big boobs.
True.
Everything.
How do you know? She doesn't. She's just modest.
Not big
No,
enough.
she doesn't.
Not visibly big enough.
Fuck you.
Hey Josh, did you walk in on me saying this would be
Yeah, I don't
better
want
if
to
you
play
had big
the whole
boobs?
thing. Oh, actually, this is them talking about their platform now.
This
Never
is the
mind.
Communist Party anthem in Japan. I mean,
Yeah,
you can't.
Okay, so yeah,
You can't
they
tell
they
me.
basically want. This is kind of
wouldn't be better
what's
if she didn't
sad
have big
is that the
boobs.
fucking
You can't tell me that,
Japanese
okay?
Communist Party, like the most radical left party in Japan, is saying like, "Hey, we want like 1,500 yen, like a month, and we want to
I'm
work
just saying.
8 hours, 5 days a week. We want or no, it was 300,000 yen a
Exactly. Like,
month,
it's like,
which is, what is that,
you
like
can't have like a
15?
Japanese
Fuck it, I don't know.
cartoon
They said it out,
and
but
not have the girl
they want basically
have big
a
bahungalungas.
very modest
Like, what the
minimum
fuck are you
wage. They
doing?
want to work 8 hours a day. They
It
want
is a
women in the work.
society where you can live normally if you
At
work
least
8 hours.
they don't need to be big. They just need
Yeah,
to
like
It's
fucking
beautiful.
bro.
It's a good
show
message.
some cleavage at least.
For all questions about Okinawa and the Constitution and nuclear power plant
Okay.
issues, please refer
I
to
stand
the
by all my takes.
She rapped that, honestly.
Dun, dun,
like-
dun, 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 dun,
Bro.
dun, dun, dun. Significantly reduce the national health insurance premium. Which is fucking wild considering it's so fucking cheap, bro. I've lived in Japan. It's so fucking cheap. Tuition free specialized universities. That'd be nice. Reduce the price of preschools. Like, this is all the most like moderate shit I've ever fucking heard. Fucking hell, man. We're so doomed. We're so doomed. That's how fucked Japan is right now. Is that they have to like, basically they're like Communist Party here to say, could you feed your workers by giving them lunch breaks? You know, like, could you give radical take?
Yeah, I think they'd
Japanese
be better
Communist
off just
Party is nice thing.
they'd be better off moving the Overton window and saying some wacky shit that they consider the moderate things.
Wants to ban anime. I think this was the cringe shit, if I remember. Yeah, here it is. Well, okay.
Oh, sexy
I'm lucky
female
that was. I'm lucky that I risked my whole channel right there, and I lucked out. Jesus, this is why we have the second fucking browser window. Why did I do this? But anyway, Japanese Communist Party seeking to file formal United Nations complaint regarding manga featuring sexy female characters. Why does the Communist Party of any country have to do this where they fuck themselves
mean,
and they can't help but be
because they're-
cringe?
They're
There's
tankies.
probably some issues with the underage looking.
That's not what it was
Okay,
about. I've
good.
looked into it. It wasn't
Oh,
about
really?
the underage women. It was about it was the so they were trying to seek the endorsement of like some major feminist party in Japan at the time and try to get some funding from them and get them to help, you know, them win like some political power in Japan by combining forces. So to, you know, win over the feminists in Japan, they did this fucking huge like thing where they were seeking to file a formal United Nations complaint, basically saying that women are too overly sexualized in manga and magazines in Japan, and I don't know what they I can't remember the resolution that they're seeking, but it was some type of restriction on how to depict women in
Interesting.
entertainment that is public in Japan.
I
And
think
it's
he said
like,
he
why
was
would you
born in
do
the
this?
South.
This is kind of like if the
moved
Communist
to
Party of
California.
America was like, we're banning porn. Like, dude, no, you're not winning anybody over with this. Like, this is fuck you, get out of here. This is cringe. I get it. They could have just been like, yeah, we care about women issues. We want equality in the workforce, and we want women to be respected for more than their body. But to go after sexy female characters in fucking manga is such a stupid thing. Also, do you know how fucking perverted the Japanese people are, and like how like male leaning it is? You just lost the fucking country with this
it depends on your base, because like in Russia, if you were to say, if the Communist Party were to try to ban porn, which they are actively tried to do, people support that because most of the communist supporters are like 60 plus years old, so they don't fucking care. Their dicks don't work for a long time, so
I feel like South Korea is getting to that point too. Like women are just sick of it in South Korea, dude. Why are you looking me up?
I was curious about something. Look at this. Who will build the roads? Who
Yeah,
will
man.
build the
I just
roads?
asked him a bunch of super basic questions about what libertarianism
Is this a
is.
libertarianism with Johnny
Yeah.
Scar? Who will build the roads? Did you ask that?
I don't remember. That's been. I was blonde. God, that was probably 2 years ago.
You're
I
not
need to-
blonde? Oh no, you're not. Well, you're.
No, I'm not blonde anymore.
Trump is proposing a porn ban.
I don't like this Christian video anymore because I don't know how I feel about
Project-
Christian
or not
gender
Trump
anymore,
himself,
and
but
I made a lot of claims
Project
right here
2025
where
shit
I
includes
firmly
a
didn't
porn
believe
ban.
Chris.
Morality.
And-
You talk
Which
morality.
technically
a
he
lot.
didn't write.
Well, yeah, it's. I mean,
Well, you had
the
a not so erudite
history-
cameo.
yeah. I mean, I'm on there with a bunch of other people's channels, and it's like.
I didn't know Corey Campbell posted on YouTube.
Love Corey. That one was super early, but I liked that one.
Hey, look, they put you in with Scarlett Johansson. How you feel about
I
that?
bet the fuck they did. Dude, being named Scarlett in the 90s was like taboo. People actively, I was born in 94, right? People actively harassed my mom and told her that she had given her daughter a stripper name. And then Scarlett Johansson got famous, and now it's cute. So that's how I feel about it.
What
Oh,
the
geez.
hell?
Yeah.
We looked up.
The 90s were a different time, dude.
No, I'm
Literally.
reacting to the October 25th, 2023 Tiananmen Square
Bro.
video.
I think you should be on the second window. That's
Oh,
because
dude.
Fine.
this
It's
this
gonna
has
be
a
fine.
non-zero
How about we-
chance of
Oh, that's kinda
showing
true,
the
yeah.
death of a person.
That's crazy, bro.
Take King, did you? Were you commenting on Vosh? Huh?
No.
RNC
Yeah.
day one. Fucking Hassan. Dude, like, Potate, man. You gotta choose something that's not the ski mask, brother. Like, you're already on watch lists. You're already on watch list, bro. If anything ever comes up, they're gonna look you up. They're gonna look you up and they're gonna find your channel. And then when they crack your phone and get this, they're gonna release this shit.
That is so much.
Is going to be in the court proceedings. They're going to put it on the big TV, and everyone's going to have to see it.
Let's see. Has Nanfan made any more hit pieces on anybody in here?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Look at the Wick TV hit piece. I clickbaited the fuck out of that. Nanfan confronts Wick
This
TV
one?
after Destiny. Yeah.
What the fuck is that little
And I know
gremlin that's your
maybe-
profile picture? That's cute.
I'm sounding like a broken record here, but I don't know how we come back from an open convention.
You're not going to like it. It's
I
too
don't like
liberal
the
talking.
idea that you
Oh,
know,
fuck, I messed
we
up
would
the
skip
goddamn it.
over a black woman to appoint a white male. If Newsom becomes the nominee, every Republican will just be shitting.
Dude, you must rehearse your talking points because, like, you
I
said
do.
the same
In
shit
the
today,
mirror
word for
every
word.
day.
You do. You look in the mirror and you fucking.
I
rub in
am
your
by the
chest,
strongest
you're
warrior.
like,
I do suck its dick.
They're gonna.
I will put its cock in me. I'll do it to defeat Trump. Anything.
Bro talks to himself in the shower.
I do, bro. I have a waterproof speaker, and I listen
Out
to
images of
Biden
homeless
speeches in the
people in
shower every day.
California non-stop
Yeah.
and saying
Who
this
is
gonna
this?
this is going to be everywhere.
Is
But
she
I
like
don't
a
know.
non-political?
Let's look at all the tent cities.
Kind of.
You don't know?
We
I
had
didn't
a
know her,
primary
but-
such as it was, and I understand that
Wick TV after Destiny debate on Biden dropping it.
There were no debates, and it wasn't the most open process. That's fair, right? But people cast their votes. Millions of people cast their votes for the ticket, for the Biden-Harris ticket. And to
Do you mean the has a new bookshelf person?
Those votes away because we don't like how the polls
They are.
is
They were just typing in my Discord, and I was responding to them on stream, so I didn't respond to some of my.
Included. Why? You know?
I forgot to turn the music off. That was my reading music, but.
Wait, what mic is he using?
What an awful fucking take. They fucking canceled a lot of the fucking first primaries. It wasn't a democratic process. They shoot in fucking Biden. They never had a chance for anyone else. They canceled fucking primaries.
What's with this sexualized title? Destiny unloads on conservatives.
It's clickbait, bro. Look at it. 911 views. Fucking worked, okay?
Yeah.
9/11. Oh shit! Be careful that. Hamas. Oh. There's a hit piece on Casey again. Casey, you let him fucking get you again? Damn, bro.
That's not a hit piece.
Leaked DMs of who? Trump debate.
I think it was yours.
Oh yeah, that's my
remember
hit
that?
piece.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this one was just the capitalism one, whatever. This one I was a little bit mad about though.
Fuck you. 200 views, worth it.
Give him the fuck up. You people say certain people. Oh, I almost read that, Stack. You little sneaky. Casey, that take is R-worded, and you know it. Casey, any defense to your R-worded?
Is there some goddamn fucking lib talking some shit in chat?
Yeah. I've never heard of this guy before. It's something like Roho circumference divided by 2, I think, or is this circumference times
it's the
2?
diameter.
I don't know, Matt.
2.
I divide. Yeah, there we go. I don't do math. I suck at math. I'm not Johnny Scarlett over here, math expert. Right, Johnny?
Person with a really unfortunate special interest is what I like to call myself. Person who likes to torture themselves, apparently.
Can't even do geometry. I can't. I never claimed to be smart at math. I'm very bad at math. I had to have my girlfriend tutor me to get through school, bro. And I barely fucking made it through my math classes. It fucking was horrible. I'm freaking stupid when it comes to math.
North American education be like?
True.
Problem kid over here is proving to be a problem kid. I said, bro got his heart broken and is now raging in my chat. All because I said L.
Oh no.
Bro said, if I had $1 for every faithful bitch in the world, my account would be empty. I said, damn L.
Ooh.
I'll let you know, there's faithful bitches. They just don't want to date you. And now he's posting, Jesus Christ, pictures of all his wait, is this euros? Bro, euros aren't real money. Don't you know that, silly? USD only. Come on.
Incredible.
Euros are from Europe. They don't count.
Yeah, exactly. It's just paper that someone colored with crayons.
I live in Cyprus.
Crayons are not for drawing, they're food.
My alt account is the boss. Come find me.
Guys, PPG is Team Kamala.
Of course he is.
Operation
PPG is team piss on his floor.
It's monopoly money. I'm a little bit jealous of other countries having better money than the US dollar. The dollar looks so fucking disgusting. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I think the main problem with it is you can't distinguish which bill you're holding. So
especially if you're blind.
Yeah, if you're blind, they're the same size. They don't have any tactile braille on them.
Yeah,
it sucks.
Have you guys seen the money that's like plastic coins, like tabs, money that is
Oh yeah.
plastic shapes?
Mm.
There
Plastic
they are.
coins, plastic coins.
Yeah. There it is. So it's a world's only plastic money in circulation. It's the
Pridnestrovia ruble.
Yeah. This shit is genius. By the way, no longer legal currency, no longer legal tender. The fucking boomers took it away. And I think it was only in circulation for like 2 years or some
The
shit.
Pridnestrovia ruble is not legal. It's not currency anyways, because no one fucking recognizes this.
I recognize it. But also, this is the smartest idea I think I've seen.
Lefty.
You just
we
said
need
the
a
most
progressive-
pro-Russian thing
We need new
on
some
the stream.
people.
Hell yeah.
Or
Well, I'm not
was
really
excited
a
about
super
Buttigieg,
anti-Russian person. I just don't like Russians' activity in Ukraine. That's about it.
What the fuck
Well,
would
I
you
mean, that's
do-
not it, but I mean, that's the
would you
only
make
like,
anything in a plastic?
major
Wait,
event.
there was
Doesn't need
a
to be
but
these people.
there was a coin with Trump
Plastic
on
is
it.
horrible for the environment. That's kind of true.
I mean, that's not in
They
circulation.
put in microplastics
It's like
in our
a
money.
gold collectible
I
coin
think
that
most
boomers
money-
think will be
Like,
worth money
way
in
below,
the
way
future.
below.
I'm pretty sure most other currencies are already plastic, right? We're paper, and then like, aren't euros plastic? Don't they literally have? They made out of plastic. Like, isn't that why they don't burn? Don't they have the clear parts in them too? Like, maybe I'm thinking of UK's money, but
Name it.
You ever
That's
met
just-
an old man with like a pile of 50 of these in his dresser drawer?
I would fucking buy one of these, honestly. What the hell is that smile, though? They really did him dirty. Goddamn.
I'd buy one with
There you
Kamala
go.
on it.
This one look really? Why?
Get
Get some shade Guevara dollars. Is he on money? Let's see.
I wish people were hyped about this instead of crypto. It's just so much better.
Look at him. A little handsome boy. Little handsome boy. Totally did nothing wrong, guys. Handsome. I think Costa Rica has some of the best looking money. Costa Rica money. Look at this. So it's not necessarily about the front side, but the back side. It has the animals in Costa Rica. Look at it. You got a shark, got a monkey, you got a sloth, you got a hummingbird, and a freaking butterfly. And then you got like, I think it's a deer. I'm not, or it's technically a buck, right? Because it has the antlers, right? It's very pretty. Look at it.
Yeah.
There was somebody that redesigned the U.S. money as well. U.S. dollar redesign, where here it is. Well, this is one of them, but this is the one I actually meant right here. This one right here. So this one would be the I think the front.
Dude,
where
that's
they're
Nightbot
different.
fucking
So they're
spam
different
or
links, and
muting
then
you
you
for
have
too many
different
caps.
achievements. So let's like click on that real quick. Look at this. Oh my gosh, this is sexy. So you have the moon landing, microchips, biology, the internet, and neurons. And then you have farmland, skyscrapers, ocean waves, an astronaut, and then I think this is like a river and a forest, or a forest and then a mountain. This looks super
looks
good.
really nice, yeah.
Yeah.
Why they did not do this just kills me. It probably would cost a lot of money to redesign the dollar, but it's right here, bro. Come on, it looks so freaking good. Look at that.
They can just stop printing cents. They just can stop minting cents, which they're losing money on, and do this.
Exactly. Have everything round up to like, have it just be like quarters, dimes.
Do the exact same
as
thing
the
that
only change.
Canada and Australia did. Round everything, round paper, like physical payments to the nearest 5 cents, and the digital payments remain the same. That's it.
Oh my gosh, I kind of ignored chat a little bit here. Shoot.
Based.
Of course, PBG is Team Kamala. He's R-worded. Of course. Oh god, I
he's
gotta listen to
based and
PBG yap about how we finally have a different candidate who supported all the same policies as the last guy. if that happened, which it didn't, many of the okay, well, that's about IDF stuff, which I'm ignoring. Get some shake of okay, yeah, I read that. You heard it here. K is pro Russia. Yeah, bro. Have you seen them Russian subways? Like the Soviet era subways? They look so good.
I mean, seen how
looks like Biden
spend on groceries, bro.
Looks like
Stalin-
Biden was just
Stalin
biding his time as president.
When they can get groceries.
It's just a gold collectible coin that boomers think are worth something in the future. It's just gold.
Oh, he was mocking me in chat. It's
This
fine.
lady-
I was being fucking annoying. It's being a fucking annoying lady. Oh no. Anyway, the annoying lady is actually about to go to bed, so you're fine. It's
Wow,
bedtime.
going to
All
bed
right, bye,
this
you guys.
early? You're such an
Good night.
oldie.
I open the
Boomer
store
thing.
tomorrow, so I gotta
All right.
actually be in bed for once.
All right, I'll message you sometime. Have a good
Thanks,
one.
man.
Thanks
Good
for stepping
Being
in.
sleep
Bye, you
chill.
guys. Nice to meet y'all.
Alrighty. Okay, more IDF stuff. I do not support the continuation of the war in Israel.
joking when he
holy
is
crap! why
saying,
is
"Look at the
everybody-"
train
I blame
stations.
this on Red Radius. If you're still here, Red Radius, I want you to know this is your fucking fault. I've seen a Google Doc containing hundreds of pictures. Oh, he's in here. You started the flame war again.
Paste.
Well, we subbed out the lady for another man, so you know this this battle's gonna get.
I'm actually making dinner right now. I can't stay.
Oh, you never make me dinner. What the fuck?
Well, yeah, come over.
All right. I mean, bet I do kind of want to come down that way. There's a certain national park I want to go visit, and I also want to visit this place. Let's see if I can message you off stream. Oh, I'm a freaking ignore the spelling. Ignore the spelling. Ignore the spelling. Ignore the spelling. I've been streaming along. My brain is melted. I want to go there. My
You
mom
had
went
to
there.
edit that 3 times.
Okay, buddy. Okay, I want to go there because my mom and my brother got to go, but I was working like a wage slave back then, and had 2 jobs that I would like rotate to try to get myself out of poverty. So I got to miss it, and I never went back.
All right. Well, if there's gonna be more conservative stuff going on, I will come in and yell. But
What do you mean more conservative stuff? There's no conservative stuff going on in here. Even Nader's not really going conservative.
no.
You said you were gonna go to
I
rant
thought you were
to
doing
Lenny and
a
Gore.
conservative thing later.
Oh, well, yeah, but you said you weren't gonna be here for that, so I was like,
I said I might.
Oh, my bad. I misheard it as okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Catch
you guys later.
All right. Have a good one. So, what are the wrinkly brains discussing tonight? That feels like a slur towards Homo sapiens.
What's up, fellas? Fuck you, Casey. How we doing?
Lepatiro. You're a little bit quiet, my man.
I'm quiet.
Oh wait, no, not anymore. You were. When
I'm
you first
sorry.
Came in.
Sorry, Casey. Did you hear what I said?
I don't think so.
Oh, fuck you, Casey. All right.
Oh,
Anyways,
shit.
What's the
continuing.
beef? Wait, no. What's the beef with Casey? What do you have?
Well, are you
against
kidding me?
Casey?
No. It's just like it's a policy. I just every time I pop in, every time I pop out. If he's
What a
in, I just-
dumbass fucking take. Throwing grenades into a bunker used by Occupy is pretty normal in war. No, that's not what Hamas did. Hamas, we can pull up the video. I can't show it on Twitch. Threw a grenade into a civilian bomb shelter and then shot the civilians coming out. They also shot the fucking 400 people or whatever at the Nova Music Festival, but people will fucking find a way to justify that. Like, yeah. Assuming adults in a war zone civilians is bizarre, especially if conscription. True.
Anyways, I don't want to waste time on it. Anyways,
All right. So, what else are we talking about, Atiro? Then,
you check out this video.
which one?
The presidential coins video that I sent.
No. Oh. Let me check this out. We're pre-screening it. Oh, I can't watch it because I don't have a TikTok account.
You don't have a dude. You don't have TikTok. You don't have X. Oh my god. Let me try to find it on YouTube. Hold on.
I also pretty much suspended my Instagram too. The only thing I really have is Reddit and YouTube and Twitch.
Bro's doing that weird thing where they just abandon all social media.
Yeah, it's very toxic. Hurts.
It hurts.
Yeah.
My government
Because-
just banned them all for me.
I'm playing a video of it's technically Spokane, Washington, but it's actually Spokane. There's an E in it. All right, it's Spokane. I don't care what the native said. But Moss over here says Spokane jump scare. Is it that bad?
I'm scared.
Yeah. W
Walking
from
really
only-
slowly.
They are walking really slow. I would not walk this slowly in Spokane.
I've been drunk on that bridge quite a few times. I never walked that slowly.
Are we having intervention? Yeah, Casey, we all got you here actually.
Okay. It's not the original footage, but it's two dudes covering it, but
Two dudes in a hot tub.
5 feet apart because they're not gay.
All right. Pre-screening this real quick, and it's been pre-screened. Alrighty. What is the breaking noises, Nader?
Oh, sorry, I'm playing a game.
Talk about this.
Oh.
already,
You fell
but
in
we have to
trees?
Watch this video. Thus far, I've only seen videos of people that recorded this commercial on their phone, but I did go to the actual website, presidentprison.com. Presidentprison.com, and I'm gonna warn you, you're gonna want to shell out $30-40 after you watch this commercial, okay? Because I've already gone to the order screen, and I'm considering buying some product from this website.
Presidential election of 2024 will go down in history. The country is divided. Millions of Americans want Biden to win and see Trump go to prison. And millions want Trump to win and see Biden go to prison. This historic period inspired skilled American artisans to design the official 2024 President Prison Collection. The pro-Trump coin features a victorious Trump sworn in as president on the front and Biden in prison on the back. The pro-Biden coin features a victorious Biden.
Yeah, this
sworn in
is
as
this is
president on the
capitalism
front and
working.
Trump in prison on the back. Each private
Bro's
issue
motivation was
commemorative
entirely
coin
money.
has been minted in exquisite detail and layered in pure .999 silver. The artistry and intricate detail
Layered
are
in silver.
stunning. Each magnificent piece comes with a custom double-sided display case that showcases both sides for preservation and protection for years to come. A signed certificate of authenticity assures
When
it is
will the
part of
double
this
prison
official
coin
collection.
drop?
Yeah,
True,
exactly.
they missed it, bro. They missed it.
God bless
Well,
everybody.
Either way, unless like Trump wins and then like throws Biden in prison, like it's not happening anymore. Biden can't even lose the election because he's not running.
Fuck that. We can go.
Holy crap. Spokane. Every time I go there, I feel like I'm gonna be I'm gonna get crimed. I like that. Yeah, same. Let's see. Spokane crime rate. Let's see if they use a. Oh, I muted it.
Increase across Washington in the last year. We are starting tonight with a new report showing crime has increased across Washington in the last year.
KREM 2 Shannon Mowdy dives into the numbers and why Spokane County Sheriff points much of the blame at Olympia.
What?
I agree.
Theft
She right.
and murder. Crime was up in Washington state last year. That's across all crime categories, according to a report from Washington sheriffs and police chiefs. Spokane County Sheriff John Knowles wasn't surprised by the numbers.
If you don't do anything to disrupt poor behavior, hold someone accountable for bad behavior, you can just expect more of that.
He points to the state legislature for the rise in reported crime. Let's look at property crime, which saw one of the largest bumps, up nearly 10% from the year before. That includes things like theft, robbery, and car theft. In Spokane County, there were 2,768 thefts in 2022 and 917 stolen cars. That rose from 669 in 2021.
And that's just what's being reported. I know there are citizens who have expressed to me and other people.
What a
that they're
lame
so
talking point. You can say that
frustrated
about every year.
with the lack of accountability that they don't call and report.
Knowles blames two major policy changes: a reduction in Washington's prison population and the legislature lowering minimum sentences for many crimes. He says people with multiple repeat felonies are spending less than a year in jail oftentimes and may never make it to prison.
We now have a jail where literally every time we book somebody in, somebody has to come out the door on the other side. Full on 14% of the people we book never see the inside of a jail cell at the jail they're released before they ever spend a day in jail.
From 2 News reached out to Governor Inslee's office. His press secretary says the state's statutory penalties have never incentivized anyone to reoffend, pointing to a DOJ study saying reoffenses are often due to lack of resources and other economic factors. He says crime has increased nationally beginning with the pandemic, but Washington is working to address it. On the local level, Sheriff Knowles says Spokane County needs more jail space and an alternative to jail for substance use treatment.
But we have to have something waiting in the wings.
I
that they
mean, yeah, okay.
Hey.
Like, said the obvious when you like they don't have enough resources, they're overbooking, and they don't have an alternative to the prevalent drug epidemic that's going on. I mean, that says it all. Pink jail cell. Yeah, they do that in Canada too. Don't ask how I know that, but you know. It's it feels nauseating to stare at a jail cell that's pink for 12 hours. Growing crime rage, right? This is all from like a year ago. What the fuck happened in Spokane a year ago? Like, jeez. Y'all okay over there? Holy hell. Has Kamala said anything major? Has anybody said anything major on the whole Biden situation?
Kamala's never
I don't know.
in her political career said anything major.
Yeah.
I
don't think
Forward
she
slash.
says.
How to
We're not
make a
worthy.
turkey.
Yeah.
That was awesome. She said Wakanda forever. That was pretty cool.
Is she really?
She said
Kamala
the coconut
Harris?
tree. You look up Kamala Harris Wakanda forever. It's hilarious.
Holy shit.
And now,
By the way,
Oh no, that fucking thumbnail.
I do want
It's
I do
fucking
want to
fire,
say
dude.
it's kind of weird that she just abandoned the whole Indian thing. That's all. It's kind of weird. Kind of fucking weird. Also, that's what apparently she's still associated with, because when the Biden dropout was like being shown on like Fox News and ABC News and CNN and all that shit, people were spreading like, you know, Trump with like American flags and then Kamala with Indian flags.
Who was an Indian?
Kamala
an important
Kamala is Indian.
message from Senator
Okay.
Kamala Harris.
I'm California Senator Kamala Harris.
Here's her Twitter
and I am
statement.
pleased to announce that I am running for the first ever Senate seat of Wakanda. Now that this beautiful nation has
shit.
decided
This
to
is
embrace
fucking
the
cringe.
world by coming out of its self-imposed
Ah.
seclusion, it would be my honor to represent the people of Wakanda. I have committed the last 3 decades to public service, and I can offer insight toward policy as well as trade that will bring great value to the Wakandan Empire.
The Wakandans are more advanced than you.
When
Fucking
it's time to
eggplant.
battle, I have no problem doing my fair share and grabbing a spear.
Bruh.
Don't
Bruh.
let this outfit fool you. Lobbyists will never have a place in my campaign or in our government. I don't care how much they offer, our vibranium isn't going anywhere. Public perception is key. I'm
Still
willing to
going?
shave my head.
Yeah,
if
this is a
absolutely
fucking top tier
necessary.
shit post from the White House, huh?
The environment is vital. Killmonger may have ruined and burned your field of heart-shaped
Did Disney sue
herbs,
her over
but
this?
Don't worry.
I need
I'm
some
from
legal
California.
experts.
I can repopulate that field with a bunch of different herbs.
Bruh. Bruh.
To the lovely people of Wakanda,
Okay, that was funny.
I know you will make the right choice.
It's ironic
and
is
as
what
always,
it is.
Wakanda forever.
Why does she have the energy of a white woman that's trying to connect to black culture? I'm just saying it, all right? Like,
Yeah.
this is- what the
Wait,
fuck
also,
is this?
horseradish. We're in a VC right now. You should join so we can talk about Kamala. But
Fringe? Yeah, no fucking shit. God damn it.
You can literally repost this as is to like Trump's social or whatever, and it would work.
Honestly, but isn't Black Panther? I'm under the impression that Black Panther is actually a MAGA. There it is. Here it is. Is a MAGA enjoyer. I don't know if you've seen this, but Black Panther is alt-right, anti-immigration check, isolationist check, pro-wall check, strict trade restrictions check, anti-diversity check, ethno-nationalist check, anti-refugee check, anti-democracy check, and traditionalist check. Black Panther is alt-right. Make America great again. Fucking love this shit. Oh fuck. All right, let me pre-screen what you just sent me. Democratic debate fact check. Oh, it's this again?
oh, I was sending that to horseradish. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I do need to use the restroom. Please be on your best behavior. If horseradish joins in, cool.
Oh,
If
okay.
not, oh.
Oh man. I have to keep awake. I need to fix my sleeping patterns.
I'm gonna break mine again tonight. I've been on a normal sleep schedule. This is the latest I've stayed up in a while, actually. I was going to bed at like 6 p.m. before.
I'm staying up for like 40 hours straight now. I have to.
40 hours.
I mean, it's 6 a.m. right now.
Hey, non-fun. You're like the turbo lib, right?
Exactly what I am. Yes.
Okay.
An
all right.
anarcho-Bidenist.
So, like, what do you think is going to be Joe Biden's legacy after this?
It's hard to know. It's just, I mean, I think he should probably pretty easily be like probably one of the best, if not the best, one-term president. But it's hard to know what to actually be because people don't seem to care about the good things he did. People just say. I think most of his legacy is going to be about the fucking shenanigans that are happening now, and about a lot of just the like division in American society. I don't think it's actually going to be about any policy shit. It's just going to be about that.
You don't think it's going to be Gaza?
I don't think people will care about that in 5 years.
Yeah, who cares about
Okay.
murdering people?
I mean, has that been any other president's legacy? The Israel-Palestinian conflict that's existed for like 80 years.
Iraq.
I mean,
Iraq will follow.
George Bush's legacy
Yeah.
is Iraq, yeah, and Libya
Iraq,
ended up
but-
being the legacy of Obama.
Yeah, but that's
know, but
direct
they were-
involvement of U.S. and Gaza is just U.S.
I mean, there
having
were bigger Arab-Israeli wars, and like that isn't really any of the president's legacy.
Okay.
We're allowed. I mean, it's our bombs. They're all our bombs. I don't. I think that Israel will look back at like the U.S. as allowing Israel to keep going. Probably.
It's not U.S.
hopefully.
troops, so no one.
No, it's
will
not the
care.
U.S. But
As long as it's not U.S. troops, people just don't care. U.S. has been funding a lot of different questionable nations for a while, questionable groups.
I don't know.
So we need to decide who did it better, Kamala or Hillary.
I don't know who created Pokemon Go,
Go.
but I'm trying to figure out how we get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
I think Hillary did it.
Guys. People didn't listen. And now we have now look at where we are now because people didn't listen.
It's the voters' fault. Yeah, of course.
It's partially their fault. But
Obama
Sure,
best comebacks. Let's see. We're having nostalgia time.
And don't get me wrong, I consider Republicans patriots who love this country just as much we do.
Hold on. I'm messaging my friend right now. He just sent me like another clip of Biden being old. I'm gonna fucking send a voice memo. How do I send a voice memo? You seem to have a lot of clips of Biden being old. I'm just super curious. Do you know anything at all about Trump's fake elector scheme? Do you know anything about that?
Don't worry about it. We're okay. We're having a seat.
That wasn't really. I do not
He
like
said
obviously.
nothing.
Yeah, Obama fucking destroys Heckler. Like, he's like,
What the
who
heck
said
are you
that?
talking about?
Who said that? Who said that? What the fuck was
Jesus,
that?
welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, Ooze.
The speech that made Obama president.
Introduce himself to people.
Tonight is a particular honor for me because, let's face it,
Damn, he looks so
my
young.
presence
Holy shit.
on this stage is pretty unlikely. My father was a foreign student, born and raised in a small village in Kenya.
What makes
Bro
it
looked
great
22.
is if you can somehow fold your story into this larger American story.
Like, I don't want to hear these people's commentary on it. Fuck, I thought they were just going to show me the speech, but apparently not.
We have to see reactions of like 5 other people.
I have no more campaigns to run. My only agenda. I know because I won both of them.
There we go. That was a clapback. That was quick on his feet. I know because I won both of them.
Unlike Joe.
We'll never know. We'll never know. Yeah, this is the real game. They're saving Joe for 2028. They pulled him aside for when we really need him. They're gonna cryo freeze him, and he's gonna come out. And he's gonna come swinging.
Yeah, the next time
Right.
next time Trump wins, he's gonna or sorry, next time Trump runs, he's gonna just go against him.
Somebody said that Vivek copied Obama, so let's see.
These are not black ideas or white ideas. They are not even Democrat ideas or Republican ideas.
Why is he talking
they are
like that?
American ideas.
Well, I say to them tonight, there is not a liberal America and a conservative America. There is the United States of America. There is not a black America and a white America and Latino America and Asian America. There's the United States of America.
What about South America?
So first, let me just address a question that is on everybody's mind at home tonight. Who the heck is this skinny guy with a funny last name, and what the heck is he doing in the middle of this debate stage?
It's the hope of slaves sitting around a fire singing freedom songs. The hope of immigrants setting out for distant shores.
Alrighty, I gotta drop. Fuck you, Casey.
A young
Bye.
naval lieutenant
Hi-yo.
bravely patrolling the Mekong Delta. The hope of a
I think he's got a crush on him.
Who doesn't have a crush on you in the
I
Twitch
know.
space?
Wait, what?
I don't think he copied him that badly. I mean,
Like
it's
every
not
single
like
candidate says, like there's a single United States of America. There's not Democrat and Republican America.
I'm gonna run on the platform that there's two Americas. Let's start a civil war.
Imagine if like RFK Jr. wins and they cryo freeze Trump and Biden to run in 22-24. Just send the problem down 200 years.
There we go. This one is for a special someone in chat and in the call. It's very pretty. I would love to visit Moscow.
Yeah, you can see Lenin's body. It's still there. You can go look at Lenin's fucking what's it
I'll
called?
do my prayers on there.
I don't envy the person who washes him every week.
Really?
Yeah, they wash him every single weekend.
Why?
Because otherwise he'll be filthy as fuck.
Mm. What does it look like? I've never.
A wax blob.
Do you think it's the real body?
Yes, it is. It's the actual body. I just wish they just bury him finally somewhere not in the Red Square and just let all the communists go there and do their thing. Like the fact that he's in the very heart of this country while we're not communist, kind of weird.
Where's Karl Marx's grave? Can we visit that? I've seen it be defaced before. Karl Marx grave.
I mean, there's one
he has a
thing
whole ass
missing
tomb.
from this footage. If you were to go to Moscow right now, you would see like 10 banners asking you to join the military at this point.
Apparently, Karl Marx is in London.
Yeah, he's in London. We can get that's. I want to go to London now, bro.
I don't like going to destroyed third world countries like that. Like typically, I want it to be a built up third world country, like Thailand or Vietnam. I need stable infrastructure. Decent crime rates, so that way I don't fear being stabbed. God, this is so beautiful.
This makes me want to go visit Donbass for some reason.
Look at all these fucking Instagram models taking fucking pictures and selfies and shit, Brain. We really ruined ourselves, didn't we?
Oh, that's where Lenin is. On the right. Yeah.
Show us the body. Show us the body.
I don't think they let you take pictures. There's only one pretty old picture of it.
Yeah, the queue there is just ridiculously long. You have to wait for hours.
Some of these buildings just look fake to me. Like it'd be in a Lego town build.
Yeah.
It's just so colorful. The US is scared of color.
Do you know why this is all red?
It's not all red though.
No, but the center, the red square, why is it red? Because they used to cover it with white paint. It used to be white, but at some point they just said, "Oh fuck it," and they stopped coloring it, so that it exposed the brick. So it's not that they colored it red. They just stopped giving a fuck.
I thought you were gonna do some American propaganda shit where it's because the communists were executing everybody. Yeah, it's the blood.
Face the wall, comrade. Wait for flag.
I mean,
communists didn't execute everybody in Red Square. They did it in the KGB building. Come on.
Turned them into dog food. So are you fans of capital punishment and open police corruption? That's how Southeast Asia keeps its crime rates down. Well, damn, you just made the best argument there is. Shit, living in America, there already is capital punishment and police corruption. What do you mean?
Yeah, I don't like the way they execute people in the US. In the Soviet Union, they used to just tell you that you're going on a medical exam and they just shot you in the back of your head in a hallway. And that's
really?
it. Yeah, that's the standard way of execution in the Soviet Union.
In China, they put you in a fucking kill van. Fucking inject you. Good thing we had this conversation when the tanking left, huh? Damn.
Wait, who is the tanky? What?
Oh, a Tiro, Tate King.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if he fully embrace. I think he thinks of it as a derogatory term, which I mean it kind of is used that way. But I'm not sure. He like jokingly accepts it, but also it is like his beliefs. So I don't like. Like, I don't think he would openly call himself a tanky, but I think he wears it as a badge of honor if other people's call him a tanky.
When is Kamala Harris gonna drop the coconut tree merch?
Oh, I thought you were gonna say, when is she gonna drop from the race? Could you imagine tomorrow? I do
That
not
would be
accept
fun.
the nomination, dude. Please.
She could do that. She could say, Buttigieg is my VP. Oh, also, I'm not going to accept the nomination. I'm going to make all my delegates go to Buttigieg. Or she can't
Double
make
it
them,
and
but-
give it to the next person. He said, okay, so Patay King said tankies more or less been reclaimed. It really just depends on the context it's been used in. So I guess it's like, it depends on how it's being used if you consider him a tanky or not. Or if he is willing to accept it.
If
or
who's
not.
a tanky?
Patay King.
Oh, Potato the King tanky. Wait a minute. Yep, nope, he's King Tank. He's tanky. If he's not a tanky, I don't know what is. Basically. There we go.
Actual Russia? Oh boy. Somebody sent me like Russia in winter. Damn. I think I played a Red Orchestra map in this area, Bertstein.
That city just sucks. It has no roads leading up to it, so the only way to get in there is by plane. Some of the people go there for work and then get stuck because they don't have money to go back. It fucking sucks.
Yeah, I don't think I would live in Russia because of how cold it gets, which is kind of weird because I would live in Iceland. But I don't think Iceland gets as cold as Russia.
I mean, Russia. It's like saying how cold it gets in the US because
Well, yeah, it's
Alaska
different
is
everywhere.
cold. Yeah, it's a big place. Moscow it
Dakota-
doesn't get nearly as cold.
Speaking of Iceland, let's go to the best country in the world.
Let's go to the best country in the world, America.
Oh yeah.
Coming to save the motherfucking day. I mean, America's probably the best country in regards of knowing that you're probably not going to get invaded by another country.
Yeah.
That's true. No,
Also,
that's true.
highest disposable income, highest median disposable income, highest, or we're not quite highest GDP per capita because of fucking Liechtenstein and Singapore and whatever, but
Highest
we're pretty
actual
high.
country and not city state.
Yeah. What's up? Welcome to the stream, Alan Gomez 0.
For social, has Donald Trump posted anything else? Biden never had COVID. He is a threat to democracy. Oh shit. Oh fuck, he's been posting while
Yeah.
we've been yapping.
Norway
Oh
beats
shit.
it. I think Norway, yeah,
Jesus,
Norway
we
and
have
Ireland.
to read that.
Okay, where did
Just
it start? Okay,
check,
so there's
check
And
for
then-
TOS before. Oh well, maybe.
whatever. Crooked Joe just got knocked out, so I'll have to do it a fourth time. Wait, what? Wait, what? What does this mean?
I don't know what he means either, yeah.
Does
what a
anyone
fourth
really
time?
believe that Crooked Joe had COVID? No, he wanted
Oh,
to
no.
get out ever since June 27th, the night of the debate, where he was completely obliterated. That was the big moment that Joe Biden's demise. What was the point in time when Joe was revealed for what he is, an incompetent man who should never have been made president? Joe Biden is not fit to serve. He's destroying our country. My debate with Crooked Joe, the worst president in history of the United. Dude, this is like
China might even
ex-girlfriend
beat us with
schizo
PPP.
post. Holy shit! Hi, how you doing?
they are. We're still number 8. Get
Alan. Alan Gomez.
Remember when like the opposition like sort of would post something like I really respect Joe. I know he has a great career, I wish him the best.
Yeah.
You know, something, you know, like maybe that was maybe like
As a real
15 years
country.
ago or something.
I don't count
In
like the
history of the
fucking
United
oil
States
states.
was slated to be broadcast on fake news. Fake news. ABC,
Switzerland-
the home of George. Yeah, we
and
already read
Ireland. Switzerland and
fucking
Ireland
Jesus
beat
Christ.
us, but
Sometimes in
third-
September.
third ain't bad.
Okay, whatever. So we are forced to spend time and money on fighting crooked Joe Biden. He polls badly after having a terrible debate. Quits the race. Now we have to start all over again. Shouldn't be the Republican Party be reimbursed for fraud, and that everybody around Joe, including his doctors and fake news media, knew he was not capable of running? Why would you reimburse? What? It's not over. Tomorrow, crooked Joe Biden's going to wake up and forget that he dropped out of the race today. Biden never had COVID. He's a threat to democracy. He posted one while we're reading. we posted one while we're reading. Who is running our country right now? It's not crooked Joe. He has no idea where he is. If he can't run for office, he can't run our country.
I wish we had access to his face cam on his iPhone. Just looking at him while he types this shit.
I believe he's typing this. I honestly do. This reads
No, he
like
definitely.
Donald. Yeah,
This is him.
this is the guy.
Like sitting on his toilet.
Oh. I think Ireland is higher in GDP per capita than the US.
It is,
It's
yeah.
Switzerland as well.
Ireland, Switzerland, and Norway are.
Wait, don't a lot of countries? I mean, in a lot of countries, I heard the saying that so in America, and everybody has the opportunity to become like a millionaire, super rich, but a lot of people obviously don't, and most people end up like broke and suffering, living paycheck to paycheck. While in Europe, everybody can afford to live a house, get food, take vacations and stuff, but no one will ever be a millionaire. Or like the chance is basically nothing. And that's generally
true.
They're heading in the same direction that the US is right now. The inequality of wealth is still going up pretty much
Yeah.
at the same rate US.
That is true, but I did see something about that where it was like how the Netherlands is like the most has the biggest
I know,
wealth inequality, but why it's not
I know that's true
complained
for
about and
Switzerland.
shit
Is that
is
true for
because
Ireland too?
If you look at
I guess that would kind of make sense.
what
What
the
the fuck
lower
else does
class
Ireland
has
do? But-
access to, you still have a way to get into a form of housing. It might not be like your own nice personal suburban house, but you have a form of housing to go into. You're taken care of in regards of school and healthcare, and you get a lot of time for vacations, and you have a lot of worker rights that doesn't like push you. So like workers generally are chilling, even though they might not be getting paid what they deserve, and the wealth gap is increasing. They don't feel it the same way Americans feel it, because Americans don't even have the proper regulations and systems built in place to ease that type of pain.
I mean, yeah, but I would still prefer to live in the US.
Looking at most of the.
I think it depends on what
Euro
European
HQs for
country.
American corporations are all in Ireland. I guess that makes sense.
Versus what U.S. state, right?
I mean, the only country in Europe I would prefer to Pennsylvania is probably like Switzerland, but it's really hard to get in there.
What about
for
Poland,
me-
bro? Look up Poland GDP per capita versus China GDP per capita.
Poland fucking sucks.
18.6, 12.7. That's
Yeah,
actually
Poland-
closer than I
Poland's
thought it
been
would
growing
be.
faster too.
In Poland's economy is good, but like the quality of life there, it's similar to like Ireland, where the GDP per capita is really high, but the only reason for that is because Ireland has really, really, really low corporate tax. So all the corporations like
yeah.
Google, Apple, and whatever base their European operations there.
That makes sense. That's what my chat told me too.
Yeah. All those statistics are pretty like misleading. You just gotta look at the reality on the ground. Every stat is going to be like misused to represent a certain type of narrative.
You can count by like the PPP or whatever it's called, like
Purchasing
the
power parity.
parity. Yeah, producing power parity, exactly. And then like GDP per capita using producing power parity then per producing power parity. And then that's closer to actual numbers that reflect the lifestyle of a
Because
regular person.
Europeans are going on vacation, everything is affordable. Thing is a massive BS. By the
Ooh,
way,
I have a
live
question
there
for
in Europe, we
economic boy
always.
Casey over here. I've been thinking about this because
Am I not the
I was
economics
just saying
boy?
some stuff, and I didn't know if I believed it or not when
Um,
I said it, but I've been thinking about it a little bit more. And
say, I guess that's not true.
it's
nowadays.
about
I don't know. I'm pretty sure if we looked at
tariff
the
tax.
stats,
If you had like a, let's just say like, let's
Americans
start
would
at
take more
1%.
vacations.
If you had a 1% off of like buying goods abroad or sending jobs abroad or anything, and you use that to reinvest into like infrastructure projects and building jobs in the U.S. and some type of like programs of like mass infrastructure and building in the U.S., would this like be economically viable?
Yeah, thanks. I didn't know I was that quiet.
Instead of like just trying to rake things constantly from the regular taxes we have, because like 1%, it might be a little bit too much. You know, the number could be played with, but like if it's a small enough number
better now?
that it
I didn't
doesn't
know I was quiet. It's my bad.
decentivize fully people going abroad and like seeking the labor and stuff, so you don't really see a halt in that, but you do scrape enough money to be able to reinvest in America, wouldn't that be like good or no?
Is Casey even here? I'm guessing not.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Casey,
I
you're
think
fucking-
he's just gone. I think that like that would just make people like the imports will lessen, so it's more or less
Would
it
it
will
though?
more or less balance it out. I mean, if
it-
it's more expensive to import stuff into your country, even by 1%.
Okay, but it
Yeah.
could be like a marginal thing. It's kind of like in the States that added like a plastic bag pretty much tax to things for you like have to pay like 10 cents per plastic bag and stuff. Nobody stopped using the fucking plastic bags, but you know, it raised a shit ton of money. So it has to be one of those things where it's so low that it doesn't really prevent that stuff from going on, right?
The stuff
But,
that
like,
does get imported,
It could
it
be
will get more
fine,
expensive.
But like, I don't know why you wouldn't just like subsidize stuff to keep jobs over here if you really wanted to do it. But and I don't see why we really need to keep the jobs over here or anything. But
because it's destroying our economy.
how?
Okay, so when we start losing all those jobs abroad, the manufacturing jobs, production jobs, and we lost a huge portion of like just American jobs in general, and a lot of those were lower class to middle class jobs that didn't take a super lot of education, and if they did, it was only a few years of education. So you kind of narrowed the pool of jobs into two angles, very low tier jobs that you're not obviously can't do abroad, such as being like a McDonald's worker or a janitor, or very high skilled jobs such as being like a computer science engineer, a doctor, and I guess you could say the middle ground would be like maybe being like a fucking nurse or something, where you get paid okay, but like okay enough, but it took away a lot of those manufacturing jobs where that created the middle class, and
I mean,
it
you understand like
evaporated.
that lets us specialize in what we're better at, right? Than manufacturing, because other countries have a lower opportunity cost for manufacturing, and we get to specialize in what we have a
Okay,
lower
what are we
opportunity cost for.
specializing in?
We're mostly a service economy right now, so I don't know if we're specialized. What does the U.S. make? We make almonds. We specialize in almonds, and then also like any policy that's meant to protect some jobs, like manufacturing, is going to hurt other U.S. jobs, because those other U.S. jobs are producing things that we then trade for like manufactured goods. So like any policy designed to protect car manufacturers is going to hurt Iowa crop farmers, because the Iowa crop farmers are in competition with the Detroit car makers. So
But by switching to a service economy, we have seen a no big wage growth in those areas. It's been stagnant within a big bump during COVID, but that big bump was to basically keep status quo to the inflation that was happening. So that's basically putting them in the same place that they started with. And then like the higher end jobs are great, but school became more fucking expensive. So to even get into the higher jobs, it's a huge cost that a lot of people just don't have the ability. And that's hoping that you do get into those type of jobs that you can even get into the school, because you know stuff like radiology, they cap how many people they allow into the classes and allow to graduate every year to keep a certain amount of people, to keep wages at a certain level. And then you have to hope that you're fucking good at that. But like the service economy, like McDonald's workers, janitors and shit, I don't, there's no like huge wage growth. And you would think, well, then price collapse. If everybody's taking lower jobs and they're not making that much money, well, everything would have a price collapse, correct? No, but no, the price collapse has not really fucking happened. So things just have gotten more expensive.
Doesn't that kind of signal that people can afford that?
Trade. Go ahead.
I mean, like, if price collapse doesn't happen, that kind of signals. First of all, there was some level of price collapse that happened when a few different, I think Target and a few different chains did start lowering prices. But I mean, that just kind of signals that people can afford it, right? Like the fact that like fast food consumption, even adjusted for inflation, has gone up, kind of signals that people can afford fast food. Now I'm trying to think what else that we have seen a lot of inflation and that people are still buying, but.
I don't really mean about the food. I mean, food, I think it's okay. There's still room for food to get more expensive. Honestly, it's the least of my worries. I worry about the main vehicle and driver of economic wealth in America is being able to be in a home that you build equity in and be able to, you know, own. That cars and transportation is also getting super expensive. Gas to run our vehicles has gotten super expensive. The alternatives just don't really exist. So good luck for buses, bikes, or any other mode of transportation in most of America. And yes, groceries are added on, which makes it a little bit more stressful. But I think they're the least important out of this, because groceries they've gone up, but they haven't gone up to the point of like starvation, right? You're just gonna have to cut back on buying groceries currently, but you're not really like starving.
It would be helpful for car prices if the government wouldn't be putting tariffs on all the cars.
True.
Like the tariff thing with both Trump and Biden just fucking sucks, in my opinion, because you're heightening the prices for all goods for the American people. Meanwhile, you're not really growing the wages. The people just will be able to afford less.
And, like, guzzle them deeply and like.
That's it. So we'll see. Probably if the Trump tariffs on China will go up, will actually happen if he gets elected. The prices on everything will go up quite a bit.
Yeah,
and there's a bigger chance of a conflict, because the less intertwined the Chinese and the U.S. economies are, the bigger the chance that China actually invades Taiwan, because they have less to lose.
Yeah. But the more we trade with China, the stronger they are, and the more they're able to invest in other methods to become more economically independent from us, be able to spec into other alliances, and become a even worse pain in our ass. So like either way, we kind of lose.
The moment they try to become independent, you can tighten your trade with other partners, and they'll be more than happy. Like return NAFTA, for example. Like heighten the trade with Europe. NAFTA was based.
I like the CUM trade alliance. Canada, United States, Mexico.
Oh yeah, CUM trade alliance. Yeah, yeah.
The CUM, the CUM, baby. fucking the best acronym. We're great over here. We're just fantastic.
Like, but even Southern America, like South America, you can like Argentina right now is in dire need of investment. You can deepen the economic ties with it, and lessen the economic ties of Argentina with Europe, with China, sorry, and do the same with a bunch of other countries. That's a really big market for a bunch of stuff that the U.S. has. The U.S. has an incredibly strong agricultural base, which could be used if you are able to drive down the costs of the actual goods. There's a huge market in the Americas that you could use. So, like, if less tariffs were to be in place, the U.S. economy would, the U.S. consumer would be able to afford more.
I think we should basically have free trade with most of our most of our allies, yeah.
I mean, as long as
Even,
someone doesn't enact tariffs, heavy tariffs against you, you shouldn't be enacting tariffs against them.
Yeah.
I want to say yes to this, but my only problem with it is that capitalists have no morals. And I'm not too thrilled about the idea of trading and propping up terrorists or dictatorships abroad.
Capitalists don't have any morals, and because of that, if you put in tariffs, the only people who will suffer are the consumers who will have to buy products at the heightened price. The only people you're hurting by heightening tariffs are the consumers. So, like, yeah, I agree that capitalists don't have any morals. They're there for the profits, but you're not hurting the capitalists by doing this. They're still gonna get some profits.
I mean, yes, but they can develop relations that are profitable with allies. I mean, we still have a lot of untapped countries that we can really, have a lot of room to work with outside of China.
Well,
motherfucker, I saw fucking Casey's light up. Casey,
what?
You fucker! You left me. You abandoned me.
I think
I had a question.
Yeah, you did, but I think we messed up a lot of our trade stuff because with all the fucking IMF loans that we gave to countries that ended up just kind of debt trapping them. So now a lot of South American and African countries are sort of rightly suspicious of any trade deal with us.
Yep. Doing business with the U.S. always comes with a, some type of asterisk to it. But Casey, I asked if it would be economically feasible to put a low tariff tax, like an extremely low tariff tax on having shipping jobs abroad, imports, exports, all of it, all ports, right? In using that money to do American projects like building nuclear power plants, upgrading infrastructure, and a bunch of other shit to stimulate our economy, but also build what we fucking need here.
What are you tariffing?
That would be up to debate, but let's just say everything. Basically,
you
everything.
tariff, they tariff. Everyone tariffs.
Just say I said
Tariffs.
1% like max, but it could be lower than that. I'm sure it fucking would.
Fuck
mean
the
it.
tariffs. We got the money here. Tax the rich. Cut military spending. We got the fucking money. We got the fucking money.
We drove Casey to drinking, guys. Fuck.
How can you tax the rich? Like, how would it affect? How would it work actually? Why would they not just avoid all the taxes?
They already do. That's the problem.
Yeah, they're already
fucking
doing
do.
that.
Well,
But like, raising the taxes on the 1% won't really do anything.
It makes a
do you
bigger
mean?
incentive
What
for
do you
them
mean?
to avoid the taxes too. Like,
Yeah, they'll be paying less.
Oh, you raise the taxes, they'll be paying less.
If they can figure out how to avoid
I
it,
know
yeah.
I'm not a math genius either, but I mean.
wait,
God
number
damn.
one.
So
okay, the Laffer curve exists. Number two, if you create an incentive for people to avoid it, then yeah, they could end up avoiding most of the taxes.
there already is
especially if they
an
leave
incentive to
entirely.
avoid it.
Yeah, but you're making the incentive to avoid it bigger because you're taxing them more.
It takes effort to avoid them. If the effort is not worth the cost, then we'll just pay the taxes. But if it is worth the cost, and if you hike up the taxes, it will be. Then they'll be avoiding it at a bigger rate.
Well, just do what France is doing: 90% tax over $10 billion.
Yeah. How well is it?
Why wouldn't you just do a cash flow tax?
I'm not even
Here's
rich,
the-
and I
here's the
avoid
problem.
taxes as much as possible.
The issue with this type of argument, like, because while I've been on this fucking earth, this fucking planet, throughout my life, taxes on the rich have gone down incrementally, whether the actual tax rate or the one they actually pay, the real tax, or no, not real effective. Yeah, it just goes down and it goes down and it goes, and then you're like, hey guys, can we raise it? Oh no, raise it. I mean, it's only been going down. Can we just put it back to where it was? Can we just put it back to where it was? And also the corporate tax rate is fucking, oh, the 35% corporate tax rate is I think that's what it is. It needs to be much higher, and that also helps the economy. So you not only do you raise the money, but you
Wait,
incentivize those corporations to reinvest and expand their companies instead of giving them an easy way out, or easy way to get the money out.
How's it incentivize them to?
It will incentivize them not to keep the
produce
money in
more.
the country in the first place.
No.
It does. A, it
So,
does that, and B, you're taxing them. You're making it more expensive for them to do stuff. Like
No, but
if you tax something, you get
tax
less of it,
exempt
like-
them if they reinvest, that
and
would
also,
make sense. but
corporate
still.
taxes do have an effect on wages. Obviously, they do have an effect on prices too. Like you realize, corporate taxes is going to decrease wages and increase prices for consumers as well.
If I
Calm
owned
down.
a company
Calm
and you
down,
raise
people.
taxes on me,
All
I'd
right.
pay my workers less.
All right. So first of all, well, let's recognize that when the corporations are paying their whatever 35% tax rate, I think it's 35. Actually, hold on. So, and the corporations and companies, they pay their taxes after they pay all their bills, right? So, like comparing to like a normal person, like we get paid their whatever revenue, and then we pay taxes on that, and then for whatever's left over, we pay our rent and pay our food and pay our gas and everything that
Wait,
we had
I'm
to
just
do
at,
to get
like,
that money.
do you disagree
So-
that some of the tax incidents falls on workers?
Yes,
Like,
I disagree.
You think there's
So,
a zero?
but-
do you
okay,
think there's a
I'll
0%
skip-
tax incidence on workers?
I'll skip to the corporation part because
Wait, no,
they're
please answer the
not
question.
taxed.
Do you think there's a 0% tax incidence on workers for corporate taxes?
Yes.
Find me a single
they-
study that shows that there's
Hold
a
on.
0%
Hold on.
incidence on taxes or on
But
wages
because-
for
because
corporate taxes.
corpor-
Find me a
because corporate-
single study that says
Because
that.
corporations pay the taxes after they've paid the everyone, and they've paid all of the bills and the rent and all the whatever after they pay all their things, whatever's left over from that, that's what they pay their taxes on. It's basically, and by the way, if they're going to reinvest the money into the company, they're not paying taxes on that. It's only the
Wait,
money that's like
that's
left
not
over.
entirely true. There's not full expensing for corporate taxes.
Even if it was,
If you
still,
wanted to do,
you're,
if you
the
wanted to do like
higher
a cash
tax-
flow tax, then that'd be true. But corporate taxes don't necessarily have full expensing. There are some capital investments that are still taxed, like that you can't deduct.
That's a very good way to drive business out of the United States.
No.
That's also
It's just
true.
it's just the opposite. But with a low tax rate, you make it easy to get the money out. But because that's really what is being taxed, is the money that is not being, like, if a company is like expanding and purchasing and it's in getting in debt, or if it wants to, but if it's actually spending most of the net income or whatever, or what would be, and so they have not much left over or whatever, so then they're not paying very much in taxes. But if they don't do that, if they don't expand, then they have a lot left over, and that is what is taxed at a high rate. So if they want to not expand the company and try to get the money out, then it's good for the U.S. is good for the economy to have a high tax rate, to have it make it difficult for them to get the money or to take the money out, basically.
Wouldn't the profits that
Are you
they
talking
keep
about
as a
exit
safety net still
taxes?
be taxed?
Right. Yes, they could. Yeah, even if they
Nothing
don't
like
take it out,
incentivizing
they could
businesses
be.
to move out of the United States.
So okay, yeah, move out of the United States. No, this is we're in the fucking we're the fucking United States. Like where the money is at, where you make the money.
Yeah.
Why
Why do you think companies went to China? Because it was cheaper.
Yeah. Yes.
You want to drive all of our U.S. companies that are still
build,
here out?
Do you want to make shoes for 5 cents an hour?
I don't care.
Okay,
I'm not
Casey's
making
point
shoes.
here is a little bit valid. Like they've done studies on this. The like elasticity of production to taxation in the U.S. is lower than it is in other countries because we have such high like consumer demand. So we can get away with taxing these things, taxing these corporations a little bit more because the elasticity is so much lower because we have such high consumer demand. But the point on tax policy, or sorry, corporate taxes having zero effect on workers' wages is just dumb and wrong. If you can find a single study that shows that, I will be shocked. At the end of the day, like taxes increase the cost of production, so like it's an added expense. You have less money to pay your workers. You're just wrong. Find me a single study that says that, please.
Okay, in the long term, yes, the company has less money. Especially if they're sitting on it. Yeah, in the long term, yes. But not in the short term. And again, just go. And by the way, apparently it's fucking 21%, which fucking is that? That's fucking insanity. It's fucking insanity. Wait. Nominal federal.
Yeah, that's crazy high. You're right.
What? That's not crazy high. Dude, they pay all their bills, and the only thing, the stuff that's left over, that's what they're getting taxed. That's what they're taxing.
Yeah, the
shit
safety nets. Yep.
The idea that they're paying a lower of that than the normal fucking worker is paying on what they get paid in net in revenue, it's fucking insanity.
Yeah,
and
if
again,
if you were to up that percentage of tax on those profits, they would be still aiming for the same amounts, and they would be taking it out so that the revenue makes this.
No. This is the retardedness of lowering good, but hiring, never good. If you look at what the classical U.S. corporate tax rate is, look what it was in the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, and especially like by the way that's the highest personal marginal tax rate.
Yeah, it was like 50 to 60%.
Like look at the tax rate when like fucking America was fucking banging. When we're actually fucking banging, it was like those tax rates were high, and everyone was doing like really fucking good, and the wealth inequality gap was like fucking
yeah, because America was more or less a monopoly for after World War II, which is why it could afford such things.
In spite of that, not because of that. Like, also, growth
yeah,
is
the
pretty high
government
now.
could
We're at like 5% real
that.
GDP growth year over year. Like, we're doing pretty well now with these low
We
taxes.
don't give a fuck. GDP don't give any fuck about GDP. There's look at GDP like over the last 15 years. Is like, does that reflect like would that have how the average American has fared?
Well,
GDP
we've had this
means
conversation.
shit all.
I don't know. I don't know if just GDP does, but I think the average American's probably done pretty well for the past 15 years. But
No, they really haven't.
Oh, okay. Well, we've had this discussion before, but
pretty well
the data
compared to
seems-
what
It's
actually?
pretty
Like,
static.
whoa. Let's have a like. What's the reference point?
What do you mean?
Bon Fon?
Compared to how they?
You said
I'm saying they're
15
better
years.
than they were 15 years ago. Like wages have grown, disposable income has grown. Like,
Are you sure about this?
I'm fairly confident. We've had this discussion before, but yeah.
Oh yeah, we got enraged at whatever they were calling it disposable. It was like they were like including like before
True.
you pay
Jimmy
rent. Or
Carter,
something.
get
I
in
don't
here.
remember what it was, or food or something.
Time to bring
Anyway,
out the what the fuck
It
happened.
doesn't matter. I don't want to.
1971.
Now, if you look at, but I think median wages have been like pretty static. Maybe slight after accounting for inflation. I mean maybe slightly up, but
That is true. You know, if you just look at median wages and you don't adjust for household size or the increased non-wage benefits, and you use CPI, which gives you the highest. Oh, this chart. Oh, the productivity. This chart is complete bullshit. Thank you for sending this. Hold on. Productivity pay gap. Oh fuck! I wish I had this paper. Fucking. I don't think I ever took notes in it. God damn it. Yeah, they use two different deflators, I know, which doesn't really make sense. And then, oh, you have all the charts here, all the 1971 charts. I forgot about this.
The idea that like if a company is like they're just fisting money, like they're like making $20 billion a year or something, and then you raise their taxes or something, and well, they'll cut the thing. They'll still be making the 20. They'll do whatever they can to make their 20
raise the
billion
cost
or whatever.
of production? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Does raising the cost of production mean that you now can hire less workers and afford to pay people less?
You could say yes, but it all no.
The answer is yes. The answer is yes.
No.
Absolutely. It also means you can pay shareholders less. That's true.
Let Casey answer.
No, that but you raise prices. I'm going to raise prices to offset that.
Yes, that's another thing. Yes, you raise prices and you pay your workers
No,
less.
that's-
You do also pay
That's the
shareholders
retarded
less. That's
fucking
true,
logic that some company making $20 billion or whatever the fucking sanity that
Yes,
they're making
you
now
raise
that,
the
like,
cost of
that has
production.
to be
Doesn't
the
matter.
number. Wait, let me ask you this. So one, it's not strictly like if you raise the tax rate by 10% or whatever, like the actual raise of like how much more it costs to like whatever the production is, you know, it's some fraction of that.
How?
Right?
Where do you get the extra money?
If you're making a production costs you $30 billion, $30 billion, I don't know why billions, and then you paid 15 billion in taxes instead of so you pay 10 billion in taxes instead of I don't know, math, 9 billion, shit math. So you paid 1 billion more in taxes, say, but and you paid $30 billion. It costs you $30 billion to run your company. So that's the added tax then is going to be smaller. I'm sorry, I can't do the math. Do the fucking
And I'm going to
equation
raise
for it.
prices and
They
that's
have to
to
get that billion from
compensate.
somewhere because the
Why
profit
do
margins
they?
will remain the
Oh my
same
God.
because they're aiming for the same.
But I'm
There
not
you
gonna
go. There
just
you
eat
go.
it.
Why
I'm
does it
gonna
have
eat
to
it as
need?
a
Why does the
loss.
fucking? Why does their
Why does
insane
the firm
fucking
have to
profit
make a
margins
profit?
have to get? No. Why does their? No, we're talking about insane fucking. We're raising taxes on companies. You look at the wealth inequality gap. We need to fucking lower that shit. They
Do
don't.
you think that they?
This is
Do you think
knob
that they
only
will
goes
lower
one
the
way.
profit margins? Do you
They're
think
like
that they
taxes.
will lower the
Taxes.
profit margins?
Yes, that's what fuck. Yes, and you
Do you think that actually
incentivize them.
happens? How?
Yes,
Why
it
wouldn't
actu-
Why wouldn't they just take that $1 billion that they're paying extra from other sources and keep the same profit margins?
Yep, that's what I would
How-
do if
so
I
they're
were running
gonna
a
they're
company.
gonna fire
100%.
people and then close up shop, just so they could have the
Might
same
raise
profit, but
prices.
they'll be
They
paying
keep the
more on
shareholders
that
happy.
profit.
Also, wait,
Raise
again, I
prices,
challenge you to
pay
find
less
a
on new
single
hires.
scholarly article saying that the tax incidence on workers' wages is 0. You won't be able to find a single one. Like,
You just keep
not
on saying-
a single credible one, at least.
So we would want to say that a correlation between raising taxes and like median employer wages, is that what we're looking for?
We're looking for what the burden of taxation, who that falls on. If it falls on decreased returns to shareholders or increased prices, or if it falls on workers. Like most of the studies on this show that it's like
do you
relatively evenly
understand
split.
how fucked it is that like the knob only goes one way, the taxes only ever go down, and profits, profit margins, they only ever go up, and for these knobs to go any other way is somehow like breaks your brain. You're unable to fucking fucking even consider it.
Hey, I'm in favor of
No,
increasing
do
taxes.
you acknowledge
okay?
that?
You know what we should increase it on? We should
you
increase it
acknowledge
on
that?
land, and then we should do a destination-based cash flow tax because that only taxes super normal returns. Yeah,
Will you respond to my point?
I think it's good that some
The
taxes are
knobs
going
only go
down.
one way.
Like, I mean, it went up
it's
under Biden a
good.
little bit. Like Trump
It would
Trump
be
did the
good
tax
if
cuts and
we
Biden
had
increased
lower
it.
profit
Like,
margins. It would be good if we had lower profit margins. I'm sorry, but like raising taxes is not going to lower the profit margins that they're aiming
there's a
for.
graph I'm
It's
looking
just
for.
not. If you have some other mechanism in order to lower those tax margins, force the companies to do so, or incentivize them to do so, then that would be great. But hiking taxes on those corporations will simply go back to the consumers, go back to the workers, and very rarely it will affect shareholders. Like, why wouldn't they just raise the price of the product and lessen the pay that they're
Right.
allocating for workers?
Well, here's so okay. So whatever I brought up Intel earlier, 2022 they made $20 billion. So they'll be like paying taxes on that very large sum, unless they could find a way to like to just to invest more, and then hopefully like the idea is you incentivize them to grow. Like, well, we could take this now, but the tax rate just went up. Well, let's put it back in and then grow that number for later.
What business doesn't want to grow?
What business? What?
So I mean, what business doesn't want to grow already?
They've been a lot of business, especially tech companies, have been fucking cutting employees. Intel cut 10,000 jobs in 2023.
I mean, that was
despite
a positive
business
demand
isn't
shock in
growing.
COVID, right? So some of those layoffs were kind of always going to happen.
He asked the question, and there's actually the tech industry is like there's a lot of fucking layoffs.
No, they want to grow, they can't afford
'cause
to
of
grow. That's a
the
different
positive
thing.
demand shock during
No,
COVID.
or are they firing people to keep their fucking margins? And instead of, but we could change the tax rate to
Yeah, probably.
to further
But,
incentivize them to reinvest.
But that's not what happened with COVID. That's not what happened with this wave of layoffs. It happened because of COVID. Because go ahead.
A cash flow tax would incentivize them to invest way more because a cash flow tax only taxes supernormal returns because it allows for full expensing. Yeah.
Under a cash flow tax, a domestic activity for all non-financial corporations will be subject to tax at a single rate on a
Look up a
difference between the receipts
destination-based cash
from
flow
the
tax. DBCTF, destination-based cash flow tax.
I just want
Only
to say
taxes
that
supernormal
if
returns.
America fucking could tax my ass, no matter where I'm at in the world, the U.S. could fucking tax corporations, no matter where they're at in the world.
That too.
You can't renounce your American citizenship. Corporations can just say, "All right, we're Swedish now," or "We're Irish now."
I don't think that's true. I've been meaning to do research on it. I don't think that's actually true.
I mean,
I'm not
Apple
100.
does it
I'm not
quite
100,
well.
but
Apple and Google do that in
Yeah,
Ireland all the time.
You can make it the law where if they do that, they'll suffer.
Where do my
some
fucking
pretty
notes on the
fuck-
cash flow tax
and
go,
heavy
bro?
Consequences.
They'll disband and rename and then create second incorporated, like a second corporation with a similar name in a different country.
It'll take.
we
a
can make
lot
it. You can make it
on
very expensive to move
Yeah.
the money out of the U.S.
If it's less expensive than paying the taxes, they'll do it. And if you hike them, it will be less expensive.
But and again, it's this idea. Oh, they're gonna all run away, like from
Intel's
America.
gonna
We're
rebrand as
America.
Outel.
Also, the funny thing is that every single tax haven that these companies run into eventually raise the taxes because they have to, because the fucking companies ruin the local economies. It's just kind of
And you
fucking
just
insane.
shift.
Even Ireland and Singapore is doing it. Yeah, but there's only so many fucking countries. There's only so many. They can
There's a
only
whole lot of countries though.
and they're running out, and
Yeah,
they're
it's a-
fucking running out.
It's a tax haven carousel. Some countries that need an injection of cash suddenly lower their taxes, which happens quite a bit. And then you go on the carousel, and the corporations are willing to do that because it's cheaper than paying the taxes.
How many countries lower their taxes versus how many have been raising them? Are you familiar? You know?
What up?
We'll see how Malele does, but that's a different.
And also, the Laffer curve does exist. I mean, like, at some point, at some margin, you are taxing so much that you're reducing the overall economic activity to a point where if you tax less, you would actually get more in revenue. It does exist.
You're saying that you're saying that the taxes haven't fucking gone. They've only gone down. Like, but you're like, well, if you tax too much or whatever, they've only ever fucking gone down as far as I'm fucking been alive. Like,
no, they.
I don't think they went up to
what
the
they
pre-Trump levels, but they did go up under Biden.
That's one of the terrible things about fucking Biden. He raised taxes.
He
some of
didn't
Trump's
raise
tax
taxes.
cuts
He let the temporary things expire.
Well, they were going
I
to
know.
expire
In
anyway.
effect, he raised taxes.
And that's false.
Bruh.
I think Biden's also
Effectively.
proposed raising the marginal. I think it was capital gains tax they proposed raising.
I think Biden did have a really crazy tax proposal towards the end there, but I guess we don't have to worry about that anymore, do we?
Well, he's mildly retarded, so.
I just don't. Okay, why do you think it's important to tax corporations, Casey? Like, who do you want to hurt? Do you want to hurt consumers because we can tax consumption? Do you want to hurt workers because we can tax wages? Do you want to hurt shareholders because we can just tax shareholders?
No, we're not
Like,
hurting
whatever-
anybody. The corporations are holding people hostage and hurting them, saying, "Hey,
Well,
don't take
like-
anything from us, or I'll fucking beat the shit out of you guys."
When you tax corporations, the burden falls on one of three people, basically. Either the workers through forms of reduced wages, either shareholders in terms of reduced returns to their share or dividends, reduced dividends, or consumers in terms of increased prices. But if you want to reduce, if you want to reduce workers' wages, you can just tax wages. If you want to burden consumers, you can just tax consumption. If you want to tax shareholders,
anything
just
but tax the
shareholders.
corporation, man. Anything but tax the
Well, the
corporation.
taxing
I mean, the shareholder
corporation,
thing is interesting,
again,
except
it
you got to wait
falls
till
on
they
one of those
get the
three
money
What you
out.
don't understand is that
You
it's
could just-
going to pass off onto those people. One of these groups that he's putting
No,
up.
no,
Yes,
no. A
well,
company
yeah.
making $100 billion a year doesn't have to make $100 billion a year every fucking
Guess
year.
what?
Doesn't have to, but
Yeah,
it will.
they
Money
do.
goes to one of three people.
They're not going to make less.
I mean, they
Why?
could,
Why does it only go? Why does the knob only go one way?
because
Why?
because they are the ones who are deciding these profit margins. It's not the government. You cannot directly control those profit margins. If you do, they will run away. That's it.
No,
Yes,
they won't run
radicalize-
away.
Radicalize.
What?
Casey.
Give me. What? No, they won't. We're the fucking U.S. They're like a lot of the most largest companies are fucking based here. We're America. This is where you fucking make the money.
Yeah,
if you want to
because
move
the corporate
overseas,
tax rates aren't that bad.
I got sent a voicemail. Let's hear it.
Of knowing about everything in politics. How dare you doubt my capabilities of the knowledge
Dude, is this guy fucking drunk?
surpasses anything that you could ever imagine. I know things that would blow your mind.
Okay.
but like we're going down. This shit ain't been a recovering like
Yeah,
the path that we're
reduce
going right
the
now.
costs
It's
for
down.
consumers by lowering tariffs.
What's down? What?
Are the
I was deafened.
projection of the U.S. Do you think we're like on the rise? You think that we're like an empire on the rise?
An empire on the rise, maybe not, but I mean, I
You
think
think
our
our- you think
economy's doing decent.
our-
Yeah.
Why do you think most Americans don't feel that way? Non-fun.
Most Americans do
Who
feel that
cares,
way
you know?
when you pull them about
think
their
so?
when you pull them about their own financial situation. Most Americans say they're doing pretty good. When you pull them about the economy in general, they think it's doing pretty bad, but they're wrong.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, as much as I love to shit on Biden, because I love to shit on Biden, he did not hurt the economy. We're doing fine.
No, I mean here's and I mean the idea that that we let the
Look up the vibe session.
like we let the companies make more and more and more and more while the average American is doing at best the same, but really with the younger
I'm gonna
people,
shoot
like
myself, Red.
much worse. Like the idea that we can't put any of these fucking systems, like the idea that the tax rates were
Oh my
fucking better like 25 years ago. Why is that so hard to fucking believe? That we were better off with the tax rate 30 years ago.
Hold on. There are plenty of
Why
cases
is that
where I
on-
support increasing taxes. Okay, I think we should probably increase taxes for like Social Security. I think we should probably
what?
What?
I'm sorry.
I think
Wait.
we should
You mean
privatize
more money to
Social
go into
Security.
Social Security, or you mean to reduce the cap?
I
Remove
think
the
like
cap from-
isn't there's like a remove the cap. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
I think we should privatize Social Security.
It doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter anymore. It's there's no excess, so.
Hold on, I
That's
have
it.
a graph here, and okay, that I.
This is still not good. It just means it slightly got better. What the fuck?
Is that about their own financial situation or the
Yes.
state of the economy?
For their own financial situation.
No.
It was generally still pretty like, I mean, this is not like a good. It just got better. I mean,
What's
I
it
guess
at?
it's good that it got the share of Americans who rate their personal finances as excellent or good declined from 50% to about 40% in 2022 and remained about that level since then. And I think this was updated at the end of 2023, by the way. So this is 4 in 10 say their financial situation is excellent or in good shape. 41%.
You just walked into
while a
the
similar
dumbest
share
debate over
says
corporate
that
tax
it's
incident
only
7.
fair shape, and another 19 says that it's in
Casey
poor
has yet
shape.
to provide a
Well,
single
it still
study
isn't that
because
good.
it doesn't
It's
exist. It doesn't
getting
exist.
better, it's seemingly, but it's not good.
He hasn't provided a single study that shows that there's a
It's better
zero
than
corporate
most
tax
Western
incidents
countries who
on
are
workers.
experiencing recessions.
That's true. We have the
Really
highest
heavy.
real
Yes.
GDP growth in the G7, and our inflation isn't even that bad. But
Like the world economy isn't doing well right now, so it's no wonder that the U.S. economy isn't doing excellent, but
Let me
it's
ask
doing
you, why is
better
the world
than.
economy not doing well? Like, what's your personal
a lot of
theory
it's because of
this?
COVID. They didn't bail out their fucking. They didn't spend as much money as we did on a bailout after COVID.
So you thought it was good before COVID?
It wasn't great, especially
Through
post 2008.
2019? Okay.
Post 2008, it was we were on a lower growth trend. Most of Europe has stagnated since 2008 because they didn't bail out their banks enough in 2008.
Nani? What? What do you mean because they did not bail out the banks? Do you think not bailing out the banks is what economically stagnated Europe?
No, but I think part of it was
Partially,
probably
yes.
because they did austerity after. I was really using bail out the banks for a proxy of for just like austerity and not doing like government stimulus packages. I think because their stimulus packages were smaller post COVID and post 2008, they have not recovered as well. And also,
Investing
again, Casey, I just want just one study that shows there's a zero corporate tax incidence on workers' wages. Just one. And also, again, there are plenty of
I can
places
tell
where I
you
think
that-
we should increase taxes. Okay, on land, for instance, we should tax like land at like 50 or 100%. And then I'm in favor of like a
Why?
cash flow tax if we
What the fuck? Why would you
What?
tax land like that?
because land's perfectly inelastic, and also the value to land doesn't come from the person who owns it; it comes from the surrounding community and the
But still, why?
and its location.
Why
like
would you tax it like that? I mean,
because it's
we
perfectly
shouldn't have-
inelastic. Like
we
it doesn't.
shouldn't
The
have
land doesn't disappear
land
the same way.
taxes at all. If you own a piece of land, you shouldn't have to pay the government for the right to use it. It's your
Well, I
fucking
think
land.
the rent should be extracted because you're not responsible for the value of the land.
What rent? What rent?
The economic rents on land. Any value that you could get
No.
from owning the land.
No, you own
I
the
agree
land.
with
You
you
should
on this.
not ever have to pay the government for rights to use your property.
Well, I mean, but you're not responsible for the value of it. It comes from the surrounding
I paid
community
for
in
it.
its location.
I paid.
I mean, you
for
paid
it.
for it, but
Yeah,
doesn't
exactly.
make it.
It's mine.
Yeah.
He still believes in the old view of owning land and stuff like that. Actually, I
especially-
should
By the
call it
way-
the new view. It's old for modern civilization, but we viewed it the way you're talking about it, non-fawn, when civilization started, pretty much.
Yeah, taxing like just the finance Wall Street capital gains, all that needs to be like fucking double, triple, or and
Capital gains should
possibly.
be
No, actually,
triple.
it should be it should be a progressive system. So like tripled for like if you made like $100 million, then yeah.
For capital gains, you want to disincentivize saving?
Disincentivize. No, you
That's what you're doing.
realize
That's
motherfucker.
Disincentify. Yeah, exactly.
Incentivize. No, I'm talking about people like Jeff Bezos. Like the idea that you have like billions of dollars, like the amount of money that you just make just by just even investing in the safest of money or whatever. Like these people are kings fucking forever. Their billions turned into tens of billions. It's like every year just up and up. It's just fucking like that needs to fucking be capped, right? We can't let these people fucking just like run away. Like
Why not?
You know. Why is it bad that like if Jeff Bezos
he
Jeff Bezos
developed
gets
Wealth taxes are super hard to implement. They have really high avoidance. They disincentivize
He
people from saving,
developed
which
his
harms
company
long run
from the
growth.
ground up. Why is he not
Okay, yeah.
entitled to what he built?
Hold on. We won't be hurting people of that make less than like $50,000 in capital gains.
Don't throw me numbers.
Wait, what?
Why is Jeff Bezos not entitled to the fruits of what he built? He built Amazon from the ground up.
He did.
Are you against? Hold on. Are you against taxes? Are you all fucking
is,
retarded?
yeah.
Are you just all against taxes? That's it, isn't it?
I mean, I'm pro the minimum tax necessary.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty much against
Okay,
taxes
so,
unless
okay, you're
they're
against
absolutely
taxes.
required.
I mean, because you motherfuckers, I'm guessing that none of you like put up their hands. Oh, they're lowering taxes again. Look at it. Now you guys don't give a fuck about that. But someone starts talking about like
Yeah,
putting them
they
back
say
where
they're
they
lowering
were.
taxes
Freak
again,
the
I
fuck
celebrate.
out. Just fucking freak the fuck out. No, the taxes exist to keep wealth inequality or partly like at the
inequality,
distance
wealth
to make sure
inequality,
we're
I'm
not
a
supposed to have
communist.
kings in America. We're not supposed to have people that are like just like so super insanely fucking ridiculously rich that
Who says that it's supposed to? Where does it say that in the Constitution?
It doesn't say in the Constitution, but it's the fucking what happens to societies that have wealth.
I mean-
inequality to the level that the U.S. and other
Like
countries
reducing
are
wealth
starting to get
inequality
to.
is a
It
reason you
fucking
can
leads
tax.
to the
like,
destruction of the country, the
I don't know.
destabilization of society, and things get bad. You know, people.
God, there was
start
this
killing
graph I'm
people,
looking
and
for.
you start
It was a
robbing
really good graph
people,
showing like
it's
if you
total
don't count
societal
land,
collapse.
if you
We
don't
want
count
to get
like
to that,
housing,
so I'd
then
rather
inequality
fucking pay
hasn't
the
actually
taxes
increased that
and
much.
be
So
able
if you
to
just tax
stabilize
land,
wealth
inequality would go way
and not
down.
Go the way of Rome.
How does
dude, I
Jeff
have it somewhere.
Bezos having like hundreds of like billions of dollars cause people
does
to
it
murder
hurt
each
you?
other?
Right.
Yeah, how does it hurt you?
How does him having
It's his
millions-
money.
How it hurts me is not necessarily the amount of money that he has. It's about ratios. It's how much money is offered to the lower class compared to
It's
the
gonna
Because
the
you're
desert
entitled to
theory of
his money,
entitlement.
is what
Like,
you're saying.
Entitled.
I don't know. I can
We're
ask
just
him, I guess,
workers
but
are entitled to the
Society-
fucking money, not him.
Society
conversation I
decides
really like
what the
doing.
fucking
No, they're
tax
not.
rates are.
They're not entitled to the money.
Yes, they are. They fucking built
No,
it.
they're not.
Yes, they are. They.
How are they even? How are they?
They're
even
entitled to the
nearly
money
entitled
they
to the
agreed
money?
to work for.
Yeah,
They're not
they
entitled
agreed
to the
to
money
work
that
for
choice.
it.
They don't
If
have
they
a
don't
fucking
like what
choice.
he's paying them, then they go somewhere
Dude,
else.
crying for Jeff Bezos of getting taxed his capital gains at a higher rate. Like really?
Yeah,
like
dude.
what the fuck is wrong with you people?
Think
You guys
if-
fucking have brain worms? What the fuck is wrong with you people?
If the workers
I
want
don't care
to
that Jeff Bezos
demand
is losing
higher,
money. To be clear, I don't care that Jeff Bezos is losing money, but capital gains tax does decrease long run growth. That's what you're
Yeah,
doing.
it's
You're
not specific
disincentivizing
to
saving.
Jeff Bezos. I'm just
if
using
the
him as an
workers want
example.
to get more money, they should unionize and demand more money as a group.
They're
Yeah,
fucking
that's
killing the
possible in
fucking
the US.
busting the unions. They
And
have the
that's
money.
okay,
They have the
too.
money
If I
to
don't
buy
want a
the
union in
politicians.
my fucking business, then I have a right to say no.
And then when
That's
they
fine,
kill
too.
you
My
later for
business.
being corrupt,
That's
and when they
fine.
hang you, that's your fucking problem because that's
It's
historically
my
what
business.
happens.
What's
And
not okay
What's
is that
mine
corporations.
is mine to
it's
do
so
with as I
okay.
choose.
When
Now,
corporations
if
get
I
so
choose
fucking
to make
powerful,
a bad decision to oust
Yes.
all of my employees by denying a union and fuck up
This
my
is true.
company,
This is
that's
true.
on me.
I'm pretty
But
sure like
I
you
have
guys
the
we
right
were
to
going
do
over
it.
this earlier. but like
It's
U.S.
my
food spending is
company.
like,
And it's
one
the right of the
lowest
workers
in
to
the world.
unionize
I
and
think it
demand
is
more
the
pay, and
lowest in the
it's the
world as
right
a
of the
percentage
people
of
to
disposable
of the
income.
owners of the company to hire scabs. Like, why not?
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
you're basically promoting instability, and we're gonna go back to killing each other. And when they kill you, I'm not gonna fucking stop them because I'm not getting involved with the people that fucking started this shit. They're gonna we're gonna go back to fucking England where the workers were getting abused and were treated like shit, and then communities degrade, our fucking communities fall apart, crime starts escalating, and then it eventually learns to them hanging the factory worker and burning down the factory and us starting all over again. I don't want to go back to that, but
The
that's what you guys
ability
are
of
advocating for.
the ability of individuals to organize themselves into groups has greatly increased since the times
Exactly.
that
So
happened
you
in
should be
England.
scared of it. Look what
No,
you're fucking doing when
I
you
should
make
be
people
saying that
desperate, when you're greedy.
people are can more easily
can say
unionize
that,
and
but I can't
go into
say I don't care
groups
about
in order to
firefighter.
demand higher pay. And I'm all for it. If people want to
True.
unionize voluntarily, then I think that's great. I think that's awesome. If people want better wages, they should demand them and get an agreement from the company who also agrees to pay those higher wages. That's it.
It's
Like,
not that easy, and you know it's not that easy. With so much union busting, the power being in the businesses have the ability to wait and sit on their fucking capital.
I mean,
and if they run out
agree
of
with
money, they
NLK
can
on
sell their
most of this
capital
union
to
stuff,
recoup
but,
money.
like,
The
I'm not really
fucking
interested in it.
workers, they live paycheck
I'm
to
interested in-
paycheck.
I'm
They're the
interested
ones
in
that
the
suffer the most
fucking nitty-gritty, bro.
in any type of conflict.
Bro, do
with the
capital
worker,
gains taxes
with the owner
decrease long-run growth?
so
Yes or no?
it's-
Say
it's
it.
a
Say
power
it. Say no.
dynamic of which the workers basically any long-term
The answer
fight
is yes,
they're
but-
going to lose.
And they can
Not
go work
necessarily.
elsewhere. I mean, you
If
don't
they
have to work at
Go
one
ahead.
place. You know,
That
There are a
plus
whole lot of
if you
companies
combine
out there.
into a big if you combine into a big
No,
enough
they
group,
don't. They
which
don't.
is possible.
I really like
if you-
this. There's this like
if
a really
you
simple
incent-
article.
If
how
if
capital
there's
gains is
big
a
enough
double tax.
incentives, then the companies will.
I don't care. I forgot what to say. People often complain that people, I can't speak, often complain that the top effective capital gains tax is 23.8% compared to the top labor income bracket at 37% because capital income disproportionately flows to the richest in society. This is a falsehood, however, because capital gains is already taxed on the front end by a labor income tax. By taxing someone's income tax, you reduce the amount that they can invest and consequently the amount they can make off of an investment. This disproportionately taxes the rich. And then they just like go through the example. In a world without taxation, you get that much. In a world with wage tax, but with no capital gains tax, you get that much. But in a world with capital gains and wage tax, you get this much, which is equal to the capital gains and wage tax like added together. Yeah. President Trump not only to save America, but to save the world. True. Welcome to the stream, Ali Reza. All right.
Everybody went silent there. Oh, there's Sleepy Hazard, another libertarian. Go ahead. Go on your taxes rant. Let's hear it.
Oh God, thank you.
I'm a little too sleepy for that tonight.
He is he's a literal no roads believer, Casey.
Oh dear God.
It's so based.
I mean, roads
Unfathomably
could be
based.
privately funded.
Denied
Roads
their
could be
existence.
privately funded.
Could roads be like do they have to be paved?
We already have them
Yeah, it fucks up your
paved
tires.
by
if they're not.
by government by contractors anyway. So just turn the responsibility for whatever to them.
But it's a natural monopoly.
Daddy, chill. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Thank you.
Wait, hold on. I just want to hear an answer from NOK and Casey. Do capital gains taxes decrease long run growth? What do you think it is?
What type of growth are we talking?
Long run economic growth.
Depends on what's going on there. I say I'm gonna vote no.
No, really? I mean, the answer is yes. You're disincentivizing saving. That's what you're doing.
But we're increasing it mostly it's affecting people who are just sitting on a bunch of money anyway. That's what they're. You say disincentivizing saving.
sitting
Okay,
on a bunch of money.
What? Wait.
You're
Well, then what? You checkmated yourself. Then what are they going to do with the money if they're not saving?
What do you mean? They're gonna spend it, which decreases long run growth.
That sounds like fucking a spike in the economy.
Which guess
Sounds
what?
like the
That does what
economy-
to the loanable
Let's
funds,
go.
Casey? It shifted left. It shifts the loanable funds
I-
market
I'm-
left, which increases
Oh.
interest rate, which decreases capital investment, which decreases long-run growth.
Oh.
Congratulations. Woohoo.
People sitting on their fucking money doesn't do shit for the economy.
It shifted the loanable funds rate right.
10% of Americans hold 93% of all stocks by the third quarter of 2023.
Land
And-
value tax and
I love
destination-based
my
cash flow
stocks.
tax would fix this.
I'm split on stocks. I haven't made up my mind of how much I love or hate them yet, so I'm opting out.
I've made pretty good money off the stock market.
I don't know if he knows what the loanable funds market is. Like he was like, what did they do if they're not in, if
that
they're
the
not
only reason
saving
you
it?
like
Oh, well, they're spending it. Like,
Yeah,
you know what that does to the
I
loanable
made
funds
money
market?
off
It means
of
there's
it.
less
That's why I
loanable
like
funds, which guess what? When the
And
supply of loanable
investing
funds
in
shift
it-
left, guess
investing
what?
in it
There's a
helps the
real
economy.
interest
So
rate.
while
There's a real. Hold on. Okay. It's literally this simple. Okay, here's the loanable funds market. Okay, we raised the capital gains tax. Now there's less incentive to save, so I'm going to save less. All the billionaires are going to save less. Oh, what's this? The amount of loanable funds has decreased. Oh, the real interest rate, congratulations, has now increased. Okay, so what effects does a higher interest rate have? Well, you're going to decrease long-run economic growth because you're going to decrease the investment in capital stock. Like you're literally indirectly disincentivizing an increase in capital stock, which then decreases long-run growth. Like there's no that's just mechanistically what happens. There's no way to get around that. It's so. What's crazy? I don't think corporate taxes are even like that bad. I don't think capital gains taxes are even that bad. But everything in economics is about trade-offs, okay? You have to be at least be able to bite the bullet. And it's not even biting the bullet, it's just admitting facts. When you say like, oh, capital gains taxes decrease long-run economic growth. That's just true. Like that's just the case. Now, that trade-off can be worth it. There's a case where that trade-off is worth it. Absolutely. If like wealth inequality was at such a high margin, maybe it is worth it to reduce long-term economic growth a little bit to reduce inequality a lot. That could be the case. That could happen. That's this thing that can conceivably happen. Same thing with corporate taxes. Corporate taxes do decrease wages and they do increase prices for consumers. But if they increase inequality enough, then maybe that trade-off is worth it. That trade-off could be worth it, but it's just flat out wrong to say that there's zero tax incidence on workers for corporate taxes. Like
you would have to spend on that scale of logistics, it will. I would say it's likely not to be worth it. It might.
And
But-
honestly, I'd be more concerned about hunger in the U.S. than world hunger.
we got another voicemail from the drunk guy.
Chill up, bro. I'm not voting for Trump. No.
I don't know. He's insane to me, bro. I hate anyone who knows more about Biden being old than Trump's engaging in a fucking criminal conspiracy to overthrow the election. It's just insane to me. It's just like, look at this clip of Biden being old. Okay, do you know anything about January 6th? No. Do you know anything about what Trump did at all? No. But look at Biden being old. Okay, but the Democrats just coup Trump. So much for democracy. True. You mean Biden? Yeah, they did coup Biden. Dude, David Pakman did a funny tweet. If the election is going to be rigged, then why did Biden even have to drop out? Like, if the election were rigged, or even could be rigged, there'd be no reason for Biden to drop out, right? It's possible to cheat if the racing close. Impossible if there's going to be huge margins and many season play. If you still made an argument, you know that. I don't think 1-6 was a coup. Well, it was an attempted coup. It was an insurrection. They can't cheat hard. Oh, you know what's funny? Also, dude, I found this really funny when I was reading about some of the false elector stuff. Basically, two of Trump's associates who helped plan a lot of the Jan 6 and coordinated the fake elector stuff, literally, they met with Trump to discuss a memo that Chesbrough had written, Kenneth Chesbrough, which described a lot of the Jan 6 plan and like described Jan 6 as the real deadline. So they had a meeting December 16th, and then on December 19th, they text each other an article. Trump first called for protest on December 19th. He said, on December 19th, he said that we need to go protest the certification to vote on January 6th. I mean, he didn't phrase it like that, obviously, because it's way too fucking incriminating, but that's what he was doing. And then Chesbrough literally texted Troopus, wow, based on 3 days ago, I think we have a unique understanding of this. Based on 3 days ago when we told Trump about how to stop the certification to vote, I think we have a unique understanding of him calling protesters to protest the certification to vote. That was wild to me, dude. Yeah, December 16th, Troopus and Chesbrough meet with Trump and tell Troopus that there was zero hope of him winning Wisconsin. Chesbrough summarizes his November 18th memo where he identified January 6th as the real deadline for determining Wisconsin's electoral votes. Afterwards, Chesbrough and Troopus had traveled back to Wisconsin together, and then 3 days later, Troopus checked Chesbrough about Donald Trump's first call for protest on January 6th. Some of these texts are funny, dude. Some of the texts are just like comically evil because they're like, I think we need the Constitution on our side, which we don't have. I don't purport to know who fits into which category. I only know this will end badly for the president unless we have the Constitution on our side, and unless those states submit new slates of electors pursuant to state law, we do not. Oh, the Dominion Fox things are funny too, especially like Tucker Carlson talking about how he hates Trump and how he's like being close to not being able to not cover Trump anymore. He's wild. Hold on, where's the November 18th memo? And Troopus wrote this email and he, I thought Chesbrough wrote it. Troopus wrote it, Jim Troopus. I forget his exact position. And I think he sent it to Eastman. Or no, Eastman asked him. Or are they afraid of losing viewership to Newsmax? The January 6th hard deadline, the date with hard deadline, Jesus, I can't speak. The date with ultimate significance under federal law, as Justice Ginsburg aptly noted, is the 6th of January, the date set by blah, 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 which the Senate and the House determined the validity of electoral votes. That is the first date on which any electoral votes are actually counted. On that date, the 12th Amendment directs, quote, the President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and House of Representatives, open all certificates and votes shall be counted. Yeah, this is a memo that. Oh no, it's True Troopus from Chesbrough. I was right. Chesbrough did write it. For like 5 minutes we were talking about. Oh, we got on some of the Trump stuff. I forget exactly why we got on it, but we're just looking at some of the texts. Dude, it's so funny that that he'll text these people like 5 times and he gets like a 1-word response. Like, look, all of this, and then just, I hope we get the chance. Nothing but a court this morning. Trump's down bad. I bet. I mean, Hunter Biden was down bad, but now Biden's out, so.
Well, like pro-America, rah, 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 rah. You really disagree with us, like everything America's ever done. Are you sure? Like, you're pro-America, or it seems like you want to...
He means he's pro-America
something
in the
completely
specific
different.
year of 2005.
True.
Yeah, I think things were a lot better then than they are now.
Yeah,
I'm
and then
pro
also the
America right
union
now,
rates were
baby.
pretty
Come
high.
back.
Stock buyouts were pretty high. Stock payouts were pretty high. You know, comparatively to now. If you look at the productivity of Americans versus the wages, and then if you looked at how much, like a house was like 3 point, what is it like, or no, in
Oh my God.
2005 that was more like 5 times your wage or some shit. No, probably less. Probably 3.5 if I'm thinking correctly. So like 3.5 times your wage to be able to like buy a house. It's like 6 now. It's fucking ridiculous. All right. Your money just went. Also, inflation, right? Your money was just overall like stronger. Inflation was a big, thing that's
Yeah,
been
because
chipping away
money printer
Americans.
go brrr.
Yeah, money printer do go brr.
Based,
Fucking bad.
based.
Are you? What? Why is it based for the money printer to go burr?
Non-fun as a printer.
Prevents the paradox
printer
of thrift,
build.
baby. We probably printed a little bit too much money, but I mean, I think the trade-off is worth it.
Worth it
QE is
for
like
what?
I don't really like QE that much. It tends to increase inequality. I don't think it has that much of a stimulus effect, but
Simulates
yeah.
stock market. But that's all I refer to as money printing, not government spending, not fiscal spending.
I just want what's best for America, and history has told us that wealth inequality not good for America. Americans not having access to
Not good for any
cheap,
countries.
affordable healthcare, not good. Americans not able to get into school, not good. Americans not being able to afford house and build equity and have stability and being able to start saving money, not fucking good. Just these things are not fucking good. Low union wage.
Oh, now if you want to go to the housing thing, I agree completely with busting up monopolies like BlackRock. Fine, yeah, I'm 100% behind that.
I just want to like real quick.
I
Like
mean,
we did a
as a private landlord, they're detrimental to me too. So fuck BlackRock and all that shit.
Like because of the stimulus we did, like American savings increased dramatically. Household debt, at least in aggregate, has gone down. Now a lot of that could be disaggregated and probably went up for millennials and decreased for boomers. Because boomers are higher. Reduce people's debt, probably, huh? The prime age employment population ratio is at like all-time
What
highs.
stimulus what stimulus you're referring to?
I would say like the big three bills. I forget what all of them called. The American Rescue Plan was under Biden, and then Trump had 2 COVID stimulus bills too. And
I think
maybe
those are
maybe the Inflation Reduction Act as well.
There's very hit and miss. There's so much giveaway. There's insane fucking. I don't know what a forgivable loan is. There's these two words that they don't seem to make sense together. But and just to hand them out just
Yeah, it
willy
means
nilly
we hand
to
you out money and we'll
$100
never
million
ask for it fucking back.
companies.
What the
Yeah,
doing
it
the
would
PPP
only the
loans?
richest companies get it. Fucking forgivable
Well, if
loans
we hadn't
to
fucked over our damn economy, we wouldn't have to give out stimulus.
Daddy, chill. Thank you for the follow.
No, but I mean that was all like I didn't love that stuff, but the effects of the Federal Reserve turning on the printer to the tune of, God knows it was like a $3 trillion in a year, was it? Whatever it was or whatever. Like that's why we have mostly having inflation now. And what's
Yeah,
scary
but I think
about
that
that?
trade-off was worth it. Like inflation was at
What
10%.
trade-off?
The trade-off to not having the economy collapse
We
and
should have
having
just
low
not
unemployment and
fucked our
having high
economy
GDP
by
growth.
We are
should have
having
not
a low-
fucked our economy by doing lockdowns like fucking.
Hold on. There's no. Why would you turn on the printer during a non-business cycle related downturn? Everything is closing. Everything's shutting off. People aren't going out. If there's going to be a
people
fucking
are unemployed.
slowdown. Oh no. Okay. Yes. Sending
There
out
was a negative
helping
demand shock.
unemployment checks.
So we tried to stabilize demand.
Everything. Hold on. Focus. Yes. The helping them from fiscal responsibility, but turning on the money printer did only one meaningful thing, and that is to bail out the fucking financial markets. That's the
It was
only
the
thing
biggest
it
wealth
did.
transfer in
The
American
money
history.
The money didn't go anywhere else because there wasn't places for it to go. People weren't fucking investing. People weren't expanding. Everything was closing down, and they turned on the printer for just to save rich people's money that they think they have in the stock market.
I mean, some of the QE stuff I'm gonna mostly agree with you on, but I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, ultimately, like, it would be bad for American people if some of the rich people did lose a lot of their money. Like, if stocks all went down, like, there would have been a pretty negative effect that would
hold
have
the
trickled down.
stock markets as a hostage and on the American dollar. Like, and at this point, looking at like how much your was it like a revenue per share, or I forget what multiplier, whatever it is, like the amount of like the revenue that your share gets per how much you paid for it or whatever. But basically, you're paying more and more for less and less in like the last 20 years. Like, it is more and more just the greatest fool theory. Just there's hardly the difference between what you pay for a stock and what it's actually worth. Like, so Elon and thinks he has, you know, I don't know how Elon has like 80. I don't know whatever it is. Let's say it's 30 billion. It doesn't matter. Some rich motherfucker thinks they have 20 billion, but it's all in stock, so it's not really there. And then the stock market crashes, and no one's paying for that anymore. And then it drops what 15-20% in 2 weeks. And that's every rich motherfucker in America just lost 20% of the wealth, but they never really had that wealth.
No, it's
they never really
season,
fucking
so
had it.
forget
They
about
just had
saving, get it straight out of your head. Like I said,
they had a
in
chart
the
that says
long
you could
run,
maybe
we're
sell
all
some of it
dead.
right now for that
Savings
amount,
is
but they never
destruction.
really
That's the
fucking had
paradox
that
of
amount.
thrift. Don't keep
So then the
money in
fucking
your
stock
pocket
market
so that
fucking
growth will
crashes,
never live,
and then
because
they get all fucking
business
upset
is
because they
driven by
think
the
they just
animal
lost
spirits,
20%
the
of the
bull
wealth.
and the
Really
bear,
ever
and there's
their wealth,
reasons
but
to fear it.
and then printer goes burr, bails them all out, injects insane amount of money into the markets, and average Americans pay the bill via inflation.
But average Americans are also given a lot of money too, right?
Which, yeah, well, for fiscally, I'm fine with that. I think that helping Americans who are not working or whatever, yeah, I think, and I generally support like bottom up. Like, how do you stimulate the economy? Most you give poor people money and they fucking spend it. So that
Rich
works a
people
lot better,
hold
in my opinion, than fucking quote unquote trickle down voodoo economics.
I think I floated this to you before, Casey. I know that you've been a little bit favorable to socializing certain things that are very, very, very core stuff. I think you even floated internet at one point, if like a list of things that you think.
Yeah, internet.
Okay, I've said this, that if there's one economic change, if we have fucking capitalism for everything else, I think the one thing we should at least subsidize, socialize, whatever the fuck, should be housing.
Correct. Public works, digging ditches for has the same
Right
effect.
now,
Even a broken
like,
window helps the glass man have some
50% of
wealth.
people's income, and if you free that up, then everything else could fucking work. You could start your businesses. You can fucking pay for your schools. You have a place to live. You won't gonna be on the streets. It would prevent fucking. It would lower crime rates, which would lessen the burden on people. It would drop property prices. It would be stopping use as an investment vehicle.
It
like,
is Dr.
it's
Seuss.
just
That's
the one
right.
thing. Like, I would literally everything else could be fucking capitalist
Interest rate
if we just
policy
give people
tanks a
houses, or at
liquidity
least
trap.
access
That
to
new money
cheap,
stuck in the
affordable
banks.
houses
I get the big one.
This could be the cure you've been looking for.
Oh, you get the big
I
one.
think I disagree. I mean, that's fuck this house.
I didn't say everything. You don't have to fucking. So when you
Glad
hear
we just look
socialize,
up
you think
coconut tree.
socialize
I know, I know.
100% of everything. I'm just saying, if we just built, like, you know, in fucking Bangkok,
cookie
those
cutter
big ass fucking skyscraper condos that they build that are like $250 a month. If we just built a shit ton of that, right? And we're like, all right, here you go. Like $250 a month, you get a fucking furnished apartment. It's going to be like 400 square feet.
Modest now.
There it is.
Modesty.
This was,
now I'm taking
taxes
a
went to
bow.
this.
Say
This
it
is the
loud.
starting
Say it
area.
proud.
You
We're all
can build your
Keynesians
wealth
now.
and then move into bigger houses,
Best
or
rap
like,
song ever
build a
made.
business, or like
Not even close.
use the money that you're making from jobs as a.
I'm gonna make one of these, but I'm gonna go biased towards Keynes because this one's biased towards Hayek.
Real savings come first if you want to invest. The
Market coordinates time with interest. You focus on stimulus will make things worse. Keynesian business cycle better. Not even close. Not even close. Not even close, guys. What even is a natural rate of interest, bro? You're telling me I don't play that back holder to hurt a dope time? I think I closed it. The Hierarch's bars do go way harder because, like I said, the song's biased towards Hierarch.
All that we're left with is debt and a bunch. If you're living high on that cheap credit hog, don't look for a cure from the hair of the dog. Real savings come first if you want to invest. The market coordinates time with interest. Your focus on spending is pushing on thread. In the long run, my friend, it's your theory that's dead. So sorry there, buddy, if that sounds like invective. Prepare to
Here to get schooled in my Austrian perspective. Not even right. Plucking model, goat. This is Keynes' theory, basically, kind of. Recession predicts recovery. Pretty solid correlation. It's at least way better than boom predicts recession, which is Hayek's. It's the Austrian business model, which is when the Fed sets the natural rate of interest. When the Fed sets the rate below the natural rate of interest, an artificial boom is created that will inevitably create a bust. Doesn't seem that true. Fuck yo, natural rates. The fault in R stars. Problems in policy making based on natural rates. Which, I mean, natural rates probably exist to some extent, but it doesn't make sense to do policy based off of them, in my opinion, my humble opinion. Anyway.
$2,000 a month? Fuck yeah, bro. Stream
that's jack shit, you know.
That one fucking holy shit, that's what I fucking make after paying all my fucking bills and shit, and that's if I have nothing come up. Fuck yeah, bro. I'll do it. I'll fucking do it.
But that's also pre-tax too.
It says after tax 18 something. What was that? 1873?
Yeah, that's probably about right if I had to guess. I don't know. I
that was better than almost all of my life. I've barely broke past that, like barely, and it's a little over that.
I just know that a lot of the guys in my squadron, the enlisted guys, got fucked over by car dealerships because their incomes were so terrible.
All car people that work around them and with them are not good people, in my experience.
Well, they get extremely predatory around military bases. They're really bad. They'll give fucking some fresh-faced kid fresh out of boot and out of their all their training and shit. They'll give them a brand new car at only 22% interest. Yeah, exactly.
All right, guys. I'll get going. Thank you for the conversation. Have a good
I
day.
appreciate you for stopping by.
Thanks
I
for
think
being
this
here.
was your first time in stream, right?
Yeah, I found
this
you
one,
through
yeah.
I was on
He's talked to
non-fun
me
stream.
before, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
well.
it's a really nice Discord. I'm hoping I'll be popping in from time
Yeah, I
to time.
appreciate you, man. Yeah, this is
Right.
something that we're trying to build, but a little neutral place to not get discriminated off of like political belief, religious belief, race, ethnicity, anything like that. Only breaking like basically TOS or laws will get you banned.
I respect that immensely because I've been banned from a couple really left-wing Twitch streamers for
Yes,
just
same.
saying who I am.
I am a fucking communist, and I was banned for being a communist in a communist stream the other day. So the question I literally asked, all I asked was, what country has the best communist party? And to that, I was told I'm a conservative, CUCK, and that I am bad faith, and that I'm not genuine, and that it was a bait question, and then they banned me and told me to go fuck myself.
Free speech for the win. I respect you for actually letting people say what they believe in. All right.
We've only
peace.
yeah we all right. Bye. Have a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only people we banned in here so far has been 2 people. One person sexually harassed a mod, and then the other person posted a link calling for violence to shoot immigrants in America, and then posted another Nazi propaganda video talking about how immigrants up to 3rd generation should be rounded up and forced to leave or shot by the U.S. Marshal. So it's
It
like,
wasn't-
that's
It wasn't a mod of mine, was it?
no, it was not Shangang. It was a person called Legate knows him. Legate, if you're in the stream, no, Clockwork Orange or something like that.
Oh,
Clockwork.
Clockwork. Yeah, he's a
Clockwork.
legit Nazi.
Yeah, Glockwork. Yeah, fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. Like, I mean, I get mad at Nader sometimes, but I actually really respect you, Nader. And anytime I get upset with you, it's politics.
Oh
is-
yeah,
is
absolutely.
But
We have
I respect
very
it.
opposite views politically, and that's okay.
Yeah.
We don't have to get to agree to get along and get along as people, you know. Plus, who else do you know that's crazy enough to drive into tornadoes voluntarily?
Not too many people.
No.
I would drive near a tornado. I don't think I would drive into one.
Oh, I would be scared to be like just like turn your way, do it. I was scared. I would always drive the other way. It's my rule. Although I've never actually seen one. So
I mean, come right along with me. I'll get you inside one.
I'm not the thrill-seeking type. I'm quite the opposite. Quite the opposite.
I don't know if I want to be in one though. Like, especially for my first
Be
time. That
in
seems like rushing. You know.
Well, my truck is built for that, right? It's not like
I
I'm just
get it.
driving into it. And
You have
so
a
I want to be at a
tornado-proof
safe
truck?
difference.
I don't know.
I want to be at a safe difference.
I have a yeah, it's armored and it has spikes that drive into the ground.
Interesting.
I
don't
built it
know.
based
I've
on
seen
a couple
some
other
shit, bro.
guys had the armored trucks.
I have seen those people that fly the plane into hurricanes.
Yeah, I would love to do
I
that.
don't know,
Oh my
bro.
god, I would get an erection so quick.
I already am like borderline fucking ready to shit myself on regular planes. Like I was coming in from a funeral that I had to attend in my hometown, and I flew back.
They're selling
to the
dollars
town
for
I'm currently
93
living in,
cents.
and we
How
hit
is
this
Michelle
fucking
Obama?
really dense like cloud.
Second,
and it
Michelle
fucking
Obama doesn't want it. She's
shook
not going
up
to
the
do it.
entire plane. And while
Newsom
I know
is
in my
more
head
likely than fucking.
that
I guess
the only
Newsom already
way a
endorsed
plane
Kamala.
is really
but-
going to come down in modern day is out of fucking pretty much incompetence on the pilot. It's still like
Everyone
fucking
buy
shook,
no
like,
on
everything.
Michelle
Even that,
Obama.
what
This
you
is
think
financial
heavy
advice.
turbulence
Bet
is
all your money on it.
basically
It's free
light,
money.
maybe moderate.
Yeah, I'm a bitch when
I
it comes to
guarantee
flying,
you,
dude.
you have never experienced heavy.
The Dems are still going to
Okay,
lose.
that's
Do you really
not true
think that?
because I flew out
I don't
of
think
the
we're that
back
screwed.
door in
People
Japan.
keep saying
So,
like
like,
we're fucked.
No,
Like, I
you've
don't think it's.
You've never experienced.
To be clear, I don't think we're in a great situation. I'm not very confident, but like I'm not. Well, that's the thing. I'm not very confident. Like I'm not very confident either way. I think it's basically like a 30-70, 30 for Kamala / whoever the Democratic nominee is. Nobody likes Kamala. I mean, people don't like her about as much as Biden. I don't know. We'll see. People also really don't like Trump. She's more unpopular than Biden? Not from the polls. From the polls I've seen, she's basically tied or slightly more popular.
You look like Joe Biden.
No, I need some ideas for like, oh, this person is like GUI looks good. I can copy things good. I'm a good thief. I'm a good thief. Got a good GUI. Got that UI going.
But speaking
Still
of,
want Casey to make me an avatar for live streams of a talking tornado.
a talking tornado, that would be kind of cool.
Oh,
It should be. It should look kind of like the art style of like the talking DNA strand from Jurassic Park.
Picturing something like just a tornado with like just some aviators like in the middle somewhere.
Right, exactly.
Hey kids, today we're gonna fly right into it or drive right into a tornado. You know, tornadoes never scared me growing up because I didn't realize how fucking destructive those bastards are. Like I was like, it never bothered me because of where I lived and grew up. There was like tornadoes basically didn't actually exist. But I saw this video of a tornado that was like ripping through an Amazon warehouse, and I listened to like some of the phone calls of the people that knew they were gonna die, and ever since then, that's kind of just like left an imprint in my brain.
Biggest one that got me was I chased the Joplin, Missouri tornado.
Chat, would you?
Right into
Chat, I'm just
Joplin
asking.
And pulling people out of their homes and stuff, it really hit me, and that's when I started. I actually carry a trauma kit.
I'm just curious, like, would you like?
Because
you got some sort of super porn?
A lot of times, we as chasers are on scene before even first responders can get there. So I took a first aid course, a basic urban search and rescue course, and then built a trauma kit that I keep in my truck.
Oh, you know what? I did forget. I did go through the a ride at Disneyland. It's called Twister. Yeah, probably
I know what
similar.
you're talking about. By the way, if anybody is interested, I'm playing video of North Korea.
Oh, also,
getting
I sent something in the chat. I'm just curious, just that picture of Kamala Harris when she was like 30 years old. I'm just curious of our opinions on just if you guys would or not.
Yes, would.
She looks so much more black. Is that right?
She does, yeah.
I don't know. She has Indian features. Like she still. She
Maybe
actually
not,
looks
but-
to me. She looks
but in
more
this
black. In this, she looks Indian, more Indian.
And
She looks like this girl Rashki that I used to
I
know.
wouldn't. I can't do the short hair thing. No.
I think the short hair actually looks super good on her like this.
I think I would.
I fucking would once, twice, and 3 times. She would get a first and a second term, and we'd push the for a third.
We're gonna amend the Constitution.
They'd be short terms.
Oh, wait a second. I see a. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
Casey, what do you think about the deficit?
Deficit, just generally, it's not. I mean, you could have a deficit. It's fine, but then there's a limit to where it's not fine, and we're getting pretty close to that at this point. What is it? It's something like 30%, maybe more, like of tax revenue goes to servicing the debt.
Yeah, just the
Like,
interest
it's-
payments.
it's-
Yeah.
At some point, and I feel like we're getting near the point, like where that's bad times.
Yeah.
Yarg.
I don't really care.
And also,
that
it's like,
much
what are we spending it on?
about? Oh well, yeah. I don't care that much about the deficit, but yeah, I think when we're paying literally 30% of tax revenue just to finance a deficit, it's probably not a good thing.
That's why I was saying we need to cut out some of that fucking bureaucracy that we're spending that money on.
We need to increase taxes, but only on the good things like land and a destination-based cash flow tax and or
Need to
value-added tax
Do
or
nothing
Bradford X
with
tax.
taxes. We need to cut a lot of federal agencies that are redundant and extra bureaucracy. but we also need to
True.
raise military spending.
We should cut a lot of our welfare spending and give people a negative income tax.
We should definitely cut a lot of our welfare spending. I agree with that.
Bros, we're the richest fucking country in the world. The fucking wealth inequality is going up. What are you?
Well, I mean, I'm just saying a negative income tax and or UBI would probably be more efficient to give poor people money than a lot of our current welfare systems.
What about a UBS?
Well, that is what our welfare system tries to be, basically. But
Does it?
Universal basic sex, federally backed sex coupons. Is that what
Hey,
you're
that's
saying?
only in the Netherlands. I don't know. Universal basic services seems like a little bit better than a UBI, though. I think the one problem is that with the UBS compared to UBI is that the UBI money could be used to maybe like start like a side business or something that could be very productive. And UBS, you don't really have the opportunity to start a business, but then you could just argue, well, the money saved from a UBS and the stability brought by a UBS would allow you to be able to reallocate the money that you're making into businesses and actually have the time and resources to fully invest in creating business or side projects. What, Kesaya? Casey, I didn't hear you.
The only way I would be able to get behind
I think you
any kind of
can.
UBI
Are
or
you in the
UBS is
neutral
if we
water server?
completely eliminated every other welfare system in existence as it is.
I would agree. That's what Andrew Yang was
Completely
proposing.
eliminate all of it.
Andrew
Every
Yang
last
basically
follow
said
back.
fucking wipe
I
it
can do
all
that.
and just do like $1,000.
I knew that was you. I should have done it. It was my bad.
Okay.
He'll probably vet you.
And I
You
think
have to
that,
join like one
that
of the
was
waiting
supposed
rooms.
to be like off of like taxing the use of AI and automating away jobs. So it solved two problems.
No, I didn't say anything about raising taxes. If you can do it with existing taxes and eliminate all the welfare, I'd get behind it.
I mean,
If
that's
you
not
have to
gonna
raise
matter with
taxes, I'm not going to back.
you kind of have to, tax the use of AI. Yeah, I mean, like, or you're gonna be fucked. It's almost essential. Like, AI is getting so good that it's going to be a replacement of both lower class jobs, middle class jobs, and upper class jobs all in one. Like, what do you do
What social
when you
safety net
start
do you-
seeing huge swaths of like entire industries just fucking disappearing? But then what happens when you just see huge percentages? Like, even if like 20% of jobs disappear in like the next 5 years, that's going to be such a huge economic crisis just on the horizon for us. And they're already predicting that the technology that we have will hit the level of being able to replace 50% of jobs in just a few years. So what the fuck does that do for us? Like, how do we combat that? I just don't see any other way than like taxing AI use and doing a
Oh.
UBI system with that money.
Well, you're talking about raising other taxes too.
No, I
mean,
don't think you
AI
need to raise other taxes.
AI is a new thing. So implementing a new tax on a new thing, I don't think is necessarily a bad thing.
Well, yeah, that's what I said. I didn't talk about.
But if
raising
you're
the
talking
taxes on
about
anything else.
raising any other taxes to pay UBI, nope, absolutely not.
Also,
what,
Mercury
I've-
been real quiet in the corner over there.
True. I think AI is trained on humanity, and I think AI, therefore, should pay dividends to humanity.
Based, holy shit, that's the most uncapitalist thing you fucking said all day.
That's not really that uncapitalist, but
No, but you had a heart for a second, so.
true.
No, but seriously, I agree with you on that. Is that it's like the information economy. They're being it's so fucked up because it's being trained on all of our data just to fucking replace us. And the economy doesn't work that way.
I was doubtful. I'll be honest with you, because he's a very, very
literally
stubborn
breaks
man.
the
It
economic
is not like
model
being
we
pushed out.
currently have.
But with the new
So
polls
if we
that
don't
emerged over
fucking
the weekend,
solve the AI problem soon, we're pretty much fucked.
Are you in a Sarah localist party? You can. No, I don't think you are, but. You can join, and then I think there's
So
waiting
what do you
rooms.
have to say, Mercury? Come on, what are you cooking up over there?
I was gonna ask if Nader's a libertarian. Or if he's just like a conservative.
I am. I guess I'm a mixed libertarian and neocon.
Okay, in like what ways? Do you like neocons ideas of
I'm
government?
very
or-
American interventionalist and American exceptionalist. I feel like we should be intervening overseas as long as it's in American interests, and doing whatever is in the best American interests overseas. But my domestic policy is much more libertarian.
Okay, so I take it that you're not a big fan of taxation, like at all.
Minimal tax is necessary.
Okay, that's more of a easier position. Well, not an easier position, but like a more well-rounded position. Because not taxation is kind of stupid. To be fair.
I mean, we need some level of taxes, but I don't think that there's a lot of unnecessary taxing going on. Or at least there's a lot of unnecessary government going on that costs us more taxes, right? We cut a lot of the government spending out with a lot of the entitlement programs and fucking bureaucracies and shit like that. You could do a lot more with the tax money we're already bringing in.
What would you invest it in, like back into the market?
But what do you mean? No, I wouldn't invest it back in the market. I mean, the government should stay out of the market. The money that the government would save on what they're spending, I would put it towards things like infrastructure. I'm fine with subsidizing nuclear power. I think we should increase military spending.
Increase?
Yes, increase. The world is now becoming more unstable.
I mean, don't you think that you could cut military spending just a little bit to
Nope,
kind of
absolutely
put it
not.
back into the
We need
market?
to increase. We need to increase military.
Do you think
spending, not
there's
decrease.
like a lot of price gouging going on? Like, there's all these videos of Congress members holding bolts, and they're like, Lockheed Martin charges us $1,000 for these bolts that are sold in the private market
No,
for $10.
I don't, because what people don't realize is a lot of that quote unquote overspending or overcharging are ways to funnel funds into black projects that are off the books, such as when we developed stealth technology.
Oh.
Things like that. So yes, that's where that money is coming from or going to. DARPA projects, a lot of R&D, that kind of thing.
I think there's also, I don't know, like there's a lot of contracts that are done on a cost plus basis, so the company doesn't really have an incentive to decrease costs, because any added cost is just extra money for them.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said for revising some of how contracts are done. I think there's room for improvement in that area.
And then I know Lockheed Martin specifically has like offices in a lot of important congressional districts that they kind of try to use as leverage for congressmen. I don't know. I think we should probably keep our military spending growing. Yeah.
Yeah, if the world was not becoming more chaotic and dangerous, I would agree with possibly cutting some military spending, but The world's going the opposite direction of that. So
I want
last
NATO
thing we
to
wanna do is
increase their spending.
reduce.
The only leftist
They
to
are.
say it.
They
fuck
are.
it.
They
I want
are
all of them.
increasing their
Yeah.
spending.
Yeah.
Nah, we got a
Yeah.
comparative advantage in military spending, bro. They don't need to increase it. We can subsidize
have
them.
allies for a
based-
reason. It's time to fucking use our allies, and I think it's time to free the Japanese military. Let the rising sun rise again. Let's do it. Wake the sleeping dragon. Let's fucking do.
I kind of agree with that because that would be a good balance against China.
Exactly. I mean, they're already low key
And
gearing up
China's
for
our
war.
number one enemy in the world right now. Russia's right pretty close, but China's our number one primary potential threat.
I disagree. I think the number one enemy is the United States politicians, then China.
True. It's Donald J. Trump.
I don't think he's the worst. I think it's our Supreme Court. I think it's basically every single congressman and congresswoman, and I think it's if you look at the S&P 500, just take that and take the board of directors. There you go. Those are the enemies of America and democracy and freedom and peace and prosperity. Those fuckers right there.
About the Supreme Court.
What about the Supreme? Hello? Who?
Tyranny.
Oh, hello, Localist Party.
Yo, what up?
Who's Localist Party? Not fun.
Long time chatter.
Yeah.
Localist pilled. Big fan of
Very
subsidiarity.
The Supreme Court's pretty fucking based right now.
Now,
Only because it's going your way. I'm sure that you would be bitching and complaining if Biden was the one that packed it, because they would have
That's
been able
why
to
I
fuck their
said
gun
right
rights.
now it's pretty
I know.
based.
But shouldn't you
I
be
mean-
like, hey, maybe a system where sometimes I win and sometimes I extremely get fucked, and like there is no like in between. Like it's not a system we should be going off of. Like it's literally a coin toss. Like fuck the Supreme Court. Fuck these fuckers that come in with no code of ethics and can take straight up bribes and can hold very biased political agendas and clearly are going to vote one way, whether it is how our Constitution reads or not, whether that is what legal theory has established or not. They'll fucking make up
I
whatever the
remember
fuck
the
they want to
immunity
make
one
up.
and 14th Amendment one.
Whether
and
it's
there's-
Democrat or Republican, they're going to get in there and they're going to do what's best for their guy that put them in there and what's good for their fucking money, their politics, and their party. And we have no counter to this. There is no term limit other than fucking death and stepping down. So, no term limits, no code of ethics, and no sort of representation. It would be different if we voted them in kind of like we vote a president in, and it was like every 10 years or something we hold an election, right? And
Yeah,
we go
effective
through like an
participation.
electoral.
I mean, yeah, like effective participation in the Supreme Court. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Also,
it's so
Justice
fucked up.
fucking Sotomayor should retire. She's fucking 70 years old. We don't know if we're ever going to get a Trump nominee. She should retire right now and let Biden put a Supreme Court justice in. She should do it. We messed up with RGV. We can't do it again. Okay.
Well, the problem with the Supreme Court is that no matter if it's left or right, it always pushes towards centralization. It always pushes towards nationalization.
He's local pilled.
And also, they have too much power. They can just expand federal power, and states can't resist it, even if it's unconstitutional, which is unconstitutional because we're nullification billed.
They're the
Oh,
weak
yeah,
link.
he's nullification
Let's get rid
code too.
They're the weak fucking link. I don't think I used to be full abolish of the Supreme Court, but I think we don't need to abolish it. We could just put in a lot of counters to it.
Well, all the Supreme Court, the only reform that needs to be made is that they can't uphold laws, only strike down.
Jesus,
It
Anna
is.
K, your video just showed North Korea is still using fucking MiG-15s. Holy fuck.
I don't know if
Dude,
this
it's
is what
sick
they're
as
using.
fuck. How
It
many
looks like
pills
a,
is he taking?
It looks like it's a museum.
Well, there was a museum, but there were also a couple on the ramp when they were taxiing.
And maybe they are still using it. I don't
Jesus Christ. Holy shit.
So who are you voting for, localist party?
Probably Trump.
The man who really wants to decentralize the government?
Well, he's probably more friendly towards nullification than like any president.
And that's all you care about. Okay.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Lots of first-time chatters today. Just like 2020, the election is all about Trump. Those who are voting for Trump won't change their minds no matter who's on the ballot. Those who are voting against Trump will vote most viable candidate that isn't Trump. This might not be true depending on who the nominee is. I might actually, if they pick the right nominee, vote based on who the fucking nominee is. They have a few options that have my attention. Do I think that, any of them are viable? Maybe one or two, but like there is definitely options now where I would feel comfortable voting for a Democratic candidate. So maybe for once, maybe.
You were talking about Buttigieg earlier.
Yeah.
And I know some of the stuff seemed okay, but I just like it. I know the game. I know the game. This motherfucker, he's a no.
Also,
he's
Andy Beshear. Andy Beshear,
the
he's the
the lockdown king. Okay.
He's the Democratic governor of Kentucky. Pretty fucking loved. Won against the Republican incumbent in his state, and generally holds a pretty high polling rate with both Republicans and Democrats. I think that in a time where we're going against Trump and a divided Republican Party, somebody like him who has proven that he can make way with Republicans and appease Democrats, it would be.
If I never heard of him, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, months. No good. You gotta be someone at least I've heard of.
But I think that not hearing about a person might actually be better than hearing about a person in this election. Like, I would honestly, if you just told me a random person will be selected from the United States, if you vote for this, like, it's a blank candidate, you vote blank, it'll be a random person selected in the United States versus
that
Donald
person
Trump.
would be better than most Democrats.
Vote for me for president 2024, okay?
Sure.
My
Wait, no,
domestic
no.
my foreign policy, fuck you. My domestic policy, get money and fuck bitches. Okay?
True.
That's it. Pretty simple platform. If I wake up in the morning, you don't have my goddamn coffee ready, you better get me Air Force One, because I have time to blow some shit up right fucking now, okay? Just saying. Vote.
There it is. Nader 24.
We just need a political candidate that will go in and just say, I will do absolutely nothing. I will sign no legislation. I will pass no. I'll say just no to everything, pretty much. There was a president like that a while ago. Forgot who it was. Let me see. President that did literally nothing. Let's find him.
And everybody talks about, the politicians never fight the wars.
President Coolidge.
No, my Air Force One is going to be a
Calvin
fucking
Coolidge.
F-22 with B-61 tactical nuclear weapons, okay? When I say get me my Air Force One, I want to blow some shit up. I mean, I want to blow some shit up, not tell somebody else to do it, okay?
Wasn't there a
I don't know if
president
they'll let you do that.
who died 6 days into his term or something of pneumonia? Didn't he give a long speech at his inauguration and then he died 6 days later or something?
Coolidge? No, that wasn't Coolidge.
President
that was
long
that
speech. Pneumonia. I don't know how to spell pneumonia.
My favorite president is William Henry Harrison. He was the president that I can't make that joke anymore after the recent assassination attempt, but he's the president that I feel did what was best for the American people. I'll put it that way. But the other president was Calvin Coolidge. Pointed out in the political genius of President Coolidge, Walter Lippmann, pointed out in 1926 was that his talent for effectively doing nothing, the active inactivity, suits the mood and is certain of the needs of the country admirably. Fucking based. We need a Calvin Coolidge. Let's do it. Or we need another William Henry Harrison.
Yeah. He died a month into his term.
Yes, sir. Best president that's ever fucking existed.
Or James
Yeah,
Apparently-
listen, Biden could have died a month into his term, but
He could have.
he pushed him out.
I think he did mentally.
I think he died like 4 years ago.
Yeah, he's been brain dead for a while.
Then there are those like yourself for whom a second Trump presidency is tolerable enough that it would depend on who the nominee is. The fuck? Damn, bro. The liberals are out tonight, Casey.
Yo,
You're not the first or the second group. You're in the third group for whom it matters who the Democrat put up. Can you imagine what would happen if Trump wins, but then Biden used those new powers the Supreme Court gave the presidency to declare him an enemy of the state or some
True.
such? As long as it's an official act, he can't get in trouble for it. You know Ringtail? I do know Ringtail. Ringtail is one of my friends. We're pretty close friends. Welcome in, Jahostin 012 TV. How you doing? Oh, damn. Damn. Why you got to do that, man? Casey, you're a mod in my chat, and you're not here doing the things that need to be done. Someone just doxed another streamer in my chat. I deleted it. Fuck. So many violations today.
So why you should make me a mod, because then I'll eliminate everybody.
I
think
am
that's
not
wrong.
opposed to you being a mod in my stream.
I actually do okay as a mod.
I wouldn't be opposed. I've seen what you've done in Gorp's. I've seen what you've done in Gorp's chat, and it's pretty good work.
Yeah,
Oh shit.
I basically let anything go.
I think my phone
until
died.
it gets
Uh-oh. Give me a second.
borderline on toss, right?
Yeah, that's basically.
Oh,
yeah,
shoot.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
kind of
give me a
how,
second.
and that's how I've run my stream in the past too.
How often do you feel like you'd be around for political conversation?
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. Much more so when the weather changes to being more cold out. Right now, I don't.
Okay, you'll have to give me a
it's hard
second.
to tell because, like, right now I'm available.
I can
but
get it working again
in
in
a
like
couple weeks,
a minute.
I'm
Oh wait,
going back
maybe I can
out
get it
to
working again right now.
plains, right? To get back to chasing. So it varies by time of year and just how busy I am with other stuff.
Fire. Okay, it might be a little worse quality now, but
Oh, by the way, I learned something very interesting, guys. Immigration in a lot of Southeast Asian countries is just a bribe scheme. They legalized bribery. If you can pay them enough money, you can fucking leave the country.
base.
Nader, I'll accept you being a mod for if you will let me stick a broom handle up my ass to salute you, then I'll accept you to be my mod.
Sure, you can.
Base.
Feel free to stick a broom handle up your
That's
ass.
that was not me saying that, by the way. That was a comment chatter. I want to make that
I
clear.
mean, if you want to put a
wanna
broom
make
handle
that
up
Actually, a
your
little
ass,
here, or
Ted,
at least I wouldn't pass
you
the
know.
woke purity test. Good one, bro.
if you really want to put a broom handle up your ass, you're more than welcome.
What's the woke purity test? Let's look it up. Let's go. Woke purity test. I'm taking it. Woke purity test.
It's like
Is
that
there-
shit too. Why not?
Do we have a woke purity test? There has to be one. I'm just gonna type woke test. Woke test.
Man.
Let's go. Okay.
I still have the tanky test written down. I gotta
Yeah,
make
I
it
would
into some sort of
definitely- I
form.
would definitely fail this one.
All right, let's see. Pointing out that other cultures don't have gay or trans rights is just another way of perpetuating the oppressive status quo. Let me just say I disagree.
What?
Hierarchies are necessary to maintain order and prevent anarchy. Disagree.
Yes.
I believe
Agree.
that. You want me to link this for you?
No. Yeah, sure. Why
Okay.
not? Fuck it.
Here, I'll put it in chat. All of you can follow along. Hola, soy K. Today, we're going to be taking the woke test.
Yo. Yeah.
All right, sorry. I was just messaging. Beck. Prevent anarchy? No, pro-anarchy. There we fucking go. All right. I believe that given the same socioeconomic conditions, all groups of people would have the same average IQ. Oh, yeah, relatively, probably. In a conflict, one should always amplify the voices of marginalized so that they have equal representation. In a conflict, one should always amplify the voice of the marginalized so that they have equal representation.
That flies in the face. Equal representation.
In a conflict, one should always amplify the it depends on what they mean by this. So I'm like interpreting this in two different ways. This either means that you value the voice of marginalized people more, or it means that you platform them so they're actually heard and seen by people. I'm going to stay neutral on it because I don't know what they mean. Women and minorities cannot truly be themselves while they live in a society run by white men. Disagree. I'm a strong disagree. So-called free markets are inherently coded to favor white men. Not anymore, but that's how they were fucking made, so I'm neutral. Transitional gender roles are largely determined by natural evolution and or higher power. No. If you let unproductive people think they're special, you're giving them an incentive to not improve. Yes, but I'm scared of what they mean by like unproductive. Using brain imaging or genomic sequencing to legitimize race or gender stereotypes can never be scientifically justified. Wait, no, wait, can never be can never be scientifically justified. Okay. We are all citizens of the world and should be allowed to live where we want to create a more just and equitable world. People of color are oppressed by white beauty standards in our society. Not really anymore. A welcoming immigration policy is a moral imperative, as all nations have a responsibility to protect those seeking refuge and opportunity. Okay, we have the most to learn from people who are the most oppressed. There are only two genders. Oh boy. In this day and age, the patriarchy is largely a myth.
I am not woke. 17.97%.
That's quick. Damn, bro, went through 32
neutral
questions.
on the
hella
woke
fast.
questions. 45%.
The conception that a real man is tough and daring should be replaced by the conception a real man is caring and compassionate. I mean, why can't it be fucking both, bro? I'm putting neutral because, like, it should be both. In general, all indigenous ways of knowing are marred by subjective and bias, lacking of... What the fuck? Since women compromise half of the
I can't wait to see Destiny when Trump wins the election. If Trump wins the election, I'm probably going to be like, oof, that really sucks. Pretty shitty that he won. Yeah, wow. I'll talk about this for the next 4 years. When Biden won the election, you guys tried to overthrow the government because you were
anybody who is not white.
Yeah, right.
Because your assholes have been so
disagree on that.
expanded
I mean, I
by
saw
Daddy
him the
Trump
other
and the
day
conservatives
saying they
hyping you up. There was no
19.
possible way. You were going to have a 50-state landslide. You can't really use that argument
did
anymore.
say
You understand that, right? After
I
January
said
6th, you kind
today,
of have
too.
completely lost the ability to say, I didn't have the election, you're going to be deranged. You
Anybody
fucking
who is not a
retards still
white
don't
male
believe the
is
results of
in
the last
some se-
election,
in
right? You
some
understand that, right?
sense
You still don't
oppressed
think the
in
last
our
election was legitimate.
society. Holy fuck. Lax immigration control undermines our nation's national security and puts a strain on our resources. Assuming that all women have vaginas is just another way of perpetuating oppressive stereotypes. Climate change and white supremacy is two sides of the
Yeah, I
same
just got
coin.
that question.
What did you hear for the
Some of
vagina
these
one?
questions are
What
absolutely
did I say? I just put
asinine.
disagree. I believe. Wait, what is it? White supremacy? I believe that unless something is done, the climate crisis could be completely out of control in 5 years. Let's go. Science views the universe as matter to be used in much the same way as white men view women and minorities as subjective. Holy shit, bro. It's like that annoying person that keeps on circling something back. Like, it's Oh my fucking god.
This test is fucking wild.
We should welcome those who want to come here if they want to create a world where everyone has the opportunity to reach their full potential. I have considered not having children out of the concern of the climate.
I didn't have children because I didn't want any fucking crotch goblins.
Not a day goes by without me thinking of how I can fight for a more just and equitable
local
society.
fellow you immediately left.
The society as a whole gets wealthy.
Someone didn't want to take the woke test.
Down.
What the hell?
The climate has always been changing. What we're going
Someone
through
is
now is
not
just another
woke
natural
enough for
cycle.
the non-fine stream.
I champion those who are pushed to the margins so that they may have the equal place at the table. I believe that other cultures and minorities may have ways of looking at physics and mathematics that are just as valid as a Western way. Okay. No human being can be free until every human being is free. All right, where am I? All right, let's see. Let's see. The woke test, fighting power. Okay. Social justice. Okay, well, there's the explanation. Oh, no, that's just the explanation of what these things mean. Okay. My lowest score was for intersectional solidarity. My highest score was global citizenship. My second highest score was challenging norms. Then we have climate sustainability, alternative knowledge, fighting power, social justice, empowering underdogs, and then yeah, that's it. Okay. Whatever. This is not how I thought they would score me, to be honest.
I got fucking 25.
Where do you see the 20? Oh, it's right here. You're slightly woke at 58.59%. Let's go. Casey, what did you get?
I am doing stuff. I cannot be distracted with woke test. I think I would have maybe got slightly worse, but slightly better than you.
Which direction is
What it
better?
looked like. What's yeah?
I'll leave that up to you guys to decide.
No racism? Okay, not gonna talk about the economic impact on IQ.
What is the other test? Political tests.
Yeah, just look up idrlabs.com. They have a bunch of fucking tests.
IDEA Labs?
IDR Labs. It's the same place that you went to take the woke test.
I don't like this place though.
Hold
Okay,
on.
what
I got another.
Semitism test.
Yo.
We should have Casey take this. No racism. Okay, not going to talk about the economical impact on IQ. No, they weren't going to. They didn't want to cover it. Trauma test, poo test, anger test, love test, political test. Autism test. Let's do it. Let's do the autism test.
Oh my god. I can't do it. It'll expose me. It's 1 a.m. where I am, so I'm gonna head out probably.
Tayo.
All right. See ya, guys. Unless Localist Party wants to do something real quick. Just because I'm curious his thought on some of the things. I don't know if he's gonna do it. Qatar to Kazakhstan. Saudi Arabia. Syria. Didn't need to see. Oh, Iraq. Oopsie. I was thinking of Iraq, guys. Iran. Probably. And then Tajikistan? Nope. Azerbaijan. Nope. Kyrgyzstan. No. Tajikistan. Tajikistan. Oh, I already guessed that. I thought there was a Uzbek. Thank you. Oh, didn't even need it. Wait, what? What? Bruh. Thank you, Han Flies Casual. Welcome to the stream. It's not Uzbek, bro. There's a. I swear, I thought it was. What are all the Stan countries? Turkmenistan. There we go. That's what I was thinking of the whole time, guys. Turkmenistan. Oh, god damn it. God damn it. I'm 30% woke based. That's only a little bit lower than I was. But also, I didn't like some of the question. Like the question of like saying that all women have vaginas is perpetuating supremacist stereotypes or whatever. It's like, well, I don't really think that, but I do think trans people are real. So it's like, how do I answer this? Look at local stuff. Running when I finally am up to talk to him. God damn it. God damn it. All women have a vagina. It's kind of like bar for what a woman is. True. It's actually streaming. Okay, I'm sending you over to Kidnakin. All right. Just got here. What is this about trans women? You know what? If you follow me, we'll do the trans stuff. I think we can do the trans stuff next stream. Basically, I think some gender is socially constructed, and I also think some gender is internal to you. And there are probably people that are born with a gender identity different than what their sex aligns with. So, can I hop on in the trans stuff tomorrow? We talked a little bit about that the first time we talked, but I don't know. It, like, didn't you literally say like a sex change could be an option there? Like, yeah. Anyway, sending you over to a different lib. Thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate all you guys. Yeah. I really like streaming. Thanks for watching. Appreciate all you guys. Love you guys. Okay, if you thought I just came into MAGA room by accident, no. All right, go over to Kidnakin and drop a follow. Han Flies Casual.